Just like any other gamer obsessed with grinding to top the leaderboards, this young man was also excited to enter the Great War continent. Unfortunately, during his very first login to the game, due to an electric shock accident, he was transported straight to that world and transformed into Bin, a notorious figure there. The funny thing was, Bin turned out to be a villainous boss hunted day and night by the entire server. He was famous for being a cruel, cold-blooded villain, tyrannical, slaughtering innocent civilians without. Furthermore, he was excessively licentious, having victimized a saintess respected by tens of thousands, driving the victim to the point of suicide out of sheer humiliation. Before being the male protagonist himself was a hero who led an army to slay the boss. After successfully taking down the villain Bin, he even conveniently swung his sword and severed the villain's nether regions, essentially serving justice for the ill-fated beauties who had been ruined by him. Who would have thought that life's twists could be so bitter? The dragon-slaying hero of yesterday was now electrocuted and turned into that very same beast. His new life began again from the starting line, from his first cries in the warm embrace of his father. The old man was extremely proud of his precious son and bestowed upon him the name Bin of the powerful Golden Lion lineage. Wearing a completely new guise, Bin was constantly worried about that old script and swore to live a truly virtuous life. To be a benevolent lord who loves his people like children to avoid gamers coming to settle the score. Right after crossing over, Bin was granted a support system, but unfortunately, it was the ultimate villain system. He vehemently refused as he had no interest in playing the villainous role. But the system kept persistently reminding him that his destiny was to be a major boss who must die. Although he had occupied this body, Bin was still powerless against the predetermined plot. In other words, the original host's cruel nature was something that could not be whitewashed into a good person. The only way for Bin to escape death's door was to obediently follow the system's guidance, working hard to grind and upgrade his power, shifting fate to avoid being publicly hanged by the players. Helpless all around, Bin not only plunged into the virtual world, but also took on the role of someone already condemned to death. His fate was so unlucky that no words could describe it. In such a desperate situation, he had to cling to the golden hand, because his desire to live was still intense. Bin's soul and the system quickly connected. Immediately after, a notification sound, requiring him to complete a series of villainous objectives, such as humiliating goddesses, massacring, collecting concubines of Dem, and so on. Once the tasks were completed, gifts and lucky draws would be awarded. He could already imagine teasing the holy maiden or assembling a harem of demi-human maids. His face immediately flushed red. Life truly didn't allow him to be a good person. It relentlessly pushed him towards the path of a cunning devil. Despite his pouting and dismissive expression, Bin was internally thrilled to the point of almost drooling. But Alice, according to the original script, the lord named Bin would be killed by the players for daring to engage in depraved acts. He wasn't foolish enough to repeat the previous owner's mistakes and get kicked out early, but the system immediately poured cold water on him, stating that if he resisted, he shouldn't dream of receiving any rewards. Not stopping there, the malevolent quest-generating machine also outlined 3 future scenarios for him. 1. Being castrated by gamer. 2. Being forced to become a living doll for someone else. 3. Vanishing. The more Bin read, the paler his face became. Clearly, there was no path for him to escape. This troublesome system was clearly trying to trick him. Bin felt his future was so bleak. Whether he struggled or stayed still, death was certain. So, he decided to just drag out his existence for as long as possible, hoping that in difficulty, he might find a clever way to slip away. Just then, from outside, the butler was relentlessly banging on Bin's door. He suddenly remembered that today he had to ride a horse in a procession to greet the people as the new master of the land. Bin reluctantly played his part, but his mood was utterly gloomy. He felt like a monkey performing tricks in a zoo. The surrounding people kept pointing and whispering, while he was completely powerless against the arrangements of fate. Bin, with his dejected face, paraded around the central district. Then he sneaked back to the castle to officially appear before all his subjects. It wasn't yet the stage where he would transform into the wicked villain cursed by everyone. Therefore, the crowd that came to admire the new landowner unanimously cheered and chanted for their lord's eternal reign. After a long event, Bin was finally allowed to retreat to his private room, so exhausted that his limbs felt borrowed. However, before his back could even warm the bed, the list of wicked deeds was immediately thrown at him. This meant that Bin's peaceful days had officially ended, and the content of these requests was utterly ridiculous. Right at the start, he was tasked with snatching a lollipop from a child, then moving on to vandalizing a commoner's vegetable patch. The end concluded with him carrying an innocent person to be tied up and beaten. Bin secretly thought, were these acts even worthy of being a distant villain? They sounded more like the behavior of common street thugs. Nevertheless, the system explained that these were just light challenges for newcomers, and the difficulty would be much greater later. so he should appreciate them. After completing each request, Bin would receive another lucky draw. If he completed all 3 tasks, the chance of triggering a supreme reward would be officially activated. Despite his cold exterior, deep down, Bin yearned intensely for those rewards. He had no choice but to accept his fate. He was forced to become a villain, and so, even before he had time to regain his strength, he hastily left the room, because the butler, dedicated to his work, was now rushing into the hunt. Bin cheerfully waved hello to him. "Come on, let us patrol the territory with your lord." Riding on the back of a magnificent crimson horse, Bin eagerly galloped out of the castle. On his lips, he always wore an enigmatic smile. Based on his many years of experience serving the young master, the butler felt that something ominous was about to occur. Bin's first target was a chubby boy. This child had also attended his coronation ceremony before, and both still remembered each other's faces. Bin approached the boy with a polite smile, pretending to ask, "If you know I am the Lord, then shouldn't everyone obey me?" The boy nodded in agreement. Couldn't he blame his innocence? As children are like young saplings, they just say what they think. Immediately, Bin switched to a sweet tone, asking, "Little friend, can you give me the candy you were holding?" This child was too young to understand the consequences of defying the Lord. That candy was as precious as a treasure to him. Even if 10 lords stood there, he still wouldn't agree. Bin was sure he would react that way. Therefore, he changed his attitude, adopted a menacing tone, and emphasized each word, "Give it to me." The boy was frightened and immediately burst into tears. Bin absolutely hated having to deal with children throwing tantrums and crying loudly like this, even though he himself was the instigator. Bin promised the boy that if he gave him the candy, he would give him 2 in return. Before the other party even had time to nod, a notification appeared before Bin's eyes. The system reminded him, "Host, don't be naive. It is clear that you cannot bend the rules to both complete the mission and maintain your image as a benevolent lord in the eyes of the people." However, the mission still had to be carried out, so Bin had no choice but to use force and snatch the lollipop. The boy fell to the ground, sobbing, to the astonishment of the butler and the soldiers. Bin's mood was not good at all. He felt that this mission of stealing candy from a child was even more humiliating than flirting with those Afro-Asian girls. The next mission was to destroy the people's crops. Bin chose the most fertile field, where the crops were flourishing, and the farmer was still filled with joy because a bountiful harvest was imminent. However, Bin then led a group of engineers off their horses, and they began to trample the fields. The man who was supposedly the leader of the engineering team was extremely bewildered, turning to ask the butler, "What's wrong with our lord?" "Dante asked me. I don't to know anything either." It wasn't until the farmer's crops were completely destroyed that Bin was satisfied and withdrew his troops. Seeing his distressed appearance as his crops were devastated, Bin also felt a pang of reluctance. He intended to secretly compensate him after receiving his reward. The first 2 missions were completed, but the last mission gave Bin a headache. He didn't know how to solve it for his younger-in-law. Suddenly grabbing an innocent citizen by the neck to beat them up sounds completely preposterous. High-quality female demi-human slaves at bargain prices right here. Be quick, or they will all be gone. While he was letting his mind drift with the wind, a loud cry suddenly rang directly into Bin's ears. It truly was a twist of fate. In his desperation, he immediately came across a merchant hawking female demi-human slaves in the middle of a main street. Luck seemed to be smiling on him, and Bin smirked cunningly, secretly glad that this unlucky fellow had walked straight into his trap. Thus, that man was tied up with his arms behind his back and hung up to be beaten, exactly according to the scripted plan. The reason given was that the new boss had just issued a decree that humans and the demi-human race must live in harmony with each other. From now on, the entire Winter City bans all illegal demi-human trafficking. Consequently, Bin efficiently finished his task while making the demi-human slave girls tear up with emotion. They kept praising him as a compassionate savior, saying that having such a wonderful lord was a great blessing for the entire race for generations. Even the crowd gathered nearby to watch the commotion praised Bin incessantly. Passers-by all had to stop and enthusiastically clap their hands in support. All 3 assigned missions were completed. Bin rushed straight back to the palace. He quickly shed the cumbersome cloak he was wearing. He urged the system to open the rewards and roll for prizes immediately. Instantly, a lucky wheel appeared right before Bin's eyes. This time, he won a high-end armor set with the incredibly long name Heavy Form Dragon Breaker. Furthermore, by completing all 3 missions before claiming rewards at once, Bin even gained 3 additional critical multipliers for the item. In the end, that super-grade armor successfully triggered the critical multiplier, transforming into a cool triumphant knight armor. Although its practical combat utility was not yet clear, but just hearing terms like critical hit and heroic, Bin understood perfectly that this was indeed a top-tier item. He quickly put on the gear and eagerly went to find someone for a few rounds to test the power of his new equipment. Upon arriving at the training yard, Gibbon immediately spotted the butler Crayman vigorously practicing his swordsmanship. He was quite surprised to see the usually lazy young master proactively dropping by today. Furthermore, Gibbon confidently invited Crayman to a duel on the pretext of having just acquired a nice-looking suit of armor. At that moment, he looked at his master's shimmering gold-plated armor. Indeed, in his entire life, Crayman had never seen such a brilliant outfit. To say it was decent would be too modest. It was truly the top of the line. Immediately after, both sides moved to the corners of the training ground to prepare for battle. Crayman would personally verify the quality of the new equipment for his master. After completing the formal social greeting, he charged toward Gibbon like a bullet. Do not underestimate Crayman because of his age. Though he is known as a butler, he was actually a true Grand Knight. Witnessing that lightning-fast speed with his own eyes, Gibbon felt a sudden wave of intimidation and immense pressure. He took a step back, assumed his stance, and swung his sword high. The moment the two swords clashed, Gibbon swayed slightly, unable to stand firm. But Crayman was sent flying backward. He had to use both feet to brace himself, expending no small amount of effort to halt his momentum. Indeed, Gibbon's strength had improved tremendously. He was no longer the weak youth Crayman once knew. On the other side, Gibbon felt he had truly made progress, his heart filled with excitement. The two rushed at each other again. For the most part, Crayman attacked, while he could only dodge and block. Yet, that was not easy at all, as his attacks were both fast and vicious. The two battled from noon until evening. Both were exhausted, but Crayman still had to utter words of praise. The young man's new armor, combined with his inherent strength, made his defensive capability truly. It's because you were generous and held back, Gibbon humbly replied, even though he was overjoyed inside. That joy even followed him into his dreams that night. Gibbon dreamed he had extraordinary power, single-handedly wiping out an entire army of knights, and was even praised endlessly by beautiful demi-human women. In that dream, Gibbon also imagined himself lying still, in a virtual reality gaming room, seeing himself in a completely different world. This prospect was truly too horrifying. Because of this, he jolted awake. Suddenly, that moment made Gibbon feel unusually uneasy. He had a feeling that someone was watching him. Before his emotions could stay, a window suddenly appeared before his eyes, making Gibbon jump in shock. On it appeared a brief message, announcing that players were about to set foot in Chen-Then-Kuang. Wait a minute, Chen-Then-Kuang. This name brought back many memories for Gibbon. He suddenly remembered the legendary battle between the wild goddess Malon and the fire god Banda. Malon was a goddess with inferior power, while Banda possessed medium-tier power, so this battle was uneven from the start. Ultimately, Malon was crushed in Banda's palm. Her divine essence was completely shattered. Banda also firmly asserted that the demi-human race she was striving to protect would sooner or later be wiped out. That was the beginning of the chain of tragedies that pushed the demi-human race into a life of lowly slavery. Gibbon still clearly remembered that moment when a strange man handed the protagonist a stone emitting a deep blue glow. He claimed that this object possessed the ability to recruit heroic souls, and that young man needed to take hold of it to proceed with the rescue of the demi-human race, to permanently end the days of humiliating oppression surrounding them. These fragmented memories belonged to the early stages of the game. Back then, being preoccupied with grind, Gibbon never considered the possibility of transmigration and had skipped quite a few introductory parts, but based on those pieced-together memories, Gibbon could vaguely deduce that after the divinity of the wild goddess shattered, she had used her remaining strength to condense into that mysterious crystal. Later, this item was handed over to the game's male protagonist by a mysterious character. This crystal was actually a login tool, and the heroes the protagonist recruited through it were the players themselves. Back when he was a gamer, Gibbon didn't find anything unusual about this plot point. But now that he was truly lost in this world, he realized it was not merely a video game. The feeling was so real that it made him suspect those plot points were originally self-evident truths, and he was the one summoned by a deity from Earth, while the accompanying villain system was likely a trick of that god. Although he was still clueless about the real purpose, he felt he had no talent yet was still turned into a pawn for the gods. It sounded self-mocking, but this was truly a laughably noble honor. While Gibbon kept muttering in the back, Crayman, who was holding the reins in front, could not help but ask, "Young master, this old servant has something he doesn't understand. Why did you wake up so early today and travel all the way to Divine Light Town, which is right next to Eagle Ridge?" "Of course, it's to preserve my life," Gibbon thought to himself, but he quickly made up an excuse. "I wanted to observe the territory along the way, and I also wanted to conduct a surprise inspection of the people's lives, so I started with this remote Divine Light Town." Seeing the young master so mature and thoughtful, Crayman was so elated that he smiled from ear to ear. He believed that since becoming the Lord, Gibbon had become increasingly reasonable, which would surely benefit the local people. However, he didn't forget to warn him not to be too shocked upon arrival, because the desolate scenery here was truly haunting. One had to wait until the flying carriage, pulled by giant eagles, landed on the ground. Sebin still couldn't believe his eyes when he faced Divine Light Town. The name sounds fancy, but this place is so dilapidated. I don't understand how the previous lord managed it. Even if the land is barren and far from the royal capital, there's no reason for this place to turn into such a pile of trash. Sebin shouted in indignation. Seeing the young master's anger, Kryman had to explain in detail. The previous lord was Count Callant of the Thitbitch family. Being a loyal follower of the fire dragon god, he spent all his time killing on the battlefield and never bothered to manage this land. In his memory, Sebin still remembered Callante as a fat middle-aged man who always laughed heartily. He didn't expect that such a gentle-looking person would be such a notorious warmonger. Actually, the area of our Eagle Ridge territory wasn't previously large enough to require flying beasts for travel like it does now, Kryman continued. You mean I should thank him for leaving me this notorious, expanded version of Eagle Ridge? Sebin replied, sorry. But before Kryman could explain further, Sebin heard a commotion coming from nearby. He followed the chaotic noise and came across a group of brats aggressively assaulting a demi-human girl who was half squirrel. While attacking her, they cursed the girl as a low-born brat and told her to go die so they could be rid of her. At that moment, besides Sebin, there were others who also witnessed this eyesore of a scene. Ironically, the protagonist of the continent and another demi-human girl also happened to be passing by that alley. Seeing her fellow kind being treated so brutally, that girl was deeply pained and enraged. However, the male lead stopped her from taking action for fear of exposing her identity. He wanted to wait until the heroic spirits gathered enough power to save all the demi-humans within the divine radiance. He asked whether she intended to save this one demi-human or everyone in the cage, though what he said was not wrong at all. Even so, the girl still could not bear to watch her own kind being whipped right before her eyes. While she was still confused and unsure of what to do, Sebin grandly stepped forward to handle the situation. What are you people doing? Stop at once. His thunderous words made the group of thugs stop dead in their tracks. The male lead immediately pulled the demi-human girl into a dark corner to observe more easily. As for Sebin, he had absolutely no intention of letting these spoiled brats off the hook. Therefore, he promptly applied the familiar disciplinary measure of a spanking. Only after giving the kids' backsides a thorough thrashing did Sebin finally stop. As he led the demi-human girl away, he happened to brush past our male lead. The interface immediately alerted him that Sebin had just encountered a prominent character. Meanwhile, the system was successfully upgraded with numerous neuters. Sebin curiously checked them out, and the most impressive feature was the ability to visualize data. To put it simply, he could now read others' information fluently, provided the opponent was at a level equal to or lower than his own. Naturally, Sebin could also use it to check his own information. At this time, he held the title of Count and Lord of the Brave Lands, with strength equivalent to a level 43 Earth Knight and an abundance of skills. His reputation in the Lorneer Empire reached 999 points, plus his fame had skyrocketed among the demi-human community after punishing the slave trader the previous day. Knowing he was a trending figure, Sebin felt extremely satisfied. However, when he turned to look at Grimhorn, he suffered a total culture shock. The reason was that not only did this old man possess a much higher level than him, but his reputation in the Lorneer Empire even reached 13,7. Sebin felt his heart tighten with envy. Why did his guard have a reputation that far surpassed his own? Putting that aside, Sebin continued to explore the remaining features and noticed the second one called the Chain of Fate. Simply put, every time he avoided a fatal calamity, he would earn a chain, which sounded magical yet extremely kit. However, the core issue now wasn't that chain but the clear mission before him, forcing him to capture the demi-human Saintess Rue to torture her, causing Sebin to break into a cold sweat. Saintess Rue was the biggest catalyst that led the gamer community to come and hang Lord Sebin out of indignation. Back when he was role-playing as a player, he himself was one of those who volunteered to take a knife and castrate this villain. Just thinking back to that scene was enough to give him goosebumps all over. Perhaps sensing his great concern, the system kindly provided a clear explanation of the so-called Chain of Fate, which was used to restrain the destiny of the favored child Yehao, the male lead and the leader who summoned other players. Yehao's path of destiny had 5 branches, meaning Sebin had to overcome 5 fatal trials to collect 5 chains to seal and destroy him completely. However, he must absolutely not harbor any intention of attacking him before that. As the child of the era, Yehao would receive absolute protection from the supreme laws of this world. If Sebin acted rashly, not only would his identity be exposed, but it would also cause Yehao to hunt him down directly, pushing the entire world to the brink of total collapse. Aside from Yehao, Sebin was fully able to take action against other players to preserve his life, a rule he was quite satisfied with due to its practicality. Being unable to touch the male lead made him feel a bit restricted, but as a villain, there was no glory in extinguishing the radiance of someone who was still in their infancy. The system had just activated the first chapter of the plot, allowing Sebin to access and review the content whenever he wanted. If Sebin remembered correctly, The masked beauty standing beside Yeho just now was none other than Saintess Rai. With the support of her spirit brothers, she began implementing a plan to shelter and rescue the demi-humans wandering around the border area. Unfortunately, everything was exposed when they rescued a demi-human from human traffickers and accidentally provoked the guard forces of Divine Light Town. These soldiers wanted to capture Saintess Rai to hand her over to the Lord, which sparked a conflict with Yehao's faction, despite the spirits fighting desperately until the end. As a result, Yehao's faction emerged victorious. They took full control of Divine Light Town and established a solid stronghold near the Hungong Ridge. Sai Bin was determined not to let the old script repeat itself. Yehao was flaunting his power right before his eyes, but while he couldn't touch the protagonist, the system didn't forbid him from dealing with the players around him this time. Many would taste suffering at his hands. He and Gremhunt headed straight for the mansion of the mayor of Divine Light Town. Right at the entrance, a character named Goodbye appeared and blocked their path. He was the captain of the guards, possessing the strength of a level 13 intermediate swordsman, a rare talent who was very popular among the townspeople. Just as he was about to use force to intimidate them, Goodbye saw the golden lion badge on Sai Bin's chest, a symbol reserved only for royalty or lords, causing him to fall to his knees in fear. "Noble lord, I am Goodbye, captain of the guard. I wonder what instructions you have for me." Sai Bin silently evaluated his opponent. He was quite impressed because this was originally a potential character with a powerful combo of sweeping whirlwind and heroic dual strikes, though unfortunately, in the original plot, he would fall at the hands of players, leading to the appearance of the boss, Medin. To prevent this, Sai Bin decided to stay one step ahead. He demanded that Goodbye call Mayor Medin out for a confrontation, which made the captain extremely awkward. "He is currently busy. Perhaps I can relay a message for you." With no time left to argue, as Yehao had already appeared, signaling that the player summoning was about to begin, Sai Bin decided to charge straight into the mansion himself. Medin's so-called business turned out to be him feasting and drinking extravagantly, with his arms around two long-legged beauties dressed in incredibly bold attire. Upon seeing Sai Bin burst through the door, he had no sense of the situation and shouted loudly in anger. Who is so tired of living that they dare disturb this mayor's precious time like this? But as soon as his eyes met Sai Bin's, Medin was so terrified that his soul nearly left his body. He immediately pushed his two mistresses away and prostrated himself on the ground to beg Sai Bin. "Noble young master Si Bin, no. My lord, this old servant has been longing day and night for the gods to bless me with an audience with you. Why didn't you inform me in advance so that I could prepare a proper welcome?" Sai Bin felt contempt for the man's slippery attitude. If he had given advance notice, how could he have caught this shameful true face in the act? However, he didn't bother to dwell on it. What concerned him most at the moment was that Medin's mediocre abilities were not at all worthy of being the boss for this map. He was only a level 11 knight with two subpar skills, mounted charge and lancing strike. Those two moves were only effective with a horse. Without one, Medin was no better than trash, not to mention he was despised by both humans and demi-humans. Yet, when facing Sai Bin, Medin still had the audacity to boast that Divine Light Town was extremely peaceful under his rule. Sai Bin gave a faint, cold smile. The mayor's cowering and flattering appearance was an absolute eyesore to him. Hearing the word peaceful from his mouth made Sai Bin even more irritated. Demi-humans had snuck right into the room without him even realizing it. "Since you are this incompetent, hand the mayor's seat over to me. From now on, you are demoted to captain of the guards. Only when you understand proper principles will we consider restoring your position." Not long after, Goodbye caught Shibin leaving the mansion with an aggressive expression, while Mijin trailed behind, sobbing and wailing that he couldn't handle the responsibility. Even though the old man shed a torrent of tears, Shibin's mind didn't waver in the slightest. Shibin forced Mijin to stay there to fulfill the role of guard captain, and he even confiscated the old man's horse without any hesitation. Upon hearing that news, Goodbye felt as if his soul had left his body. Now, it wasn't just Mijin clinging and pleading, but Goodbye also joined in the wailing. "My lord, what you are doing is truly unsettling. If he takes command of the guards, I won't have any place left to show my worth." Irritated by the two people clinging to his legs, Shibin shouted for them to become his bodyguards with a skyrocketing salary. Hearing that his pay would double, Goodbye immediately stopped crying and nodded in agreement. Truly, money talks. Shibin settled everything and rode away with the injured demi-human child, not forgetting to tell Goodbye to prepare a spacious bedroom with a comfortable bed for himself. Magic watched Shibin's retreating figure with a face full of resentment, thinking he was being suppressed because he hadn't offered a generous gift when Shibin was promoted. Magic thought to himself, so this kid has a thing for demi-humans, yet he always likes to act like a serious young man in front of me. Next, he immediately ordered his subordinates to hunt for beautiful female demi-human slaves to be brought to the mayor's mansion. He harbored the ambition of soon reclaiming the town's seat of power for himself. After finishing the demi-human girl's medical treatment, Shibin led her back to the town leader's mansion. He picked up the unconscious child and carried her into the room that Goodbye had neatly prepared beforehand. Seeing her pointed ears and squirrel tail twitching incessantly, Shibin almost couldn't restrain himself from reaching out to stroke them to his heart's content. At that exact moment, the little girl suddenly opened her eyes and woke up. Shibin groaned, thinking his life was over. This time, he would definitely be labeled a perverted harasser. However, the first words she spoke were a sincere apology. The little girl was terrified of having dirtied the bedsheets and, not knowing why she was there, she repeatedly. Seeing the child trembling like a leaf, Shibin intended to comfort her, but she collapsed and begged for her life, putting him in an extremely awkward position. Could I really look so fierce that I'd make a little soul this miserably terrified? I saved your life, so there's no reason for me to kill you. Calm down and try to remember, those rowdy kids beat you until you fainted, and I was the one who taught them a lesson and brought you back. Only then did the girl regain some composure. Lori remembered, but she hadn't been knocked unconscious, she had actually passed out from extreme hunger. As soon as she finished speaking, her stomach growled loudly, making her small face turn bright red with embarrassment. Faced with this situation, Shibin couldn't be cold-blooded enough to heartlessly leave Lori with an empty stomach any longer. So he ordered his subordinates to serve a lavish meal. Lori, dizzy with hunger, devoured the bread while profusely thanking him, and seeing her eat heartily, Shibin also felt a surge of joy. However, before long, that troublesome system appeared and sent a notification that wasn't good at all. Clearly, his recent humanitarian act was completely out of step with the standards of a true villain. It forced Shibin to stop immediately or face the consequences, but after a few rounds, he realized the mechanism had a loophole and replied that he saved the child to train her as a sacrificial pawn to assassinate the protagonist at the final moment. The system was left speechless by his manipulation. After reviewing it and finding the logic sound, it hastily added it to the villainous code, ensuring Shibin no longer had to worry about being warned for similar actions. Shibin was extremely smug and cursed the system for being so foolish. Luckily, he had already found its weakness. As long as he found a plausible reason, he could avoid all harsh punishments. Immediately after, the system refreshed the daily list of evil tasks. Today, it still maintained the same 3 objectives as yesterday. First of all, Saibin had to cause at least 10 gamers to suffer deep psychological trauma. Next, he also had to force Lori to massage him and keep his bed warm. Finally, Saibin needed to humiliate the protagonist, Deepow, to claim the reward. Faced with this bizarre series of missions, Saibin was so startled that he slammed the table and stood up abruptly. At that moment, Lori was munching on a chicken leg. She thought she had angered Saibin by eating too much. Therefore, she timidly handed the chicken leg to him, even though she didn't want to at all, and said softly, "Honorable Lord, please have some. I'm not demanding your food, and besides, stop calling me Honorable Lord. I am Earl Saibin of the Hungong territory, from the Golden Lion clan." At this point, Saibin suddenly had a mischievous idea. Lori had previously expressed a desire to repay his kindness, so this was the perfect time. As it happened, Saibin was still in need of a maid, so he decided to pull her into that position immediately. It came with the promise of 3 full meals a day and 2 days off per week. At the same time, at the town's largest demi-human slave trading farm, the farm owner was furiously beating the poor demi-human girls. Right at that moment, a few henchmen on horseback suddenly appeared. They said the mayor wanted some beautiful slaves. Hearing this, the farm owner hurried to flatter them, boasting that he had just captured several stunningly beautiful slaves who would surely satisfy the mayor. Having said that, he turned his head sharply, intending to lash the poor girls with his whip again. But this time, before the whip could strike, it was stopped by a powerful hand. It turned out that players had appeared in Shengong town. A young man named Lin Fan led several other gamers as they valiantly stormed the slave camp, shouting, "Stop. Dante, you know that human trafficking is against the law. Are demi-humans even human? You brat, how dare you come here to cause trouble?" The farm owner snapped back sharply. Lin Fan was momentarily speechless. He had forgotten that this game world was fictional, with laws and systems completely different from reality. So he had to find another way. Lin Fan tossed a pouch of money to the farm owner and declared that he would buy all of these slaves. Inside were shimmering, brand new gold coins. Seeing this, the farm owner's attitude changed completely. "Dear guest, these slaves have all been reserved with a deposit by Mayor Saibin. If you want demi-human slaves, please wait a moment." Lin Fan was skeptical because before coming here, he had heard that the dungeon boss was Medin. Why had it changed to Saibin? Was this a trick by the game developers? However, while Lin Fan was still confused, the players with him could no longer restrain themselves. They simultaneously drew their swords and threatened the farm owner to release the demi-human slaves immediately. The farm owner, terrified at the sight of the blades, scrambled and fled for his life. And at that very moment, Medin appeared. Although his status as mayor had been stripped by Saibin, he was still the final boss of this dungeon. Even if Sai Bin looked down on him for being as weak as a snail, to level 2 or 3 newbies like Lin Fan, the level 11 Medin was still a massive threat, not to mention the vast difference in skills and equipment. In that dire situation, they could only hope for help from Da Pao, and he truly lived up to his reputation as a protagonist, always appearing in the nick of time. As soon as Da Pao arrived, he urgently activated the Holy Shield Bastion skill. Thanks to his effective support, those players became significantly more confident. Everyone rushed straight towards Medin together. Everyone wanted to defeat the boss to bring home some high-end equipment. Thanks to that, the old man's health bar decreased rapidly. Finally, he was defeated by Ye Hao with a powerful radiant cross-slash technique. The players looked at each other, full of questions. Despite being the main character in the storyline, Ye Hao was actually still just an NPC. The setting of this game was quite strange. As NPCs competed with players to kill bosses, Lin Fan found it incomprehensible that they fought so hard. Yet when the boss had little health left, the protagonist swooped in to spectacularly steal the credit. Afterward, he turned back to inform everyone that because they had provided significant assistance in defeating the boss this time, all the weapons, armor, and valuable items Medin had collected would belong to them. Only then did Lin Fan and his companions stop grumbling, figuring it was fine to let the protagonist shine as long as they ultimately received a worthy reward. Thus, the whole group began to make their way to Mijin's mansion. But as soon as they set foot there, they encountered Shibin standing still and waiting. He tried to steady himself, using his coldest tone to intimidate them. "You have killed my guards, destroyed my servant, and now you want to seize my property? This arrogant behavior in my territory is truly excessive." The group of players looked at each other in confusion, not knowing who Shibin was or why he appeared here. This was because, in the early stages of the game, Shibin was not supposed to appear in this area. Lin Fan immediately used an appraisal skill to check the opponent. The result only showed the name Shibin, a level 44 Golden Lion and the Lord of Eagle's Peak, with no further information. Just one level 11 Mejin already required Ye Hao's help, and now a level 44 Shibin had appeared. How could they possibly resist? More importantly, why was the Lord of Eagle's Peak here when he should have been in his own castle? The players began to feel resentful, believing the game developers had intentionally arranged for players in the starter village to face a final boss. For low-level players to fight a level 44 boss was truly a way of mistreating them. However, even if Shibin were a nightmare-level boss, these players still held on to the hope that they could defeat him. They thought that if they defeated Shibin, they would surely receive countless valuable reward equipment. Of course, with their current strength, they could not do it, so they turned to Ye Hao with expectant eyes. Ye Hao himself currently had no way to deal with Shibin, but since he was the one who had summoned the players here, in his role as a leader, he felt responsible for them. Therefore, he stepped forward to face Shibin directly. "Noble Lord of Eagle's Peak, I am Ye Hao. I know you may not know me yet, but I am certain that in the future, this name will leave a deep impression on you, and you will remember the great mission I am shouldering." Unsure where Ye Hao found the courage, he spoke while drawing his sword to point directly at his opponent. Shibin glanced at his profile with utter contempt. This was because Ye Hao had only currently reached level 11. If it weren't for the superior system suppression, Shibin could have probably skipped directly to the end and finished him off already. Since Ye Hao dared to act so audaciously, Shibin did not hesitate to draw his weapon. At that moment, a magnificent, burning lion-shaped flame flared up behind him. "I am Shibin, the Golden Lion, Lord of Eagle's Peak. You trespasser. You will pay a high price for your ignorance and overestimating your own strength," Shibin said before delivering a decisive slash into the air. The fire lion roared and charged upstream, heading straight for the crowd. Da Pao gritted his teeth and braced himself, but the power of the level 44 boss truly astonished him. His protective shield was on the verge of breaking. Despite the dire situation, he had at least managed to keep his life. Meanwhile, the low-level players couldn't withstand a single blow from Sai Bin and had long since vanished, returning to the respawn point. Sai Bin's attack left a crater tens of meters in diameter and a meter deep. This space seemed more than enough to create a psychological scar for the new players, and they didn't even bother questioning why they had fallen. After all, their highest HP pool was only 250, while a normal, non-critical hit from Sai Bin could wipe out over 3 million HP. Thus, it was completely understandable that they would soon be selling salt, meaning giving up. They only found it strange that in this game, despite having a clear core objective, NPCs would indiscriminately kill players as if it were everyday business. The protagonist, Da Pao, was currently in a state of extreme panic because he had originally only intended to overwhelm Mayor Medin to steal the Divine Light Cup. Who would have thought that along the way, Lord Eagle would appear and, with a single sword strike, obliterate the army of spirits he had painstakingly summoned. With a dirty face, Da Pao still glared at Sai Bin and loudly accused him, demanding to know if he had enslaved and captured demi-humans to amuse himself. Upon hearing this, Sai Bin became enraged, feeling unjustly attacked. He refused the accusation and asked when he had ever enslaved or forced demi-humans. Unexpectedly, Deep Hao, deaf to his explanation, roared to the heavens and demanded his opponent prepare to face judgment from justice. The sword in Deep Hao's hand suddenly flashed with an ice-blue light, by some unknown divine magic. Deep Hao's level instantly shot up to 45. Transforming into a Grand Knight, he surpassed Sai Bin by 1 level, simultaneously unlocking 5 new skills and 2 advanced pieces of equipment. Seeing this, Sai Bin raised his sword to block and inwardly admired his opponent's rapid progress. Deep Hao was indeed a favored child of destiny. After unleashing his power, his level even surpassed Sai Bin's. If it had been the kidney-deficient lord from his past life, he probably would have been begging for mercy long ago. "You fire lion, I will show you what true power is, and you are still too green." Fueled by immense rage and terrifying power, Deep Hao charged forward like a moth to a flame. Across from him, Sai Bin stood ready to engage. However, just as Deep Hao was about to counterattack, the system suddenly sounded an alarm. It informed him that Sai Bin was engaging in a highly dangerous act and requested him to immediately abandon his intention to attack the favored child of destiny. Thus, despite their strength being evenly matched, Sai Bin reluctantly stood still, allowing his opponent to send him flying dozens of meters away. Pain was one thing, but humiliation was surely 10 times worse, because at this moment, the other gamers gathered around to spectate. Each of them spared no words in praising Deep Hao's overwhelming power. As Deep Hao wielded his sword with impressive skill, Sai Bin looked like a foolish ox. Sai Bin sighed, speechless at the undiscipline. They dared to say anything. If they knew this wasn't a virtual game but a cruel reality, he wondered if they would still be able to laugh. On the opposite front, Deep Hao charged forward again like a moth to a flame. But this time, Sai Bin decided not to stand and take it anymore. Since the system wouldn't allow him to deal with Deep Hao himself, he simply handed the task over to Krimen. As expected, the moment Deep Hao charged forward, he was blocked and began to panic. In terms of strength, Krimen was a full 4 levels stronger than him. The players who had been cheering moments ago fell silent as if a bag of rice had spilled. "Is this the knight's code you always revere?" Utterly desperate, Deep Hao gritted his teeth and verbally attacked Sai Bin without reservation. Because in a one-on-one duel between 2 knights, someone had interfered. But then again, he was the villainous boss, so Sai Bin didn't bother with such barking. Besides, his identity was first and foremost that of a lord, then a count, and only finally a knight. On this earth, what lord would engage in a one-on-one physical duel? Moreover, Deep Hao was too young to even consider himself a worthy opponent. So, the old bodyguard Kremen, despite his advanced age and frailty, was forced to enter the fray himself, all because of the young master's reckless antics. Deep Hao was extremely panicked by the barrage of counterattacks from Kremen. Both in terms of speed and striking power, the old man completely overwhelmed his opponent. In the end, he took a crushing blow with the force of 1,000 pounds and was sent flying away. Only then did Sai Bin saunter over leisurely. He nonchalantly stepped on Deep Hao's chest with an extremely smug expression on his face. "You can kill me," Deep Hao still stubbornly declared. "Who said I intended to take your life?" A mocking smile still curled on Sai Bin's lips, and immediately after, he grabbed Deep Hao by the collar. He hauled him up and delivered a lethal slap. The group of players instantly froze in silence. After all, Deep Hao was the one who summoned them and was their supreme spiritual support. Yet now he was being pinned down and humiliated by Sai Bin. "You read Deep Hao, right? You really like making me remember your identity, Don Tu. You love showing off to let me taste your true power, Don Tu." With every word he spoke, Sai Bin delivered a scorching slap to Deep Hao's face, continuing the assault until the guy was exhausted, lying limp and unable to move. A haughty smile appeared on Sai Bin's face. He dusted off his hands and declared, "Today, this lord is in a good mood, so I'll spare your pathetic life. If you want to seek revenge, I'm always ready and waiting." Having said that, he and Krimen walked away leisurely, causing the entire crowd of players around them to quickly scatter to both sides to make way. As for Deep Hao, his face was now swollen and distorted, no longer resembling a human form. Sai Bin walked side by side with Krimen, constantly pouting and criticizing Deep Hao's skills for being so mediocre. He had thought the child of destiny would be some kind of unparalleled warrior, but it turned out he was just a nobody. By simultaneously striking fear into the enemy and giving Deep Hao a brutal beating he couldn't recover from, his quest chain could be considered fully accomplished. The group of players watched Sai Bin's retreating back in confusion and whispered to each other, "Look, didn't that lord take the demi-human slaves with him? It seems he isn't as cruel as the rumors say." After preventing Deep Hao and his faction from seizing the Divine Light Town, Sai Bin leisurely led his troops back home. Accompanying him on this trip, besides, was the little demi-human girl Lori. Since this was her first time riding a carriage pulled by a griffin, the child couldn't help but be wide-eyed and amazed. Sai Bin thought Lori was feeling nostalgic for her old home, but the child's explanation left him speechless for a moment. It's not that I am nostalgic, my lord. Ever since my brother passed away, this is my first time traveling so far from home alone, so I just feel a bit nervous. Sibin sighed with sympathy. What a pitiable child. Losing both parents and her brother at such a young age, he gently patted Lori's head to comfort her. Although he could not yet erase the hatred and conflict between humans and demi-humans, as long as he was in charge here, no one in the Griffin territory would dare touch a single hair on the girl's head. At that very moment, little Lori's heart suddenly raced. For the first time in her life, she felt that the Lord was an incredibly warm person. Their group sat on the Griffin-drawn flying carriage. Thanks to that, they soon landed at the Lord's mansion. Lori looked around with great interest. Previously, she thought Mayor Megent's mansion was magnificent enough, but arriving here, she was startled to realize that the Lord's residence was far more luxurious. She couldn't believe she would get to live in such a grand place. My lord, do I really only need to be your maid? That's right. Your duty is basically just to take care of my daily life. Instead of scowling, Sibin gently comforted Lori, telling her not to worry too much because he wasn't like those other nobles and didn't have strict rules. Regarding her duties as a maid, Sibin planned to have Chris train Lori over the next few days. Chris was highly experienced in palace life and, moreover, was extremely. Before long, just as things reached a high point, a certain figure appeared. Chris suddenly came running out from somewhere. Casting all rules aside, she pulled Sibin into a tight hug, nearly suffocating him. I thought you were coming in a few days, Sibin cried out as he wriggled out of Chris' tight embrace. Sister, I heard that a young man has taken over the new territory. I knew I would definitely need your help. Fearing you'd cry for your mother's milk like you did as a baby, I rode here immediately. Chris had previously been Sibin's wet nurse. Hearing her mention breastfeeding made him want to sink into the ground in embarrassment. Chris really hadn't lost any of her old enthusiasm. To ease the awkwardness regarding the topic of him breastfeeding as a baby, Sibin distracted Chris by introducing Lori to her. From now on, she will be my personal maid. Please show her around and help her get used to the environment and the duties of a maid. Chris looked at the small demi-human girl and asked doubtfully, a personal maid. Sensing the questioning look in her eyes, Sibin lowered his voice and told Chris about the circumstances of their meeting. He explained that he had saved her when she was on the brink of death at the hands of the children in Shengguang town. Therefore, Sibin hoped Chris would be too hard on Lori. His thoughts were simple. But in Chris' ears, they were no longer simple. She spoke subtly. The little lord from back then has really grown up now. She truly is a beautiful demi-human. I will certainly train the girl well. Why did Sibin feel like something was off about that sentence? Regardless, it was good enough that Chris had agreed to train Lori. While Sibin had returned to the palace and settled in, back in Shengguang town, Yehao was still fuming over what had just happened. Especially since all the players were buzzing with gossip about him getting his face beaten swollen by Sibin. Previously, the players had praised Yehao to no end, believing he was the most talented and powerful. However, after witnessing him being beaten so badly he couldn't hold his head up, they began to think that the true protagonist of this continent must be the powerful Lord, Sibin of the Golden Lion clan. Yehao was so enraged that he slammed his fist repeatedly onto the table. Damn it, in my past life, I was a genius of an ancient clan, and in this life, I am the savior hero who will overthrow the tyrannical lord. I am the true protagonist. The more Yehao thought about it, the angrier he became. He had possessed the skill to see the future since birth. Everything that happened afterward matched his predictions perfectly. Therefore, he was highly confident that he could overthrow the tyrant. He was meant to become the hero of the demi-humans in this territory, but while everything was going well, Sibin's sudden appearance threw everything off course. Moreover, he had turned Yehao into a laughingstock among the players. Yehao was so angry he was nearly in tears. Gritting his teeth, he growled Sibin's name. Powerful lord, one day, Yehao, will definitely tear you into 100 pieces. At that moment, Sibin was having a meal at his palace in Lendong town. Suddenly, he felt a cold, malevolent aura envelop him. After the cold aura dissipated, Sibin calmly resumed. Just then, a knight entered. Previously, Sibin had sent people to find a few talented priests. But upon their return, they brought unpleasant news. All the priests in the cathedral had refused to come and perform healing spells. Not stopping there, the head of the church boldly criticized the Golden Lion Lord Sibin as being completely insane for daring to take the god's sheepdog to treat a demi-human whose status was lower than that of a commoner. While carving the meat on his plate, Sibin's hand suddenly froze, his expression clearly showing immense irritation. He had been in power for long, yet his subordinates already dared to defy orders, clearly looking down on a master like him. Even a lowly monk dared to look down on him. Surely Sibin would never tolerate this. He immediately sent a knight to urgently fetch Kremen, mobilized an entire cavalry legion to blockade the church, and set out to lead the conquest himself. The fire of resentment burning inside Sibin vanished completely the moment little Lori showed her face. The little girl was currently wearing a brand new maid's outfit. Her cuteness level immediately increased 10. It was truly adorable to the point of breaking all standards. Seeing the Lord standing there dazed as if he had lost everything, Lori worriedly asked softly if there was anything strange about her outfit. I wore this because Sister Crit encouraged me, Lori said, while Sibin flusteredly patted the child's head to comfort her, affirming that the outfit was incredibly lovely. Immediately after, he entrusted his little darling to Crit's care and hurriedly departed to attend to important matters. Crit immediately promised that when night fell, he would receive back a very obedient and well-behaved girl. Upon hearing that, Sibin finally felt relieved and slowly walked out of the main hall. Before leaving, he pressed a bottle of what looked like a very expensive liquid into Lori's hand and told her to remember to drink it all later. Little Lori stared wide-eyed at the shimmering red bottle she was holding in her hand. She still hadn't the slightest clue what this item was, but Crit leaned in close and whispered, "Dear Lori, it seems Master Sibin spoils you to the limit." The girl was confused and didn't understand what like meant, yet those words still made her face turn beet red, and she jumped, flatly denying it, saying you're always teasing me, while the other laughed and said, I am not deceiving you. The reason Crit said that was because the bottle Lori held was the water of life from the elves' sacred spring, a rarity that even money couldn't buy, with a unique power in this land to heal deep wounds and increase longevity. As Lori listened, she became increasingly startled, her hand unconsciously tightening its grip on the magic bottle. It's hard to resist when my 13th husband proposed with this, and only then did I agree, Crit boasted happily, leaving the child stunned once more. So beautiful and young, yet she had already been through 13 husbands. While the two were chatting in the castle, Sibin had already brought his troops to surround the church. The leader here was a war god fanatic. As soon as he saw Sibin, his expression darkened and he barked, "Does the high official intend to strike at the god-ass hound right before him?" This man's name was Martin, a level 38 mage proficient in fire magic, summoning, and sacrifice, who also possessed the advanced healing skills Sibin craved. Being the leader of the only church in this land, he was quite notorious. However, his hands were stained with demi-human blood, causing that race to despise him bitterly. It turned out this was the real reason Martin had flatly rejected the previous healing request. Sibin had seen through the true nature of the old man who preached morality but loved to slaughter innocent demi-humans. Annoyed by that hypocrisy, he spoke mockingly, saying, "No matter what, the holy light would never deign to look at someone like you, Mr. Martin." As Sibin finished speaking, a sudden surge of energy tore through the air and zipped past him, although it caused him no harm. But the golden lion badge on his chest fell off and rattled away. This act was clearly a painful slap in the face to the honor of Sibin and his entire clan. Sibin knew all too well that Martin lacked the skill to pull this off, and he immediately pinpointed the real culprit. It was a masked figure hiding stealthily right behind Martin's back. This fellow Carter bears the title of Paladin, possessing Earth-level prowess equivalent to Sep. Both are currently at level 44. This contingent of knights was originally the secret card of the Holy See. Although their numbers were sparse and their movements mysterious, their martial arts were truly profound. Sibin had heard rumors that Carter's status as an Earth Knight was actually just the lowest tier in that roster. No wonder those priests dared to act so haughtily, openly defying the Lord. It turns out they had the solid support of the Paladins behind them. If these guys aren't dealt with thoroughly soon, I am afraid they'll climb all over me. Sibin understood this well and quickly drew his sword from its scabbard. Archbishop Martin. To be a clergyman yet dare to disregard military orders and insult the Lord of Eagle Crest as a madman according to the laws of the Colonier Empire. I have full authority to execute you on the spot. Do you have any last words before you pass on? Sibin spoke in a sharp, steely voice, yet Martin wasn't the least bit worried and even laughed arrogantly. He believed that having a faithful servant of God Panda treat a piece of subhuman trash was the greatest insult in history. Even if the king himself were to appear, he would not necessarily agree. Sibin knew well that this man Martin was not the type of person to tremble from a few threats, but he also had no intention of speaking just for fun. Since you have said that, there is no longer any reason for this cathedral to continue existing. The sword in Sibin's hand flared with brilliant crimson gold fire. He had steeled himself for a life or death battle. Sibin assigned Gremmin to handle the Paladin Carter, while he would deal with Archbishop Martin directly. All the remaining cavalrymen also received the order in unison. Today's mission was to sweep through this cathedral, resolved not to let anyone escape alive. Just as Sibin lunged forward to attack Martin, Carter also quickly rushed up to provide backup. However, that clumsy attempt to hide his intentions could not escape Gremmin's keen eyes. Your real opponent is me. Meanwhile, Martin immediately had to suffer a sharp sword strike from the Lord. Although he was at level 38, he could not even withstand a simple move from the boy. Sibin spoke with bitter sarcasm. It turns out my opponent is nothing more than an empty sandbag. Martin was sent flying backward, his entire body having sustained extremely serious injury. Xibin thought to himself that a regular slash would be enough to send this old man to his death, despite being completely. Martin's mouth continued blaring without rest, incessantly hurling venomous words at Sib. Lord of Eagle Crest, since you dare to bully a faithful servant of the gods like this, the deities will never forgive you. It's always gods this and holy that, so why don't you call your god down here right now to save your life? Sibin growled with an. As for Martin, even though Xibin's blade was right against his neck, he remained stubborn on. In the end, he was the one who reached out and grabbed the sword himself. Then he drove it deep into his own chest. Before his final moment, he continued to mutter whispers about his benevolent god. I come as promised. It is Martin here. I am willing to renounce this feeble soul, to become a launchpad for your supreme and unrivaled power. The words coming from Martin's mouth sounded not like mere idle talk but more like a curse. Even Sebin, who was holding the sword hilt, felt an incredibly immense pressure. As soon as he finished speaking, his body vanished instantly, leaving only a column of blood-red fire. Sebin was pinned by the ring of flames, an oppressive sensation that was hard to escape. He was shocked to realize this was the divine fire of Banda, a deity representing warfare and dragon slaying. He had truly descended. This unexpected turn of events was completely outside Sebin's calculations. He could not have imagined that a small priest like Martin would have enough power to summon a real god. The situation was turning dire because his body now seemed completely paralyzed. The savage flames surrounding him made Sebin feel extremely breathless, and he finally coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Sebin frantically called for aid from Gremmin, but he was currently busy engaged in combat with Carter. A strange fact was unfolding. A level 49 master like him seemed to be getting severely overpowered by that level 44 individual. Carter even mocked Gremmin for being the type of person who does not know their own limitations. With just one incredibly beautiful slash, Gremmin was knocked far away by the opponent. Sebin couldn't even take care of himself, so how could he save his uncle? He just found everything utterly absurd. With Gremmin's abilities, how could he be so easily overpowered by that holy knight? As for Sebin, the dragon's fire was still burning every cell, his life growing thinner with each second. Blood poured from his mouth and nose, making his vision blur. Could it be that he was really going to die at this unlucky church? At that moment, Sebin's legs went weak, and he had to use his sword to prop himself up to sit upright. However, just as his body was in extreme pain, Sebin felt a cool surge of life energy spreading throughout him. Not only did his mind clear up, but the burning sensation vanished, even his deep wounds were closing. At this moment, a triumphant smile flickered across Sebin's lips. We'll see who is truly favored by the gods later. He then looked towards Gremmin. The uncle was still struggling to deal with the knight in the cloak. Gremmin had to use all his strength to counterattack, but he still couldn't land a fatal blow. Carter was unharmed after those attacks. He looked arrogant and self-satisfied. Since he was superior to a renowned imperial knight, he laughed and challenged his opponent to surrender quickly and forfeit his life. As he let out a haughty laugh, he swung his sword, releasing a dense aura of killing intent. If Gremmin were to take the full brunt of this attack, his old life would be hard to save. Fortunately, fate did not deem him hopeless. Carter's attack was neatly nullified by Sebin, making the knight sigh in frustration. It seems that useless Martin is dead. He truly ruined the task while excelling at destruction, wasting the Pope's trust. Having saved Gremmin at the last moment, Sebin breathed a sigh of relief. The uncle was blaming himself for not defeating the enemy, but Sebin didn't mind. He knew very well that this knight had been completely modified, his strength far exceeding ordinary humans in a conventional way. He was completely devoid of pain, merely an unthinking killing machine created by the church. He could no longer be considered human. Sebin had hit a nerve. Carter panicked but laughed with delight, praising the boy for knowing too many explosive secrets. Just then, Carter's eyes, hidden beneath his cloak, were revealed, glowing blood red. Unfortunately, the more you know, the faster death comes. With that, Carter's body began to transform, astonishing both Sebin and Gremmin. In an instant, he changed from human form into a giant wolf. Carter was indeed no ordinary person but a werewolf. The Banda Church's modification methods were even more depraved than Sebin had ever imagined. However, thanks to his appraisal skill, Sebin felt somewhat relieved, because Carter's berserk enhancement was only temporary. As he spoke, Sebin tightened his grip on his sword hilt, ready to fight to the death with the damned half-man, half-wolf. Carter immediately launched a fatal blow, aiming to corner Sebin. But Sebin dodged with lightning speed and then leaped into the air. Hovering high above, Xibin quickly channeled his energy, causing his entire body to emit a brilliant golden aura. Xibin bravely charged forward, swinging his sword forcefully at the werewolf, forcing it to kneel on one knee to block. His face radiated confidence, because this was the extremely powerful Dragon Starclaw secret technique. Before he could finish off Xibin, Carter was alarmed to see Gremmin ambushing him from behind, pinned by a sword blade in front, and an opponent closing in from behind. Caught in a dilemma, he grumbled, cursing the bugs, then reminded himself not to hesitate. because the longer he maintained his berserk state, the more his life force would be damaged. Carter furiously unleashed his full power. Making his eyes glow a fierce red, he flexed his arms, sending Saibin flying far away, along with hateful curses. Grimond was also kicked by him, sent flying tens of meters away, in great pain. The impact against the wall was so strong that it cracked and broke a section of the wall, with bricks and stones falling down noisily. Carter straightened up, extended his arms forward, then turned his head to look at Saibin with a disdainful expression after the recent failure. With his enormous werewolf body, he grabbed Saibin by the neck, lifting him into the air, causing him to struggle hopelessly, only able to cling to the werewolf's hairy arm. Carter growled, saying he initially intended to hand him over to the Pope, but then he changed his mind, tightening his grip around Saibin's neck. Carter opened his mouth wide, revealing shark, because he wanted to swallow Saibin whole. Before he could understand what was happening, Carter received a full punch directly to his face from Saibin. He smiled confidently, jokingly asking if the werewolf could tear him apart. At this moment, Carter was shocked to realize that his berserk energy had completely vanished. He was stomped forcefully by Saibin and fell head over heels to the ground. He smirked mysteriously, saying that the move he just used was a time-freezing barrier and that Carter himself had broken it, so he couldn't blame anyone. Carter, as if insane, strained to get back on his feet, yelling and accusing Saibin's trick of being utterly despicable. Saibin ignored him. He swung the sword in his hand, decisively delivering fatal strike to Carter. Clenching his fist, he firmly stated that for those fanatical believers in gods, only beheading would make them comply. After speaking, Saibin plunged his sword into the ground and leaned back, letting out a sigh of relief because the trouble was finally resolved smoothly. But then he widened his eyes in alarm, as he suddenly remembered that Grimond was still buried under the rubble. A few soldiers pulled the butler out. Saibin stood nearby, waving to signal a soldier to go invite a priest to treat Grimond, but the soldier scratched his head and replied that there were no priests left in all of Lam Dong City. The soldier pointed to a few headless corpses behind them, explaining that because Saibin had told them to show no mercy, they had slaughtered all the priests, leaving Saibin speechless, only able to praise him. Well done. Saibin helplessly covered his face and sighed, and had to tell the soldier to go into the office to fetch the bottle of life water for Grimond. He raised his hand, ordering the remaining soldiers to search the church ruins and collect anything valuable, causing the two soldiers to immediately acknowledge the order in unison. Saibin stood by, supervising the work while the soldiers diligently dug through the rubble for valuables, when suddenly, a voice emerged from beneath the rubble, asking if Lam Dong City was still short on people. Saibin furrowed his brows and thought, in the near future, I must definitely go to other regions and bring back some priests. They won't have to do anything normally, but when needed, they all step up to heal. Before he could finish thinking, a soldier rushed over to report that they had just discovered an underground chamber. Without a hint of surprise, Saibin appeared very calm, saying that it was completely natural for a church to have an underground chamber. The soldier trembled as he tried to stop him. Lord, the situation down there is very complicated. Perhaps I should go check it for you instead just to be sure. Beneath the church floor, it turned out there was a hidden basement. The soldier held an oil lamp to lead the way as Saibin stepped down. Both of them curiously pushed open the door that had been locked tight for a long time. A pungent smell rushed into his nose, forcing him to quickly cover it with his hand. Saibin, staring at the scene before him in sheer horror. A series of ragged female corpses lay scattered about. Some did not even have a single scrap of clothing to cover themselves. The oil lamp in his hand slipped and fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Obsessed by the graveyard scene and nauseated by the scent of death, the soldier collapsed and vomited uncontrollably right. Saibin's gaze was quickly drawn to an envelope lying on a wooden table. The letter was placed neatly on the tabletop, which was smeared with dried bloodstains. He leaned down and picked up the letter to examine it. He skimmed the content. Dear esteemed Pope, the holy blood ritual has been prepared and will be transferred to the royal capital before June. There are still a few stubborn people in the area, but they are of no concern. I implore you for aid, if possible. Please move Carter elsewhere because he is too conservative and rigid, truly an unbearable fool. After reading the letter, Saibin turned pale with rage, crumpled the paper, slammed it onto the table, and gnashed his teeth, cursing the monks for being completely insane. He thought to himself that it turned out the origin of the holy knights stemmed from this barbaric ritual, with the blood of demi-human girls as the main ingredient. He vaguely realized there was an invisible hand pulling all the strings. Why did the previous lord sweep up demi-human girls so freely? Was this just his own sick obsession, or was someone else behind it? Perhaps the war between the Kolan Empire and the demi-human duchy was also part of this plan. Thinking this far made his mind even more confused. Saibin shook his head and told himself to forget it. Why bother thinking about it? He hadn't even sorted out his own affairs, so how could he find the time to care about the world? The winter night was freezing cold, and the flickering candlelight cast shadows in the dark room. Sibin sat dazed by the table overflowing with gold coins that sparkled under the light. He picked up a gold coin to look at it, then curled his lip in disdain. How can a high priest only have a few coins like this? It truly shames the whole holy see. Drowsiness set in, making him yawn repeatedly. Regardless of what was happening in the world, he would just have a good sleep and figure it out later. Just as he was gleefully walking toward his bed after a long, tiring day, he suddenly froze when he saw someone curled up on his bed. Sibin irritably yanked the blanket off and shouted for whoever it was to show themselves. It turned out the person hiding in the blanket was a sleepy little girl. He exclaimed in surprise, "Why did you crawl in here?" Hearing the sound, the girl rubbed her eyes and looked up. Upon seeing Sibin, she joyfully greeted him. "Welcome, Lord." The little girl pouted cutely, sat up sleepily, and explained that she had come to warm the bed for her master. Kneeling on the soft mattress, she looked both innocent and pure, yet also incredibly charming. Sibin felt delighted, wondering who had taught the girl such things. He flopped down on the bed. Though his heart was racing, he maintained a serious expression and said, "In that case, massage my back. I'm exhausted today." The girl obediently, "Yes, master." While enjoying the comfort, Sibin's hand suddenly touched a strange object hidden on the girl. Curious, he pulled it out to look, and it turned out to be some toys that scattered onto the floor. The girl cried out in panic, "Master, Dante." Loli hastily explained that she had accidentally picked up all these items, which made Sibin laugh and exclaim, "You're truly a mischievous little squirrel. No one hides things better than you. But, are those timid eyes afraid I'll snatch away your precious treasures?" While he was lost in thought, his eyes suddenly lit up as if he had just remembered something extremely important. "Oh, that's right, there's that other thing too." Little Loli was still bewildered, not understanding what her master was referring to. Sibin then stood up, turned around, helped Loli up, and said, "Whatever items you have, just put them all in here. Don't hide them on yourself anymore." Loli joyfully wrapped her arms around him and chirped her thanks to her master. The beautiful girl with charming eyes expressed her desire to personally attend to her master as he went to sleep, because it was already late. Hearing the girl say that, Sibin jumped, horrified at the thought that Loli must have learned these things because Chris had spoiled her. He tried very hard to use his reason to ask Loli how old she was this year. "Master, if counted by human standards, Loli is 18, but by demi-human standards, I'm only 16. Sibin was as delighted as a child receiving a gift, his eyes shining brightly when Loli said that demi-humans become adults at 14. He immediately calculated in his head, thinking that being an adult meant it was legal. Suddenly, a ding echoed a system notification, detecting a surge in the host's male hormones and heart rate. Diagnosis: the host is about to engage in reproductive behavior. Based on the female organisms the host has recently had close contact with, the reproductive target is identified as the close maid, Loli. Warning: Loli's physique is extremely frail. Forcibly initiating reproductive behavior. Host, please investigate the specific causes and improve Loli's physical condition before proceeding with this action. Hearing those words, he was completely immersed in disappointment and had no choice but to release the arm that was embracing Loli. Sibin simply collapsed onto the bed, making Loli worried. "The bed warming isn't even done yet, and master's already like this." The girl still tried to explain that Miss Chris had told her to hug him, and also to. Before those words, both innocent and tempting, he could not be more desperate. All his sins, morals, and conscience surged forth. It was Loli's very words that prevented Sibin from taking further action, and now he could only bury his face in his hands and cry, wondering, did I misunderstand? Is warming the bed like this enough? After a long night, the morning sun pierced through the window frame, making the entire room bright. After a sleepless night of tossing and turning, dark circles appeared under his eyes. Sibin warily complained to the system that he wanted to claim his reward. The system immediately displayed a notification that the host had completed all daily tasks. The system's announcement of the reward made him sit up abruptly, both eager and curious to know what it was. "Congratulations, host, you have received a Minotaur warrior. The reward will be delivered in a reasonable manner. Host, please prepare an empty plot of land. There is no critical bonus for this reward. Please continue your efforts, host." Hearing this, he could only sigh in disappointment that there was no critical bonus. Then, he suddenly became unusually cheerful and excited. Although there was no critical bonus, this was a Minotaur, an elite unit of the Beastman Empire. They were natural heavy armored infantry, their status equivalent to the Crusaders of the Colon Empire, and their general strength reached that of a great knight. While he was wondering what the reasonable manner of delivery would be, the system suddenly emitted a beam of blue light, piquing Sibin's curiosity. A warrior appeared before him. The dazzling light made him squint, but in his mind, he had already guessed who it was. Before his eyes, it was none other than the Minotaur warrior the system had just mentioned. He was tall and burly, with valiant eyes, holding a large axe tightly in his hand. All of this was within Sibin's predictions. That Minotaur's name was Gath, a warrior from the Bradhoof clan with skills including primitive charge, war stomp, and shattering cleave. He immediately declared his loyalty. The Bradhoof clan pledges its full strength for you, my great lord. These Minotaurs were not native inhabitants of the Kaneda continent. They came from another world. A knock echoed at the door. It was Loli, carrying a cake and a cup of water. Saibin's breakfast. Before Saibin could understand what was happening, he hastily shouted, Loli, wait a moment. Don T opened the door. The little girl had just stepped inside. What met Loli's eyes was the huge figure of the Minotaur. Greetings, strange human girl, he spoke. He had frightened the little girl so much that she was scared out of her wits. Saibin yelled, you idiot, you've scared her away. Warrior Gath hastily explained himself and sincerely apologized to Saibin, who was clutching his face. My lord master, you jest. I am actually a very gentle person. I meant no harm at all. Saibin thought to himself, this is just an overreaction of fright. The people in the castle Dante know about you yet, so it's unavoidable that they be wary upon seeing you for the first time. They'll get used to it eventually. Little Laurie was still fainted from terror after seeing the personnel. Saibin quickly assigned some men to take the recruits on a tour to greet the castle residents before assigning specific tasks. The rowdy lackeys roared with determination when Saibin promised that they shouldn't worry. Since this land was right next to the Empire, there would be plenty of battles to fight, so there was no need to fear being stuck on guard duty forever, though he quickly became annoyed because their shouting was deafening. Little Laurie woke up in a panic, her sparkling eyes still filled with shock. He asked if Laurie was awake yet. Her face was pale as a ghost as she whispered that there were monsters in the castle. Those monsters were massive. Laurie's height could only barely reach their knees. Laurie jumped and hugged Saibin tightly, then hurriedly urged him to escape, saying that if they encountered any demons while fleeing, he should just throw her to them to be eaten so that he could take the chance to run away quickly. Saibin hugged the little girl tightly and joked that he wasn't sure if there were demons in the castle, but right now, he was the monster about to gobble her up. Laurie rested her head against his chest, and her mind felt slightly less panicked. In the middle of their tender moment, Goodbye burst in to report that there was an express letter for him, instantly shattering the sweet atmosphere between the two. Witnessing that intimate moment, Goodbye stood frozen for 5 seconds, knowing he had just interrupted his boss fun. Laurie was both sweet and very sensible, so she quickly suggested that her master should focus on official business while she went to Miss Grit's to study. The girl's face turned bright red as she quickly vanished through the door. Goodbye frantically explained that he hadn't seen anything at all, absolutely nothing, and that he would leave the letter on the floor for now. The letter lay on the floor while Saibin roared in fury, ordering him to come back immediately. Saibin pointed directly at Goodbye with a murderous look, declaring that since the soldiers had been working hard lately, he was punished to wash their underwear and socks for a month. Goodbye simply scratched his head and obeyed his orders. Saibin reached out to pick up the letter placed on the table. He intently studied every single line. Dear Lord Eagle, my Hakka territory has just been pillaged by beastmen, and I hope for timely assistance from my neighboring lord. After finishing the letter, Saibin came up with dozens of calculations. Just imagining the sight of Tilimbo kneeling and begging for mercy made him deliriously happy. He was extremely satisfied. Since Hakka territory was hit, they had sent an urgent request for aid. That region sat right below the Eagle Land and next to Shankwang Town, serving as a buffer zone, and since their survival affected his, he definitely had to rescue them, though he intended to use this trip to squeeze them for all they were worth. While he was calculating, the system board suddenly flashed an update on the daily villain quest line. The first requirement was to steal a pair of socks from any maid in the castle. The second was to seize a shipment of about 10,000 gold coins from a neighbor, and the third was to tease the demi-human saintess. Saibin grimaced and shook his head in frustration. It was as if this strange system knew he was about to extort to limbo and meet players, and it even forced him to tease the demi-human saintess. At this moment, little Laurie was soaking in the bathtub, slowly enjoying a relaxing time. Saibin covered his head and face in black clothing, leaving only his eyes visible, sighing because the perverted system threw all the infamy on him. Despite being a lord, he had to steal socks, and with only 2 maids in the castle, if he couldn't take from Chris, he'd have to target Laurie's things. Just as she stepped out of the bathtub, Laurie was terrified to see Saibin standing right there. She immediately screamed that there was a pervert. Laurie panicked, closed her eyes tight, and screamed for help. Suddenly, a towel flew through the air and landed right on her face. Hearing the frantic cry for help, Goodbye hurriedly led some soldiers in, shouting that someone needed help and to move quickly. Saibin hid carefully behind the corner of the wardrobe and bitterly grumbled that it was that man Goodbye again. Why did he always show up at exactly the most awkward moments? He burst through the door and bellowed, "What's going on here? Which pervert is lurking around?" However, the sight that met his eyes was completely different from what he had imagined. Saibin was gently holding Laurie in his arms, soothing her, "Don't be afraid, I am here. That lecher has already run off. Hearing him grumble a string of complaints, Goodbye could only sigh that the city's order had become too lax lately, allowing a scoundrel to infiltrate all the way here. Fortunately, the Lord's exceptional talent intervened in time, otherwise the consequences would have been dire. Seizing this, Bin added a few more words. Turns out, making you do laundry for a whole month before was too lenient. How about we increase it to 3 months now? I am sure you wouldn't object. Right, Goodbye reluctantly. I am completely convinced and submit. He secretly sighed in relief for narrowly escaping disaster. Otherwise, his lifelong honor would have vanished into thin air. Seeing this, Lori smiled, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, Actually, Master doesn't need to sneak around at all. If you are willing, I will offer everything to you immediately. Bin was startled and broke out in a cold sweat. Wait a minute, has this girl sensed something already? Lori, listen to my explanation first. Meanwhile, in the Black River territory, the most powerful figure in the region, Talambo, was scrutinizing Bin's reply letter, his face pale with anger. He then shrieked and scolded his subordinates about the outrageous conditions the other party demanded in return for their rescue efforts, but what infuriated the old boss most was Bin's arrogant remark. He dared to say that if Talambo didn't prepare enough tribute according to the list, he could just bring a new. Reaching his breaking point, the old leader immediately tore the letter into 100 pieces, then roared that if the Black River territory fell, the Hung territory could not stand idly by. Could that brat be so ignorant as to not realize this obvious fact? After saying that, the old leader did not hesitate to swing his leg and kick, sending his trusted bodyguard sprawling to the ground. His hand was tightly gripping a heavy sword that gleamed with a cold light. As he slowly approached his subordinate, he spewed hair-raising threats about the crime of secretly profiting from tax money. If he doesn't come up with a feasible, brilliant plan today, the head on his shoulders will end up rolling in the graveyard. Dak tremblingly, quickly dragging himself close to the old leader's ear to whisper. He proposed a devious scheme to exploit the situation, which pleased the old boss immensely upon hearing it. Returning to Bin, at this moment, he was majestically on horseback, leading a large army to quell the Beastman insurgency. His towering aura and dazzling radiance covered a vast area of the map. After traveling a certain distance, Butler Gremmin began to feel that something was amiss and hard to understand. According to the original plan, the army was supposed to rush to the rescue of the Black River territory. However, their current direction led straight towards Thenquang town. Bin calmly explained that if they were to directly confront the notoriously fierce and warlike Beastmen now, they would only suffer a humiliating defeat. That's why we have to stop by Thenquang town to implement the strategy of borrowing the wind to break the rice shoots. The Lord's cryptic answer made the old butler scratch his head and tug at his ear, wondering to himself what kind of strange illness has taken hold of Master lately, making him speak so incomprehensible. At the same time, in Thenquang town, a young man named Lum Kudum was sitting grandly on the city wall, playing a game of chance with the guards. His mouth endlessly praised the leisurely days since they had captured this place, saying they only needed to sit back, wait for their shift to end, and then go meet the Saintess to collect their rewards, without expending any sweat or effort. As the group was engrossed in their victory and idleness, Bin's figure suddenly appeared right behind them. He spoke in a sarcastic tone, criticizing them for being overly lazy, daring to play cards while on duty. The blonde soldier immediately argued defiantly that no one could work hard as a hired hand forever. If we keep toiling away without getting promoted or finding any good equipment, it's better to just hide up here and gamble our days away. Bin heard this, then chuckled faintly and asked, What if Lord Hung suddenly pays a visit? The blonde soldier immediately pouted and replied defiantly, If that lord dares to show his face here, I'll teach him a lesson immediately. No sooner had he finished speaking than Bin swung the sword in his hand forcefully, plunging it into the ground right next to the blonde soldier's foot. The terrifying force caused a cloud of dust to erupt and cling to the man's shoes. He then calmly squatted down, one hand pressing on the hilt of the sword, while the other lightly patted the soldier's cheek. A murderous smile played on the corners of his lips as he softly told him, Go ahead and make your move so I can witness it. The sudden ambush left Alam Quem and his group so startled they gaped, speechless. As for the blonde soldier, his face was utterly pale, frozen like a statue. It took a long while for their wits to return. Lam Pim frantically rallied all the troops and citizens in the city to prepare for battle, because the evil god Hung has personally come to settle accounts. All the soldiers and cavalry in the city stood rooted to the spot at this moment, still unable to fully comprehend the sudden calamity befalling them. Deep inside the main hall, the Saintess, along with the Child of Destiny, Dipiko, were utterly shocked and terrified by Bin's sudden reappearance. Beads of sweat dripped from both their pale faces. The Saintess clasped her hands tightly together, her face sorrowful, and looked up to the sky, wailing, Oh, divine beings, must my poor people once again be engulfed in the flames of war? While Dipito was facing the sad-looking Saintess, he irritably swung his sword, and a flash of light split a tree in half, declaring in anger that Lord Hunji Kotkumju had come to him instead of him seeking them out. Today, I will teach you a lesson you won't forget for daring to provoke me, Dipako. A troop of imposing, cold-faced soldiers in armor stood awaiting orders after Dippo's arrogant declaration. On the city wall, Saibin remained as nonchalant as if nothing had happened. He pointed his sword directly at the mortals, followed by his demon army. Inside the simple room, outside the window, a crowd was gathering to gossip. A terrifyingly silent atmosphere enveloped the room. To dispel that atmosphere, Saibin crossed his legs, solemnly stated his purpose for coming, and made an offer in a gentle, cheerful tone. Contrasting Saibin's calm and cheerful demeanor, Saintess Rui suddenly sprang from her seat as if a spring had been placed beneath her feet, slammed her hand on the table, her face clearly showing anger at Lord Saibin's offer. Seeing no room for negotiation, Saibin decided to reveal his hand to Rui. Saibin stood up, pressed himself close to Rui, overwhelming her furious, and sternly stated that this was an order he was issuing to Rui and her army to obey, not a request for her opinion. Rui and her companions could discuss terms with Shibin, but they had no right to refuse him. Otherwise, he would flatten Chan Then Kwang and cast Rui and her demi-human race out into the wilderness. Shibin can do, reminding Rui that Chathan Kwang now belonged to his territory. With the faint light of a saintess, Rui replied. With a somewhat wronged expression, she responded to sloated affirmations, stating that this place was once the homeland of the demi-human race, and she only asked for a home to live in. Why was such a small request so difficult for Shibin to grant? Shibin sneered, calling Rui naive and adorable. The demi-human country had perished long ago. All the land now belonged to him, and he had no obligation to bestow Chan Then Kwang upon Rui and her demi-human kin. Shibin again raised Rui's chin, teasingly remarking that if Rui agreed to go with him and join his harem, then Shibin would consider not using Rui's demi-human race as cannon fodder in the upcoming battle, and might even bestow Chan Then Kwang upon her. At this moment, the system appeared and announced that Shibin's mission to tease the demi-human saintess had been completed. Cutting off Shibin's teasing, Dippo lunged forward, his face showing long suppressed resentment, thinking he would teach Shibin a lesson to show off in front of the saintess and the curious crowd outside the window. In response to Dippo's arrogance, Shibin merely glanced at him with sharp eyes, gently waved his hand. How could he possibly resist? Causing Dippo to tumble to the ground without even having time to react. A bright red handprint was imprinted on Dippo's face, leaving him unconscious with saliva spewing all over the floor. Shibin sneered. Dippo, it's only been a few days since we last met, and you already miss my slap. Accompanying this was a reminder to everyone in the room not to forget that he had a powerful army waiting for orders outside. Shibin did not want to see Rui and her demi-human race anymore. He emphasized once more, either your demi-human race becomes cannon fodder for Shibin, then I will agree to Rui's conditions. Entrust Chen Then Kwang to you, or wait for my demon army to flatten Chafan Then Kwang, and give you and all the demi-humans 10 minutes to think about it. As he spoke, Saibin turned and walked towards the door, casually tossing something he had just used to wipe his hands onto the ground. The powerful throw created a trail of white smoke as it fell. At this moment, all the demi-humans in the room, after watching Saibin approached to see what he had thrown. It turned out to be a white sock. Everyone felt that Saibin was truly a pervert, having accidentally grabbed a sock he had just put on his foot to wipe his hands instead of a towel. He felt deeply embarrassed inside, but he remained determined to maintain his cool aura and would not let his elegant poise be dampened by a minor oversight. Saibin strode outside with a leisurely air despite the demi-human staring intently, telling himself to remain unfazed, because as long as he didn't feel embarrassed, they would be the ones feeling awkward. Just as his mind was screaming with immense embarrassment, a mysterious player suddenly lunged out from somewhere and blocked Saibin's path. This character was named Avatar, a low-ranking apprentice wizard, who immediately declared that their faction had approved Saibin's request. However, he also needed to fulfill the wish of returning the god light treasure and vow before the gods not to backtrack and seize it again. Saibin smirked coldly, asking Avatar if the previous proposal was the wish of the demi-human people or, in fact, the desire of the saintess. Avatar stood with hands on hips, confidently asserting that the position of all citizens was also the saintess' wish. Hearing this, Saibin let out a breath of relief and nodded in acceptance, even though he never worshipped any deities. He decided to pledge his honor as a knight, promising to return the god light treasure as soon as the war ended, provided the demi-human tribe dedicated themselves to the effort. Having spoken, he lightly bumped his left chest with his fist to seal the oath. A dull thud echoed as a powerful validation, but Avatar suddenly recalled several nasty rumors about Saibin and immediately added insult to injury, lashing out because she heard this hawk lord did not value knightly honor as much as he pretended to. Faced with this difficult situation, Saibin only needed to flash a radiant smile, place his hand on his chest with an overwhelming villainous aura, and cleverly explained that he was a knight before becoming a lord and an earl, so he was willing to bet his life to maintain his original dignity. Just then, Rue called out from inside and hurriedly rushed out. Everyone around stared wide-eyed as she walked. The morning sun shone down, highlighting her snow-white skin and glistening hair under her veil, enhancing the saintess' elegant and seductive aura. Rue placed one hand over her chest to convey the sincere feelings from the depths of her heart, understanding that her demi-human compatriots always devoted themselves to their homeland, yet they did not need to sacrifice their lives. She extended her other hand with a leader's dignity, boldly declaring that as the saintess, she could not bear to see her people rush into danger. Inside the house, Depot also voiced a sharp contradiction. Although one side of his face still bore the clear mark of 5 fingers from Sebin's eye-popping slap, he still argued intensely that even if players could respawn, their power stats would drop drastically. So how could the demi-human tribe have enough force to resist the boss? Daipo marched aggressively into the middle of the demi-human crowd, loudly asserting that he was the one who had summoned them all, so he absolutely would not approve of the demi-human tribe merging with Sebin's faction. Sebin leaned close to Rui's ear and whispered that she managed this place quite well, except for the heavy dead-weight comrades by her side. The comment infuriated Dipao, but he winced when he saw Sebin raise his hand with a sinister smile. Dipao hurriedly covered the cheek that Sebin had just lovingly slapped, where the red 5-finger mark still remained. Exactly at that time, all players present simultaneously received a notification from the game. The message required everyone to follow the Hawk Lord Sebin to urgently reinforce Black River Pass, leaving the players wide-eyed in astonishment. Only by living long enough would they see a villain boss issuing quest players. Thanks to that, Sebin's plan to recruit reinforcements to hunt the Beastkin tribe was successfully completed. Sebin sat majestically on his war sword in hand, as his brave army headed straight toward the Black River Ridge. At Black River City, the local lord walked side by side with his close subordinate, and the entire population were joyfully welcoming Sebin and his powerful reinforcement forces. Just as Sebin had stepped down and had yet to stand firmly, the master of Black River rushed forward to enthusiastically greet the reinforcement, repeatedly expressing deep gratitude for Sebin's timely arrival. Ignoring the con, Sebin simply tossed the horse reins into the lord's hand, gave a cold, contemptuous, and strode straight inside, leaving the man standing there like a stunned mullet. Even the nearby horse gave him a look of profound disdain, leaving him completely bewildered as to what he had done wrong. Proceeding deep into the hall space, Sebin leaned back in his chair, his hands clasped before his chest, flatly declaring to Lord Talambo that he didn't have time to chit-chat, demanding that he immediately report all intelligence regarding the Beastkin tribe. Lord Talambo quickly and submissively clasped his hands to obey, then turned to shout at the guards to urgently present the important items for Sebin to review. The guard quickly pulled out a map and spread it before Sai Bin, explaining that this was the terrain of Black River Pass, which had been swarmed and almost completely burned down by the aggressive Beastkin army 3 days ago. The guard pointed at the map and indicated that near the Haha Ridge area, there was a village named Carter where more than 6,000 monster troops were stationed. The human side had only 50 gunmen. The enemy's quick movements like squirrels caused the Haha army to taste defeat several times in battle. The soldier continued to point at the corner of the map and named several small hamlets around Haha that had not yet fallen into enemy hands, including Dako, Lokso, and Thayatech. Sai Bin pensively rested his chin on his hand and thought. His somber expression suggested he was plotting for a grand decisive battle about to take place in Thayatech village. The scene shifts to Thayatech village. In the distance, a range of undulating mountains is partially hidden in the morning mist. Below is a deep blue river shimmering under the sun, originating from a mountain ravine and flowing downstream, dividing the lush grassland into 2 banks for the 2 races to dwell on. The beastman guard panicked and rushed straight into the tent, hurriedly reporting that the human forces had advanced to conquer their very lair. Leader Hait Na was gnawing on a huge leg of meat when he blankly scratched his head, not understanding how the humans had managed to find his group's hiding place. On the land across the river, Sai Bin walked alongside the butler Jeramung and Tilambo of the Haha faction, quietly surveying the enemy camp. Tilambo curiously questioned Sai Bin on how he could have sensed the monster army hiding in Thayatech village. Hearing that, Sai Bin lowered his binoculars, turned to look at Tilambo, and bluntly called him an idiot. Then he told the butler Jeramung to enlighten Tilambo by sharing his own perspective. The old butler, dressed in a neat suit, raised his finger to analyze that Thayatech village was located near Haktach town and had a waterway advantage for transporting goods, while also providing a convenient attack road along the water. On the opposite side, a beastman knight was proudly riding a white wolf, delivering an arrogant message from Chief Hait Na. He promised to spare Sai Bin and all his soldiers, provided he obediently laid down his weapons and surrendered immediately. But because of the language barrier between the 2 species, Sai Bin stood there blankly, not understanding what the other was growling about. At this time, a blue-haired subordinate named Dak took the opportunity to show off his pet academy certificate to apply as a translator, but Saibin coldly waved him away before he could show his skills. After speaking, Saibin pulled out an arrow and drew his bow to the limit, accumulating a brilliant glow in every moment. Saibin suddenly released the arrow, leaving the knight on the other side dazed and unable to react in time. The shot hit him right between the eyes, knocking the monster off the back of the beast. He fell backward, witnessing their comrade fall dead at their feet. The monster army's blood boiled as they tensed up, ready to explode into a fierce slaughter. They charged tenaciously, their wild roars mixing with blaring horns to demonstrate their frantic desire for slaughter. On this side, Saibin nonchalantly monitored each step of the enemy's advance as they closed from 100 steps down to 80. In contrast to Saibin's calmness, Talambo sweated profusely out of fear, whimpering in worry about what to do once the monsters swarmed over. Recognizing that the time was ripe, Saibin solemnly ordered the whole army to prepare to receive the enemy, and the archers quickly tightened their strings. Following that order, the mutant mage battalion was allowed to cast their spells freely. Right as soon as Saibin's command ended, the sky was immediately filled with streaks of brilliant red fire like meteors raining down on the monsters, leaving the green-skinned demons looking up blankly at the sky. They appeared dazed as they did not yet understand the disaster that had struck. Not until the rain of arrows and magic hit the center of their formation did the monsters realize they were being attacked. Shibin's army surged forward with great bravery after their victory, causing the enemy to collapse in heaps amid tragic wails. Delivering a fatal axe blow, the gamer caused a goblin to groan and collapse on the spot. Another was pierced through the chest by a sharp blade, screaming heart-wrenching pain. Sneaking up behind the axe-wielding man was a muscular six-pack beast with eyes as red as strawberry juice, bearing its sharp fangs and enthusiastically performing a devastating bamboo-splitting move. From the safe area in the rear, Shibin, Gremond, and Talambo watched the fierce clash between the two sides intently. Sensing their side was at a disadvantage, Shibin turned to ask Talambo and the knights to move forward and clear out the troublesome monsters. Didn't he forget to issue a subtle threat that if the old man dared to play any tricks, his end would be far more miserable than those monsters, which terrified Talambo so much that beads of sweat poured down as he twisted his hands together and repeatedly waved them in frantic denial. As soon as Shibin focused his strength and roared a protection skill, a brilliant golden aura enveloped him and spread everywhere, granting the entire army countless superior offensive and defensive stats. Exuding the aura of a cool leader, Shibin ordered the knights to charge straight into the enemy lair while the swordsmen quietly provided cover from behind, all while reminding everyone to stay alert and avoid being surrounded by the enemy's infantry. The soldiers boisterously raised their battle flags and weapons, shouting slogans that shook the very air, their resounding roars fueling a surging energy in everyone's veins. Gripping his weapon, Shibin sped off like a bolt of lightning, leaving a brilliant trail of light as he swept through the goblins, slicing them in half instantly. Suddenly appearing behind Shibin, the leader of the beast faction slowly approached on a lion, emitting a deathly, dark red aura that stained the surrounding air. The status screen immediately displayed the monster boss profile, real name Biden, nickname Bloodtooth, a tribal leader at level 42. Shibin and Bloodtooth immediately clashed in battle, the atmosphere now echoing only with the clanging of metal and countless sparks flying everywhere. It was expected to be a long, breathless struggle. Yet in the blink of an eye, Bloodtooth was struck by Shibin and sent flying, his weapon slipping from his grasp and soaring into the air. Despite being defeated at Shibin's feet, the boss remained defiant, bitterly shouting that no matter how powerful Shibin was, his forces were being completely depleted. The reinforcements on the beast's side were still incredibly numerous. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and pulled a small white whistle from his pocket, gripping it tightly in his hand. Sensing the opponent's plot to call for reinforcements, Shibin tried to rush forward to stop him, but it was too late. Bloodtooth puffed his cheeks and blew a deep breath, causing a vivid red magic circle to appear. Stepping out from the void was a colossal super beast with bloodshot eyes and sharp fangs, looking absolutely. An unlucky knight was accidentally snatched up by it, unable to do anything but wail piteously. Desperate pleas for life rang out, but the surrounding crowd just stared at each other in shocked terror, praying for divine protection. People whispered in confusion that these creatures were supposed to be from the north. At that moment, the unlucky man was instantly turned into prey to be torn limb from limb. This creature is known as a great beast, possessing powerful skills such as devastate, trample, and riot. With a demonic reputation points in the tens of thousands, the Northern Empire is no stranger to these demonic minions. On this side, Shibin was exhaustedly carrying the weight of the battle. Oh my, as many as 7 great beasts appeared, turning the knights' faces pale as they frantically urged their lord to retreat immediately. He quickly calculated in his head that his battle aura was nearly depleted, and a knight without aura is like a tiger without its fangs, so he couldn't stay here forever. He had to carve a path of blood to escape. So he spoke in a resounding voice to command his troops, "All knights, attention, gather around me to break through this encirclement together." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a lightning-fast sword swing that took down 3 beasts, then continued to strike down the remaining monsters, causing yellow liquid to splash everywhere. Tightening his grip on the sword hilt, his entire body radiated a brilliant energy that burned ever more intensely as he reminded everyone not to get bogged down in this place. One soldier asked him with clear anxiety, "Lord, what about you?" But in that critical moment, he disregarded his own safety, determined only to clear out the monsters, urging everyone to retreat first while he stayed behind to block the path, calculating that Gremlin's group would likely arrive soon. The Special Ability Corps was also exhausting their strength in battle. An archer in the distance shouted, "Lord, don't you dare die, because your experience points must be saved for us," while a girl, swinging her fists, wondered where the bull-headed knights were, and the man beside her replied that they were probably blocked by enemy forces since there had been no sign of them for a while. A series of deafening roars shrieked through the air as the ox-headed warrior furiously swung his axe, cleaving the beast's body in two. The army then eagerly charged forward, brimming with power and steadfast loyalty. Over on the other side, Beeman carried a massive corpse, baring his claws in an attempt to end the life of the ox-headed warrior facing him. Unexpectedly, that warrior was so strong that he pinned down the razor-sharp claws, freezing his opponent in his tracks. Such was the majesty of the Black Doof clan. With blood-red eyes full of murderous intent, he roared, "Leave these wild savages to us brothers to handle." The bloodthirsty crowd suddenly looked bewildered as something flew straight down to the ground. Hup, what just happened? It turned out the ox-headed warrior had quickly dealt with Beeman, leaving him unconscious on the ground. "Get up, you big brute." His presence made everyone cheer with excitement. "It's the ox-headed hero. Our savior has arrived." Witnessing the scene, Beeman panicked. Where did that ox-headed guy come from? Why is there a stranger like this on the Beastman's side? Hunchback Wolf, go investigate. But no matter how much he called, no one answered, making him turn his head back in suspicion. Hunchback Wolf. Suddenly, a cold voice cut in, "Don't bother calling." Cryman suddenly, resting his sword against his neck and declaring firmly, "He*s dead." Curtains down. The dire news left him stunned in disbelief. What? The battle finally came to an end, and all the people joyfully danced and cheered. A great victory. Lord Saibin is truly godlike in battle. Black River City shall forever remember your grace. Suddenly, Talambo came running breath, crying out, "Lord Earl," sitting leisurely on his horse. The young man smiled upon seeing him and said, "Greetings, Lord Talambo." Before the old man could open his mouth, he chuckled and teased, "What is it? In a hurry to bring money to pay your debt." Dripping with sweat, Talambo's, "My lord, the victory is entirely thanks to you. However, this Black River region is too remote, so we haven't been able to gather the 10,000 gold coins and military gear just yet." He silently took the paper while listening to the old man rattle on, "But I have drafted the pledge right here. Today, I am giving you half the payment along with some armor and food. The rest will be settled next year, so please forgive me. Furthermore, I have a rather cheeky request to ask that you hand the Beastman chief over to me. He owes the people of Black River far too much, so I need to execute him publicly as an example." Hearing this, he clicked his tongue and agreed just to get it over with. Talambo then pressed on, "The victory feast has already been set up. Are you really not staying a while?" But the young lord simply waved his hand decisively. "Forget it, just bring out the rest of the money and goods now. I have urgent matters to attend to." Hearing that, a cunning smile appeared on the old man's face as he replied, "Understood. I will have the guards escort the supplies out to you right away." Lying in his cell, the Bloodfang chief, who had been chained up after his defeat, suddenly heard a shout, "Hey, you beast, get up and look." Having just lethargically glanced to the side, it was nearly shocked out of its wits upon seeing something strange. "Do you know what this item is?" Catching sight of Talambo holding a scroll covered in weird, bright red symbols, it instantly recognized it. Could this be the earthquake magic scroll that only our leaders can activate? The old man chuckled and explained, "A souvenir from my father after he finished off a chief just like you. If I hadn't searched carefully, I wouldn't have even known I had such a prime item. Luckily, it turned out to be very useful today." Looking at him curiously, it posed a question. "Were you so certain I would fail so miserably?" Hearing this, the old man put on an extremely disdainful look. "I wasn't sure you'd lose, but if you did and I didn't have this item, I would lose 10,000 gold coins to that kid for nothing." By this point, the old man did not even bother to hide his ambitions. "If you had won, he and I would be finished. But luckily, I have this scroll. Since you lost, I get to enjoy the spoils while he goes to meet his maker." Hearing this, it sprang up and praised, "You truly are a ruthless ruler." Hearing that tone, Talambo thought it had relented and beamed with joy. "Does that mean you're willing to help me use this item? As long as you play along, I'll spare your miserable life." But Beaton brushed it off. "No need. I am willing to serve you and help you cast the earthquake magic to kill that lord and his troops. Once it's done, I only ask for a grave on the battlefield, for that is where I belong." The old man nodded and said, "Fine then, follow me out here." But suddenly, it pointed straight at the scroll and interrupted. No need for all that trouble. For this spell to work, it only takes a few drops of my blood and a few incantations in the ancient tongue, and it'll all be set off right away. Seeing the treasure begin to glow filled the old man with sheer ecstasy. Stepping outside, he stood on high and let out a boisterous laugh, scaring the wits out of the knights below. A sinister expression came over his face as he held the bright red scroll high for all to see. O Honorable Eagle Earl, I wish you a pleasant evening. Regrettably, I must now break some sad news. The bright star of the kingdom, young master of the Golden Lion House, you are about to meet your end by this earthquake magic. Finishing his words, Talambo pointed straight down at Sebin standing below and threatened, I only need to chant a few incantations, and boom, you will all be buried alive. This is all your own doing, all because of your greedy nature. Sebin of the Golden Lion House. Now, do you have any last words before returning to Mother Earth, noble Earl? Despite being severely burned, he did not flinch or show any fear. On the contrary, he gave a thumbs up and sneered, my last words, what would I possibly have to say? A small fry like you who overestimates himself actually thinks he can take my life. That remark caught the old man off guard. Huh, what? His eyes turned bloodshot and terrifying, green veins bulging on his forehead out of pure rage. Bravo. I originally intended to watch you beg piteously, but since you insist on being stubborn and shed tears until you see the coffin, then go right ahead and vanish into nothingness. Taking advantage of the opponent's distraction, he quickly hit a faint streak of light right at the entrance gate. At the same time, a severe wound was clearly visible on the man's body, with crimson blood gushing out endlessly. His eyes narrowed and his facial muscles contorted in pain from the discomfort enveloping his entire body. A soldier suddenly stepped forward and snatched the scroll, saying, I am truly sorry for making you talk so much. Honestly, I have been eagerly waiting for this moment. If it weren't for wanting to preserve the relic, you wouldn't have lived until now. The other man stood frozen, his teeth chattering in utter shock. Talambo's voice rang out haltingly, saying, I have always trusted you. However, those redundant words were ignored as the blade was quickly swung. Perhaps a minor character would never believe that his most trusted guard belonged to the enemy side. The body collapsed onto the cold ground, struggling to whisper a few names before his breath faded away. If he hadn't been determined to fight to the death with the young master today, things would probably not have gone this far. Today the sky was deep blue with gentle rays of sunlight stretching out. After finishing his work, he hurriedly ran toward the person sitting on the chair and called out loudly, Young master, long time no see. The person sitting there smiled, recognizing Alex's familiar. The helmet was removed to reveal a lively face and a wink. This time, I've helped you solve a major problem. Looking at the person in front of him, he was a bit hesitant because the voice sounded exactly like an old acquaintance. I had a hunch ever since I looked at the map, but why are you here? He honestly shared that it was an order from the leader. The story of the insider began to be retold. He would step in to take action when necessary, but now this undercover mission had ended. He rested his chin on his hand, wondering what plot his father was hatching next. His face suddenly became more solemn. It was almost time for the frail, elderly king to rearrange his critical plans for the future. That change in attitude made him briefly worry about the health of the kingdom's leader, but soon after, he took the initiative to share a new idea with Alex, which made him extremely curious. A moment later, Alex's scream shook the entire forest, sending a flock of small birds fluttering away in fear. The news of using something so important to nourish an item in the sanctuary was truly hard to believe. That overreaction made Sibin sigh and frustrate. He reminded the other to keep quiet instead of being noisy, and seeing this, the man stood up and expressed his desire to leave immediately, with a promise to bring back achievements to present to the king in exchange for a reward for him. He showed clear determination in every word. Having no other choice, he could only nod and let the man depart. Sibin and his companion stood at the entrance to Talambo's vault, intently listening to the strange echoes coming from inside. A brilliant stream of light radiating from inside made everyone's eyes widen in surprise. He stared blankly at the mountain of precious metals, silently blaming the owner of this place for playing poor all this time. The order to gather the entire treasure was quickly issued. The round wooden wheels on the outside began to roll quickly along the trail. The escort troops rode their horses in turn, pulling heavy crates of goods in a single line as they left the base. Looking at the stream of wealth moving before their eyes, many couldn't help but feel envious, as they weren't even as rich as an ordinary person. Some even had the urge to secretly pocket a little without anyone knowing. The quest notification board popped up to announce the completion of the challenges. Satisfied, he ordered the system to automatically claim future rewards without asking for his permission again. The spinning needle stopped at a special slot, granting him a rare curio. This stream of primordial energy immediately merged into his body, making him clearly feel the changes within. He wondered about the swirling mass of blue energy before his eyes, not knowing the true origin or meaning of this kind of power. The system immediately explained that it was the sole source of natural energy, comprising all the most primal forms of power in the world. The lengthy information only gave him more of a headache due to its vagueness. The nature of this strange energy remained an enigma hard to put into words. The subsequent information indicated that this item allowed pure creatures to perceive and awaken the latent abilities within their bloodline. Thinking he also had the potential, he intended to try it out but received a cold rejection from the operating system. That frustrated him, making him wonder what the actual use of this item was. Could it be that he had to act as an energy transmitter for those around him? Nevertheless, curiosity prompted him to ask about the criteria for a pure creature, only to receive a highly practical example of the animal he was riding. Looking at the steed's cute appearance made him chuckle. What tricks are you up to this time, my beloved horse? I definitely love animal ears, but combining them with a horse really leaves me speechless. Resting his chin on his hand, he quietly pondered. It was probably because Senza possessed an innate wild bloodline, and according to the system, he himself acted as a catalyst that helped all things evolve, which explained its expression. The other horses standing around seemed indifferent. Senza's sphere of influence was naturally quite limited, and the system had revealed that awakening one's bloodline from the breath of the wild depended entirely on innate talent. At the mansion of the town chief of Divine Light, inside the closed room, the two sides sat facing each other, divided as if on two opposing front lines. Rui spoke up with an embarrassed, blushing face. Lord Great Eagle, if you have no objections, let's finalize the transfer contract for Divine Light Town. He reached out his hand to take the agreement document. Suddenly, something caught his eye, causing his complexion to turn pale with a bit of horror. From the paper, the image of a tall, platinum-haired woman glowing brilliantly suddenly appeared behind his back. It was the blessing from the God of Order. That sudden appearance left Sibin slack-jawed and speechless. What a neat trick. Even a cheap, tattered parchment scroll received the grace of the God of Order. Where on earth did those players find something like this? Since when did my Great Eagle territory set up a shrine for that old hag, the God of Order? The girl suddenly started panting heavily and unnaturally. Her whole body flushed red as she gritted her teeth, her breathing rapid as she kept thinking how wonderfully pleasant it felt to be next to Lord Great Eagle. So she leaned her hands on the table, about to stand up, unable to endure it for even another second. In the blink of an eye, she lunged straight toward him, causing the young man to stare in shock and panic. She desperately craved to inhale his scent and rub up against him. That scene almost drove a young man to rush over, pull her ear, and shout, "Saintess, wake up!" But fortunately, it was all just her vivid imagination. The harsh reality was that she had been sitting there dazed and spellbound the whole time, forcing the young man to repeatedly wave his hands and make gestures to get Her Highness the Saintess' attention. Only then did Rui snap out of her daze and blurt out, "Ha!" With a flustered expression, she asked, "Wu, what's wrong?" Leaving the young man completely baffled by her bewildered reaction. The restless feeling inside made her extremely uncomfortable, and combined with her bold fantasy earlier, everything became, "This is bad. Why am I having such dirty thoughts?" Although inwardly cursing that NPCs were becoming increasingly hard to please these days, outwardly he still smiled brightly and handed over the paper. "Here's the deal. Lord Great Eagle has finished drafting the contract. Take a look, and if there are no issues, please sign it." The moment she saw the paper, she startled violently. Rue focused all her attention on reading every clause inside. From now on, all management power over Divine Light Town held by former town chief Medin would be transferred to the demi-human Saintess Roy, including indefinite rule. Even so, he turned to look at Sibin half skeptically and questioned, "As a prestigious count, you surely wouldn't play word games in the contract, right?" He calmly smiled brightly and replied, "We business people put trust first and foremost." He glanced at the two of them and continued, "Besides, I've written the terms loud and clear. The ownership of Divine Light Town belongs to Roy with full clarity. Whether to sign or not is entirely up to you." Though in her heart, she still had some lingering hesitation and felt a bit strange. In the end, she decided to pick up the pen and sign her name, thinking that since this parchment scroll was protected by the God of Order, anyone who dared to violate it would surely be struck by lightning, so there probably wouldn't be any issues. As soon as the pen finished writing, the silhouette of the God of Order appeared once again. Leisurely resting his chin on his hand, he beamed with extreme satisfaction. "The covenant is officially in effect. Warmest congratulations to the demi-human Saintess for officially assuming the post of town chief of Divine Light Town." Hearing this, the couple sitting opposite was overjoyed, unable to contain their emotions. At that moment, his expression turned sly. "It seems now is the time for us to discuss a bit about the tax issue for Divine Light Town, a territory directly under the jurisdiction of the Great Eagle Land, isn't it?" His recent statement left her completely stunned and bewildered. What on earth was that? Utterly shocked, she stood up abruptly and slammed the table, stuttering about the tax issue. In contrast to her frantic state, he leisurely explained that it was indeed a tax, stating that as she was the leader of Divine Light Town, which fell within the territory of the Great Eagle, his collection of fees was perfectly justified, such that even if the goddess of order descended, she could find no fault with him. She grimaced and reacted harshly, claiming the place had been transferred to her name. But that excuse didn't hold any weight with him. He told her she was mistaken, as from his perspective as the great Eagle Lord, she had only taken over the position from Medon, while he merely acted as a witness and protector for that transaction. His tone was incredibly arrogant as he declared that the authority belonged to Medon, not her, causing Rai to well up with tears of resentment. The crowd behind them began to fume as they realized they were being swindled, discovering they still had to pay tribute to the Lord, and it was bitter to be led by the nose by a virtual character. This game was truly surreal, as they had come to experience it, not to be tormented by it in return. Suddenly, there was a thumping sound of footsteps on the ground, accompanied by a shout calling for the great Eagle Lord. Dippo stepped forward to demand justice, scolding him for having no sense of humanity or the morality of a decent man, showing no leadership quality. He was clearly nothing more than a despicable and shameless individual. Those insults fell on Xi Bin's ears like water off a duck's back, merely making him feel itchy. He then exclaimed that he didn't know whose pet dog had run here to bark so aimlessly. That mockery further fueled his rage, leading him to challenge the arrogant Lord to a fair duel without any outside help. If defeated, the Lord would be forced to hand Divine Light Town back to Rai and disappear completely, restoring absolute freedom to the town. He nodded in agreement without a moment's hesitation, sealing the deal, but added that his opponent was also forbidden from using any power-boosting potions. His expression darkened, and he curled his lip in contempt, asking if it turned out that he was just a coward who was afraid. He shouted even louder to taunt him, claiming the title of Great Eagle Lord was just a cover for a coward who liked to hide behind others. But just then, a game notification suddenly popped up, catching his attention. The notification board had just assigned him a series of extremely unique daily quests. The first villainous challenge was to personally beat Dip-Eye to a pulp, the second was to make the demi-human saintess weep, and the third was to forcibly kiss her. Upon completion, besides the usual rewards, he would also unlock new system features to become the ultimate villain. And after reading the list, his face turned bright red with immense excitement. Glancing at the innocent girl across from him, he secretly wondered what grudge the system held against the saintess, thinking that it should keep assigning these kinds of perverted missions and not go easy on him just because he was handsome. Suddenly, Dip-Eye slammed his hand onto the table with a loud bang, making her heart skip a beat. He roared, asking if he was even paying attention to what was being said. It seemed his pleasure was to drive this man mad. As his nonchalant response made the other fuming with rage, he then interrupted, saying he accepted the duel, while inwardly smiling and thinking that since the game had handed him a quest, he would be a fool not to take the challenge. Of course, Xi Bin wasn't foolish enough to agree so easily. He retorted immediately, asking what he would gain if he won twice over, wondering if he was supposed to suffer a loss if he failed while walking away empty-handed if he won. He had to reluctantly swallow his pride to accommodate him, asking what conditions he wanted, stating that as long as they weren't too excessive, he would agree. Then he pointed his finger directly at her and declared that if he won, he wanted her. Both Dip-Eye and Rai immediately cried out in panic, "No way." Knowing full well they would never agree, Xi Bin immediately changed his terms, saying that if he defeated his opponent, he must be allowed to be alone with the demi-human saintess for 5 minutes. This proposal made Dip-Eye bristle even more, as he refused, questioning how a saintess like Rai could possibly be in a room alone with a pervert like Xi Bin. Not wanting things to escalate, Rai pulled Dip-Eye's arm and advised him to go ahead and accept Xi Bin's offer, as she placed all her trust in his victory. Bolstered by the beautiful woman's trust, Dip-Eye nodded to accept the contest, while vowing at all costs that he would not suffer defeat. In the arena where the wind howled fiercely, Dip-Eye glared at Xi Bin, waiting only for the sound of clashing weapons for a life-or-death battle to inevitably erupt. Dip-Eye charged first, slamming his heels down and rushing forward like a storm, unleashing a continuous barrage of sword strikes that tore through the air. The glint of steel was blinding, accompanied by the resounding, harsh clanging of metal. Bin responded with incredible speed, holding his blade steady as he launched a high-caliber counterattack. Simultaneously, Xi Bin spun around to deliver a follow-up kick while taunting Dip-Eye, asking if he had skipped breakfast since he was as weak as a snail. The exchange didn't affect Xi Bin at all, whereas Dip-Eye was thrown back and had to dig his sword tip into the ground just to stay upright. No one expected that Dip-Eye already had his next move ready, as he suddenly lunged forward. In the blink of an eye, the tip of Dip-Eye's sword was right at the tip of Xi Bin's nose. Lightning fast, Dip-Eye insidiously reached out to touch a hidden dart. Playing so dirty like this means Kid Xi Bin is doomed. Who would have thought Dip-Eye would pull such a despicable trick? All's fair in war, but why was Xi Bin so naive? Without giving his opponent time to gloat, Xi Bin surged forward, determined to regain the upper hand. Xi Bin slammed his sword tip against the stone floor and roared, "Charge!" His recent sword slash was so fierce that it made the ground beneath tremble violently. Saibin's fierce onslaught could not shake Daipao's cool composure. Gracefully stepping back to dodge the attack, he thought, showing off with such a petty trick, what a waste of all my days and nights of hard training to level up. Deepao roared, channeling all his internal energy to unleash a perfectly upgraded version of the cross-grave skill. All his true energy condensed on the blade, releasing a blinding cross-shaped beam of light. Sensing the overwhelming murderous intent, Saibin gripped his hilt tightly to resist, but unfortunately, the poison had seeped deep into his airway, leaving completely exhausted. From the stands, the guard Kryman could only stare down in horror, terrified because standing still like that meant only God could save him from such a lethal attack. Bound by heavy gratitude and loyalty, Kryman could no longer stand by and watch, drawing his sword to leap straight down onto the arena. Another guard yanked him back, saying, "Urea Knight, so you must know the duel rules. You absolutely cannot barge into the arena." Saibin panted heavily, forcing himself to stand firm against terrifying power, as time seemed to slow down for a moment. Remembering his status as the star of the Empire, the pride of a sword saint's successor suddenly welled up within Saibin once more. Memories of arduous training and his master's lessons flooded his mind, back from when he couldn't even lift a precious sword. His master's voice echoed in his head, urging him to cast aside distracting thoughts, focus all his vitality into a single point, open his eyes, and keep fighting. Saibin took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes, filled with determination. He swung his sword high, creating a brilliant streak of light, as the radiant glow from the blade illuminated every corner of the arena. Saibin delivered a flawless slash, releasing a wave of internal energy that was in no way inferior to Daipao's earlier power. Rai clasped her hands tightly against her chest with tears in her eyes, praying to the wild goddess to protect Daipao. Saibin's decisive blow reached its end, while Rai's mind remained focused on her prayer for Daipao's safety. As the last remnants of his strength poured out from the tip of his sword, mouthfuls of fresh blood gushed from Saibin's mouth. The guard Kreeman was fraught with anxiety for his master, while the arena guard looked over at the opponent in panic. Just as feared, Deepao collapsed at the feet of the sword saint's successor, his vision fading from the overwhelming sword QI. From the moment he realized he couldn't dodge the counter-thrust, Deepao's legs froze in fear. The scenery before his eyes blurred, and Deepao knew all too well that any resistance now was just a drop in the ocean. In bone-chilling pain, he gritted his teeth in fury, let go of his sword, and dropped to his knees, bitterly accepting a humiliating defeat. The audience above gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Holy crap, the main character is kneeling like this. Is he really gonna lose just like that?" Rue, tears streaming down her face, rushed forward while gasping and panicking to call Daipao's name and ask if he was okay, while Xibin reached out to block her and reminded her that her side had lost and she must keep her promise. Rue stiffened at those words, but Xibin didn't expect her to have one last trump card, a woman's privilege, so he took a step back and waved his hand, telling her not to pull that trick. Rue burst into tears, which made the demi-human crowd extremely furious, and they loudly scolded the bastard Xibin that he was not allowed to bully their saintess. Before Xibin could even touch a hair on her head, he was fiercely overwhelmed by declarations that anyone wanting to harm Her Highness the Saintess would have to step over their dead bodies first. Xibin hadn't anticipated the situation, but since they wanted it, he would oblige. He reached out to draw the sword behind his back, thinking to himself whether they were stubborn enough to dare pull this trick on him. At this moment, Rue regained her composure. She stood up to protect her people and told them in a stern voice not to kill those humans. She collapsed at Xibin's feet and chokingly admitted that she agreed with him. Fine. Xibin sighed and sheathed his sword with a perfectly nonchalant expression. He helped Rui up, saying in a gentler tone that he only wanted to talk privately with their saintess for 5 minutes, and it wasn't a life or death situation that they had to overreact to like that. He took Rui deep into the palace, slammed the door shut, and threw back a remark that if they didn't trust him, they could just stay outside and stand guard. Xibin stopped in the middle of the spacious corridor and suddenly pinned Rui against the freezing wall. Despite the fear evident on her face, Xibin grabbed Rui's wrists and pressed them firmly against the stone wall, causing her to cry out instinctively, asking what he wanted to do since he had clearly said they were only going to talk. Xibin's deceitful nature was revealed as he casually replied that there was no such thing, then leaned close to her face and whispered, asking why he didn't remember any of that. Rui was pressed against the wall, her heart racing and her hands gripping the cold surface behind her. Xibin lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on Rui's lips with a soft breath. Rui kept shaking her head, as if that act would help her deny the recent touch of their lips, while Xibin only wondered why the system still hadn't announced the completion of the task. Xibin leaned close to Rui's ear and whispered, advising her to cooperate because surely Her Highness the Saintess wouldn't want those demi-humans out there to lose their lives because of her. Hid in her vulnerable spot, Rui had to bite her lip and endure it, unable to do anything else. Tears continued to fall, and she chokingly begged him not to harm them. That very moment helped Xibin successfully complete his daily task. Xibin exclaimed in surprise that it was done. It turned out that using the demi-humans as human shields was enough to make her cry. If he had known this, he would have done it long ago. Rue tried to appear calm, but her cat tail involuntarily poked out from behind and wagged incessantly because she couldn't control it. She thought to herself that the sensation was both comfortable and strangely itchy. Having achieved his goal, Xibin no longer cared to linger there and said that the 5 minutes were almost up, so he would take his leave. Suddenly, Rue felt her body heating up and was determined not to let him leave. She rushed forward and hugged Xibin tightly, inhaling that very scent and stroking his cheeks vigorously, declaring outright that she wouldn't let him go anywhere. Xibin used one hand to push her kiss away, but Rue remained dazed as if bewitched, coyly saying that she still wanted more. Xibin immediately held up a price list and said the price was already quite steep, and if she dared to kiss him again, he would charge a service fee. At this moment, Rue finally came to her senses and opened her eyes wide, looking at the mess she had created without remembering anything. Her face turned bright red as she called him a scoundrel, while Xibin indignantly replied asking which of the two of them was actually the scoundrel. Overwhelmed with shame, Rue had to curl up and wrap her tail around her body. Roy stepped back, using the bamboo branches to block her view, not daring to meet Xibin's eyes. By the time she turned around, Xibin was already long gone, leaving her all alone in the vast sanctuary. Outside the city gate, Xibin sat smugly on horseback, not forgetting to urge, "System, the mission is done, hand over the reward quickly." "Hey, the system is drawing rewards for the master. Congratulations on receiving the Cat Morgan Dragon Blood Potion. It's a pity there was no critical bonus this time. Work hard at playing the villain so you can soon become the strongest." Xibin took the bottle of Dragon Blood Potion from the system, narrowed his eyes, and wondered, what is this toy used for? "Hey," the system explained, "Cat Morgan Dragon Blood Potion is a body-enhancing medicine crafted by the legendary alchemist Cat Morgan, with red dragon blood as its main ingredient." Xibin felt excited. Making potion from dragon blood sounded really cool, and the alchemist profession was not common on the continent. He thought to himself, the items given by the system are always top quality. I misunderstood it. I really am nature's favored child. Xibin opened the cap and wondered, if I drink this dragon blood, will I turn into a dragon? The system replied, not at all. This is just a body-enhancing potion, not a shape-shifting potion. The system reminded him, use it immediately, lest its medicinal properties evaporate out to the system space, without the slightest hesitation. Xibin tilted his head back and drained the bottle. Instantly, a cold and resolute look gleamed in his eyes. At that very moment, Xibin felt the surging power of the red dragon coursing through his veins. The veins under his skin glowed red like lava, and his muscles bulged firm and full of vitality. Every movement of Xibin's was now strangely graceful. He even briefly thought that he felt like stripping naked and running around to his heart's content. The system announced that the rewards had been distributed and a new feature had been unlocked. Before Xibin could even regain his composure, he received the notification and blurted out, a new feature. The door burst open, and Diepao rushed in with a face full of worry, calling out loudly. Brother Diepao, I'm fine, Roy replied, stepping backward. Did that bastard try anything with you? Diepao failed to notice that Roy's face was filled with a complex range of indescribable emotions. Roy yelled, get out! Before Diepao could even figure out what was happening, he was pushed right out of the palace. The crowd standing outside was also stunned, as she had clearly been very worried about him just a moment ago. What's going on? Even the male protagonist got kicked out directly. They whispered to one another that ever since Lord Eagle left, the Saintess had remained alone, so Xibin must have done something to her. Someone sneered, if someone hadn't lost the battle, it wouldn't have come to this. The harsh words made Diepao's blood boil. Wondering when this male protagonist would finally rise up, he thought to himself, what do these frogs at the bottom of a well know? The obsession over his trampled honor pushed Diepao to his limit. He muttered, I didn't want it to be like this at all. Diepao tightly gripped the dark box he had just obtained. I didn't want this. It is all the fault of that old Lord Eagle. Out of the darkness emerged a strange symbol bearing ancient terror and evil entity that did not belong to the order of this world. Here are the instructions for using the new feature for the master. All your villainous actions will earn points. The system asked if he wanted to receive assessment points. When Xibin asked, the system explained that these points could be used to exchange for items in the villain shop, which refreshes once a week. The shop has been updated for this week. Please check it out. Xibin opened it to take a look and immediately saw uncapped night breakthrough potions. This system schemes so cleverly, tempting me to go all the way down the villainess path. It really is hard to cleanse all my sins. Xibin sneered, and it's even sold in limited quantities. How stingy. He suddenly thought of Kremen. Exchanging for this potion would not only help him break through to become a knight, but also extend his lifespan. Xibin, besides, There are countless great items like mounts, siege weapons, and engineering blueprints, all essential for upgrading the army. Saibin and his army traveled for 3 grueling days before finally setting foot in Hung. Sibin jumped for joy, thinking to himself that being back on his home turf was truly the most comfortable feeling in the world. In front of the city gate, 2 familiar figures had been waiting for a long time. Sibin squinted and recognized them immediately. Griff and Lori stood outside the palace with their hands clasped in wait. Seeing Scummin, Lori tearfully called out to her master. Saibin asked why the 2 were constantly on guard. Creed smiled and said that ever since the young master left, little Lori had been waiting here, adding that she stayed until the city bells rang at night before heading back, ignoring everyone's advice. Saibin affectionately pinched Lori's cheek, realizing that even while he was away at war, he still had a little girl at home waiting for him. Cry thoughtfully reminded him to head inside and catch up later, noting that the young master must be tired and that the bath and room were already prepared. It was time to be home. Saibin took a refreshing breath, feeling an immense sense of relief now that he was back in the comfort of his home. Without waiting for an invitation, Lori rushed into Saibin's arms and whispered, "Master." Seeing the girl in tears, Saibin was startled to hear her say how much she had missed him. Saibin comforted her, saying he should go bathe and freshen up before hugging her later, but Lori shook her head, insisting he always smelled wonderful and felt warm, and she just wanted to stay close to him. Saibin wondered in a daze how she could still compliment his scent while he was drenched in sweat. Lori nuzzled against his chest and murmured that his scent was just like a breeze blowing across the meadow from the time her mother held her to count the stars. Hearing that, Saibin suddenly realized the warm fragrance actually came from the relic and the wild breath of nature. It was a primal power that pure beings could instinctively sense and resonate with through their bloodlines. This made Saibin curious whether Lori could feel that wild breath, so he asked if she had ever heard stories about demi-humans awakening their bloodlines. Lori thought for a moment and replied that when she was little, her father told her that decades ago, demi-humans were an extremely powerful race. Even without cultivating battle ire or possessing innate magic, the demi-human race had the ability to sense nature to awaken the power hidden within their flesh. Lori shyly added that the conditions for activation were extremely strict, requiring not only talent but also a deep empathy that blended with their blood. Some were lucky enough to grasp the power of a waterfall at the foot of a mountain, while others realized the might of a fierce beast through life and death battles. Demi-humans rarely knew what was hidden within them, so they had to stumble through trial and error, but the success rate was incredibly low. Saibin calculated that any talented demi-human could find a wild breath compatible with their body nearby. No wonder Lori felt warm. She must have synchronized with the wild breath emanating from him. In other words, this was the source that would help Lori unlock her bloodline potential. Saibin excitedly asked if she remembered where her people used to go to commune with nature, and Lori blinked innocently, saying she did, but her previous attempts at various landscapes had all been in vain. Saibin patted her small hand comfortingly, telling her it wasn't because she lacked ability, but simply because she hadn't found the right frequency to resonate with her bloodline. Saibin winked and suggested that she try sensing this warm, pleasant fragrance now. Perhaps a miracle might occur. Being suddenly told about the wild breath left Lori a bit dazed, but she eventually nodded and agreed to give it a try. As Lori stepped closer, Saibin knelt on one knee and wrapped his arms around the little girl, pulling her into a full embrace. As soon as she closed her eyes, the fragrant aroma of a lush green prairie and the gusting, life-filled wind suddenly enveloped Lori. Saibin's breath awakened a primal and powerful energy within the young girl. Saibin watched intently, thinking to himself that it was a success. Lori's extraordinary healing bloodline had awakened, and it seemed he would soon have a powerful assistant. The surroundings seemed to fade in Lori's eyes as she felt her body grow heavy, whispering that she was so sleepy and exhausted. Saibin carried her to her room and tucked her into bed, telling her to have a good sleep. It turned out that using one's talent to perceive the wild breath was quite draining, and looking at Lori's sleeping face, Saibin felt more like a nanny than a master lately. Lori was fast asleep, her hands still clutching the hem of Sibin's trousers. Refusing to let go, he tried every way to pry her fingers loose, but she clung on even tighter, as if afraid of losing her most comforting source of security. Sibin looked at Lori and sighed wearily, having no choice but to take the trousers off so as not to startle her, just as the door swung open and Goodbye rushed in to report the situation. His expression immediately went blank when he saw the awkward scene before him. Lori was still sleeping soundly on the bed with Sibin's trousers in her hand, while he stood there wearing nothing but his underwear. After a moment, Sibin sat opposite Goodbye in a relaxed posture and demanded he present his report immediately. Captain Goodbye couldn't gauge what Sibin wanted, so he boldly began to speak. He believed that the Lord having a few eccentric habits was not such a big deal. Sibin, who had wanted to resolve the awkward situation quickly, was annoyed by that comment and barked a question about why he had barged into the room, to which Goodbye hurriedly excused himself by saying a farmer had brought news about a stone quarry. Sebin's eyes immediately lit up with excitement, and he pressed for details regarding the location and the distance from the city to the quarry. When it came to specific coordinates, Captain Goodbye began to stammer, unsure of how to explain. Seeing him falter, Sebin urged him on, telling him to say whether he knew or not, so Goodbye immediately spread a map on the table and invited the Lord to take a look. Goodbye pointed to the area with the stone quarry, noting that it was not located within Eagle territory but rather on the border adjacent to Baden territory. He added timidly that this location was slightly closer to the Baden domain, and he had heard they might have already caught wind of this quarry. Sebin was not the least bit daunted. Seeing this as a trivial matter, he calmly took a quill and drew a line to redefine the territory. Sebin firmly declared that the quarry was now his, and if the Baden priest didn't like it, they could go to war. Hearing the word war, Goodbye became quite excited and volunteered to go to the front lines to destroy the enemy. Sebin calmly told him not to be hasty, to let everyone rest after the long journey before making further plans, and that he could withdraw for now, unable to discuss fighting. Sebin also made Goodbye take on the chore he hated most, washing a whole year's worth of dirty laundry. Sebin soaked in a hot tub, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation after long days away from Eagle territory. 3 days had passed since he used the blood feather, his body had become much stronger, and ordinary swords without battle energy could no longer harm him. Sebin checked his achievements and status on the system, feeling smug and secretly proud of himself. With 2 new passive skills, magic immunity and dragon vein strength, he had finally reached the stature of a true knight. He noticed a strange name that had just appeared on the system board, Biladin, and wondered where this person had come from. After careful, he realized that Biladin and his bloodline seemed to share a rather close connection. If not a relative, then surely a sibling. Perhaps it was time to step up security. Sebin stepped out of the bathroom with steam rising from his body, his mind still preoccupied with the Beastman Legion. They might attack through Toronto Mountain or launch a major offensive at Black River territory. Lost in thought, he didn't realize Lori had woken up. Seeing her huddled obediently on the bed, he checked on her, and she happily thanked him, saying that thanks to him, she could feel the power of her bloodline. Innocently unaware of how shocking her words were, Lori decided she would have a baby for her master to repay his kindness. Faced with such a naive statement, Sebin blushed crimson and asked if she even knew how babies were made, to which Lori honestly replied that Gris had taught her that one only needed to complete the final step of bed warming to have a baby. Sebin held his head in exasperation, not knowing how to deal with this naive girl, and told her to wait until she was older before thinking about such things. Lori shook her head stubbornly. Sebin affectionately ruffled her hair and told her not to worry, saying that her bloodline power had not yet fully awakened, and she needed to take this opportunity to rest and restore her spirit at the Hanmen Castle, in the most heavily fortified defensive room of the Bodon family. Presiding over the meeting in the palace, the head of the family sat solemnly before his subordinate generals. He crossed his arms with a stern expression, stating, "Recently, according to reports from our scouts, an iron mine with an estimated reserve of about 800 tons has been discovered in the border area between our territory and the Sea Lun and Sea Empire." Immediately, the generals sitting around the table lifted their heads, eyes wide with astonishment, exclaiming, "Is that really true? Doesn't that mean we are about to strike it rich?" The face of the Badan leader hardened, adding, "But the problem is that on the side of the Sea Lun and the Empire, the old Lord Hangyidangi Saibin is looking to contest this iron mine with us." He spread the map in his hand onto the table, saying, "This is the map of the surrounding area drawn by the very people sent by Lord Saibin." The soldiers gathered around the map, speaking, "That is truly arrogant. According to the rules, this iron mine rightfully belongs to Badan. How dare that Hang Eng fellow come to snatch it for free?" The Badan leader stood up abruptly, fury etched on his face. "By doing this, he is challenging us. Does he think that, because our family is a small noble house with a tiny territory, he can bully us? But there is no way I will bow down and let him lead me by the nose." All the soldiers shouted in unison, "Absolutely not." The Badan leader nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Our Badan family has been biding our time in hiding for so long, and finally, the opportunity to rise has come. We absolutely cannot let Saibin ruin everything. Our biggest concern is Saibin himself. He is a Grand Earth Knight, and he has his loyal henchman Grimmen to assist him. Aside from those 2 famous figures under that Angang, Badan has nothing to fear. To ensure victory, Badan had to concede 1/3 of the mining rights to borrow support from the Count. The 3 Master Knights are currently on their way and will arrive here in a few days." The Badan leader finished speaking and placed his hand on his son's shoulder, saying, "Zedder, now it is your turn to show everyone your true capabilities." Zedder obeyed his father's command, took a deep breath to focus his mind, and immediately, the latent power within his body began to surge strongly. A green aura slowly radiated outward, enveloping Zedder in a brilliant halo. The concentration of his battle energy was so dense that it lit up the entire area, a clear testament to a grand knight. The general stared at Zetter with amazed eyes. My goodness, young Master Zetter is only 21 years old and has already reached the level of a grand knight. Congratulations, young lord. With you and the iron mine in our hands, the rise of the Bodon family is unstoppable. On the bustling streets of Lamlunji City, Saibin rode leisurely on horseback, his hands slightly off the reins, letting his warhorse walk slowly. His face showed a thoughtful expression. I wonder how the system will grade my villainy score today. I remember trying to comfort the little maid Lori when she was upset yesterday, but I didn't get any points. Maybe I should try a different trick today to see if I can fool the system. Saibin glanced at the side of the road, suddenly spotting a familiar figure, and called out, Fatty. The young boy recognized the familiar voice and panicked. Oh, it's you. No, Lord. Before Saibin could even think of a way to be villainous, the boy quickly hugged his chest with a tearful face. Lord, I don't have any candy today. Please spare me. Don't extort my candy anymore. My mother was just beaten up by some people, the boy said with tears streaming down his face. I have to quickly bring medicine back to my mother. Boo-hoo. After hearing the boy's pitiful situation, Saibin softened his voice to comfort him. Just tell me exactly what happened. I promise I won't take anything from you. The boy wiped his tears with his sleeves and sniffled as he recounted. My father died on the battlefield. Your knights brought the pension money to our house, but someone found out. The boy hesitated. They broke into our house and stole all the pension money. My mother resisted, so they beat her half to death. Saibin looked at the boy with a compassionate gaze. Such a terrible thing? Why didn't you and your mother report it to me? The boy timidly shook his head. I didn't dare say anything because my mother warned me that the Lord wouldn't punish those veteran knights just because of this. The evening sun cast long shadows of the two people on the road, and the distance between them at that moment was just like what the boy wanted to express. But my mother doesn't blame you at all. We are just small, ordinary people. After my father died, your financial support was already more than generous. Returning to the boy's small house, the boy ran inside clutching the medicine. Mom, I am back. Accompanying him behind was the noble lord, Saibin. The mother, her face pale from illness, struggled to sit up. The boy quickly pulled his mother's hand and pointed to the side. Mom, look, this is the Lord who has come to visit you, and all this nourishing medicine was bought by him personally. The mother trembling bowed to pay her respects. Greetings, Lord. Saibin saw her weak state and signaled that she didn't need to be so formal. This is an order. The mother choked with gratitude before finally lying down to rest on the bed, relieved. Saibin visited not only to look into the situation of the mother and daughter, but also to clarify the matter. Upon hearing that the pension had been seized by thugs backed by a knight, the mother tearfully begged the Lord to help them. She slowly recounted the events, identifying the culprits as the Bull Gang, a group of idle vagrants on the outskirts of town who lived by extorting protection money. Not long after old Knight Ra had left after delivering the pension that day, they swarmed in, robbed everything, and beat her mercilessly. Her voice trembled as she spoke, unable to hide her sorrow. Upon hearing this, Saibin's blood boiled and the veins in his temples throbbed. He was enraged to learn the robbers had arrogantly challenged her to go ahead and sue, as they claimed to be backed by Knight Ra and the Lord himself. Saibin clenched his fists until they cracked, wanting only to charge in and teach those bastards a lesson they would never forget for their insolence. This scum not only commits evil acts but also dares to use my name, he ground out in fury, vowing to uncover which knight was backing these hoodlums. Early the next morning at the Luongdong Tavern, a girl in a black bunny outfit gently approached the stranger and asked what kind of drink he would like. That mysterious guest was none other than Lord Saibin. He politely flicked a gold coin toward her. He spoke up, telling her to bring the tavern's finest wine. The bunny girl took the gold coin and thanked him profusely. You are so generous, sir. Please wait a moment, and if you need anything else, just let me know. I'm Vina. Saibin sat quietly by the window, disguised as an ordinary patron to observe the area. A thug swaggering down the street caught his eye, whistling cash. Saibin whispered to himself that the fish had finally taken the bait. Vina happily brought the drink to Saibin and warmly invited him to enjoy it. Just then, a sudden strong gust of wind blew in, making Vina stop in her tracks. When she opened her eyes, the generous guest from moments before had completely vanished. In the blink of an eye, the seat was empty, without a single trace left behind. The thug was being beaten black and blue, his face bruised and covered in blood. From now on, answer everything I ask, Saibin growled as he pinned him by the throat against the wall. If you tell a single lie, your life is over. The thug trembled in fear and quickly obeyed. Saibin sternly questioned him about the robbery of the Bun Recaps family's pension. After the man admitted it, he immediately interrogated him about other victims. Not daring to hide anything, the thug exposed other houses like Ditch, Eben, and Barrow, stammering that they only targeted households in the tile-roofed area. Knowing these lowlifes would act so recklessly without a mastermind, Sai-bin pressed further to find out who was pulling the strings. The thug stammered and hesitated. It seemed the power behind him was so great that he did not dare say a word. Sai-bin tightened his grip on the man's throat, making him howl in pain. "It's Graz. A Knight Graz is the one who forced us to do it. Please spare my life, Lord." Sai-bin was stunned to hear the name from the thug's lips. Graz, why could it be him? Memories of Knight Graz were still fresh in Sai-bin's mind, especially the day Graz had once knelt at his feet and sworn on his knight's honor to be loyal to young Master Si-bin for life. The late afternoon sun shone faintly on the Graz family mansion. Suddenly, the mansion door flew open after a single, powerful kick. Graz, who was in the middle of reveling in pleasure, jolted up in surprise. "Who is so bold as to barge in here?" Sai-bin glanced at the debauched scene before him and sneered, "Having quite the party? Guarantee you. Even with two at once. Surely you already know the reason I am here." Graz still didn't he realize the Lord had discovered all his crimes, so he scratched his head with a wide grin. "I'm sorry, Lord. It's just a bit of fun. Surely sleeping with two people at once isn't he against the law?" Shi-bin rushed forward and grabbed Gas by the collar, his eyes bloodshot as he roared for him to stop acting, asking if he had pocketed all the fallen soldiers' compensation. Gas trembled and replied, "My lord, so you are upset about this. It is just a pittance. Why make such a fuss?" Shi-bin tightened his grip, his eyes flashing with fire as he interrogated him. "Make a fuss? This is a capital offense. Do you still think it is normal?" Faced with the accusation, Gas argued stubbornly. "A great knight like me earns only 3 gold coins a month, yet those soldiers who died in battle receive 10 gold coins in compensation. On what grounds? Are their lives worth that much? Their families even get 5 silver coins a month from the treasury. Those commoners clearly haven't done anything useful." Gas continued his brazen talk, pointing toward the 2 women on the bed. "Look, my lord, those 10 gold coins help me live a much more comfortable life." Gas looked at Shi-bin and put on a tearful voice to appeal to his compassion. "My lord, would you really execute a loyal knight of many years for the sake of some cheap commoners?" His tone was both despicable and cunning. "I am a great knight, after all." Shi-bin lost patience with Gas' shameless excuses and glared as he shouted, "Condoning atrocities and violating military law, how dare someone like you even claim loyalty?" This time, Gas truly pushed Shi-bin to the limit of his endurance. "You like those who sacrifice themselves so much, don't you?" He tightened his grip with all his strength. "Fine. From now on, your family will enjoy the exact same benefits." As the bell of the Great Hall tolled for the 13th time, everyone in the castle stopped to listen. This was the signal for the Lord to summon the people for a public execution. No one knew whose unlucky turn it was this year. Shi-bin strode majestically between the ranks of soldiers, heading straight for the execution platform where Gas was about to receive his judgment. Gas was bound hand and foot, escorted by guards who followed closely on Shi-bin's heels. "Fellow citizen." Shi-bin's voice rang out, "I have summoned you all here today to announce a few things and, in the process, behead a traitor." Shi-bin looked down and delivered a cold verdict. "That person is the great knight Gas, who served under me." Whispers and chatter broke out among the crowd. "Good heavens, it is hard to believe. The one about to be beheaded is a veteran knight." Many rubbed their eyes in disbelief. How could that be? Did he dare to sleep with the Lord's wife? Seeing the gossip grow louder, the guards shouted for order. Shi-bin didn't hesitate to expose the crimes. He said loudly, "If you are curious, I will tell you. The first crime is disobeying military orders and embezzling the soldiers' death benefits. The second crime is using his status as a knight to bully innocent people." The crowd stared at the man kneeling on the chopping block with a heavy yoke. The sentencing hadn't ended. "The third crime is colluding with thugs to disrupt public order. Therefore, even as a great knight, death is a crime that cannot be pardoned." Shi-bin stood beside the criminal and declared to the people, "Today, I want everyone to witness this so you understand that in the Hungong territory, a soldier's dignity and honor are inviolable." He looked down at Gas. "Whether militia, guards, or knights, there is no distinction between high and low. If you live off the people's taxes, do not dare oppress the poor." Seconds before heading to the underworld, Gas suddenly sneered with contempt. "Just you wait and regret this. I'm certain you will pay the price." Shi-bin raised his hand and ordered the immediate execution. The bell rang out one sharp, dry note, and Gas's head hit the ground in an instant. "Host has eliminated the veteran great knight Gas and received 2,000 villain points. Keep up the good work to become a great arch-villain." Shi-bin was stunned as the announcement echoed in his head. What on earth? Seeing him stumble, his guard frantically supported him. "Are you all right, my lord?" Shi-bin held his forehead helplessly and asked the system, "I just eliminated an evil for the people. How did I still earn villain points? Is your system blind? Explain this to me." The system calmly replied, "Look at the terrified expressions of the people. Because they are too ignorant, they only feel dread in the face of your power. The scene shifted to the guards and the group of knights who stood frozen by that cold and ruthless act. Shibin was completely speechless at the sight. Unable to believe his move had turned out like this, he turned to a knight beside him and said, "Hey friend, tell me honestly what you're feeling right now. Don't be afraid." Seeing him hesitate, Shibin added, "This is an order." The knight broke into a cold sweat and stammered, "Because the great knight had followed you for many years and was extremely loyal. Yet, you were willing to kill him for the sake of a few insignificant commoners." Shibin interrupted him. "Absolutely. Does anyone else think like you?" The guard swallowed hard and replied, "Yes, most think that way. The rest are indifferent and don't care. Even Lord Kremen said his crime didn't warrant death." Shibin sat slumped in his palace office, holding his forehead and sighing heavily. He muttered Gast's final words, that the one who acted would eventually regret it. "By killing me, the world would only see someone who uses people up and discards them like an empty lemon peel who would dare trust or willingly follow you then." His train of thought was interrupted by a knock on the door. "May I come in, master?" Recognizing Lori's voice, Sai Bin told her to come in. Lori pushed the door open and entered, carrying milk and fragrant cakes. "Please have a little tonight, master." Seeing the lord in deep thought, Lori asked softly what was troubling him. Sai Bin hesitated for a moment and then replied, "It's nothing. I've just been sleeping poorly lately." Lori naturally did not believe him. "If master has something on your mind, don't hide it from Lori. Maybe I can help you solve it." Sai Bin had to sigh and lower his voice. "All right, actually, I'm worried about the allowance funds." His voice dropped, carrying a trace of fatigue and remorse. "I was not wrong to do so, because those who sacrifice need to be remembered, and that person Gast absolutely cannot be forgiven." Lori shook her head firmly. How could master possibly be wrong? She comforted him, saying her father once taught that no one is born a hero, even if those who fall are just anonymous commoners. Every crown carries its own weight, and in the moments they don armor and raise their blades against danger, they are all heroes. Lori argued further that if even those who charge ahead aren't protected but are instead trampled upon, then who in this world would dare to be a hero anymore? Those sincere words lightened Sai Bin's heart significantly. He gently touched the little girl's cheek and praised her. "You've said it perfectly, Lori." Sai Bin leaned down and placed a light kiss on her cheek. "Having you is truly the greatest blessing of my life, Lori." Lori's cheeks turned bright red, and she innocently asked, "Master, can I bear your children now?" Sai Bin quickly wiped away his distorted expression. "That isn't possible yet. Wait until you grow up a bit more. Be good." But Lori stubbornly argued, "I've already grown up." Sai Bin had to say sternly, "No is no. Tomorrow, I will also lead you to sense your bloodline power. Let's wait to discuss childbearing once you have fully awakened." He had to work quite hard to soothe the girl, who constantly wanted to give birth to little monkeys for him, finally finding an excuse to stall her for the time being. On the outside, he appeared strong and cold, but as soon as Lori was out of sight, Sai Bin buried his face in his pillow and wept. That damn system kept loudly reminding him that Lori's constitution was still weak, even though the romantic atmosphere was clearly surging. He had to comfort himself by checking the inventory to see if the 2,000 villain points he had just earned could be exchanged for anything interesting. Suddenly, a general household items category appeared in the system with items like magic stone crossbow carriages, soap, or perfume. Bringing these to the capital would surely make a fortune. Sai Bin scrolled through some interesting items. Cold silk underwear cost only 50 points a set. Explosives were expensive, and siege weapons were 600 points. Just as he scrolled to the siege ladder, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. He jumped up immediately and called an emergency meeting of the high ministers. Standing before the meeting table, Sai Bin declared firmly, "I believe you are all aware that this battle with Boston Territory is aimed at seizing the iron mines and looting more resources." The officers and soldiers below listened and a strange light flashed in his eyes as he continued, "We won't just stop at the iron mines. We must seize the opportunity to empty out their main city as well." The generals were stunned, considering it impossible. Whispers began to arise, suggesting this idea was far too preposterous. Some thought it was just the provocative words of a brat who hadn't seen the world. It felt ridiculous to come here to hear him discuss military operations. Just as the soldiers were about to stand up and leave, Kryman spoke up, "Please do not hurry." He turned to Sai Bin and analyzed, "My lord, capturing Boston City is extremely difficult. First, we completely lack siege equipment, and manufacturing it now is too late. Furthermore, even if we had it, we couldn't transport it into that territory without exposing our presence. The most concerning thing is that the city walls are mounted with magic cannons, a weapon that even high knights struggle to deal with." Facing that long analysis, Sai Bin calmly replied briefly, "As for the weapons, leave that to me." The entire room was shaken, and a wave of surprise erupted at the lord's firm declaration. "My lord, is there truly a way to solve this?" Even though he was their master, no one yet dared to believe Sai Bin could handle such a heavy responsibility. With strategic planning and thorough calculation, Bin affirmed he had a brilliant plan to get 2 massive siege carriages into the heart of Boston City without the gods or demons knowing. Next, I need strategy from you all. If I can stall the main force of the Boston family while deploying 2 siege carriages, how much manpower is needed to level that place in an instant? Kryman stepped forward to pay his respects and said, Sir, Boston City is after all a fortified major town. Even with weapons and stalling the enemy, capturing it remains extremely. Furthermore, seeing the minister hesitate, Bin urged him, furthermore what? Just speak frankly. Grymond was still troubled by the recent incident. The great knight Gaz, who had just died at Shibin's hands, was the one in charge of recruitment, leaving the current troop numbers extremely sparse, and the old man sighed that they no longer had the resources to withstand another major catastrophe. Shibin smirked smugly and asked what if they didn't need to capture Boston City at all. The ministers were restless upon hearing a series of paradoxical arguments. They slammed the table and questioned how he planned to break the city if it wasn't necessary, to which Shibin calmly replied that they should rest assured as he was perfectly sane, and they only needed to ambush the city walls and loot the riches to celebrate. Grymond felt hopeful after hearing Shibin's idea. The advisor calculated that in that case, only 500 militia and 10 great knights would be enough for battle, considering that the Boston clan would concentrate all their strength on protecting the iron mine, so the defenses inside would certainly be thin, and the siege would only rely on specialized weapons to capture the walls, cover the great knights, and make off with the property. Then the old man hesitantly asked Shibin who would be the one to bring that complete siege weapon set to Boston territory, to which Shibin folded his arms across his chest and challenged whether even he doubted his capabilities. Placing his right hand on his left chest, Grymond respectfully replied that he had always had absolute faith in him. Shibin announced with satisfaction that if everyone understood, then there were no further questions, and he would now explain the specific operational plan. Shibin began to assign tasks clearly. Grymond along with Ben and Grathist would lead the main force tomorrow at noon without any cover, letting the word out to identify themselves to the Boston clan, noting only to march in parallel without engaging in war, while the rest of the Grathist clan would follow Shibin and 500 militia on a forced march to Boston territory tomorrow afternoon. Shibin pointed out every move on the map, explaining that according to the plan, they would arrive at Boston late at night and immediately attack the city, having to capture the walls in just 10 minutes and empty the riches in only an hour, then retreat immediately to support the main army, asking if anyone had any concerns left. Captain Goodbye, who had been watching all this time, suddenly raised his hand and said he had a question. The captain was full of energy as his dream of going to battle was about to come true, asking if we were confident enough to crush the main force of the Boston clan, why not resolve them first before turning to swallow up the whole city? The crowd fell into silence at the somewhat bold initiative of the captain of the Divine Light Army. Grymond angrily scolded amidst the giggles of the group, asking if he was crazy and whether he was sure he could capture everyone from the Boston clan, considering that since Shibin had already prepared the siege weapons, this battle was a golden opportunity. If they chose direct confrontation and the Boston clan couldn't win, they might flee back into the city and rely on a dozen magical cannons. What would they use to block them? Or would they use human lives to fill the gap? Captain Goodbye then realized his short-sightedness and secretly admired Grimmon's deep understanding of Shibin's schemes. Shibin didn't say much more and made the final call, saying that if everyone agreed, they would execute the plan tomorrow as intended, and now the meeting was adjourned so they could go prepare. On the territory across the border, the Boston faction had assigned people to be on duty along the border according to their leader's orders. A sentry ran breathlessly to report that something big was happening from the Eagle territory. The Boston general's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this, and he repeatedly asked if only Grymond was seen, questioning where the soldiers and that Eagle Lord had gone, to which the subordinate stammered that he had indeed only seen Great Knight Grymond. He tried to search his memory and added that there was also a monster that looked like a beastman bullhead but much larger, around 3 meters tall. Furthermore, their spies discovered that the enemy had set up camp to cook and eat without any sign of wanting war, which made the Boston general spin like a whirlwind, wondering what that Eagle Count was plotting, as he had clearly traveled here to steal the iron mine, starting arrogantly but now camping 2 kilometers away and staying perfectly still. To clarify the situation, the Boston general had to order continued exploration, telling them to get closer and see what was happening, even if it meant using the lives of a few peasants to scout the path. Just as the subordinate bowed and left, another man crept back. The general sarcastically asked how he had returned so quickly and if he had gained any valuable information, while the detective dressed in black from head to toe remained mysterious and looked at the general with a serious gaze. The Boston general irritably asked who he was, but the cloaked man only smirked. He suddenly produced an envelope and spoke suggestively that he was there to save him, as all the information he craved was right here, especially the whereabouts of the Eagle Lord he was targeting. Faced with this windfall, the old man reached out to take it while simultaneously growing wary of the stranger, stammering to ask why he should trust him and for what reason he was helping. Hearing this, The man no longer hid his intentions and raised a finger to set a condition. If he won the battle, he only wanted half of the profits from the iron mine. The Boston general held the letter in his hand, raging with anger, yelling, "Half? Are you out of your mind? What makes you think I'd agree to that?" The other man didn't bother to argue further and directly jerked off his hood. Then he laughed arrogantly and confidently, saying that the Boston general would eventually have to obey, proudly retorting that based on the fact that no one had information on him, the general was bound to lose this battle. At the same time, right in front of the towering, solid city walls of Boston that reached the clouds, it made Shibin, standing on the ground, have to crane his neck to look up and admire it thoroughly. Looking at these solid, towering fortresses, he silently marveled at the past wealth of the Boston family. If one didn't possess siege weapons, it would be difficult to breach, and even a Sky Knight like himself would have to exert significant effort. Not wanting to waste any more time, he immediately requested the system to exchange for 2 siege vehicles. In the blink of an eye, a notification appeared asking if he wanted to summon them, and he decisively ordered them to appear instantly. 2 top-tier siege engines immediately materialized before the astonishment of everyone around. Witnessing those terrifying weapons, the 2 brothers could only stare wide-eyed in shock, their minds filled with confusion. Not letting time pass in vain, Saibin utilized his strength and shot forward like an arrow. He carefully assigned the tasks, telling everyone to take the weapons and militia to flank and ambush from that direction, while he would hold this side alone to wait for the rendezvous. The soldiers strictly obeyed the Lord's orders. Meanwhile, 2 guards were deep in sleep in their respective corners, one standing and one sitting, completely unaware of the disaster about to strike Boston. As Saibin swept past with a surging current of power, the 2 soldiers vaguely sensed a strange aura and muttered in their grogginess. However, without waiting for them to fully awaken, he swung his hand and sent them both into an eternal sleep from which they would never wake. In the distance, another soldier who witnessed this scene was shocked and hurriedly shouted to alert his comrades that someone was attacking the fortress. Immediately, a group of soldiers rushed out to surround him, and some were already standing by the cannon, waiting for the chance to fire a finishing shot. But just as his hand touched the controls, a mysterious dark figure approached from behind, and the heavy pressure caused him to break out in a cold sweat from a suffocating sensation. The clansman didn't say a word but directly hurled the soldier down from the control platform. A painful scream echoed before he hit the hard stone floor with a thud. With no enemies left to block him, he looked at the controls with an excited expression, thinking that this place was now his playground. Without hesitation, he immediately activated this advanced weapon and fired a powerful blast in the opposite direction. A surge of energy carrying terrifying pressure tore through space as it shot away. The projectile flew straight toward the building ahead and exploded with a thunderous roar, creating a fierce, raging sea of fire. His eyes lit up with delight, he murmured a prayer to the Earth Mother and admitted that he was extremely pleased with this item. He hurriedly approached to remind him not to get too absorbed in playing, and to leave a few people to hold the wall while destroying all the magic cannons, with the rest following him to loot the Han Meng castle, making the man jump like a child caught in trouble. Suddenly, the system chimed with a daily villain quest update, including seizing the Boston family's iron mine, looting the Han Meng castle clean, and eliminating all Earth Knights before sending their heads to the Count. These peculiar, along with the attractive rewards, left him momentarily. The system even promised a chance for massive critical hit rewards if completed well, urging him to try harder. Earth Knight Crimin sensed a somewhat unusual atmosphere and murmured in suspicion. Seeing this, the person beside him curiously asked what was happening. He expressed his concern that Viscount Boston was naturally suspicious. If he saw signs of military delay, he would surely order an immediate attack, but strangely, it had remained silent until now. Suddenly, a soldier rushed up in a panic and shouted an ominous announcement, causing him great anxiety as he hurriedly pressed for specific details. The soldier breathlessly reported that the enemy camp was completely empty. He was stunned and couldn't believe his ears, but the man firmly insisted he had seen with his own eyes that there wasn't a soul left, and the remaining tracks suggested they had withdrawn. Realizing the enemy's scheme, he was as anxious as sitting on hot coals and shouted for everyone to quickly pursue in Saibin's direction. Then, he urgently changed the battle plan, ordering the entire army to immediately speed up their march toward Han Meng Castle. On the other side, Saibin was still leisurely at the castle, unaware of the approaching storm, excitedly ordering his henchmen to loot anything valuable they found. For bulky items that were hard to carry, like silks or paintings, he coldly ordered them to be burned. The authority in his words made the locals present tremble with fear. Seeing the soldiers looting old plates, he angrily scolded them, asking why they were taking those instead of looking for money. The system also seemed to want him to abandon mundane pleasures to embark on the path of becoming a grand bandit. As soon as he found an interesting item, he excitedly called out, "My lord, come quickly and check this out. There is something interesting here," making him ask in surprise, "What is it?" Just as he stepped through the door pushed open by the 2 bull-headed men, The sparkling radiance of a mountain of treasure, gold, and jewels shone directly into his eyes. His eyes lit up, the corners of his lips twitched into a satisfied smile, his spirit soared, and he exclaimed to himself, "So much gold. This Viscount Boston is indeed quite rich," feeling overjoyed, thinking to himself, "We've struck it rich this time." Then he excitedly ordered a meaty, "Cat, you and those bull-headed guys get in here quickly and carry away all these chests." His subordinates rushed over in a hurry and replied, "As you command, my lord." But right at that moment, an iron cage unexpectedly dropped down, trapping them all. Xibin immediately shouted to warn everyone, "Be careful, it's a trap." The bull-headed man hurriedly reassured his young master, "Please don't worry, my lord, leave it to me. This shabby cage is nothing." Saying that, he channeled all his strength to break the rigid iron bar with his bare hands. To his surprise, no matter how much force he exerted, the iron cage remained unmoved, leaving the bull-headed man baffled. "How strange, why is it so tough?" Sensing something amiss, the bull-headed man turned and called out loudly, "My lord, there is something very strange about this cage." Witnessing this, he felt a sudden chill and thought to himself, "Even the mighty bull-headed man couldn't do it, so I am afraid I wouldn't stand a chance either." Right at that moment, a smug voice chimed in, "It's useless, don't even bother dreaming. This cursed cage will drain all the internal energy from your body. You'll never break it from the inside." He narrowed his eyes, looking straight at the person who had just spoken, and asked, "Who are you?" It turned out to be Viscount Boston. Hearing this, he gave a sinister laugh and said, "It's been a long time, Lord of the Mighty Eagle." Faced with the sudden appearance of Viscount Boston, he couldn't help but wonder in confusion. He came all the way here, could Greiman and his men have been defeated? Seeing his reaction, the Viscount took the opportunity to laugh mockingly. "Haha, those fools are still waiting for my attack. By the time they realize what happened, I'll have already collected your corpses." Gripping the cold, sharp sword in his hand, his voice dropped to a terrifying low as he spoke coldly, "There is something I am very curious about. How do you know my affairs at Mighty Eagle Castle so thoroughly? Surely it isn't just a coincidence that someone tipped you off, is it?" As he spoke, he cast a razor-sharp gaze deep into his opponent's heart, full of sarcasm. Realizing his opponent had deduced the truth, far from being angry, he clapped and laughed out loud, "Ha!" as expected of the Mighty Eagle Lord, grasping the key point in an instant. "Too bad you are still too young and naive to understand how insidious human nature can be." As he spoke, he clapped in praise of the boy's reasoning. With that, he nonchalantly walked over to the iron cage and hypocritically advised, "Here's a painful lesson, don't be so foolishly gullible in the future. And especially, don't be foolish enough to meddle with things you shouldn't touch." Then, he pressed his icy blade close to the young man's neck to threaten him. Suddenly, a force knocked the threatening sword flying backward, causing his face to turn pale with shock. Meanwhile, both relieved and worried, he shouted his subordinate's name, Gremhorn. At this point, the old man had used all his strength and top speed to block the opponent. With a face filled with worry and guilt, he spoke, "Master, your subordinate has arrived late, please forgive me." Standing to the side, Viscount Boston sneered and remarked, "As expected of a grand Earth Knight, breaking through the encirclement in a flash. Unfortunately, you came here alone, while our side has 3 grand Earth Knights." After saying this, his face was filled with arrogant triumph. Still resolute and unyielding, Greiman threatened in return, "On the contrary, you had better release the Lord immediately. Otherwise, our army of reinforcements will level this place to the ground." How could such knave threats fool an old fox like Viscount Boston? Throwing his head back, he laughed mockingly, "Haha, what a foolishly knave bluff. Word has it that before marching out, the Mighty Eagle Lord even executed the Grand Earth Knight in charge of the disciplinary troops to set an example, so I bet you don't have a single soul coming as reinforcements." With that, he waved his hand and ordered his henchmen, "Capture them alive." Hearing the command, his subordinates shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Immediately, they rushed in to surround and attack Grimond. Killing intent surged intensely from him, but he calmly took a firm defensive stance with the sword in his hand. Unexpectedly, as soon as he engaged in battle with one of them, another launched a sneak attack from behind. The chaotic brawl unfolding before his eyes left Xibin, though trapped, anxious and restless, he could only shout a warning, "Watch your back." He gritted his teeth and cursed helplessly, "Damn it, held back by this cursed cage. I'm completely useless." After being ganged up on and battered for a while, Gremlin finally exhausted he stumbled and collapsed to the ground, gasping, "Master." Several sharp blades were pointed straight at his neck, ready to take his life at any moment. Just when all hope seemed lost, the traitor suddenly spoke up with an enticement, offering a chance to surrender in exchange for his life, as long as he switched sides. With such immense talent, dying uselessly here would be a waste. To a righteous master like him, this offer was nothing short of an insult. so he proudly replied that he would rather remain loyal until his last breath than become a henchman. Seeing that his opponent was too stubborn, the other man knew further talk was a waste of breath and said flatly, "What a shame. In that case, time to see you off." At the same time, the area outside Boston City was extremely chaotic. The scene was pure havoc as the two armies engaged in bloody combat, everyone full of resentment and murderous intent, determined to wipe each other out. Sibon's soldiers began to waver in fear, thinking that against such overwhelming numbers, they would eventually turn to dust. They were unsure of what their lord would do. Fortunately, there was someone calm enough to rally the spirits of his comrades. "Gremund has broken the siege. He will surely bring the lord to safety. Let's retreat first to regroup." While a few were still hesitant and worried, he yelled right in their faces, "What are you hesitating for? If we don't pull out quickly, there won't be another chance." With those words, they quickly slipped into a secluded corner to hide. Despite the distance, they saw a crowd carrying all sorts of crude weapons like hoes, shovels, and sticks, shouting as they charged forward. Only then were they overjoyed, exclaiming, "Reinforcements," while an old farmer suddenly shouted loudly, "My lords, run quickly. We are only plowmen, while you are the pillars of the Lord." The soldiers asked back in surprise, "You are only volunteers, why are you doing this?" Hearing that, the farmer spoke from the heart, "The Lord treats us very well and even reduced our taxes. We don't know how to repay this favor yet, so we'll lay down our humble lives to keep you alive. We hope you will protect Dong City and the Lord well in the future." Returning to the area deep inside Homan Castle, Gremund was now completely exhausted, lying flat on the ground and watching helplessly as a cold sword point was pointed directly at him. A soldier grimly chanted a spell to strengthen the blade and then coldly decreed, "Die." Suddenly, from a distance, a streak of light flashed by, flying straight toward them. The spear thrower was none other than Sibon, even though he had been desperately running for his life just a moment ago. At that exact moment, the iron cage suddenly exploded into the sky. He scratched his head in bewilderment and muttered to himself, "I thought I was finished. What a pity though, that was such high-quality equipment." The young man strolled closer and spoke in a provocative voice, "You were really that sorry? Why don't I see it that way?" The words sent a chill down his spine, and sweat poured off him like a bath while the boy's eyes stared straight at him with murderous intent. The soldiers, seeing the person who was supposed to be locked up now standing before them, were agape with surprise. Even the Boston ringleader wondered in panic, how did he manage to get out? Recovering he suddenly realized with shock that the very sword strike from earlier had shattered the cage from the outside. As unbelievable as it was, the truth before his eyes made him exclaim, "That's insane. How is that possible?" Though shocked to his core, he tried to appear calm to boost the morale of his subordinates. "Don't be afraid. Our side has 3 Earth-level experts." With such overwhelming men, why hesitate to crush him? Reassured by their leader, the soldiers cheered and rushed forward in a swarm. Seeing the enemy as numerous as ants, Gremund rushed forward in panic to intervene. "Young master, be careful, they are." But before the words could finish, he had to swallow them back, his face turning pale from extreme terror. Witnessing the brilliant aura surrounding Sibon and his confident manner like a living torch, he stared wide-eyed and wondered, this pale yellow battle cue. Just what kind of power is this? It seemed the soldiers were still unaware of the disaster about to befall them, as they continued to lower their heads and chant spells to cast magic. Is that really so? That relative of the Viscount began to tremble and shrieked, "Oh!" He sheathed his sword behind his back and turned to ask, "Gremund, are you all right?" The subordinate then shouted in a panic, "My lord, he has fainted from his many injuries," causing him to exclaim in shock, "What?" Sibon rushed over to check his condition and let out a sigh of relief. "Good thing he's not dead. He'll be back to normal after downing a bottle of resurrection water." Standing in his position as the Lord of the Eagle territory, he couldn't help but worry. These kinds of incidents would keep happening in the future, and with more people getting hurt, he couldn't just keep using resurrection water for everything. On this trip back, he had to make sure to help Lori awaken. The Minotaurs began to show off their prowess, directly using their weapons to demonstrate their power and loyalty, causing the crowd around them to only be able to scream in distress. This caused many people around them to gossip, "Do these monsters actually have cannon?" But when they looked closely, they were stunned. Upon closer, they realized, "Aren't those our city's gunners? The Bradhood clan has intervened in the battle. Report to the Viscount immediately." The garrison troops immediately descended into. Then they screamed in panic, Bodden City is finished. Even the Viscount's mansion has been razed to the ground. The Viscount has vanished." This made everyone frantic, with people shouting to one another, "Retreat, we must retreat." Everything went smoothly like that until nightfall. Old Kremen curiously asked, "Lord Sibon, when did you break through to the rank of Holy Knight?" He calmly replied, "I reached it the day before yesterday. I was just too busy to show it off." The butler was overwhelmed with emotion and choked with admiration. "Wonderful, truly wonderful." Lord Seven, I sincerely apologize for having doubted your action. If it weren't for the volunteer militia reinforcements turning the tide this time, this old body might have been lying dead here already. With such talent at a young age, you will surely rise to the rank of champion knight, and perhaps even the title of legend is not out of reach, he said, which made Seven chuckle and reply. Who knows, perhaps one day, under my banner, the eagle flag will fly across this entire continent. The Minotaurs enthusiastically swore there. My lord, the Bradhood clan is willing to brave fire and blood for you, devoted and loyal, which made him startle and choke on the water he was holding in his mouth. These guys kept repeating the mantra of power and loyalty, making him sigh in weariness, so annoying. That peaceful and cozy atmosphere lasted until the next dawn. As soon as he called for the system to check in and receive his rewards, a notification immediately detected that the master has completed all daily challenges. Now proceeding with the draw for you. Congratulations on obtaining the Hellhound unit. Critical hit activated success. Received additional. Upgrade to elite unit. Saracen Fire Demon. Hoyton. The gift will be delivered in the most practical way. Master, please leave some space. Recording the feat of completely clearing out Bodon City and seizing the entire accumulated wealth of the Bodon family, looting the armory, and sending the Viscount's great knights packing, creating extreme psychological for countless victims, and gaining 30,000 dark point. This massive reward made him giddy with excitement as he muttered, not bad at all. Got a critical hit and earned a ton of dark points. Is it really that much? The system suddenly beeped, and magical flashes of light appeared in the sky over Lam Dong City. This drew the curious eyes of the soldiers below, who looked up to admire it. The citizens in the city were no exception. Everyone tilted their heads to watch the blue aura streaking down, accompanied by the note of, gift has been delivered successfully. Seven was still innocently guessing what the reward could be, humming to himself, a fire demon. I wonder what kind of troop that is. Probably a fire spirit. I wonder which corner this one crawled out from. Then, the wall right behind him suddenly exploded with a roar, leaving nothing behind. His little heart nearly jumped out of his chest, and he cursed in rage, damn system, you call this delivering in a practical way. Meanwhile, the people in the city screamed in terror, the Lord has been crushed by a meteorite. It crashed right into his room. The giant stone flashed with lightning and cracked open. His quest reward finally emerged, so large that he widened his eyes in surprise, while it roared gleefully, fire, death, ashes, a new era, absolute, explosive army, burn everything. Great Demon Lord 7. The Saracen fire pledges deepest loyalty suddenly. Its words choked in its throat as it stared in horror and blurted out, wait. It even dared to arrogantly ask, why are you as small as a worm? Which made him snap in fury, grinding his teeth as he shouted, haven't you realized yet? I am your master, and also the worm in your mouth. Making Saracen tremble as he hurriedly apologized, wait, I mean, how wonderful. The Hellfire Saracen will remain forever loyal. Yet that foul mouth remains unchanged, you lowly little worm. Great lord. He could only utter helplessly, Saracen. Tone down the flames on your body a bit. My desk is about to turn into charcoal. Hearing him say that, it obediently replied, yes, I shall obey your command immediately, sir. Saracen. Rank, Hellfire Leader. Power, Mighty Archer. Skills, Hellfire Descent, Lava Attack, Volcanic Erupt. Passive, Demonic Flame, Magic Immunity. Hardening Immunity. Equipment, Known. Legion, 50,000, Burly Hellfire Leader. Younger brother of the Gatekeeper Supremus. Looking at Saracen's majestic, giant form made him feel extremely satisfied as he thought to himself, is this Hellfire? Look at this level, and with such an overpowered skill set, yes, definitely unbeatable. As expected, the critical hit rewards from the system have never disappointed me. After smashing the desk to pieces, it smugly asked, what is a console? Esteemed lord, he pondered for a moment, although the creature's power was impressive, hearing himself called console or worm every time it opened its mouth was truly annoying. Should he be disdained or respected? However, that arrogant nature couldn't be discarded. It kept calling him console, making him so angry he had to correct it immediately. From now on, you must address me with respect. He held his forehead and sighed in frustration. If only I could send this guy to the same class as Lori. Just as he mentioned her, Lori pushed the door open and entered, asking worriedly, Master, are you all right? He could only manage a wary smile and reply, I was just talking about you. Upon seeing the girl, Saracen's eyes widened and he shouted, ooh la la, before scanning her with his sharp, scrutinizing eye. The Hellfire creature bluntly commented, a worm? Another tiny worm. Looks like a hybrid beastman. What a strange creature. The girl opened her eyes wide in fear, and he hastily intervened. Watch your mouth. Then confusedly tried to comfort her. Lori, this is... Before he could finish his sentence, the girl burst into tears and lunged into his arms, screaming, monster. A man-eating monster. Master, please run away. He stood frozen, not knowing what to do except call out her name, Lori. Before he could feel touched for long, The girl innocently remarked, Master smells bad. He won tea taste good, making him want to scream in broad daylight. It seemed the word respect had completely vanished from the heads of this duo. He stroked her head to reassure her. Lori, don't be afraid. It's not what you think. Immediately, he led the girl to Sarakan and formally introduced him. This is also a new subordinate who just joined us today. He fell from the sky. Get to know each other. The girl still looked bewildered and blurted out, What? This? This is also one of Master's people. Meanwhile, the strange flame was deep in thought, calculating. So, our great lord isn't actually that small, is he? He could only offer an awkward smile and explain. That's right, so don't be afraid. Yes, just like that stone guy, he just looks a bit rough. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Great lord. Great lord, your subordinate is late. Please forgive Siphon. You must be safe. It was none other than the loyal butler and the familiar crowd rushing in, terrified that their lord might be in danger. But as soon as they reached the door, the whole group froze on the spot with expressions of utter shock. Oh, he said casually, let me introduce you all to someone. At that moment, the eyes of the hellfire creature and the stone man met, and they exchanged strange looks. Sarakan gave a faint, mocking laugh. Oh, damn it, more worms. Wait a minute, why are Bronjam stone worms here? The stone man glared back and replied, By the Almighty, why is there a hellfire in this corner? Has Sargeras' hand reached this far into the universe? The people around didn't understand a thing because all they cared about was what on earth that thing was. The stone man took a defensive stance and shouted, Protect the Lord. Seeing the atmosphere thick with tension, he sighed and intervened. Come on, calm down. He hurriedly explained, Everyone, relax. This is a new subordinate I just recruited named Saracen. From now on, we are one family. He won't hurt anyone, as long as no one provokes him first. While Lori was still staring blankly at the strange flame, the stone man suddenly shouted, What? My lord, are you serious? Even if he's not a purebred demon, pure demon blood still flows in his veins, a destructive entity burning intensely. Are you sure he will absolutely obey orders? Suddenly, he felt the stone man's attitude had been strange since seeing the hellfire, so he asked curiously, Do you two know each other? Saracen then slowly, Not exactly know each other. Actually, we were on the same side in the old world. The stone man added, In our homeland, we were forced to join hands with these monsters to go on conquests everywhere. Hearing this, he stroked his chin and pondered, invading other. Huh. Saracen suddenly threw his head back and laughed arrogantly. Then he boasted proudly. For Bronjam's stone worms to serve the Burning Legion is a great honor. But the stone man coldly interrupted. Bastard. The goal we must dedicate ourselves to now is the Eagle Lord. The hellfire creature awkwardly corrected himself. Damn it, I meant praise Sargeras. Serving the Eagle Lord is the greatest honor for Saracen. Their bickering was giving him a headache, so he raised his hand to signal them to stop. That's enough. If you two giants keep causing a ruckus, this room will be destroyed. Someone come clean this place up. Everyone, dismissed. Just when it seemed everything had settled, Saracen looked at him with pitiful eyes and asked, Great Lord, where should I go now? Only then did he startle and wonder, Oh right, where on earth am I going to put this giant lump of coal? Master. Lori suddenly spoke up excited. Let me take care of this. Surprised, he asked, You'll take care of it. The girl nodded firmly with a bright smile on her lips. Yes. Before they knew it, dusk was falling, and everyone walked out with dazed and confused expressions. Lori had arranged a special resting spot for Hellfire at the small waterfall outside the peak of mountain. Its sudden bursting into flames left it sitting there dazed while everyone whispered about the Lord's bizarre hobby, assuming the peaceful atmosphere would last forever. Unexpectedly, a mysterious group of people dressed in black appeared from the direction of Frost City. They marched aggressively, with their leader declaring, The news that the Eagle Lord has returned to the city tonight presents the perfect assassination opportunity. We must act swiftly and cleanly. As the group brazenly walked through the center of the city, a stern voice blocked their path. This road is off limits, leaving them utterly bewildered. An aggressive thug threatened, Is this old man tired of living? But the leader raised his hand to signal a stop. Wait, look who it is, the defeated one. Do you still recognize me? At first, he still had some doubts, but upon looking closely at the person in front of him, his eyes darkened and his lips trembled uncontrollably. It was his enemy, Viketi. He didn't even bother to hide it, pulling off his hood and sneering. That's right, if not for those eyes, I wouldn't have recognized you. I didn't expect you to age so much in just 2 years. Your wife's blood was truly nourishing. It made me stronger than ever. He intentionally rubbed salt into the old man's pain of losing his wife with a sarcastic tone. I'm still waiting for you to come seek revenge, Grand Alchemy Master Part. Too bad your mana is completely drained. What can a useless piece of trash like you do? His trembling hands took out a red pill from a small box, and his whole body began radiating a surging murderous aura. I originally wanted to dispatch a few holy knights before looking for you, but who knew you'd deliver yourself right to me?" he growled, asserting, "You will soon taste my vengeance." Ignoring the crowd's astonishment, he swallowed the strange pill. His subordinate, he's using a forbidden drug to burn his life force to reach the night realm. Kata said glee, "No, 2 and no. 3, go play with this old dog." Next, he ordered the rest to quickly complete the mission assigned by the Pope. Right beneath the fountain, a massive, shocking explosion. The explosion was so loud that it alarmed even Shibin's room upstairs, causing Lori to ask in panic, "What just exploded?" He rushed to the window to look out with utter suspicion. "What on earth is going on? Why did our fountain turn into a volcano like that?" At this time, Sarakan was laughing excitedly as he looked at the enemy. "You vermin, the great Sarakan will burn you to ashes. Scream in a sea of fire." They panicked and broke into a cold sweat. Why is there a lava creature in the Eagle Lord's city? The intelligence team is truly useless. The Pope must deal with them. The entire group of enemies fell into a state of panic and extreme terror. "Pray, quickly stay away from the molten lava." Hellfire laughed heartily with great pleasure. "Pain and fear are the real delicacies," while the rest could only scream and cry for help. Observing from above and hearing keywords like Pope or Banda, he vaguely guessed everything and called out loudly, "Lori." The young girl hastily replied, "Yes, master." Shibin patted her head. "Get my sword for me and stay inside the room. I will be right back." Lori worryingly reminded him to be careful, because if they were left to wreak havoc like this, Frost City would be ruined. Once fully prepared, he put on his armor, took his sword, and charged straight into the Pope's men, who were glaring at him fiercely. They suddenly shouted in surprise, "Another Sky Knight." He took note of the word "another." Knowing he was a Sky Knight made them even more flustered. He is the target of the assassination, but wasn't he just an Earth Knight? Thinking of this, they were extremely furious. The intelligence this time was severely inaccurate, and if they survived and returned, they would have to figure out a different plan. Seeing the whole crowd gang up on him, he said dispiritedly, "This trick again. Is that meager bit of skill all you people have?" As the Eagle Lord, he didn't bother arguing with these small fry and immediately unleashed his dragon vein power. His eyes burned fiercely, and his entire body emitted the majestic aura of a divine dragon. With just a gentle swing of his sword, he dealt a terrifying amount of damage, then charged straight toward the Pope's subordinates. Looking at this terrifying display of power, they grew even more panicked and began to doubt. A Sky Knight defeating an Earth Temple Knight with a single swing of a sword is an earth-shattering feat that only old monsters with years of cultivation could pull off. Yet how old is the Eagle Lord really? Seeing the crowd standing there dazed, he cleared his throat to remind them and glanced around. Each of them turned pale with fear and trembled violently. Just at that moment, Xibin's familiar voice echoed from afar, saying the Pope's men had bitterly retreated because the mission had failed miserably. Watching them flee head over heels, he smirked and said that their bodies were already broken to pieces, so where did they think they were escaping to? After finishing his pipe dream, he dashed off in hot pursuit, causing everyone along the road to stare in awe. Returning to the previous spot, old Parker was still struggling alone against Vikid, causing the latter to sigh in boredom and criticize it as a total waste of a Sky Knight's power on someone lacking combat skills or experience. Even if he learned to use a sword, he was still useless. Yet the old man remained determined to fight to the death to avenge his beloved wife. Suddenly, the subordinates sent to assassinate Xibin earlier rushed back in a panic, calling out loudly to the butler, making him ask in surprise why numbers 5, 7, and 11 had returned so quickly and whether the mission was completed. Little did they expect, things did not go smoothly. One man frantically shouted that the Eagle Lord had reached the rank of Sky Knight and the intelligence was completely wrong, adding that there was also a terrifying lava creature at the Sky Knight rank in Winterfell City. Right at that moment, he appeared behind his back, smirked, said, "These are your last words," and swung his sword to decapitate him before he could even react. Several men from the Holy See standing nearby gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What, the Lord?" Recognizing the person standing before, he could not help but ask in amazement, "Old Parker, how can it be you? You were clearly just an ordinary mortal when we last met, so how did you survive being surrounded by 3 Temple Knights?" The status screen popped up showing that Parker Loser had overdrawn his life force. Title: Grand Alchemist, Temporary Strength, Level 51 Sky Knight. Skills: Advanced Potions and Fire Element Master. Swordsmanship, Basic, Equipment. Fine Sword, once a world-famous Grand Alchemist, now merely a solitary man living in hiding for revenge. Favorability in Eagle Domain reached 100 points due to being deeply respected by the villagers of Winterfell. He was deeply shocked that a kind-hearted person like him had to resort to such dark magic to overdraw his life force just to forcefully raise his strength to the level of a Sky Knight. Panicked, Vikid yelled at his henchmen to charge forward and block the way, and his subordinates obeyed, rushing straight into the fight. A soaring murderous aura erupted from his whole body, and he mocked in a flat voice, Did you really think you could block me? Still foolish overestimate. As soon as they rushed forward, he swung his sword and sent the entire group straight to the afterlife. At this point, no matter how much he wanted to deny the truth, he had to widen his eyes in silent panic, realizing that easily killing a temple knight with bare hands could only be accomplished by someone who had reached the realm of a sky knight. Realizing that the situation was hanging by a thread, he hurriedly shouted out, declaring that Parker and the Eagle Lord were truly formidable. The situation had taken an unfavorable turn, so he needed to escape quickly from here. Thank you, viewers, for watching, and please click subscribe to support the channel. His rage having pushed past the breaking point, he gritted his teeth, glared intensely, bared sharp claws, and exuded a spine-chilling dark aura, roaring at him to just die already. Immediately after, a dense aura of malice enveloped the old man, causing him so much pain that his eyes turned bloodshot. Showing no mercy, he thrust his blade straight into the old man's stomach, causing his face to turn pale from excruciating pain. Witnessing that terrifying sight, Sai-bin screamed out Parker Loser's name in panic. Despite his body being in extreme pain, he refused to let go and locked the enemy in a tight embrace, driving the man furious as he cursed, "You crazy old man, let go of me." It was then that the old man gritted his teeth and voiced his final wish to him, asking him to end the enemy's life in his place. Honoring the kind old man's earnest request, he pressed the icy cold blade against the man's neck, making his eyes widen as his face drained of all color in terror. The inevitable end arrived. The man collapsed to the ground, drawing his final breath, while he casually rested his sword over his shoulder. Panting heavily and with great difficulty, old Parker called out, "My lord, I heard a rumor that you seem to have a soft spot for a pretty demi-human girl, Dun Tu." Hearing this, he straightforwardly admitted that it was true. Hearing his answer, the old man threw his head back and laughed heartily, only to burst into a fit of harsh coughing. Although the old man had tried to instruct him to take good care of her, he had also engraved in his heart the promise to protect her until the very end. As soon as he stepped back into the room, he let out a long, weary sigh of relief. At that moment, she suddenly rushed into his chest and hugged him tightly, making him speak up in startled concern, "Lori, what's wrong?" Hearing this, the little girl sobbed even harder in his arms, choked up as she said, "Master, you aren't hurt, are you?" I felt such chaos below. Lori couldn't bear to see Master in pain. I really wanted to run out and protect you, but I was afraid of becoming a burden. Understanding the little girl's thoughts, he gently reassured her, "Lori, you aren't a burden at all. Besides, you're about to awaken soon. Once you do, who knows, you might even be several times more powerful than Master. When that time comes, remember to protect me, okay?" It was just a joke to comfort her, but Lori kept muttering, "Awakening means I can protect Master. I really want to protect Master, not hide behind him. Lori must become stronger." Then, her entire body suddenly emitted a strange, brilliant light. It caused his face to turn pale with endless fear. Just like that, the little girl unexpectedly awakened at that moment, filling the entire room with a powerful aura, so bright that he had to raise his hand to shield his eyes. Sai-bin stood frozen like a statue, staring intently, unable to comprehend what had just unfolded before his eyes. Then he stammered, unable to find the words, "Lori, you. Just then, the system panel displayed a notification. Name, Lori. Identity, closed nun and lover of Sai-bin. Strength, level 4. Stage 1 awakened demi-human. Skills, dance of cold light and endless growth, along with pure soul protection. Spring returns to ancient trees and natural grace, as well as passive skills for plant control and fragrance aura. Equipment, none. Reputation, heroic Ridge Terry. Though beautiful, she is little known because her soul belongs entirely to one person. Demi-human influence reputation is low. With tears still in her eyes and blushing cheeks, Lori asked shyly, Master, what is the matter?" Seeing this, he jumped for joy, grabbed her hand, and burst out in excitement, "Lori, you've just awakened. Oh my God, this is wonderful." He then stood stunned for a few seconds. Little did she know, he was laughing deviously inside, thinking, "A healer. I, Sai-bin, finally have a healer. A super exclusive one who can also warm the bed. Haha, now who dares say Winterfell lacks healing power? With these skills, it's more than enough to put a bunch of priests out of business." The next morning, a resounding shout rang out from a small pharmacy, specializing in treating bruises, knife or gunshot wounds, and venomous insect bites. Unbelievably low cost starting from just 1 coin. Saracen continued to exercise with a look of dissatisfaction, glancing around and grumbling, "Everything I see is an eyesore. It truly is fate that I'm stuck with what I hate." Meanwhile, Lori continued to welcome customers. "Hello, welcome." Passersby witnessed the scene. Some sighing while others whispered, "Opening a clinic and it's a demi-human girl. Rumor has it she's the Lord's new favorite concubine. Well, She's probably just doing it for fun to seduce men. I miss old man Parker's pharmacy already. Those gossiping words were like a cold splash of water in Sai-bin's face, but he only gave a faint smile. As he had predicted, the pharmacy's opening day was not going very well. Looking it over, he sighed in weariness. Initially, he just wanted to open the shop to build Laurie's confidence and gradually change the people's view of demi-humans, but it seemed such deep prejudice wouldn't vanish overnight. Suddenly, a child running past gave him a brilliant idea. "That's it," he excitedly shouted. "I've got it. Hey, chubby kid, come here for a moment." The adorable boy asked with sparkling eyes. "Lord, what did you call me for?" While white clouds drifted leisurely across the wide sky, the boy pulled his mother directly to the front of Laurie's shop and called out, "Miss Doctor, please help my mother. She hasn't stopped coughing for days." "I'm sorry, the little one just kept dragging me along," the mother explained with an awkward smile. "Oh, isn't he that Chris little boy?" Catching the scene, she gave a radiant smile and replied, "It's fine. Please come in." Inwardly, she was quietly delighted that they finally had their first customer. Neighbors couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. Poor little Aubrey. His father died in battle, and his mother is gravely ill. Everyone knows her condition. Do you think it can be cured? Pure fantasy. If even the priests failed, what could a demi-human do? While Laurie was attentively conducting the examination, the people outside still clicked their tongues in prejudice. Old man Parker is gone, and now Aubrey's family is desperate enough to try anything. Yet, just a short while later, all three stepped out with radiant expressions, leaving the crowd curious. "Look, they re-out. So fast. Has her condition really improved?" Someone spoke up. "Hey Aubrey, how is your mother?" The boy couldn't hide his excitement and jumped up and down, cheering. "She has completely cured everyone. This beautiful sister is as skilled as a superhero." She just gently waved her hand, and a white light covered my mother. A moment later, she felt healthy again. The mother also smiled, touching her cheek shyly as she said, "My chest truly isn't tight anymore, and the coughs have vanished." The ladies nearby gasped in astonishment. "She actually cured it. That's miraculous. But the fee must be sky high, right?" An old man with deep prejudice against the pharmacy interjected with a sneer. "I bet she'll fleece them just like those priests before. She probably charged a full 100 gold coins, right? It's all the same." The boy then pointed to the sign to defend Laurie. "The beautiful sister only took 1 coin from us. It's written clearly there, starting from only 1 coin. This caused the old man to gape in surprise and exclaim, "Really? Only 1 coin? How is that possible?" Aubrey confirmed it with a smile. "It's definitely true." While Saracen naively felt it was just noisy. Later, someone ran off to spread the news. "Gods, I must tell my old man. My daughter can be saved. I must bring her here immediately." Gradually, the local prejudice against Laurie's pharmacy vanished. Right then, a girl holding paper and pen skipped forward and excitedly exclaimed, "This is Winterfell, right? Finally, I'm here. Look at that magic fortress. Oh, isn't this that pharmacy? Why is it so crowded? Are they giving away free eggs or something?" At this time, the locals are lining up in a long queue waiting for her to treat them, while Sibin stands outside reminding them, "Everyone, remember to line up in an orderly fashion and don't push. Everyone will be examined thoroughly, so take it slow." The girl in glasses hid outside the window, staring intently at Laurie's every move and wondering to herself, "Don't the people here despise demi-humans? Why does this child look so familiar? Exactly like the demi-human girl saved by the Eagle Lord last time." She glanced behind her and muttered to herself, "Did they think opening a clinic like this would bring peace? I've seen someone sneakily peering over here for a while now." Seeing her gradually gain the villagers' sympathy and trust, he curled his lips in a secret smile and assessed, "Great form, Laurie, but what's with that tail sneakily lurking outside the window?" At that moment, their eyes suddenly met as if they were scrutinizing each other's backgrounds. Then she widened her eyes in astonishment and cried out, "Oh, my." The information panel immediately displayed clear. Name Sibin, Golden Lion. Identity count of the Eagle territory. Power unknown. Skills empty. Equipment empty. Reputation hit. Danger level 9. Identifying, she hurriedly strode over and said in surprise, "Lord Eagle, I didn't expect to run into you here," which made him smirk and think, "I should be the one saying that." Immediately, the system clearly displayed the opponent's file. Name Vm Kim Mue. Faction landscape. Power level 20. He involuntarily curled his lips and muttered, "So at SVM Kim Mue." Unexpectedly, he ran into a big shot from the landscape faction who had been famous in gaming forums in his past life. If she has already reached level 20, other players are likely around there too, while the top ones might be at level 25. The female gamer approached him warmly. "Hello there, I have traveled here from the Purple Tremor Divine Light, exploring mysterious lands that no one has set foot on along with the locals." He smiled back half seriously. "Hello, beautiful. Did a big shot like you travel all the way from the Purple Tremor Divine Light to Winterfrost City just for some sightseeing?" Kim Yue smiled broadly and replied bashfully. Exactly, my lord. May I have your autograph as a souvenir? Seeing this, his smile deepened mischievously as he thought, exactly like the landscape, always sensitive to beautiful things. Fine, I'll indulge you. As he signed, he thought self-importantly, has my hard work touched the hearts of the entire gaming community this time? Waiting for the fish to bite, she slowly revealed an extremely cunning smile. A strange smoke suddenly rose around Sibin and tightly bound his body, making him cough uncontrollably. Cough, cough, cough. What on earth is this? While Kim Yue coldly interrogated. Eagle Lord. Confess immediately. What trick did you play on Saintess Roy that day? Sibin still patiently tried to mediate. Wait, calm down. What about Roy? Why use these binding tricks? Good heavens. She laughed triumphantly and threatened. Dizzy and lightheaded now. Aaron T.U. These are the spores we worked hard to harvest in the wasteland. Struggling is useless. Ha ha ha. He wondered whether she was worried about the Saintess or hinting at something dark. Hearing that, she recalled the Saintess' agitated state at the time as she constantly moaned, Ugh, my body is so hot, it's freezing cold. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became, so she put on a stern face and interrogated him. After you and the Saintess were alone in a closed room, she fell ill the next day, alternating between fevers and chills. Now her health is deteriorating daily. Plus, since you already discriminate against demi-humans, all heroic spirits have pointed their spears at you. Is there anything left to say in your defense? After hearing such a ridiculous reason, he sighed helplessly. Give me a break. I only kissed her once. Did she catch lovesickness because I am too handsome? Then he thought, the Saintess in the original game didn't have this issue. I wonder if my system knows the cause. The system immediately answered, current data is insufficient. Host, please proceed quickly to the abnormal areas to investigate further. Sibin felt his head spinning in confusion as he wondered, is it because of the changes in the plot that no matter what I do, the players will eventually frame me for the Saintess' death to raid my territory and welcome the unavoidable calamity of death? Meanwhile, Kim Yue adjusted her glasses and firmly stated, I've never seen anyone so thick-skinned and shameless. This situation meant someone who feared death like him could no longer sit still. He suddenly thought in panic, this is bad, I must act quickly. He snapped the rope binding him as fast as lightning, making her gape and stammer, You weren't poisoned. He just gave a faint smile and replied, with my strength, I can detoxify myself from these silly spores with just a single sneeze. He also took the opportunity to declare once and for all to VM Kim Yue, believe it or not, I had no hand in this. Besides, I have no ill will towards demi-humans, but to clear up the cause of Roy's illness, I am willing to follow you to the purple tremor divine light. This left her surprised and overjoyed as she stammered, Really? Sebin stroked his chin and gave a sly smile in confirmation, Exactly. Then he leaned down, picked up the rope, and said with a wicked smile, Indeed, but before we go, hey. Seeing that devilish smile, she started back in a defensive stance and questioned, What are you doing? Don't you come any closer. At that moment, Laurie came running hurriedly and called, Master, were you looking for me? He patted her shoulder gently and instructed, The pharmacy is temporarily closed. Come with me on a trip. Though confused, she obediently replied, Yes, Master. Witnessing the whole event, Kim Yue pondered, So this is the demi-human girl who opened the clinic. Could the Eagle Lord have been sincere? He never discriminated against demi-humans at all. It turns out we've wrongly accused him. While she was lost in thought and he whistled happily, Laurie remained standing there dazed, having no idea what was going on. Everyone everywhere was buzzing with discussion about whether Yihao had been found yet. Ever since he left saying he was going to find a cure for the Saintess, there had been no news of him. Devil knows where he was drifting now, and people were even fuming with rage, blaming everything on Lord Eagle and swearing to get rid of him sooner or later. The more the people talked, the more enraged they became, shouting not only to eliminate him but also demanding to chop his corpse into pieces. Right at that moment, Xibin suddenly appeared from behind, still holding the Saintess tied up upside down like a hanging ham. Immediately after, the system blared continuous warning notifications about an abnormal spatial zone appearing. Dancing frantically, the system detected that the Child of Destiny, Yehao, had just suffered a major crisis, his thread of destiny severed, and the world was collapsing beyond repair. The system detected that the demi-human Saintess was in danger and urgently searched for an emergency rescue plan. Unable to find a viable way for now, it forcibly activated Phase 3 of the main storyline, leaving a mere 2-hour time limit for the quest to kidnap the Saintess, relentlessly urging the host to act immediately. Looking at the system panel, his blood boiled with rage as he cursed the crazy machine under his breath for outputting so much nonsense. Just then, the demi-human villagers glared at him with extreme hatred and began shouting in resistance, Everyone, it's Lord Eagle. Charge and demand justice for our Lord. Xibin stood dazed and listless, reflecting on life with only a brief 2 hours of lifespan remaining. There was no time left to care about the Saintess matters, but it certainly had a close connection to that Yihao guy. so he suddenly came up with a plan to run at full speed straight back to Linden City to ask Lori if there was a way to detoxify her. No sooner said than done. Saibin hurriedly drew the precious sword strap behind his back, single-handedly taking on all the eyesore trouble before him. The henchmen rushed forward aggressively to attack Saibin with murder in their eyes. These small fry knew everything in the world except who the great god Saibin was, as he casually swung his sword twice to create an X-shaped burst of spiritual energy, slicing the crowd into pieces and yelling at them to get lost immediately. Saibin proudly strode step by step into the castle to search for her. After enduring countless, he finally reached her beloved room and kicked the door wide open, leaving himself out of breath, while the maid wiping down Roy startled and turned around in confusion at the unfamiliar intruder. Paying no mind to the maid's question, Saibin quietly hurried to the bedside where Roy lay gasping for air with a pale face, unable to hide his distress as he asked how she had ended up in such a state. "Forget the talk. Let's get out of here fast," Saibin said, casually grabbing a bath towel to wrap around Roy before lifting her up in his arms, cradling her tightly while his other hand swung his sword to unleash a blast of divine power that smashed a corner of the castle, leaving the maid who witnessed the terrifying scene almost fainting on the spot. From high up in the sky, a fierce beast, a hybrid of bird and monster, swooped down to meet them. Sabin quickly leapt onto its back while holding Roy to escape immediately, worrying that her condition was becoming unbearable. Flapping its wings, the monster glided gently over small towns, where the crowds below raised their heads, pointing and berating Sabin mercilessly for daring to kidnap the saintess, shouting that this Lord Eagle had reached the realm of sky swordsmen and would be punished sooner or later. One could hardly understand what had gotten into these people to make them fuss and overreact so frantically. The scene shifted immediately to the solemn city of Linden. Saibin immediately carried Roy straight into the medical room for treatment. Lying on the bed, she writhed and groaned from bone-chilling pain, her forehead burning with a high fever as her mouth constantly mumbled and screamed, haunted by nightmare. Seeing Roy's agonizing condition broke Sabin's heart. Recognizing the dire sin, Lori stepped forward, channeling all her inner power to transfer healing energy into her. But over an hour passed and Lori became exhausted, dripping with sweat while Roy's condition remained stagnant, making everyone sigh in helpless dismay. Suddenly, Lori's legs turned to jelly and could no longer support her, collapsing onto the cold tiled floor as her young body reached its absolute limit. Panicked, Saibin rushed over to catch his little sister and anxiously asked about her condition. Looking at Lori's haggard face, Saibin felt deeply pained and couldn't bear to let her suffer any further. Leaning her head against his chest, Lori sobbed and confessed that she was powerless to completely destroy that dark power and could only temporarily suppress it, bursting into tears, prompting Saibin to gently comfort her, saying it wasn't her fault, since she had spent all her energy treating so many townsfolk since morning, and his Lori had done a wonderful job. "That's not it," Lori cried, shaking her head violently as she buried her face in his chest, tearfully explaining that her condition was extremely complex and she could feel an evil darkness secretly gnawing at the victim's heart. It was a seal rooted deep within the soul that could not be cleansed, dragging Roy into an endless nightmare. And breaking this tribulation depended solely on whether she herself possessed enough willpower to overcome the demon within. Hearing this, Saibin stared at the beauty in silent contemplation. But the trouble was that Saibin still found it utterly baffling, scratching his head in confusion as to why the brat Lori was so good-natured and enthusiastic today. Roy groaned again in utter terror, evoking pity from anyone who saw her. Saibin had been keeping watch by her bedside for a long time, telling himself he had to find a way to save her from the jaws of death. Even if he couldn't use magic to revive her instantly, at least he could jump into her dream to lend a hand in repelling the nightmare. In Roy's haunting dreamscape, both past and present continuously replayed before her eyes, making her writhe in tears. Thick around her were demonic specters bearing fangs and claws, incessantly pointing, forcing her to fulfill her duty to serve the goddess, coercing her to memorize harsh dogmas, while scolding her for why her powers still hadn't awakened. They dragged her out of the orphanage hoping to train her into an elite saintess, only to make her shoulder the heavy expectations of humanity, while cries demanding vengeance for the demi-humans echoed in her ears. "Is there anyone to save me?" And in another dream, she was imprisoned in a gloomy dungeon, bound tightly by hundreds of intertwined iron chains. Each chain cut deep into her flesh, causing excruciating pain to the bone, while harsh reproaches from the fiends echoed in her ears. Weeping choked tears, Roy begged them to let her go, as her tears had dried up long ago. Amidst the utmost despair, a mysterious energy instantly severing the heavy chains that bound her completely. Free falling in delirium, Roy drifted into another bottomless dream, sinking down into the ice-cold water without an ounce of strength left to struggle or resist. The feeling of being submerged in that silent water unexpectedly brought her a strange peace, as she slowly closed her eyes, surrendering to fate, silently wishing to sink deep forever. Suddenly, numerous arms rose from the underwater depth, gripping her tightly with terrifying magic, dragging her small body down into the abyss without letting go. Startled, Roy snapped her eyes open, raising her hands hopelessly for help, struggling to break free from the surrounding demons while gazing up at the flickering light on the water's surface, hoping someone would reach out to pull her up. At the moment when all seemed lost, a warm, masculine hand suddenly reached out, taking a firm and resolute hold of her hand. Roy clearly felt a surge of warm vitality flowing through each finger and knew someone had come to save her. She opened her eyes wide, staring ahead in astonishment. Finally, Sabin found Roy amidst the terrifying nightmare, gripping her hand tightly. He pulled her out of the deadly water, their eyes meeting, brimming with yearning while the fierce beast circled high in the sky, and Roy stared in disbelief, blurting out to ask if it was indeed Lord Eagle. No way out of it. It was that damned Sabin, the man she hated most in the world. Roy struggled desperately, shyly wondering why he was right there. Sabin casually said he was waiting for her. Who else? He, the young master, had come to steal her beauty. Nevertheless, Roy was still stubborn, wriggling nonstop. She never expected that conceited Sabin would dare to let go of her with both hands. Roy plunged headlong onto the back of the monster. You scoundrel, you almost broke my spine. Roy struggled to get up, and Sabin suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He admitted he had played a bit too much and stepped forward to help her. Unexpectedly, things went completely the opposite way. She delivered a devastating punch to his cheek. She looked weak, but if she wasn't struggling, she used force immediately. Sabin found this amusing. Good. This lady likes this kind of violence. Roy cried and whimpered, complaining, "Let me down immediately, you pervert." Fearing that this child would continue to make a fuss, he would fall flat on his face. He had no choice but to order the mount to land in a deserted villa. Before the monster even touched the ground, Roy jumped off as fast as lightning. This brat is truly cunning. Because she jumped down too quickly, Roy twisted her leg. A sharp electric pain shot up to her brain, hurting all the way to her navel. She winced, standing frozen in place, not daring to move. Sabin only managed to pull her into his arms for fear she would fall to the ground. He smirked mockingly, teasing, "This is interesting. Is it just a dream? So you feel pain? Don't pretend to fool me." Roy stared at him blankly, then looked down at her leg. The pain had disappeared. Thinking about it, it didn't hurt at all. Could she be experiencing a severe hallucination? Roy pushed Sabin's hand away forcefully. She couldn't believe a single word he said. What did his words mean? Was this really a dream? Sabin nodded gravely. Of course, this is your nightmare. If I hadn't used all my strength to connect our consciousness and rush in to save you, your life would have been over long before sunset. You annoying guy. Roy pouted, turning away and mumbling, "Meeting you is the biggest nightmare of my life." Still, something bothered her. Roy avoided Sabina's piercing gaze. She awkwardly waved her hands and asked, "Why did you go to such trouble to save me?" Sabin pretended to ponder, then sighed. "There's no reason at all. I was just afraid that if you died, people would gossip that you died of lovesickness for me, and all the blame would fall on me. That would be too unfair." Sabin proudly stroked his chin, showing off his handsome face. "After all, I'm this handsome. Isn't that explanation convincing enough?" Hearing this, Roy immediately bristled with anger. "Who would be infatuated with you? You're unbelievably thick-skinned. Let's drop this nonsense." Sabin grabbed Roy's wrist and ran wildly in one direction within the mansion. "Stop dawdling. Let's get out of here quickly. If we don't find a way out now, we'll be stuck in this corner until we die." The two of them dashed through an arched gate. Roy's cheeks turned rosy red, and her heart pounded as she looked down at the hand Sabin was tightly holding. They continued to pass through the incredibly beautiful ancient architecture of the buildings. Roy squirmed again. "Take your dirty hand off me." "Found it." Sabin grabbed her hand and pulled her along at the speed of light. Sabin looked around at the strange architecture with great interest. "This place looks exactly like a holy cathedral. It seems the most terrifying thing in your subconscious is this place. I guess the way out must be inside." Holy Cathedral. As soon as she heard the name, a series of dark memories flooded Roy's mind. She looked so pathetic in those memories. "No, please," the little girl begged, her voice hoarse. However, all her efforts to escape ultimately led to a bitter end. Roy glanced at the cathedral door with terrified eyes. She tightly gripped Sabin's hand and pleaded, "I don't want to go in there." Sabin was stunned, clearly feeling Roy's trembling. "Look at that, such a strong reaction. So this is what terrifies you the most. In other words, the direction is completely correct. Let's go. You have to walk even if you don't want to." Sabin threw Roy over his shoulder and rushed into the main hall. Roy pounded on his back, groaning, "Let go of me, you wicked man." Towering in the center of the main hall was a huge statue placed majestically. Roy and Sabin curiously rushed over to look. "What is this thing?" "Isn't it this statue of me?" she asked, eyes wide. "Why is there a statue of a former saintess here? The person honored on the altar should be the wild goddess Malone." Sabin ignored Roy's question. He looked around, then suddenly remarked, "Oh, so this is the previous saintess." She tutted disdainfully. "The standards for choosing saintesses are getting worse and worse." "What?" Roy glared at him, her eyes burning. What do you mean by that look? Bin didn't bother arguing. He grabbed her collar and dragged her along. Let's go find the way out quickly. Roy was so angry she fumed, and finally gave up, letting Bin drag her away. But the image of the statue kept haunting her. Indeed, the statue was problematic. The moment Roy and Bin disappeared from view, the statue's eyes suddenly turned a blood-red color, looking incredibly terrible. Deep within that fiery gaze was the shape of a grotesque skull that was impossible to decipher. Along the gloomy corridors of the cathedral, Roy and Bin headed straight for a room at the end of the passageway. They walked quickly to assess the situation. Bin curiously pushed open the door to the room. It turned out to be a classroom. A woman was intently writing something on the blackboard, with students sitting below. It was strange, a classroom so silent it was like a ghost town. Roy cautiously stepped closer to look inside. She asked Bin in surprise, "Why is the classroom setting here exactly like when I was in school?" He, of course, knew the situation. "This is your nightmare, so it's perfectly normal for the spaces in your dream to be different from reality." Teacher Malia still stood with her back to the blackboard. She wasn't writing anything at all. In reality, she was frantically scratching the blackboard with her fingernails, leaving countless scratches clearly visible. Bin seemed unfazed. He tightly gripped her hand and urged, "The exit is right in there, let's go." But Roy didn't think so. She grabbed his hand and whispered, "Wait, that woman in the mirror seems to have something very unusual about her." Roy looked exactly as if she were being manipulated like a puppet. A very strange mark had appeared on her neck. Malia turned around with an angry expression, clutching a rattan whip to strike forward, scolding Roy for daring to disobey instead of sitting still. Her instinctual fear rose up, and Roy immediately flinched back. Driven like a soulless puppet, she stepped quickly toward the desk, while Bin frantically stopped her, asking where she was going by rushing into such danger. At that moment, Malia suddenly lunged forward as if she wanted to eat them alive, grumbling that disobedient children deserved nothing but a beating. Making Bin's eyes widen in fear, Malia swung her whip hard into the space between the two. She was unimaginably wicked, and such force used against children would be far too cruel. Unable to take it anymore, Bin delivered a direct kick to her stomach. Struck by the painful blow, Malia staggered back a few steps and collapsed, clutching her stomach and groaning. Only after a long while did she scramble to her feet and stride purposefully toward the center of the classroom. Looking smug, she brandished her whip and ordered the children to sing out loud because music class had begun. All the children in the class stood up simultaneously, scratching the desks and leaving behind deep grooves. Each of them began to shriek piercingly, sounding just like the wailing of ghosts and demons in the underworld. The noise was true torture for the ears. Bin clutched his head and groaned about how ear-splitting it was, wondering if she was using sound as psychological torture because she couldn't win the fight, while Roy suddenly realized something was unusual. She scanned the children with a face as cold as a stone statue. Placing her hand on her chest, Roy muttered that this was the orphanage from her childhood, and everything from the manipulated children to this temperamental pastor came from her own childhood memories. Roy sighed deeply, appearing helpless before the scene in front of her. Dozens of children crowded around the pastor, while Malia stood isolated in the middle of the circle, burning with towering rage. Groping around, she shouted loudly, "Who hid my glasses? Hand them over now, or you'll get 50 lashes if I catch you." A mischievous little boy holding the glasses giggled while hiding them behind his back, as Malia turned her head following the sound. Smirking, she headed straight toward the boy and said, "Found you." Just as Bin was about to rush to the rescue, Roy grabbed his hand to stop him, gesturing for him to stay silent because she couldn't actually see anything. Turning to Roy in confusion, Bin wondered how she knew Malia was blind, only to have her whisper in his ear that this was the orphanage of the past, and that she was Malia, the one who managed the children back then. Looking at the pastor with sorrowful eyes, Roy recalled that Malia's eyesight seemed to be extremely poor. To compensate, her hearing was incredibly sharp, allowing her to judge everything around her based on sound alone. No sooner had she spoken than Malia lunged in to attack with lightning speed, her punch powerful enough to blow away a large wall. Bin quickly grabbed Roy and dodged into the air, unable to stop himself from exclaiming in amazement, "So that's how it is." Pulling a coin from his pocket, he suddenly understood why Roy had such a violent personality. It turned out that an environment full of people who preferred physical conflict had molded her into such a fierce person. Standing silently to observe the opponent, Malia was blind but had excellent hearing, so she was certain someone was in front of her. Bin then flicked the coin away forcefully to create a distracting noise. Just as Roy predicted, the pastor charged toward the sound of the coin and ruthlessly swung her stick, knocking down the children in her way. Seizing the opportunity, Bin grabbed Roy and urged her to run quickly before it was too late. The two of them quickly ducked through a strange door floating in midair, which connected to an entirely different dimension. Things were far from normal. They looked up and saw a giant doll plummeting down. Space shattered, and the puppet, Bin, and Roy were thrown out. Roy was lying beneath him in immense pain. Had they moved to another castle again? Saibin nonchalantly squeezed Roy's chest and grumbled, "It hurts so much. What's with this toy?" Roy shyly looked at his naughty hand. "Hey, you rogue, let go immediately." Thinking little of it, Saibin suggestively switched hands. "Oh, so you like this side better, you hateful Saibin." Roy, her face turning crimson, hit him. "Get up, quickly." Ceasing the playfulness, Saibin looked around blankly. "Where exactly is this place?" Roy covered her chest and shook her head. This place looked familiar, but she couldn't remember. Suddenly Roy cheered, "That's my room at the Divine Light Guardian's estate." Saibin realized it seemed these nightmare rooms were built from her most horrific memories. They had to find an exit to get out. Roy suddenly pointed to the shadow on the wall and called out, "Lord Eagle, behind you." The massive shadow gradually loomed over them. Roy trembled and sank down. This large puppet wasn't something usually in the room. Saibin looked up. Her memories were truly unbearable. Wait. Saibin froze. He and that puppet looked exactly alike. Good heavens, what on earth was this? The two of them just stood there staring at it, speechless. Saibin turned to Roy. She knew all too well that they were both pretending to be oblivious by looking away. Saibin held his clone in front of Roy to interrogate her, looking quite pleased. "This is fine. My lady, don't you see that this doll looks a lot like someone who is risking his life to save you? Is that supposed to be a horrific nightmare?" Roy hugged it and denied everything. "Isn't it very cute? All right, walk towards the mirror." Roy leaned over and pointed at the door in the floor. "Look, the door is right under our feet. Instead of lying there, we'd better leave now." Saibin tossed the puppet aside. He watched the door slowly open and happily stepped inside. The path today was so dark. Saibin grumbled as he walked. He felt as though his heart was being squeezed. It was hard to accept not only was he a useless doll with no combat ability, but he also had to help her clear the way. What kind of image did she have of him? Roy didn't know how to explain. She swallowed her bitterness and followed him quietly. "Isn't it better that there is no fighting? But why is it pitch black here?" Suddenly, a stream of light from the door at the end of the corridor attracted them. Saibin eagerly took Roy's hand and moved forward. "That light must be the exit. Let's leave here quickly." Saibin suddenly felt uneasy. He observed silently as the sound of footsteps approached. Roy looked at him curiously. "Why have you stopped?" Saibin signaled for Roy to be quiet. "Do you hear any strange noises?" It was Saintess Beryl approaching with a thick leather whip in her hand. Beryl approached, raised her whip, and lashed Roy repeatedly. Beryl screamed angrily at her subordinates. Why hasn't she memorized the 6 codes? Take the Saintess to the dungeon and deal with her. The girl at Beryl's feet could only sit there crying and begging for forgiveness. Roy was thrown into the dungeon. She knelt and begged, "Beryl, I'll memorize them. Please let me out. It's too dark in here." Only then did Roy realize in shock that the place where she and Saibin were standing was Beryl's dungeon. Beryl was actually standing right before them, holding her weapon coldly. Saibin fell in love at first sight. His eyes were full of admiration. "Oh, she truly is the original former Saintess. Her aura is really something else." Saibin excitedly stepped forward to greet her. "Hello, beautiful lady." Without letting him finish, Beryl immediately struck, causing Saibin to cough up blood as he looked at her in surprise. Saibin was suspended in the air with a chain through his chest. Luckily, this was just a dream. Saibin thought excitedly. Is it really this intense? Saibin looked at the chain piercing through him. His divine power was being drained. The speed was so fast, it felt far beyond the level of an ordinary knight. From below, Roy looked at him anxiously and shouted, "Lord Eagle, are you all right?" Despite the pain, Saibin tried to appear normal to reassure her. "I am okay. If Senza is attacked in the dreamscape, it will weaken the power of the scepter. If this continues, it may vanish. But what to do if we can't win?" Saibin thought of Roy. That's right. This is a dreamscape. All powers must originate from its owner. Saibin tried to hold on to the chain. His spiritual energy was depleting. If they delayed, it would be dangerous. He quickly ordered, "Quickly imagine me as the most powerful person you've ever seen in this nightmare." Roy looked at him blankly. The most powerful person. Roy remembered the moment of her imprisonment. She hugged her stuffed bunny tight and thought, "It's so dark. I don't want to be locked in here anymore." Roy affectionately called out to the little pink bunny, saying, "Hey there, bunny kid." Saibin flashed and transformed into a muscular pink bunny. Effortlessly and powerfully throwing off the chains, his head was still spinning, completely clueless about the current situation. But whatever, turning into a rabbit was pretty fun anyway, so he decided to rush straight toward the raft. The two fought fiercely, and the thick aura of spiritual energy they emitted made the air in the room feel dense and suffocating. Thanks to Roy's primordial power, Beryl was completely defeated, its disguise tearing apart to reveal the hideous demon entity within. It angrily pointed at Saibin and cursed. The Demon King revealed its true form. Screaming in pain amidst the enclosure of Sai's spiritual energy, its demonic body gradually dissolving in nothingness. Roy ran over to Saibin the bunny, sobbing and calling out to the mighty Eagle Lord as she saw his body gradually fading away, looking at the illusion of himself slowly disappearing. Sebin bitterly reminded Roy that the scepter was lost, and from now on she would have to fend for herself to escape this place. He sternly instructed the female demi-human not to let him down, and Roy nodded in agreement, smiling as she watched him vanish, promising herself that she would definitely return to the real world. Returning to the abyss within the demon territory, a series of wild lightning bolts poured down from the thunderstorm clouds. Yehao jumped out from the center of the storm, collapsing to the ground in pain before vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood. Yehao screamed madly, unable to accept the reality that he had just been defeated so easily. A voice echoed from a distant realm, filled with disappointment. This person is truly disappointing. Yehao fell silent, sitting there and panting from exhaustion. The figure in the black cloak slowly approached and reprimanded him. Were you so blinded by the ambition for temporary power? Angrily, Yehao retorted that it was because the figure hadn't granted him enough power. He wept bitterly, saying that his clairvoyant skill was utterly useless. Was he supposed to just stand by and watch his woman get snatched away by that lord? The figure in the black cloak flew into a rage, hissing as if he wanted to tear Yehao apart for his uselessness as a pathetic vessel. He had gone out of his way to use all his might to block the counterattack of that person in order to create conditions to invade this world, and he didn't have the spare time to babysit someone like him. All Yehao had to do was lead his people well to remain in an invincible position, but instead, he stealthily traded the vessel's divinity with the abyss. That foolish act had directly ruined all of his meticulous plans. Seeing that Yehao was still wallowing in meaningless emotions, the figure issued a final warning. If Yehao continued to be deluded, he shouldn't blame the figure for ruthlessly seizing his body. He ordered quickly because time was running out, as the second descent ritual was about to begin. Chapter. In the real world, Laurie anxiously watched over Roy and Sebin, who were lying on the bed. The little girl had stayed up all night, sobbing and choking with helplessness, wondering when her master would finally wake up. Sebin was still lying motionlessly. Roy turned over, tightly hugging him as she slept soundly, and time quietly slipped away. Laurie paced back and forth impatiently, her eyes red with anxiety, wondering if leaving things like this would lead to any danger. She suddenly remembered Creed's instructions. She couldn't let her teacher down. That was right, physical contact and changing her appearance would bring a sense of security. That was what Creed had taught. Naively trusting her teacher's words, Laurie ran to the wardrobe and rummaged through her favorite outfits, hesitating over whether her master preferred black or white. Her clattering noises inadvertently woke Sebin, who stirred slightly from exhaustion. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning cracked outside, and the entire sky lit up. Laurie startled and looked toward the window. It was gonna rain. The rain began to fall, and Sebin opened his eyes wide, staring at the ceiling. Unable to move his limbs, he could only look around in a daze. What on earth was this? Sebin glanced over and saw Laurie approaching him dressed in a seductive nurse outfit, holding a syringe in her hand. He woke up completely out of fear. Laurie gently touched him, and Sebin instinctively grabbed her hand, probably panicked by this sudden attack. Sebin bolted up and pulled her close, the intimate distance making Laurie's face flush with shyness. Master, you reawake. Sebin looked at her and asked why she was dressed like this. Naturally, so that Master would wake up sooner, following Teacher Creed's method. Laurie cheerfully. Sebin gnashed his teeth in resentment upon realizing it was another one of Madame Creed's tricks. Just in time, Goodbye heard the news that the Master had woken up and joined the group, blinking playfully as she asked, "Does the Master like it?" Sebin looked her up and down, stroked his chin in thought, and figured that since he was a real man anyway, having a slightly eccentric taste wasn't that strange. He approved, but warned that they were only allowed to dress like that when they were alone. As for Roy, although she hadn't woken up yet, her health condition was temporarily stable. Sebin stretched and yawned, telling Laurie she didn't need to watch over them anymore and should go get some rest. Laurie obediently nodded and snuggled into his arms, pouting as she said, "The thunder earlier was so loud it scared me. Master promised that whenever I woke up, you'd give me a baby, right?" Confronted with Laurie's request, Sebin broke out in a cold sweat. Who told him to foolishly make promises to this little girl? No wonder she had been acting strangely proactive lately. It turned out she had an ulterior motive all along. "Save me," Sebin stammered. "Hey Lauria, go to sleep early. It's getting very late. You still have to go to the medical clinic tomorrow, so just get some rest now." Sebin hurriedly grabbed his pants and bolted out of the room like a rocket, leaving Lauria standing there staring at his retreating back with a face flushed with anger. The Master clearly does that every single day. Escaping, Sebin immediately slammed the door shut. Even though he felt a pang of guilt toward the little girl, he thought to himself, "I'm sorry, little one. It's not that I want to, Lauria. Doing this is only for your own good future." Ding. The system announces, "The host has just kidnapped the Saintess and received 20,000 villain points." Ding. The interface screen flickers incessantly. Due to indefinite causes, The second beta version of the continent has launched earlier than expected. Bug fixing failed. Ding. The system is updating. Upgrade complete. The villain inventory now has many new buildings. The host should check them quickly. The system anxiously. Host? Go check it out. Ding. Check it right now. Ding. Take a look. Check what? Sibin anxiously looked at the screen. Why is it starting to fluctuate again? He repeatedly clicked on the items. This is bad. The system is updating again. Have the players landed in version 2 this fast? Intuition told Sibin that something was up. According to his memory, there were as many as 10,000 players this time. If they swarmed toward Winterfall City, it would be a huge disaster. Even though he could run away, what kind of lord would he be if he lost the entire city? He might as well just be a dungeon keeper. Sibin stood outside the corridor with his shorts not even pulled up properly, frantically clicking on the crappy system. Why is it acting so rushed this time? Who knows? Does this system have real emotions? Or has some asshole lord from the game reincarnated into here? Could it be that the system saw everything he did previously? Despite Sibin's yelling, the system remained silent as a tomb. He couldn't wait any longer and barked, "System, I know you there. Stop playing dead." Ding. The system does not have private observation capabilities. The host can use energy to analyze the surrounding environment. Rest assured, host, your privacy is set to the highest level by the system. Aha. Sibin sneered with a cunning smile, cursing under his breath, "Stupid system. You idiot, damn piece of machinery. Turns out all this time I've been carefully guarding against the system finding out my weakness, only to realize it didn't have a clue." Other people's systems were masters of the game, specializing in manipulating and usurping the host's authority, and even plotting overthrows. The more Sibin thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Other people's bosses were badass, while he felt like an idiot. His own system felt like it had a mental disability, forcing him to work his fingers to the bone like a dog without getting any benefits in return. Let's see what interesting features this new function has. He clicked to start the upgrade. Currently, only Tier 1 military buildings can be unlocked. Watchtower can recruit Crusaders and Archers. Cost 20,000 villain point. Beast Pen can recruit Beastman troop. Beastman Spearman. Cost 20,000 villain point. Dark Guild recruits Assassin. Dark Crossbowman. Costs 1,000 point. Magma Pit recruits Stone. Fire Imps. Costs 20,000 point. Graveyard recruits Skeleton. Bone Archers. Costs 1,000 points. Lost Forest recruits Treant. Black Panther. Cost 50,000 points. Sibin glanced over them and felt unfamiliar. What kind of category is this? Crusaders and Archers he could still understand, but the rest of the items just seemed so out of place, like they were dropped straight from the real world. Longfan was leisurely having a meal with his mother, happily chewing his food, when suddenly a notification popped up on his phone. The second beta of the continent is about to launch. Really? Sibin grabbed his phone with an excited expression, and with that, he dashed out of the room like a gust of wind, only managing to drop a few words to his mother before vanishing. "Mom, eat first. I'm busy with something." What kind of business could turn things upside down like this? His mother sat there, looking bewildered. "This boy? Did a cat steal your soul or something? Why are you eating in such a rush?" Longfan ran back to his room, locked the door tightly, and lay down inside the time pod to log into the game. The system immediately received the signal, "Welcome back, player Longfan." Ding dong. The game continent is starting. Detected that version 2. Zoo has finished updating. Logging into 10 identities. "Welcome to the continent. We wish you a pleasant game." Longfan opened his eyes wide and stared at the screen. Only then did he realize this was a completely brand new expansion pack. On the other side, in Winterfall City, Roy was lying on the bed, groaning in pain. With Sibin gone from her side, she remained trapped in that terrifying nightmare, all her memories flooding back. Images of the first day she met Sibin reappeared, how he coldly and mercilessly slaughtered without blinking. Truly an evil lord of legend. It was also because she was so terrified at the arena that she just lay there motionlessly, letting him take her away at will. Suddenly, another memory rushed into Roy's mind. From afar, the image of Yehao appeared. He wept bitterly for her, begging Sibin to spare her life. How could they both be so cruel to her? Longfan sensed Roy's presence. He made up his mind and headed in that direction. "Roy, wait for us. You must not die. Continent, let's begin." Scene change. Yehao gathered heroes and champions from all over, standing proudly on a high platform. He loudly announced, "I am deeply honored to meet so many heroes here today. You are the hope of the City of Light." Seeing everyone as spirits burning with such passion, I want to drag on. Surely everyone knows the purpose of our guild's establishment today. Yehao drew his sword, pointed it straight at the sky, and shouted, "It is to eliminate the Eagle Lord and rescue the Saintess Roy." Exactly right, the crowd below was practically brainwashed by him. They cheered with enthusiastic support, shouting in unison with high morale, "Kill the Eagle Lord. Save the Saintess Roy." Yehao channeled his spiritual energy and soared into the mid-air, his radiance dazzlingly bright as his cultivation level broke through to the next tier. Yehao led the crowd, shouting with a gaze that looked as though he had sold his soul to the devil. This is just a little darkness before the dawn. Justice will ultimately triumph over evil. The crowd below looked at him with covetous longing. With this enviable power, Yehao was truly the idol in their hearts. Damn, level 53. The protagonist is so awesome. He is a Sky Knight, way too dangerous. We wronged Brother Hao. He truly deserves to be called a hero. Saintess, just wait. Brother Hao has stepped up, and he is going to lead us to hunt down the Lord and loot his gear. I am number one. Yehao felt smug seeing everyone worshipping him like this. He continued to shout loudly, Eagle Lord, I will definitely expose your wicked face for all the world to see. Returning once again to Winterfall City. Saibin, I wonder what he is plotting again. He just casually approached it. Since that's the case, I won't bother pretending anymore. Saibin pushed the young maid onto the bed. He swung his hand and tore off her uniform. This is really getting out of hand. We're not old enough for this, author. He looked at her with lustful eyes. Lori fearfully covered her chest with her hands and whimpered, I don't want to warm your bed anymore. Master is truly evil and perverted. Saibin reached out and grabbed Lori's smooth white arm. He pinned her onto the mattress. This scoundrel tightly held her 2 hands above her head. Saibin's eyes swept over her body, then he smirked and warned, No one can save you today, you hear. You must obediently warm the young master's bed, or I'll swallow you whole right now, you rogue. Lori sobbed and struggled wildly beneath him. Excellent. It seems the plan was a complete success. A notification sound echoed from the system. Host detected using force to make the female slave warm the bed. Inhumane and extremely cruel. Bonus reward of 5,000 villain points. Host, please continue to excel. Saibin secretly rejoiced. Fantastic. This time I've tricked the foolish system and scored big. After completing the mission, Saibin casually got off Lori. He stood there, looking at her with a smug expression. Alright, the test ends here. Lori sat up in a daze, looking disappointed. Aren't we going any further? Is that it? Saibin nodded abruptly, then winked and ordered, What else? From now on, you'll have to reenact it every night before bed, okay? Lori stared at him with a dejected expression. She mumbled, Master. The little girl sat silently, not saying a word. Seeing that she seemed to have something on her mind, Saibin paused, then asked curiously, What's wrong? The little girl took a deep breath, then looked up at her master, full of embarrassment. Tomorrow, please confess to me honestly. Do you have some very peculiar preferences? Oh my goodness? Saibin was completely speechless. How was he supposed to respond now? This is really ridiculous. Saibin swallowed hard with difficulty. He stammered, It's not like that. Listen to my explanation first. His brain was racking itself to fabricate a plausible reason, but it was so difficult. How could he explain to Lori that he wasn't a pervert, but only acted that way to accumulate villain points? Lori suddenly pressed her chest close to him. If you have any unusual pleasures, just tell me directly. Lori will seriously consider your request. Please, little girl, don't say any more. Saibin gritted his teeth and squeezed his eyes shut in distress. The problem was, everyone in the family eagerly encouraged him to be a pervert, which was truly unfortunate. Profuse sweat soaked Saibin's forehead. Seeing her master so embarrassed, Lori decided to let him off the hook and stopped bothering him. The little girl suddenly remembered something, then turned and darted away. My lesson with Miss Chris is coming up, Master. Please wait for the results of my studies. Saibin collapsed onto the soft bed, breathing a sigh of relief. Finally, she let me off the hook. All right, I'll wait and see. Once Lori's shadow had completely vanished, Saibin gleefully accessed the system. It's definitely not because I'm avoiding the issue, okay? Let's put aside the matter of Clo Beta for the second time. First, I'll visit the system's barracks. He accessed the system store interface for detail, a place specializing in recruiting human troop types such as Crusaders and Divine Archers. The detailed information showed that a Crusader could be recruited for just 50 villain points and 2 gold coins, while a Divine Archer cost 100 villain points and 2 gold coins. If enough iron ore was provided, the recruitment cost would be halved. It should be noted that summoned soldiers are entirely under the system's control and obey the host absolutely. Saibin excitedly thought to himself, this is a piece of cake now. Having barracks means having an army. From now on, my situation will be reversed, and I'll be the proactive party. Why hesitate? Let's act immediately. System, exchange this guard post for me quickly. Ding. Exchange. Current villain points, 30,450. Where would you like to place the guard post? Place it right in the castle's back garden. Gaibin immediately teleported directly to the back garden. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding landscape had completely transformed. He gently descended from above to the ground, so lightly that it managed to flatten a corner of the back garden courtyard. Gaibin struggled to lift his head, then mumbled, How troublesome. Hey, system, immediately give me male Crusaders and male Divine Archers. The system immediately appeared, extending an empty box in front of Saibin. You get what you pay for. Ding. Host, Please deposit money. Dante dream of demanding soldiers if you don't have money. Xiben immediately understood the problem. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a pouch of silver coins, and flung it into the box. So, it actually collects real money. I thought the system would automatically deduct it from my account. The transaction was complete. The system returned a pouch of change to him. Xiben stared, wide-eyed, with question marks floating above his head. Ha, this is change. It's truly fair business, not a single penny short. Suddenly, a series of steady, heavy footsteps echoed from behind the castle gates. Through the swirling mist, countless horsemen emerged one after another. They lined up neatly in 2 rows and simultaneously greeted Xiben. Greetings, Lord. Xiben nodded, showing satisfaction with this array of soldiers. He waved his hand, slightly flustered. You don't need to shout so loudly. Doing so will easily attract attention later. This is incredibly awkward. Xiben stepped in front of the leader and carefully observed him. His identity information immediately appeared via the system. Name, Zhang Tam. Identity, Crusader. Strength, level 15. Skills, Shield Bash and Passive Formation. Equipment, Standard Crusader Shield. Reputation, level 1. This soldier is willing to sacrifice for you. Xiben felt he should show a little care for this new soldier. He gently asked, Zhang Tam, right? Are you hungry or do you want anything to eat? Receiving his master's concern, Zhang Tam excitedly stood at attention and shouted, reporting, Lord. Zhang Tam's rations are sufficient, no need for additional supply. Xiben used the system to re-examine all these soldiers, then sighed softly in disappointment. It seems the soldiers in the barracks have neither intellect nor emotions. They were just like soulless fighting machines. They care nothing for food or drink other than fighting. Ding. The system's voice reminded him, Host, please pay attention, as the death event is about to begin. What? Xiben panicked and opened the system map, scrolling through it several times. So, war has already broken out. Here are the daily villain quests. Quest 1, eliminate at least 2,000 players. Quest 2, knock 500 players back to the starting line. Quest 3, crush Ye House Revenge. Note, eliminating players will grant villain points. This mission is directly related to life and death. So host, please prepare thoroughly. I've been frantically worried. This is terrible. Facing players with infinite respawn. Relying on these foolish soldiers alone is completely insufficient. System, exchange a Super Swordsman advancement potion for me quickly. Alright, transaction so. The Super Swordsman upgrade potion is ready. Alright, Xiben rushed off. He executed a spectacular flip, snatched the potion bottle in his hand, and made a quick escape. Xiben shouted, Gremlin. As soon as he heard the affectionate call, Gremlin immediately stopped teaching martial arts to the soldiers. He stared at him in astonishment. Oh my, Master Xiben, are you out here to practice as well? Xiben didn't bother to reply. He casually threw the bottle straight toward Gremlin, telling him that this wasn't the time to talk about this and to quickly take it. Gremlin reflexively reached out to catch it and innocently asked Xiben what this thing actually was. Without a single second to stand around giving tedious explanations, he urged him to swallow it right away to recover. Yes, young master. Hearing his master's order, Gremlin popped open the cap and chugged down every last drop of liquid in the bottle without the slightest hesitation. Everyone around held their breath, eagerly waiting for Gremlin's transformation. As animated whispers broke out, Xiben calmly glanced at him and thought to himself, truly worthy of such loyalty. Giving him that bit of divine elixir was completely well-deserved. Just a moment later, Krymon's bulged from excruciating, bone-deep pain. The medicinal substance seeped into his body like lightning, making him distinctly feel a surging stream of internal energy flowing through all 4 limbs. Krymon bit his lips tightly and braced himself to endure as waves of blood-red power swept violently through his body. Finally, Krymon broke through his limits to reach a whole new height. Once he had fully absorbed that energy, Krymon stood frozen like a statue, unable to believe his eyes, almost moved to tears. Ecstatically gazing at the aura surrounding his body, he never expected that he would one day be fortunate enough to reach this peak night realm. This is all thanks to Master S' gift. Krymon choked out with tears in his eyes, then rushed forward and prostrated himself to express his gratitude to Xiben. You young master, this old servant begs. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiben smiled, pulled him up, looked at his loyal guard, and said, Stop kneeling. There are plenty of important matters waiting for you. Krymon opened his eyes wide in surprise and awaited instructions. What major thing has happened? Young master, please just give the word. Striding out in front of the 10,000-strong army, Xiben solemnly, I have just received secret intelligence that the mutant army from the Divine Light Town region is about to march here. The soldiers were thrown into chaos and panic. Krymon frantically rushed over to his side, intending to ask for details but choking up, unable to speak, he tried to calm himself amidst extreme anxiety. Why did war break out so abruptly? But no, now is not the time to discuss that. Krymon brandished his sword high and gave orders to the whole army. Listen up everyone. Establish a dense defense line outside the city immediately. Quickly prepare boulders and spikes, and issue a martial law notification before midnight tonight. Order all citizens of the city to urgently evacuate east because the situation is extremely dire. Not a single soul dared to slacken, each busily executing their assigned task. Kryman turned to look at Daxbin with the same affectionate gaze as always. He deeply respected this master, so please rest assured, young master, this old man will fight to the death to protect the peace of Frostwinter City until my last breath. That sincere devotion. Xaibin stood silently looking at the aging guard. Time really flies. Kryman, you haven't changed a bit. Xaibin himself also had to hurry back to prepare. He put on the legendary armor personally designed for him by Kryman. The little girl Lori rushed over with teary eyes. He gently pinched her cheek to reassure her. Outside, Zhang San's urgent shouting suddenly echoed, reporting to the Lord. Xaibin looked at his nosy, panting appearance in confusion. What on earth happened? Zhang San tried to suppress his broken breath and reported. The mutant army we rumored about has appeared. They are currently less than 1 kilometer away from Frostwinter City. Have these rookies crept all the way here already? Xaibin acted indifferent, not caring at all. He forced a fake look of surprise and exclaimed, oh my, that was fast. I thought these gamers wouldn't squirm out until noon. Looks like they were eager to taste the ashes. Bin calmly instructed Lori. Stay here and check if that girl has fully woken up. Let me go to the city wall to observe the situation. Lori obediently complied with her master's order, but reluctant to be separated from Xaibin, she repeatedly advised him. You must take good care of your health, master. The scene at the wall of Frostwinter City at this moment was eerily silent. The heavy sky had not a trace of wind, stifling to the point of suffocating. Xaibin quickly arrived there. He carefully surveyed everything and raised his voice to ask about the guard team's situation. The surrounding guards were setting traps and organizing an extremely solid defense on the city wall, such that even an ant couldn't hope to slip through. Immediately, a system notification popped up. A player carelessly bit to death by a venomous snake, leaving severe psychological. Host receives 20 villain point. Busy raising his binoculars to scrutinize every move of the enemy, Xaibin raised his voice to order preparations for battle. Hearing the command, the soldiers quickly took their designated position. The system continued to blare thousands of jarring notifications. The server nearly overloaded. A player drowned in a pit of manure, causing a terrible psychological yielding 20 more villain points. Under Xaibin's treacherous arrangements, dozens of enemies fell into traps and tumbled onto the road. A few cowards abandoned their comrades and ran for their lives in utter panic. The gamers gritted their teeth and cursed 10 generations of Sivan's ancestors. Who is this wicked guy? Not only did he hide a deep pit underground, but he also threw over a dozen venomous snakes in there. Snake bites are nothing. Someone threw up violently, reminding the others not to mention it again. As it turned out, that cursed pit was full of manure, making everyone terrified of the city master's bizarre cruelty. However, the problem was that the more these mutants died, the faster their respawn speed doubled, giving goosebumps to anyone watching. Those people laughed gleefully. That Eagle Lord definitely couldn't have guessed that we already set up a temporary respawn pillar right here. No matter how many times we die and come back, we'll be just fine. Attention all gamer. The large-scale offensive campaign on Frostwinter City has officially opened. The ultimate quest is to eliminate Eagle Lord Xbin and the Golden Lion. Besides that, there are optional side quests. Rescuing Holy Maiden Roy will yield generous reward. All participating will pocket 30,000 experience. Whoever slays enemies will contribute more points to the shared pool to be distributed after the battle, or use those points to exchange for memory-purifying potions at Yehao's shop for 1,000 points per bottle. Completing the second quest allows free looting of equipment from common to heroic tier. The third quest abundantly rewards gold coins as you like. Specifically, the eighth quest will grant the title Overthrower of Frostwinter to anyone who holds out till the end. Hearing this, the mutants cheered clamorously with joy because the quest had automatically activated. The whole group excitedly fixed their eyes on the floating quest panel before them, greedily craving to sweep up the lucrative rewards. The total number of warriors on the battlefield reached 5,000. The system automatically merged the Legion Alliance to level 1, granting everyone a 20+2 per level bonus to tenacity and a 10+2 bonus to movement speed, while respawn cooldown and experience penalty upon death were both cut in half. Morale bonus points also soared by 20+5 based on current level, not to mention the defense efficiency of the temporary respawn station was doubled. Under Yehao's leadership, the mutant army rushed forward toward the wall of Frostwinter City in a state of endless peak condition, buffed to the teeth with power. Their earth-shattering shouts were deafening. They gleefully cheered themselves on. We've been buffed nicely. Charge. However, the faint stench of manure wafted in the wind, making the whole crowd gape and vomit on the spot. They swore to plunder this town for 3 days and 3 nights to wash away the humiliation of having to swallow their bitterness and swallow manure just now. This really is side-splittingly funny. Standing up high, Xaibin leisurely enjoyed this amusing scene. Smelling that rich fragrance can be considered gaining life experience. No need to thank me. He nonchalantly ordered Zhang San to fire the cannons. Feel free to bombard them until they've had their fill, then we'll see. Zhang San obediently obeyed the command and ran off to activate them immediately without the slightest question. A series of pitch-black cannon barrels aimed simultaneously straight at the swarming sea of people below. This time, I'll give you a taste of full-blown punishment before stopping. 1, 2, 3, open fire. Fireball shells sliced through the wind and hurtled forward, creating deafening, earth-shattering. Realizing the terrifying power of Zhang San's cannon fire, hundreds of fiery rounds continued to rain down mercilessly on the mutant formation, making them dizzy and deafened, as a flurry of tragic cries for help resounded within the sea of flames. Countless mutants fell. A few quick-witted captains shouted loudly, ordering their subordinates to retreat and disperse. Mages, quickly scatter in all directions and watch out for those demonic cannons. Stop clumping together. Get a move on. Even so, many brazen and stubborn ones still tried to cling to the city wall to climb up. Shouting while raising self-made grappling hooks, they scrambled up the towering wall of Frost Winter City. Siege ladders have limited effectiveness and are easily knocked down by enemies from above, so we can rely entirely on just that. The climbing speed must be urgent. Mage team, prepare cover fire right now. Those who just respawned, quickly reinforce the ranks and hold your positions. Absolutely no running around in disarray. Sebin sighed in frustration as he looked at the scene before him. The mutants constantly regenerating was truly annoying news beyond words. They definitely had to destroy the player's resurrection crystal sphere. No matter how powerful the artillery was, facing such a huge number of troops was just like a drop in the ocean. However, once smashed, they had to bolt immediately, because if over 8,000 gamers caught them, the consequences would truly be a disaster. An interesting idea suddenly flashed in Sibin's mind, and he excitedly rolled his eyes to look downward. That glaring 30-watt light bulb was none other than Yihao. Indeed, the bastard dared to show his face here, and his level had definitely increased. It is just a pity that he was standing too far away to see his features clearly. It was time for Sibin to go into battle. He hurriedly drew the precious sword from his back with an overwhelming aura and a swirling, brilliantly shining true Kai all around him. Sibin ordered Gremon to take the initiative to sally forth outside the city and bring the slaying sword. Gremon obeyed, bowed in farewell to his master, and replied, "Yes, my lord Sibin." Right outside the gate, the stone man Saracen and the soldiers were still diligently on duty, guarding without the slightest negligence. Sibin stepped forward and called out to him. Hearing someone call his name, he immediately whirled around and realized it was his beloved master who needed his help. Saracen dragged his heavy body closer to Sibin with an innocent look of zero guilt, then respectfully greeted the lord. Sibin raised his hand, pointed straight across the battle lines, and asked if he saw the 3 crystal blocks behind the mutants. Saracen naively asked if that was the gaming console glowing in the middle. He called Yehao's crystal a gaming console, which made Sibin burst into laughter and nod along in agreement. That's right, without hesitation. He spoke straight to the point, saying he remembered Saracen had the Hellfire skill that could strike directly from the sky onto the heads of enemies within a certain range. Sibin assigned Saracen the task of leaping from above onto the crystal structures and quickly smashing them to pieces. He also carefully reminded him to go wild to his heart's content with the surrounding mutants, but within a maximum of 10 minutes, he had to turn back and retreat immediately. Looking in the direction of the mutants, Saracen happily waved his hands and gestured excitedly with bolts of lightning wrapping around his body, which were growing larger by the second. He chuckled because causing destruction and bringing about a deadly sensation was his specialty. Having finished giving instructions, he ordered Saracen to set out, and just a second later, he vanished into thin air, leaving only a thick cloud of green smoke. Saracen said, "I'm off," while Sibin turned around to summon another minion of his. Instantly, a brawny warrior named Blackwood appeared, bowed in audience, and called him Lord. Sibin ordered him to take over the entire castle wall defense mission when they left, and this soldier accepted without hesitation. He reassured Sibin, swearing by the great Mother Earth that he would never let any enemy step past this wall by even half a step. Satisfied, Sibin led the soldiers away leisurely, telling everyone to hit the road quickly. The city gates began to be ordered wide open to the astonishment of all the mutants standing outside. At first, the mutants thought Sibin had taken the wrong medicine, so they shouted to their comrades to gather around and watch the fun, saying, "Look, the city gate is open." A few chameleons wondered what game the Eagle Lord wanted to play, but it was definitely meant to destroy their resurrection point. Last time in Lingnan, this trick had been seen through early on, plus the temporary resurrection point was inherently too conspicuous. The resurrection stone glowed, and the protagonist Yehao standing in the middle shone even brighter than a high-wattage light bulb. The Eagle Lord wasn't blind not to see it. With that, they all turned their heads simultaneously and stared fiercely at the idiot Yehao standing there blankly. Yehao broke out in a cold sweat when he saw the mutants starting to suspect him, so he hurriedly stretched out his neck to argue that he was standing here to protect the resurrection point, and his brothers could rest assured that with him here, the Eagle Lord wouldn't dare approach even a single step. Well, they might as well just blindly trust him for now and see what else they could do. If they got beaten up badly later, they would deal with it then. Suddenly, Greymon rushed out from nowhere, wielding his sword and slashing furiously at Yehao. demanding the life of the defeated general under his hand. Taken by surprise, Ye Hao almost lost his life, but fortunately, he managed to dodge to one side in utter astonishment. Taking advantage of Griman's opening, Ye Hao hurriedly drew his sword to fight back fiercely, and the two plunged into a crazy brawl, worthy of being the powerful flag-planting protagonist. The mutants below didn't know whether to cry or laugh at the protagonist's foolishness and decided to dispatch a few people to go back and guard the crystals just to be safe. Anyway, the pillar's cooldown took a full 30 seconds, so everyone had to unite and protect it at all costs. Returning to Lyman City, the moment the gates flew open was also when Sibin and his menacing army appeared with an oppressive aura that made everyone look upon them with awe. The mutants' eyes widened in shock as they looked towards Sibin and shouted, "The gate is open. The Eagle Lord has appeared." The name Sibin, holding the title of a level 51 Golden Lion Knight of Nightmare tier, had just been revealed, causing the whole crowd to fall backward in severe shock. Someone yelled, "Brothers, don't be scared. With such a huge number of troops, we can probably crush him. On average, aren't we all level 15, plus thousands above level 20. What are we afraid of? That's right, just charge forward and taunt him. Don't forget our ultimate mission is to rescue Her Highness the Saintess." After brawling with Griman for a while, Ye Hao gradually fell into a disadvantageous position and cursed inwardly. The Eagle Lord breaking through to Sky Knight was already annoying enough. Why did even this old man manage to break through? Who on earth was the one with the golden finger in the hacking world? Right at that moment, the angry and contemptuous roar of the man in black echoed in Ye Hao's head. "Damn it, are you going to conquer the world? It's a miracle the new world hasn't been occupied yet, and you don't even feel ashamed with your tiny bit of strength. Ye Hao, the connection between this world and my dimension has just had a breakthrough, so I can temporarily intervene and modify the rules here for a brief moment." The man in black began to chant under his breath, causing the reality in the dark world to gradually turn upside down and intertwine. Is this variable the way you save yourself? If everything turns back in time and you still only progress this much, in the end, you still won't be able to escape the doom of destruction. Just like that, the wheel of time was reset, causing Sibin to panic as he looked at the system panel constantly changing. What was this overwhelmingly terrifying pressure? A series of system notifications were continuously sent to the devices of hundreds of players like that. The system has just identified the final boss, Sibin, the leader of the Golden Eagles. Due to the vast level gap, the adjustment is complete, and all player attacks against him now deal actual damage. How frustrating. Sibin realizes the system is malfunctioning. Could it be that the leader of the Golden Eagles has finally had his stats lowered? He is confused and filled with anxiety due to a personal ominous feeling. What on earth is this? Suddenly, a chill runs down his spine as if a stick is poking his back. Just as he preemptively felt, that guy played a trick and launched a surprise attack, but he still managed to raise his aura shield in time to block it. Yet, that tiny fireball blew him far away. Sibin is dazed and startled, his knees buckling to the ground as he uses his sword to steady himself. He wonders why such a pathetic spell shattered his protective armor. The man in dark brown is overjoyed like he won the lottery, whimpering as he savors the feeling of victory after piercing through the armor. He bursts out cheering because he managed to chip off 3 drops of health without missing. The disciples standing behind him have glowing eyes and exclaim in utter astonishment, "That's unreal. He actually did it." So peak. Still basking in the euphoria of victory, he praises his own brilliance, asserting that the boss protection mechanic has been nerfed. How could a game present an impossible quest? Now things are on the right track. Unexpectedly, a sharp sword arc from Sibin slashes across his body, vaporizing a huge chunk of his health. Only then does Sibin reflect on the situation, finally understanding where that chill came from. The protective armor was useless, but fortunately, the attack power remains intact. This battle to the death must be won. Burning with fighting spirit, he raises his sword high and orders his troops to launch a full-scale attack. The leader's gang doesn't fall behind. Their eyes flash like a flock of vultures spotting easy prey as they rush to surround Sibin, shouting for their brothers to control the Golden Eagle boss. They swarm in crowds. One locks his neck, another grabs his legs, and yet another tightly pulls Sibin's arms. He has no choice but to unleash his maximum inner energy, blowing them away into thin air. Right after casting the technique, he takes a heavy hit himself, his health dropping to only about 30%. The players, numerous as ants, see that Sibin is weakened and cheer enthusiastically, urging the team of mages to unleash a sacrificial spell to annihilate him immediately. Awesome, we've depleted his health. Brothers, charge again, about 3 more waves and we all take him down completely. Sibin wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, racking his brain for a countermeasure against this Zerg tactic. This is looking bad. If these players can respawn infinitely, they'll exhaust him to death without even needing to fight. He lets out a loud roar. Sarikhan, speed up. Massive energy crystals crystallize into a gigantic silhouette and charge straight toward the crowd. Thunderous explosion. They scatter like cockroaches from a smashed nest while the giant remains completely unscathed, roaring in anger. You pests, garbage is everywhere. Devastation. Sibin's beast laughs with amusement as it watches the enemy troops get beaten to a pulp. That is none other than Sarikhan, the Lord of Hellfire, a terrifying level 55 Archdemon King. He growls fiercely, causing cracks across his body to burst with energy streams carrying destructive and slaughtering power. Those guys who were previously eager to clean up Sibin now crawl into a corner, trembling and praying. The whole crowd is in chaos and shouting, "Oh God! What on earth is this? Why does it look like hellfire? Is there another one? Could it be that, because the Golden Eagle boss was weakened, we are now besieged by 3 nightmare bosses? Then what the hell was the point of lowering his level?" Two commanders friendly discuss. How unlucky, bosses are everywhere. And the opposing side even has that hideous old knight. The guy next to him waves his hand in objection. Wrong. The Golden Eagle boss is making a feint to divert attention. The real conspiracy is an ambush on the base. Quickly call the horses and urge the brothers to protect the respawn crystal. A foot soldier runs back in a panic to report, "Brother Fam, the respawn crystal is barely holding on." Hearing this, Fam is both panicked and irritated. What? Why is it so fast? Where did that super strong physical armor with double defense stats go? Having said that, he signals to halt and orders all players to pack up the resurrection crystal and temporarily retreat. Yehao's faction is being held back, so they must intercept the Lord of Hellfire. The soldiers immediately and densely comply with the order. After sending a message, he fires up his teammates' morale. "Brothers, grit your teeth and endure. These things are just minions summoned by the Golden Eagle leader. Even though we are being swarmed by 3 bosses, the condition for completion is still just to eliminate the Golden Eagle leader." Then, he channels his chi to release energy radiating in all directions, rallying the entire army to charge. Now, split a squad to harass the Hellfire Lord and keep him from smashing the crystal. The siege force immediately converges to tighten the encirclement and finish off the boss. Although injured, Sibin hears these words and smirks mockingly. "You small fries think a mere handful of you can take me down. Keep dreaming." The enemy soldiers heard what he said and were terrified, constantly reassuring each other to hang in there. Saying he had started talking nonsense, Sibin looked up in surprise, wondering if he had just raised a death flag. Suddenly, he felt a surge of power regenerating his entire body. The wounds on Sibin's body gradually vanished. His body was healing itself. It seemed someone was treating him. This light, it must be. Turning around to look back, it was indeed Lori. Sibin panicked. "Weren't you on guard? Go back quickly. It's very dangerous here." The girl rushed over and hugged his waist, pleading, "No, I must be by Master S side to support you. I just awakened my bloodline power. What's the point if I can't help you at the critical moment?" Sibin was moved and looked at her with a gentle gaze. "Lori, if that's the case, follow me. Remember, you must not leave my side even for a single step." The girl obediently replied, "Yes, I understand, Master. Now it's Lori's turn to protect you." While Sibin's side was rejoicing, the punks attacking him stared in wide-eyed shock. "Hey, look at that. Are they crazy?" They broke into a cold sweat seeing Sibin recover with increasing strength. "Damn, is the Great Eagle Lord healing himself? There's even a support buff. Where did that demi-human girl come from to help him?" Being unable to finish the fight, they shouted, "Where is the publisher? Does this game not manage hacking NPCs?" They immediately searched for Lori's info in the system. The screen appeared. Name, Lori. Status, Maid. Love of the Great Eagle Lord. Strength, Awakened Demi-Human level 4. Threat level, Nightmare, potentially even worse. A few felt the name sounded familiar, as if they had seen it somewhere before. Damn it, quickly checked the quest rewards. I found it. They all opened the system. Quest reward for special NPC follower Demi-Human Girl Lori. Note, this NPC cannot be forcibly tamed. Memory cleansing potion is this reward is unique. Now they understood why the potion was so precious. This is true love? Her affection must have peaked. That threat level is real too. Once held by the Lord, she immediately reaches nightmare level. While the crowd was still dazed, Sibin began his counter, overwhelming them wherever he went. They screamed in panic. "Oh my God, he's coming." Sibin held his mirror in one hand and held Lori tightly with the other, instructing, "Hold on tight." Lori obediently, hugging him tightly. At that moment, Sibin unleashed a fierce monster, sweeping straight towards the enemy. Several leaders shouted order. It's too chaotic. Mages, back away. Warriors, block his path. Everyone, concentrate. Prioritize taking down the healer in his arms first. They crouched low, attempting a sneak attack. As Sibin prepared to use the same move as before, they cursed that move again. The underlings got ready to release small bursts of power, preparing for an all-out attack on Sibin. The mages poured all their energy into casting spells on Sibin. They cheered, level 3 fire gathering art, a direct hit. The commander shouted fully, "Success, I wonder how much damage it dealt." With this level 3 Imperial Flame technique as power, there's no way it 1T break that girl's shield. He forgot it's not over until it's over, because the attack did nothing. Sebin and Lori still stood there, completely. This situation was unexpected. How is this possible? My 300 damage was already high, but a figure of 400 appeared above the Great Eagle Lord's head. We can kill the maid. The damage only affects the Lord. She has a massive protective layer from her master. Any attack is useless. Another more composed leader spoke up. Focusing on the Great Eagle Lord is also pointless. The maid has terrifying healing ability. Their coordination is something that truly cannot be dealt with. The crowd buzzed. Then what should we do? The female leader coldly said, wait for death. Her brief statement silenced her subordinate. Perhaps everyone accepted their fate. She thought to herself, if we can kill the Lord and can break the fortress, players will respawn at the crystals around here. Once that giant breaks the crystal, they will die all the way back to the Divine Light City. Sibin jumped on Asarakan's shoulder while holding Lori and assigned attack directions. Trying to use fire spells on our maid. You want to escape today. Sarakan, secure the final crystal. We'll intercept and kill. The soldiers below realized it and quickly messaged each other. They want to block the respawn point. Spread out before we re-incinerated by that fire. Run out of the battlefield quickly. Survive as many as possible. It's better than being deleveled. Thanks to their seamless coordination, Sibin and Sarakan were victorious wherever they struck. Those who had aggressively threatened to kill him were now being scattered in all directions. With Lori by his side, Sibin was like a tiger with wings. No matter how much damage he took, he recovered instantly. The girl didn't forget to cheer. Go for it, master. High atop the citadel, two mysterious figures stood there, both complete behind mysterious masks. That nun laughed triumphantly, looking down at Sibin and Lori. How disappointing. So many people yet they were still defeated. Senza still needs us to step in. The man standing next to her spoke up in warning. We already know his trump card, it's just a demi-human maid with formidable healing and defensive abilities. The Holy See never mentioned this before. Senza is in quite a bit of trouble this time. Hearing that, she smirked him. How strange. Does even an assassin and swordsman like him find it difficult? Isn't your title usually the one who specializes in silent assassination, bypassing all defenses to finish off the prey instantly? As she spoke, her eyes blazed with aggression. She placed her hand on the man's shoulder beside her and ordered, remember well, the Pope has commanded it. We are here to ensure he dies. This mission absolutely cannot. The man simply replied with a brief mum. Shibin's enemies were now countless. It was as if they were trying to overwhelm him with pure numbers. Every time he took one down, another would immediately fill the formation. While Shibin was busy sweeping through the enemies in front of him, someone from behind suddenly lunged forward, intending to launch a sneak attack. Fortunately, Lori's sharp eyes spotted him. She shouted a warning, Master, watch your back. But it was too late. Lori rushed out and took the sword strike for him. The blade pierced through her chest, causing blood to gush out profusely. Shibin was stunned and speechless, only able to cry out the girl's name in utter helplessness, Lori. The masked assassin was momentarily surprised to see that Lori could still remain standing after his fatal strike. Shibli, standing, could not hide his worry. Lori? Lori forced a smile to reassure him. I am okay, Master. Because Lori had cast the Holy Spirit's blessing on myself beforehand, I dared to take this strike. He scolded her for her reckless action, but that was far too dangerous. The man in black finally touched the ground, muttering, a demi-human girl who can be immune to an instant death skill. How interesting. Shibli had been enduring agonizing pain until now, and all his anger was now focused on the killer. You dare hurt Lori. At this moment, the system displayed his information. Name, Shishoka, Sole Master of the Singing Sword. Identity, Elite Holy Knight, level 49. Possessing skills such as stealth, attack cover, modified bleeding spike, shampoo, presence reduction, hunting posture, and singing sword equipment. He also held the title of Fortress Master with countless imperial prestige. Ostensibly the second young master of the Lion family, he was actually an elite holy knight. Many demi-human forces had their blood on his hands. Shishoka observed him and remarked, so, Yuri from the Holy See. Shibin drew his sword, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he snarled, I'll make you pay a heavy price for what you just did when you go to the afterlife. Having spoken, he focused all his tiger-like strength and lunged at Shishoka, catching him off guard. This guy was stronger than he could have imagined. He never expected a great eagle lord to become so enraged over a demi-human maid. He raised his sword to defend himself but was completely overpowered by this immense strength. He began to calculate, if he continued to confront him head-on like this, it would be difficult to win. He had to find a way to get behind him. He started moving to find an opening, but Shibin had already anticipated that intention, trying to run away. Not a chance. Shishoka was cornered and forced to call for help from that nun. Hey, you. Aren't you gonna lend a hand? Are you just going to stand there and watch me die? A cyan spatial blade suddenly appeared, tearing through the surrounding atmosphere. That blade gradually shrunk and lunged straight toward Shibin, plunging into his chest. Unaware, Shibin looked down to see his chest stained red with fresh blood. It hurt so much, that vortex was crushing his chest. Shibin couldn't help but cough up blood. Lori ran to his side in a panic. Master. Shibin was intensely tense. He couldn't have imagined that such a small spatial blade could have such terrible destructive power. In an instant, the flesh on his chest had been torn apart by that force. He didn't expect the Holy See to possess such formidable talents. He collapsed to the floor. I was too careless. Lori quickly caught him. Master, how are you? Lori held him tightly, her hand placed over the wound to begin healing. In just half a minute, Lori will make you whole again. At this moment, the nun revealed her true form and laughed smugly. Impressive, but I will absolutely not let you survive for more than half a minute. She turned to mock Shishoka, looking at the pathetic state of a high-class singing swordsman like you. Truly an interesting sight? Haha. Ashamed, Shishoka urged her to finish the job. Stop rambling and kill them all already. It's over, Great Eagle Lord. Lori and Shibin hugged each other tightly. Was this the end of their journey? The players, who were busy fighting, suddenly froze at the strangeness of the situation. It was too bizarre. They stopped their fighting to gossip about the two who had just tried to finish off Shibin, who were rumored to be secret agents sent down from the Holy Temple. How strange, just as we were attacking the Winter Castle, the plot suddenly unfolded. It's quite interesting, actually an interruption like something out of a movie. They were buzzing about whether this counted as taking down the Great Eagle Lord completely. If the boss died in such a weird situation, how would the rewards be split? Shizuka swung his cold, sharp blade directly at Shibin and roared with murderous intent. Die. Panicked, Lori huddled tightly into Shibin's arms and began to sob. Master, my master. Shibin used one arm to shield her, and Lori hung her head low. Shizuka suddenly froze mid-motion as a series of sword strikes pierced his body from nowhere, leaving him no time to react other than to let out a cry of pain. His body was torn apart, ripped into debris scattered everywhere. The nun standing nearby was horrified and swung her sword. Shibin looked into the distance and was stunned to recognize a familiar figure. Was it really her? Roy. It was Roy. She approached them with blank eyes, heading straight toward the nun and brushing past them. The nun began to feel fear, her face turning pale. Why was her speed so terrifying? The moment she raised her sword, she was finished off instantly. Before she could even use her old techniques, she pulled out a space blade. Shibin shuddered at the sight. She was using that technique again. The nun had underestimated Roy's current combat power, thinking that because the fox girl lacked protective battle aura, her body would shatter if space were torn even slightly. Little did she know, despite Roy's fragile body, her reaction speed was astonishingly fast. Roy closed the distance faster than the nun's space blade, and the nun still tried to keep her composure, thinking, how annoying. This freakish bitch had begun bleeding from her 7 orifices, her body clearly suffering under tremendous pressure. If this just drags on a little longer, she's done for. Got you. Die. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Roy slipped behind her, gripping the hand she was using to channel her power. What is this? Why is my space magic neutralized? Roy successfully finished her off, not forgetting to mock. Too slow, no better than a tortoise. Shibin stood there, unable to believe his eyes. Was he dreaming? Was the person who just attacked really Roy? Roy held a fragment of a scale in her hand, unconsciously. Is it injured badly enough that it needs to be wrapped this carefully? Lori gritted her teeth. Just a little more, and it would be over. The girl refused to stay in Shibin's arms any longer and stood up to block the path in front. Lori shouted at Roy, I will never let you hurt my master. Shibin hurriedly stopped her. Don't be a fool, Lori. Ignoring whatever was happening, Roy lunged straight at them with burning murderous intent. Shibin quickly pulled Lori into his arms, trying to use his sword to block Roy's attack. Roy coughed, and fresh blood began to pour from her mouth. Her tear-filled eyes stared fixedly at Shibin. Perhaps she had recognized him? This stranger. She instinctively collapsed against his chest and went limp. Hey, Roy, wake up. Everything happened too quickly. Shibin hadn't even regained his composure. What was going on? Roya's speed had far exceeded the norm. How did she reach that level? Black blood began to flow from Roy's eyes and mouth. Shibin seemed to have guessed the reason. The system displayed character. Roy, status, saintess, strength, demi-human, awakened phase 1 level 50. Skills, light shadow prayer, time stasis, sword of faith, protective light. The higher the speed, the greater the pressure. Fox fragrance, passive seduction. Physically weak, improve, passive equip, brutal priestess. Imperial, unknown, faction, she is a kind-hearted saintess. Seeing Shibin silent, Lori asked, Master, are you okay? Shibin smiled to reassure her. Don't worry, I'm fine. He looked toward those lurking around. The battle would end soon enough anyway. At the end of the day, the nature of gamers is just a crowd hungry for experience and rewards. Let's retreat, leave the rest to them, he said, picking up Lori and taking Roy by the hand. Lori was worried because he was injured and wanted to walk. Master, I can walk by myself. Shibin ignored her and insisted on holding her tight. Be quiet, Shibin pondered. Being on a mission and encountering such a major incident? Couldn't he just turn a blind eye and continue? The noisy group of players froze simultaneously. Hey, what's going on? Was that too much? It seems so, though I can say for sure. Do we need to take her back to the Holy Light Town? They whispered. I think the Great Eagle Lord is injured too? Maybe we should just leave. Was the recent Sacred Temple incident a main event or just a side quest? We need to clarify this immediately, or we'll completely waste our time and effort. We defeated those nightmare bosses and didn't even get anything valuable. Let's quickly collect the crystals and then commit suicide to escape, because I can't stand being here any longer. Sibin, Lori, and Roy quickly returned to the castle. Xibin carried Roy to the bed for Lori to treat her, but no matter what, Lori was powerless to save the part of her soul that had already been torn to shreds. This situation can only rely on her self-recovery, as she will remain weak for a long time. Seeing the little one seemed anxious, he gently comforted her, saying she had done very well and should rest now. He sat alone in the room, reflecting on everything. It seemed Roy had just awakened her latent bloodline power. Perhaps the little girl still could distinguish between dream and reality, which is why she attacked indiscriminately without distinguishing friend from foe after waking up. He sighed deeply, as if understanding the burden of a female protagonist. Her body simply couldn't cope with the rapid growth of her power, so whenever she unleashed her full strength, both her body and soul were subjected to tormenting pain. The gamers were still gathered, chatting away right there on what had just been a fierce battlefield. They looked resentful, not understanding where the male protagonist had disappeared to. Someone finally managed to drag themselves back to Divine Light Town. Some young players even lost levels and were grumbling, threatening to quit the game because everything was too difficult. They couldn't pick up any decent items, and we might even lose our familiar newbie village soon. Everyone started blaming Yehao, complaining that for a protagonist, he was utterly useless. They wondered where he had run off to again, leaving every battle to end in disaster. Disastrous feat. Ha! Whose voice was that? Yehao, did you lose again? He looked up and asked the man made of fire standing before him if he could ask for some guidance. Seeing that the other party didn't respond, he immediately knelt on one knee and questioned why the Eagle Lord could have sent them to their deaths in the past, but didn't he? At this point, the man made of fire slowly explained that he was studying the rules of this world, while Yehao was also probing his power, and both sides were absorbing each other. Hearing this, Yehao realized everything. It turned out the Eagle Lord deliberately went easy on the players to maintain a connection, helping the one behind him gather information about this world. In fact, he and the Eagle Lord were merely two pawns on the grand chessboard called the Kane Continent, controlled by two world wills. The support the world will granted to the players was just like how the Kane will reinforce the Eagle Lord with strange monsters. The mysterious man made of fire spoke, reminding him that interworld battles were inherently extremely dangerous, and he wasn't omniscient or omnipotent, so he told Yehao not to act recklessly anymore. You re the one who told them to attack Liamdong City, and now you re also the one complaining you truly are a burden on this world. He raised the orb in his hand, saying that he had resolved some rules to provide support, but the next part of the journey would still require their own efforts. If they failed again, they should understand the consequences. Yehao reluctantly obeyed and meekly complied. Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared in the sky, her voice echoing down, I am the Demidrigan Gate Demihuman Goddess, and I deeply understand the difficulties you are enduring in Liamdong City. The crowd immediately burst into lively discussion, thinking this was a new storyline. The young men who were fond of women began showing off their commentary skills, appraising everything from the goddess' physique to her endlessly long legs. The Demidrigan Gate Demihuman Goddess calmly continued, You cannot be blamed for this, as the cunning of the Eagle Lord was unforeseen, but you must not give up too quickly, my good children. Hungry Maiden City is still anxiously awaiting your help. A quick-witted girl in the group of gamers immediately deduced that the system was about to force a change of setting to Liamdong City. The goddess continued to inspire the warriors, saying that the opportunity was still there, but since their current strength was insufficient, they temporarily had to retreat to avoid the spearhead. Quickly head west, leave the Eagle Lord's territory, and you will soon regain your form. As for me, I will use my remaining strength to pray for all of you. The system unexpectedly announced the completion of the main questline update, Restore the Empire, with a new level requirement of 40 or higher, along with a new epic quest chain. The content clearly stated that under the guidance of the Demihuman Goddess, everyone decided to head west into the Kane Continent to explore the vast Beastman Empire and collect artifacts to offer to the goddess to increase her power. Each player's interface displayed a notification about a new quest, requiring them to attack the Bloodhawk clan and search for Demihuman artifacts. The reward for the first quest was contribution points, which could be exchanged for equipment and mounts upon destroying the Beastman forces. The second quest granted an additional 20% experience. Furthermore, the top 1% of players who reached level 40 would receive top-tier epic equipment and rare mounts. The system noted that Divine Light Town would remain the respawn point in the newbie village, and players could use experience points to respond thanks to the protagonist Yihao's special characteristic. The new version also integrated an exchange shop where players could acquire premium equipment and mounts at preferential prices using contribution points. Laurie whined and pleaded with her master not to be angry anymore, insisting that the little one knew she was wrong. At this moment, the little girl was obediently huddled in Xibin's lap and immediately received a tap on the head along with a lifelong warning never to foolishly use her body to block a sword again. Laurie shyly closed her eyes tightly, her tiny hands resting lightly on his broad shoulders. She looked down, her mind in turmoil, not understanding why her master made her kneel on his lap like this. Although her legs didn't hurt at all, the thought of it made her blush with embarrassment. Her sparkling eyes looked up, admiring Xibin's handsome face with a proud smile, tinged with a dreamy imagining of their future super adorable hybrid child. I wonder if the little ones will have cute ears and tails like mine, she thought. Suddenly noticing his scrutinizing, he quickly made his face stern, as he still hadn't figured out how to properly punish the little girl. Just then, Laurie shyly parted her lips and called out master in a deadly seductive voice, and it seemed she was about to express her desire to bear his children again. But before he could finish, Xibin interrupted him. He awkwardly ran a hand through his hair and exclaimed something about being pretty or neat in broad daylight like this, which made Xibin completely forget the scolding words or severe punishment he had intended. Laurie opened her arms and rushed straight into her master's embrace, holding him tightly. Xibin, at this moment, stood frozen and embarrassed, his two arms only able to gently spread open. The girl's soft chest pressed close against Xibin, her eyes tightly shut, and her face raised, awaiting a kiss, which made him cry out in bewildered surprise. In his fluster, Xibin accidentally touched Laurie's soft, fluffy brown tail, causing the girl to let out a small groan. As soon as her tail was touched, Laurie reacted with a start, her eyes drowsy and dreamy, her arms hanging limp, and her mouth agape, her chest heaving. She then shyly reminded Xibin that a demi-humaness tail cannot be touched casually, while her legs instinctively drew back because this area was reserved only for a husband, and touching it meant he would have to take responsibility. Seeing this, Xibin suddenly had a mischievous idea in his head. Now he knew how to properly punish this girl, so he smiled brightly and raised his hand. Xibin continuously stroked Laurie's fluffy tail again and again, playing with it while pressing her to answer if she would dare to do that again next time. Teased to the point of unbearable discomfort, Laurie's chest heaved with short breaths, her head held high, her face flushed and glistening with sweat. She had no choice but to use a coquettish and alluring expression to beg for mercy and promise not to repeat the offense. As soon as Xibin let go, Laurie nestled into his arm, displaying a docile, puppy-like expression as she admitted her mistake and apologized to her master, not forgetting to act spoiled, which made Xibin's eyes squint in a triumphant smile. Laurie opened her small hand, revealing a pretty string braided from a four-leaf clover, then explained in a small voice that in her homeland, four-leaf clovers were a symbol of good luck, and carrying one would help her master encounter many good things. The four-leaf clover string shimmered with a strange golden light, making Xibin curiously ask if it was made from the flask of life water he had used to heal her the other day. As he took the string and held it up to examine, he muttered, thinking that flask had been thrown away ages ago. Laurie immediately pouted, clarifying that it was the first gift her master had given her, containing such great, so there was no way it could be thrown away. After hearing her answer, Xibin suddenly grew more, so he glanced at the three-leaf clover necklace on the girl's neck and asked what special meaning it held. Laurie shyly bowed her head, a sweet smile playing on her lips, and gently replied that she wouldn't tell her master this secret. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl hastily ran out the door, turned her head back to wave goodbye to Xibin, then teasingly smiled and told her master to just guess it himself, because she had to go to Mem's Chris's class, leaving Xibin alone, standing dumbed. Xibin relaxed and leaned back in his chair, his hands clasped behind his head and his legs crossed on the table. He smiled and asked the system about the recent incident of repelling the player, sure that there must be some reward for changing the storyline. Hadn't the system been completely silent lately, without a peep? The system immediately announced that the death trap scenario had been excellently completed, yielding a chain of destiny. Currently, the child of destiny, Yehao, still had 2 more destiny forks, and the host could use it freely at any time, which left Xibin bewildered and confused. Xibin mumbled, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." As soon as he finished thinking about the system, it responded without, "A chain of destiny can be used at any time, system. Does the timing of its use have any effect?" Xibin muttered, his eyes glued to the information panel displayed before him. The system replied that unleashing it during battle would make the child of destiny feel extremely frustrated. This answer immediately made Xibin frown, wondering just how uncomfortable it would be, and the system bluntly stated that it would be extremely uncomfortable, leaving him speechless and unwilling to say anything further. Fed up with arguing back and forth with this machine, he ran a hand through his hair, telling himself not to bother with this idiotic system anymore. If he kept talking nonsense, His IQ might just be dragged down by it, so he resolutely demanded to withdraw his reward immediately. As soon as Sibin's request was received, the system panel lit up brightly, announcing that the host had completed the daily villain quest and was beginning the prize spin. This time there was no critical bonus rate, so the system congratulated the master on acquiring the hero tier equipment, the Ivina set. Sibin stood scratching his head, looking bewildered and wondering, what is the Ivina set? Why does the name sound so dainty, like something for a girl? He then curiously reached out and clicked on the sparkling outfit icon on the system interface. Immediately, a small explosion, accompanied by a brilliant, dazzling golden light that enveloped the space, making Sibin squint his eyes and raise a hand to shield them. Meanwhile, the system quickly explained that the Ivina set was, in fact, a celestial garment personally hand-woven by Vina, the goddess of beauty herself, and on this entire continent, there were only 3 such sets, which could be counted on one's fingers. Currently, only one set was known to be in the hands of the elf princess, possessing passive skills such as blessings untouched by worldly dust or increased personal charm, in addition to the incredibly natural ability of time SDC changing as one wishes. Suddenly, a pure black outfit enveloped in a golden aura appeared before Sibin, making him admire it and exclaim that the name already sounded dainty, but in reality, it looked even more fantastic. However, he unfortunately didn't understand what Titim SDF meant, so he had to ask the system again. The system immediately explained that the skill allowed the outfit to freely transform into any style the wearer desired. Simply imagining an image in one's mind would cause it to instantly transform accordingly. Thus, the Avina set was likened to the goddess of beauty's mobile wardrobe. Sibin fell into a deep, wandering cunt, his mind suddenly flooded with countless bold images of Lori in a cool bikini, Lori in an innocent school uniform, and Lori in a charming short top, causing his face at this moment to clearly reveal undisguised covetousness. Sibin raised a hand to scratch his nose, smiling slyly as he mumbled to himself, or maybe I should try the Saintess outfit to see what it says like. Just as he was immersed in his fantasies, the system suddenly spoke up, interrupting with a warning about the host developing desires. Sibin irritably yelled at the system, "What desire are you talking about? If you were not going to let me materialize it, then why not just throw it somewhere and make it 2 sets for me already?" The system really torments people to madness. Sibin caressed the reward outfit in his hands, feeling its cool smoothness. He thought, wearing a hero-grade item like this must be incredibly comfortable, perhaps even without needing underwear. Sibin nodded and sat. The image of Lori in tight, alluring black lingerie, arms wide open and welcome, excited Sibin so much he almost had a nosebleed. 3 days to turn Saintess Vina into a maid, and at night, she'll be at my mercy, he thought. Enough thinking, time for a shower. In the quiet room, a beautiful young woman was deeply asleep on a luxurious bed. She vaguely opened her eyes, wondering where she had wandered to. Rui gently placed her bare feet on the floor. She walked around, looking everywhere, wondering if this was reality or merely a dream. Yet, she had never seen a place decorated so strangely. Rui reached out and pushed open a large, intricately carved, secretly wondering if this was the way out of her dream. Rui tiptoed inside. Inside, Sibin had just finished bathing and was only wrapped in a towel around his waist. As he was drying his hair, he was stunned to come face to face with a white-haired girl who had matching ears and a tail. She was wearing a very short dress that fully displayed her body's curves. Both were utterly dumbfounded. Rui tremblingly pointed at Sibin and shouted, "You naked pervert. Why does a sick person like this appear in my dream? And an eagle lord, no less." As soon as she finished speaking, Rui immediately turned her face away. She covered her face with both hands, utterly flustered, her cheeks burning red. She thought to herself, even so, I have to admit his physique is truly excellent. Facing the shy Rui, Sibin, still holding the towel around his waist, smiled and asked if she was fully awake yet. Rui hurriedly raised her hands, closed her eyes tightly, and loudly proclaimed that this saintess would not be afraid of such nightmares, leaving Sibin dumbfounded by her strange reaction. Rui suddenly lunged forward and hugged Sibin tightly, making him almost fall backward. She bit him with all her might, making Sibin cry out in sharp pain. He had no choice but to snap at Rui to stop, then pointedly asked if she was of dog age. The pain was unbearable, so Sibin firmly grabbed her hands, pinned Rui to the floor, and told her to sober up, explaining that this was the real world, not a dream. But Rui still stared at him full of suspicion, declaring she didn't believe him because all the tricksters in dreams said the same thing. Sibin immediately leaned his face close to Rui's, making her blush furiously. To confirm his words, he unexpectedly bit her body lightly. Rui grimaced in pain and shrieked. She suddenly understood that all these sensations were incredibly real. Thinking about how embarrassing the previous moment was, her eyes subtly avoided his gaze, and her face remained flushed with shyness. Sibin looked at Rui lying on the floor and asked if she believed him now. Rui pouted and turned her face away. The system suddenly informed Sibin that the mission to kidnap and humiliate the saintess had been unlocked. Upon completion, There would be a chance for a reward spin. The system urged its host to proceed quickly. After hearing this, Sibin smirked. He thought to himself, isn't he bullying the saintess exactly what I'm already doing? The system truly understands me too well. Sibin didn't hesitate to forcefully grab Rui's chest. She flinched, then immediately slapped Sibin directly across the face. 5 fingerprints were clearly imprinted on his cheek, making him cry out in pain. Rui quickly covered her chest with her hands, her face furious as she cursed Sibin as a scoundrel. Just then, Lori brought water to her master. As soon as she reached the door, she heard strange sounds and wondered what was happening inside the room. Lori anxiously asked if her master was inside, then requested permission to enter. The voice made Sibin freeze his hand on Rui's chest. He looked towards the door in a panic and was startled to see Lori's figure. Rui was also dumbfounded in surprise. Lori walked into the house and announced that Ms. Crit was absent, so she asked to leave early. Seeing Sibin standing there in a daze, she chuckled and asked what he was daydreaming about. Sibin blinked to collect his thoughts, but Rui's figure had already vanished into thin air, leaving him in a daze. Lori closed her eyes slightly to enjoy the surrounding atmosphere. The little girl giggled and teased that he had been all alone in the room this whole time, while still carefully holding the plate of food she had brought for her master. Sibin shyly scratched his head and explained that Ru had dropped by earlier, but she looked strange, her mind surely confused between dream and reality, though she must have gone back to her room by now. Outside, the blue sky had flocks of birds circling the majestic, grand castle. A tiny bird was perched on the windowsill, tilting its slender neck. It turned out that outside the window was Rui, pressing herself tightly against the narrow hallway, her back glued to the wall as she mustered all her courage to keep her balance and squeezed her eyes shut out of fear. A bird's feather fluttered past. Rui whimpered with tears streaming down her face because of the dizzying height, her hands gripping the wall tightly so as not to fall. Lori placed 2 glasses of water on the table and gently said, "Look at this, master." Lori gently stroked the hem of her dress, showing off the outfit given by her master, which felt both comfortable and delightful to wear. Sibin squinted and smiled, saying of course, because this was high-end equipment that was extremely comfortable to wear and could transform into all sorts of outfits like the maid uniform she was wearing, not to mention it automatically stayed clean and pleasant while boosting her charm to make her the most beautiful young lady. Lori beamed from ear to ear as the outfit slowly changed into another style and asked joyfully, "Is that really true? Are you satisfied?" "Of course, my good girl." Remembering Ms. Chris' advice about increasing her charm to easily ask her master for a baby, Lori told herself she had to seize this opportunity right away and secretly thanked Ms. Chris. Lori suddenly sprawled out flat on the table and called out, "Master." Sibin was dumbfounded and asked in a daze, "What's wrong?" Sibin's field of vision captured her bare back and charming curves completely. Lori asked shyly if she looked good in this backless sweater, and Sibin replied flatly without a second thought that it looked absolutely stunning. Lori pouted, called out to her master, and said she had been very obedient, dutifully drinking her milk every single day. Sibin covered his mouth to stifle a laugh, then gently stroked her head and praised her for being a good girl. Lori stammered, "Well, yes, so there will come a day when I grow up just like Ms. Chris, so master, you have to wait for me." He gently pinched her cheek and teased that she was already charming enough as it was. Lori immediately got back to the main point of asking for a baby, leaving Sibin frozen like a statue. He brushed it off, saying she had to wait until she reached adulthood first. Lori was forced onto the bed with a piteous expression, wanting a cuddle. Sibin tucked her in with a blanket and urged her that it was very late, so she should go to sleep. Sibin wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking to himself that this little girl was getting bolder by the day, and if things kept going like this, how could he possibly hold out? Lori slept in a daze, mumbling in her sleep and demanding a baby, leaving Sibin to cry out in despair internally since it was still impossible. At this rate, he would be up all night, so he had no choice but to go outside to catch the cold breeze to calm his mind and ponder the side effects of that pill. How could the skill's duration last so long while his was so short? It would be time for his move to cool down before long. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Roy, who had turned to stone ages ago from freezing. Sibin panicked and shouted, "Why have you been standing out here all night?" Roy whimpered and cried out from the biting cold. The young lady climbed onto the railing, stretched out a hand toward Sibin, and argued, "Is there even a path here? Why do you people keep locking me up?" "Sibin, it's the middle of the night. Why did you leave your room in the first place?" Sibin blamed himself for absent-mindedly leaving her out here, then hurriedly wrapped his arms around her waist, which was shivering from the cold, to support her. Sibin thoughtfully instructed her that since her body wasn't well yet, she should hurry back to a warm room to rest, and they could talk about everything else tomorrow. Roy snuggled tightly against his chest, feeling her cheeks turn blushing red from the spreading warmth. The guard outside the room rushed in frantically to report an emergency. "My lord, an urgent secret message has just arrived from the capital." He stopped dead in his tracks upon entering the room, seeing Sibin holding Roy, and it took him a long time to finish his report. Sibin waved his hand irritably and shouted, "Get out of here immediately." The price for daring to barge into Sibin's room during a critical moment was having to kneel and hold a heavy sword while sobbing silently. Sibin barked at him, making him jump. "That's too loud. Be quiet at once." He rested his arm on his forehead and sighed deeply. It really was foolish to bring this burden home. Roy wondered to herself why she had been dragged into this, missing her chance to ask questions, while Lori glanced at the person beside her, confused as to why she was here instead of an outsider. Sibin asked in a serious tone, "Back to business? Alunsai, why are you in such a state? You look absolutely tattered." Alunks replied, "Respect, my lord Sibin. The king is about to pass away. The church is plotting a rebellion. The capital is surrounded by troops, and the duke is being held under house arrest." Sibin shouted in shock. "What?" Alunsai explained in greater detail. "In just a few short days, they have used every despicable method to purge the loyal knights who refused to submit. Now, the king's military apparatus is completely paralyzed. Furthermore, my lord, your elder brother, that bloodthirsty, has joined the church, and with their help, he has plundered all of the Duke's assets." Sibin was stunned into silence upon hearing this, while the other man continued, "He is even planning to attack the Eagle territory to eliminate you and pull up the weeds by the roots. I had to sneak around in hiding for a long time to escape the Duke's territory." Lori, standing behind, was furious upon hearing this. How shameless, daring to harm their own master. Sibin, however, remained calm. Dante panicked. It's not that simple, even though he still felt something was off. He secretly thought, has my own brother lost his mind to choose to attack this godforsaken place? Besides a small chance of encountering some beastmen, there is nothing here. Why bother attacking the Eagle territory? Though, to be fair, there are quite a lot of demi-humans here. A thought flashed through his mind. He has the backing of the church. That makes sense. Perhaps the real target is these demi-humans. No wonder the church group kept harassing us every few days. I thought they were just holding a grudge over the past, but it turns out there is a huge ulterior motive. My situation is actually quite dangerous. It was hard enough to escape from the players' clutches, and now I am entangled in the Pope's conspiracy. System, why don't you just finish me off with a blade instead? Seeing Sibin silent, Alunsai continued, "My lord, this is a letter from Prime Minister Calante to the lords. A secret message. Are you kidding? Why are you handing it over so carelessly?" Alunks replied, "It's fine. Regular people can read it anyway." Sure enough, the writing on the paper looked like chicken scratch. Sibin looked at the paper speechless. This handwriting looks like it was chewed by a dog. It truly captures the style of the first prince, simple-minded and brawny. All three huddled together to look at the letter, confused and understanding. After a long while, Roy spoke up. "I think it has to be held upside down." The content of the letter was clear. The capital is about to fall. Representing the will of the first prince, I respectfully invite all lords to meet at Greystone Ridge to discuss major matters. We need an alliance to deal with the Pope. I hope you understand the urgency of the situation. The first prince and I will wait at Greystone Ridge for exactly 5 days. The collapse of the royal capital is only the prelude. Sooner or later, the church crusading knights will overrun your territories. Sibin held the letter and gave a faint smile. This threatening letter boils down to one point. The first prince is going to war. Are you planning to support him? Those who don't show up will have to face the consequences when they are ambushed. Alunsai hesitated to ask for his opinion. So, should we join the fun? Sibin analyzed, "Of course we have to go. Not because of the threats from that war profiteer Calante, nor because I have any affection for the first prince, but simply because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We share a common threat." The paper dropped to the floor, and Sibin mused further. "The church, right?" Roy stood by, feeling uneasy. "Is it really okay for me to hear these confidential matters?" The servant reported again, "My lord Sibin, here is some intelligence I gathered from spies in the capital. It involved both the church and was closely related to the demi-humans." Roy exclaimed in surprise, "Does this actually involve the demi-humans too?" She anxiously pressed Sibin. "What exactly is the news?" Sibin gently reassured her. "Slow down, let me take a look first." The paper clearly displayed the words Paradise Plan in bold ink. Shrill screams echoed from inside the castle. "Stop it. What do you people want? Let me go." It was the desperate cry of a female demi-human, whose hands were tightly bound by 2 monks as they dragged her away, led by a man guiding the way. She was thrown into a pitch-dark room with a white sheet covering its entrance. Continuously, "Please don't kill me. I beg you to spare my life." Ignoring her desperate plea, the monks heartlessly threw her inside. The demi-human screamed loudly in panic, and they immediately yelled at her to shut up and get in. The female demi-human's eyes widened in horror as she saw the scene before her. What met her eyes was a line of other demi-humans sticking out their tongues and looking at her covetously, their eyes bloodshot like hungry vultures waiting for prey. Immediately after, Her ear-splitting scream echoed through the room. She struggled and cried, "Dante, come here. Get lost." Oh well, the escorts remained indifferent, treating it as just another routine job. It seemed the fate of this female demi-human slave ended here. Once the deed was done, her body was thrown directly into the common disposal ground with the others. The two monks calmly walked out of the death room, leaving bloody footprints imprinted on the floor. At least the body was still intact, which was much better than those who were injected with drugs until they were mangled. In the meeting room, Sebin and everyone else were still discussing intensely. "According to what you once revealed, I thought the Holy See created the Templar Knights from the blood of young demi-human women for profit." Alonzi gravely analyzed, but perhaps because the success rate was too low, now they want to research directly on demi-human bodies, including. Sebin cursed inwardly upon hearing this. Damn it, I thought that basement was the absolute bottom of cruelty. I never imagined the Holy See's madness would far surpass all imagination. Roy looked bewildered and asked, "Wait, do you mean they used demi-human blood to create Templar Knights? That's too absurd." Lori whispered into Sebin's ear, "Master, is this true? I'm so scared." Sebin comforted her, "Don't be afraid. I will never let such disgusting things happen in our territory." "Yes, Master," Lori said, tugging at Lucy's sleeve. "Sister, please take him to rest first, and take care of him too. By the way," Sebin mused deep. So it turned out that Brother Hitler's attack on Eagle's Peak wasn't due to insanity, but largely by the Pope's orders. Perhaps the previous Lord in the previous life also hunted demi-humans everywhere because he obeyed the Pope's commands. Lust only accounted for a small part of it. Amidst his deep thoughts, a system sound suddenly rang out. Ding. The host has activated Phase 4 mission. Capture female demi-human slaves and promote the Demi-Human Slave Convention. Ding. Detecting the life of female protagonist Roy. Crackle. Crackle. System is changing mission. Crackle. Crackle. Ding. The host only needs to complete the capture of over 100 female demi-human slaves. This mission may result in casualties. Please prepare yourself, host. Sebin looked at Roy with a worried expression. He hadn't expected the system's mission to change so abruptly, and the reason was precisely because of her. At least he didn't have to promote that bizarre convention, which could be considered good news. Only the task of capturing female demi-human slaves remained troublesome. The Paradise Plan must have spread widely by now, and he feared that soon many more demi-humans would seek refuge in Mekanengi town. If he were to kidnap female demi-humans according to the system's orders at this time, it would be no different from becoming their biggest enemy in their eyes, and then who would still believe that the real evil was the Holy See? Sebin felt a headache coming on and gently rubbed his temples. Could this be the price to pay for returning from his previous life? There was clearly a saintess right in front of him right now, after all. He wished Roy could convince her people to submit to him. That would be wonderful. Those who couldn't awaken their abilities would be assigned regular jobs to earn a living, while those with potential would be recruited into a powerful special forces army. The only catch was that Deep How would surely do everything to sabotage it. The artificial intelligence in this life was involved with the Holy See, and the system's mission was linked to it, so Deep How must certainly be involved in this matter. Did he have to play the villain again this time? He was lost in thought when a loud voice pulled him back to reality. Lord of Eagle's Peak. Startled, he replied, "Ha, Roy, you should go rest too. I'm very busy. I can sleep with you tonight." Roy's face flushed crimson as she protested furiously. Who would want to talk about that? What are you implying? Roy walked closer to Sebin and pressed him. You just said you wouldn't let that happen in your territory, didn't you? Sebin nodded in Yes, I said that. Why? Roy suddenly knelt to the ground, pleading with him to save the demi-human race. If you agree to help them, I swear to serve you like a beast of burden. Sebin glanced at her, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Really, anything at all. He slowly moved closer to Roy. Then what about this? Roy blushed shyly. You. Her mind began to wonder, could it be that he wanted her to offer her body? Roy suddenly sprang up, causing her head to hit Sai Bin's chin hard. Wait, let me think for a moment. The boy whose jaw was hit yelped. Sai Bin clutched his bleeding nose and glared. Hey, are you trying to assassinate me? I just wanted to tell you that after this incident, you'll have to be my maid. Roy was dumbfounded. A maid. She quickly knelt down and pleaded, it was just an accident. How about I help you bandage it? In the spacious and grand office, Deep House stood deep in thought. Suddenly, clanking footsteps echoed from behind. He immediately drew his sword, vigilant, and shouted, Who's there? It turned out to be the demoness Xa, who approached, licking her lips and scoffing. Deep How, all that slaying makes you look so fierce. It's quite startling, you know? Deepa stared cautiously. I've never seen such a shameless guest as you. Get out of my territory immediately. He cursed under his breath. Last time, those demons tricked me badly. I can believe this vixen still dares to show up. If you're going to fleece the sheep, at least leave some for others. She swayed seductively, giggling. Before, when we were doing business together, You called me sweet little Xia. Now you've returned so ruthless, it breaks my heart. Deephao sighed exasperated, watching her coquettish manner. That's only because I was gullible back then and mistakenly trusted your cunning kind. She casually crossed her legs and plopped down on the chair. We don't care for human morality or laws, Deephao, but you are a half-demon now, and you are fully qualified to negotiate with us as an equal. His patience worn thin, he roared, chasing her away. I have no interest in doing business with you at all. Get out. She still smiled shameless. This time, we are extremely sincere. Please take a look at the gift before you decide. With a flick of her hand, a purple light flashed in her palm, forming a small magic array right on the tabletop. This is a Grandmaster-level greatsword. Aside from a few minor side effects, its power is more than enough to take on even hero-level warriors. If you agree to cooperate with us, this treasured sword will be yours. Furthermore, Lord Fenton will certainly agree to all your other requests. The system interface flashed into Grandmaster-grade Demon Sword Bei Queen. Once fully infused with demon energy, it will be unparalleled in sharpness, easily shattering demon armor and magic shield. It also strongly counters all holy light protection magic. Note, this sword has a tendency to betray its master. Every 7 days, a pure soul must be sacrificed, or it will gnaw away at your mind. Deephao pondered, calculating. His own strength was currently stagnating, and he only possessed a shoddy master-level outfit. He desperately needed a worthy weapon. Such a good item, even with a few side effects, was worth trying. As for souls, he could just kill any wild beast in the forest. And if he happened to accidentally kill someone with a knife, it wouldn't matter anyway. He was just an outsider wanderer with no ties to this world. He finally nodded, closing the deal. This item is acceptable. So, what do you want from me? Xia gave a triumphant smile. It's quite simple, my lord. She leaned closer to Deephao and whispered softly, we want to borrow a bit of your current prestige among the demi-human race to trick them into stepping into the Abyss Gate. Deephao leaned back and flopped onto the chair, letting Xia sit on his lap, and leisurely asked, you demons have more than enough power to rampage across the mortal world. Why don't you handle these trivial matters yourselves? Xia glanced flirtatiously and replied, although we can set foot in this world, our power is significantly suppressed. Furthermore, if we run into the Inquisition as judges, we'll only end up dead. He suddenly sat up and wrapped his arms around Xia's waist. But what's the benefit of kidnapping and imprisoning the demi-humans? She leaned close to Deephao's ear and whispered, out of respect for you, I'll reveal this secret. Lord Fenton accidentally discovered that the demi-human bloodline contains an extremely powerful ancient divinity. Moreover, that energy is far superior to the puny divinities of the wild gods. It's just that the concentration varies among each demi-human. He exclaimed in surprise, divinity? Huh, exactly. The demi-human named Roy from before had an extremely pure divine bloodline. Lord Fenton originally intended to devour it entirely to upgrade his power, but unfortunately, it failed at the last minute. So now, he has to capture more demi-humans to extract divinity and compensate. Deepa smirked cunningly. So that's how it is? I'll take this deal. But this isn't enough, he added. I need more gifts. Xia then breathed warm air onto his neck coyly. What else do you want, my lord? Let me personally serve you. Deephao unexpectedly shoved her away, a look of contempt on his face. Do you think I am the type to easily fall for a honey trap? Save that darling service for your old master Fenton, he scoffed, pushed sprawling. She became furious from embarrassment and shrieked, how dare you do that to me? Deephao stared resolutely and said, my condition is that you provide me with a squad of horned demon overseers. I need more power to wipe out the Beastman tribe. Everywhere on the streets, flyers were promoting the Demi-Human Park, a place where demi-human compatriots could come to have fun and enjoy themselves without limits. After finishing the flyer in his hand, a demi-human looked around cautiously. She took the initiative to start a conversation. Hello everyone, I am Seoksu. May I ask if you know where the Demi-Human Park is located? The other person grimaced and shook his head. What kind of strange place is that? I've never heard of it before. The girl explained excitedly. Haven't you received the promotional leaflet yet? A lead awake, Lady Anna used her skills to successfully negotiate with the Imperial Church and was granted the entire Tome East town as a settlement for demi-humans. There, we will have plenty of food and clothing and enjoy delicacies every day. The enticing introduction made the passersby very excited. More importantly, Lady Anna possessed the secret to helping demi-humans awaken, and anyone who went to Tome East town would receive the best education if they possessed natural talent. They will have the chance to awaken their latent bloodline power. After hearing this, the man was stunned. Awakening. Is this true? The little girl with him also cheered excitedly. Wow, is there really such a wonderful place? Of course it's real. All my friends have moved there already. I'm only slightly delayed because of some personal business. The young man was still hesitant, wondering if it was too late to participate in Lady Anna's ability test. If his younger sister, Baya, went along, she would have a better chance for education and awakening, but such a great deal appearing so suddenly was suspicious. While they were engrossed in their discussion, A masked stranger suddenly interrupted. Are you looking for the way to the demi-human park? The demi-human man nodded eagerly. Do you know that place? The masked man replied enthusiastically. Of course. Tomb East Town is nearby. I just bought the materials for the awakening assembly. If you want to go, I'll lead the way. The girl replied joyfully at once. The younger sister urged her brother, Big brother, why don't we go there with him? The brother still maintained a skeptical attitude. But the crowd buzzed with chatter. Look, it's Her Highness the Saintess. Her Highness has returned. But why is the Saintess traveling with an army of soldiers like that? Rue was walking with Gremond when she suddenly heard a loud call, Saintess sister. As soon as she turned her head, a cute demi-human girl rushed over and hugged her tight. Big sister, Baya missed you so much. Before she could respond, a man pulled the child back firmly. Baya, come back here now. We must set off. The girl looked at her brother in confusion, while Rue was stunned by the scene. Oh, where are you two going? Baya opened her arms and said with a smile, we are heading to Tomb East Town to go to the demi-human park. It's very lively there. Even demi-humans with potential can have their abilities awakened. Why don't you come with us for fun, Saintess sister? Hearing the mention of Tomb East Town and that park, Rui asked again in shock. Recalling past, she gritted her teeth and thought coldly, sure enough, it's as I suspected. Her mind suddenly flashed back to the conversation between her and Saibin about rescuing the demi-humans. Rue knelt down and spoke sincerely. As long as they can be saved, I am willing to do whatever you ask. Seeing this, Saibin burst out laughing. He smirked and lifted Rui's chin with his hand. Did you guess what I want? Which is why you re-volunteering. Are you looking forward to it? Rue blushed in embarrassment and replied, I am being serious. Saibin retorted, is that so? Then what if the price to pay is harm to those very same demi-humans? Rui asked again in shock and doubt, harm. Then Saibin replied in a serious tone, if you want to save the demi-humans, you must obey my commands, whether you want to or not. Thinking back to that, Rui took a deep breath and ordered her butler, Gremond, seize all of them for me. The demi-humans panicked upon hearing that. What? Gremond waved his hand, ordering his subordinates to take action immediately. Among the demi-humans, some were tied up while others wailed for mercy, pleading, my lady, please have pity. Save us instead of handing us over to the Lord of Eagle Territory. White Fang also shrieked in panic, desperately calling out the young woman's name. With a flushed face, Rue closed her eyes and pressed her hands together in prayer, thinking, I'm sorry everyone. This is the only way to help you escape the terrifying fate that lies ahead. Saibin was cruising in a flying vehicle, saying with a smile that entrusting the divine light of the tremor to Rui would surely be fine, especially since Gremond was there to support her. Sitting next to him, Lori wondered why her master didn't bring Mr. Gremond along to Greystone Ridge to see the first prince. Saibin replied that they were busy with other matters, and besides, the gathering of nobles this time was only to help the first prince seek reinforcements, so there likely wouldn't be any danger. A short while later, the carriage arrived at its destination. This was a bustling city with crowded streets. Is anyone hiring a guide? For only 5 coins, I'll show you all around Greystone Ridge. Look here, newly refined tonic at a bargain price, includes a free bottle of duration extender product of Grandmaster carries, suitable for both mages and knights, only 1 item left. Saibin excitedly led Lori by the hand through the streets. She curiously looked around at everything and marveled, this city is so lively, master. Saibin could only smile bitterly to himself, thinking that the Eagle Territory was truly in the middle of nowhere compared to this place. Although the number of mages was not overwhelmingly large, their density was no less than that of the knights in winter frost. Suddenly, Lori blushed and pointed, saying, Master, look over there. Saibin immediately turned his head to look where she was pointing. It was a nobleman leading a demi-human on a chain, who was crawling on the ground in a suggestive pink negligee. At this sight, Saibin was speechless, thinking to himself, the big city really plays hard. Noticing Lori's strange expression, he turned and asked, why are you looking at that scene with such an admiring gaze? He only thought that, but didn't he dare ask more, lest she demand to mimic them. Furthermore, right in front was. When Saibin glanced over, the nobleman also noticed him. He smiled cheerfully and greeted, long time no see, Count Saibin, second son of the Golden Lion family. Saibin gave a polite social smile and replied, greetings, first Prince Belurk, while grumbling in turn. That night, the moon was perfectly round and full, looking quite romantic. In the bedroom, Lori, wearing a seductive outfit, was pressing down on Saibin and coyly saying, Master, Lori wants to be kissed. Saibin lay there with a flushed face and said, the illusionary clothing spell isn't tea for you to play around with like this. He then sat up, placed a kiss on her forehead, and sighed, I really don't know what to do with you. Although slightly shy, she was still unsatisfied and pushed Saibin back onto the bed, grumbling, you can just kiss my forehead? Are you planning to brush me off again? Master. Saibin laughed, saying it indeed wasn't going to end easily. Lori proactively leaned in and placed a passionate kiss on his lips. The two embraced and kissed very fervently. A long while later, he stroked her head and asked, "Is that enough?" Seeing that Lori still looked dissatisfied, he thought to himself, "If this continues, I might jump the gun one of these days." As Lori braced herself to protest further, Sibin gave her a light flick on the forehead and interrupted, "No more demands. We aren't in winter frost, and besides, we have to attend the roundtable conference tomorrow." Hearing this, she indignantly recalled Chris' advice. If she were rejected next time, she should say it like this. Then she leaned close to Sibin's ear and whispered, "Master, is tonight really not allowed?" leaving him speechless and forced to endure the situation. The next morning, in the meeting room, the first prince declared the meeting's commencement with a firm voice. Everyone who needed to attend was present. There was no point in waiting any longer for those who didn't show up. Surely you have all heard the news that His Majesty the King has returned to Lord Barda. Currently, Colonia no longer has its third legendary tier powerhouse, and the Pope is plotting to seize royal power to become the sole dictator of this empire. I believe everyone knows the Holy See's style. Though they also worship Lord Barda, they are essentially a bunch of lunatics. Hearing this, the whole hall buzzed with discussion. Sibin watched and thought to himself, accurate, as he fell into deep thought. The lack of legendary tier powerhouses means losing the deterrent against neighboring countries. Furthermore, the Pope's power grab is causing the Colonia Empire to weaken severely. This situation is truly difficult. If the empire is invaded, we lords will be the first unlucky targets. Someone then suggested, maybe we should just gather our money and flee. Suddenly, a shout rang out, cutting through the noisy atmosphere and making everyone startle. Yet Sibin remained as calm as ever. The fat, big-nosed old man irritably asked if everyone's conduct was still worthy of imperial nobility. And then the first prince quickly waved his hand, telling Callan to announce the good news immediately. Hearing that, he analyzed that although the Pope had prepared incredibly well, taking down the capital would still take time, and the alliance of lords currently held the upper hand. Furthermore, the group of variants with infinite recovery abilities had agreed to ally with the first prince to clear out the Holy See's most numerous core forces. Hearing this, Sibin's mouth fell open in surprise while the crowd buzzed with chatter, saying that infinite revival was even more terrifying than the undead. The first prince immediately ordered the variants to be invited inside. The servant nodded in obedience while Sibin's mind was filled with question marks. No matter how he looked at it, these variants who kept dying and coming back to life sounded exactly like genuine gamers. Just as the conference room door opened slightly, 5 individuals, led by a man in a fashionable blue coat, who bowed to greet His Highness. "Wishing you a good day, my lords," he said while glancing at Sibin, whispering a greeting to the Falcon Lord that they had met again. Sibin gave a thin smile without replying, wondering how those damn gamers had sneaked into the heart of the capital without making a sound. Had they already forgotten the way back to the Temple of Light? Staring thoughtfully at the gamers, Sibin wondered what their real objective was after their failure in the Winter Fortress. After that painful lesson, those pro-gamers must have abandoned their main quests to hunt lords or rescue princesses to find a different path to survival, causing the room to stir with chatter once again. Long live Barter. Old man Calante is the best. Order, please. As mentioned before, the backbone of the Holy See consists mainly of rebellious nobility and the Royal Legion. Although their numbers were vast, the appearance of these immortal variants could be considered to have solved a difficult problem for our side. The main purpose of today's summons is to deal with another primary branch of the Holy See, the Paladin Corp. Someone raised their hand to interrupt. Wait a moment, Lord Callant. According to what I know, the Paladins number fewer than 100, and even if they are all Earth-rank experts, sending a single central butler would be enough to crush them. Why mobilize such a large army? Callan sneered, telling the fools to check on their spies who only peep at women. Those 100 knights were last year's news. Now the Holy See has nearly 1,000, plus at least 30 Sky Knights. Hearing that, the man stood up in a panic and stammered, asking how 30 Sky Knights were possible, while others began to whisper in fear because that number was triple that of the Royal Sky Knights. Calante then turned to ask the Cunning One if they could move their troops to Ashrock City within half a month, muttering under his breath about what a strange name it was. The cunning gamer listened carefully and then laughed, replying that their group's means of transport were limited, but they would gather as quickly as possible to reach Ashrock City. Hearing that, Calante finalized the plan to deploy mages to set up a temporary teleportation array to ensure they arrive on time. Teleportage consumes immense resources, so Ashrock City wouldn't be able to sustain it for long. The cunning side responded that they were deeply grateful for his generosity, while the first prince sat nearby simply smiling and observing. Seeing that triumphant look, Sibin thought to himself that if it weren't for the desperate situation, he would never have made concessions to these unruly gamers. After discussing the plan for a while, the meeting concluded. Sibin sauntered toward the door and sighed with relief that the work was finally done. As soon as he stepped through the doorway, he ran straight into the group of gamers waiting there. Waiting to see what tricks these reckless people were planning, Sebin watched as the cunning one greeted him. "Long time no see, Falcon Lord." He smiled back. "It hasn't been that long. I am just a little surprised to see you here. And you even took the trouble to lie in wait here? Are you planning to lure me into the forest for a gank?" The male gamers cried out in protest, asking who would be crazy enough to bother. The female gamers blushed shyly, saying it sounded alright since the Falcon Lord was quite dashing anyway. The cunning one's face darkened as he cut the chatter short to return to the main point. "Rumor says you're illegally kidnapping demi-humans, and we want to know the reason." Sebin smirked and asked, "If I say I'm doing it to protect them, would you believe it? That it's the Holy See using demi-humans as test subjects, would you believe me?" Upon hearing this, the gamers clamored in protest, shouting, "Protect them, my foot, release them at once." Seeing that, Sebin strode straight forward, causing the gamers to fall to both sides, and scolded them. "You were the ones who asked, yet you choose not to believe me. Stay out of my way." One of them, having fallen flat, grumbled angrily that he was such a liar and could be trusted, while the cunning one could only clutch his head in frustration, his intentions un. As soon as Sai-bin stepped into the room, the maid Lori ran out to greet him joyfully, celebrating her master's return and asking if his work was finished. She threw herself into his arms and whispered, "Lori missed you like crazy." Sai-bin could only clear his throat awkwardly. A male servant suddenly interrupted the reunion, saying, "Apologies for the disturb, Count, but His Highness the Prince wishes to see you during this 10-day official trip." Sai-bin asked in surprise, "A meeting right after I've finished work?" Seeing that her master was about to be bothered by someone else, Lori pouted and clung tightly to him, looking incredibly. The servant replied tremulous, "Oh, I apologize, but it shouldn't be anything too serious. The prince has already met with 4 lords. You are the 5th. Oh, and the maid accompanying you is also permitted to attend." Hearing this, Lori's attitude changed immediately. Sai-bin thought to himself, "Wow, he probably thinks he's about to become king and is trying to recruit talent. How overconfident. He hasn't even started a war yet and is already thinking about his coronation." Hearing that she could go along, Lori hugged Sai-bin's arm and coquettishly asked for permission, which he smilingly granted at once. Not unworthy of being the star of the empire, the young count taken as a disciple by Lord Sadi, reaching the Heaven Knight level at only 20 years old, Prince Bylover praised Sabin while raising his glass. He modestly replied, "You flatter me too much. How could someone like me dare to accept such flowery words from His Highness the Prince?" The arrogant prince sat imposingly on his throne, sipping fine wine while using a petite maid as a footrest. The girl trembled, not daring to resist. "I greatly admire young talents like the Count. It must be thanks to the blessings of Lord Baghdad that we have met here." Sai-bin sat upright, observing the lavish part, wondering if this was the prince's personal taste, or if he was just putting on a show because he saw Lori. Regardless, it was an eyesore. "In that case, as a prince of the empire, I cannot be without a display of generosity," he said, kicking his foot hard into the beautiful fairy's neck. The girl choked, in such pain that she could only swallow her tears. The prince heard the tiny whimpers, frowned, and tightened the chain around her neck. "This is a fairy that General Kalanta caught near the Jade region, though it's not exactly a rare species." He left the rest of the sentence hanging, drifting off into old memories. "It snuck into the base alone and assassinated over 80 soldiers and 2 of my Earth Knights. Luckily, it foolishly tripped into a trap while trying to escape, or it wouldn't have been captured. Things went smoothly, yet none of my soldiers could take it down. Its body remained clean even though its magic was sealed. After bringing it back, I only had it tortured and whipped for a month." The prince twisted the chain. "If you like it, this slave is yours as an introductory gift." Sai-bin felt his pride rising. He was offended by being seen as the same type of person as the prince. He tactfully declined. "How could I dare to steal a plaything from your highness? Besides, Lori is still squirming around." The prince seemed persistent. "Don't be so polite," he said excitedly. "If you are truly interested in it, just take it." He then pointed at Lori. "Or let's make a trade. How about that? I am very interested in this maid. If you are willing to gift her to me, I can grant any request you have from land and weapons to armies." Sai-bin was truly furious. He wore a polite smile, but the wineglass in his hand developed cracks. "Forgive me, your highness, but I must decline. Everyone has their own preferences, but I cherish my maid. I am not used to being without her care." The prince pretended to understand completely. "Oh, so the count is the loyal type. I understand. He loosened the chain so the fairy could catch her breath. "But that's not important. The slave is still a gift for you," he said, acting generous magnanimous. Sai-bin remained firm. "Thank you for your highness's kindness, but the borderlands I govern are always facing war, and I must maintain a high level of vigilance at all times. I cannot get carried away with things like this." His intention was clear. "Take it and give it to someone else. Don't pressure me." Suddenly, Lori, who was sitting next to him, looked down. A thin, pale hand was struggling to reach out and touch her feet. The prince frowned. Is that so? Then I'll just have to throw it into the infirmary camp in the Jade region. The pink-haired fairy sobbed, using her mouth movements to beg Lori for help. Lori suddenly burst into uncontrollable sobs. She saw a vision of the world tree submerged in a sea of blood, a scene of brutal slaughter between the elf tribes and humans. Soldiers and civilians alike were in disarray. Lori's emotions sank into a deep, endless whirlpool of despair. Saibin noticed Lori's abnormality and spoke softly to pull her out of the nightmare. Lori suddenly gathered her courage and asked, Your Highness, may I dare to ask a question? If she is thrown into the infirmary camp, what will happen to that girl? The prince's face twisted cruelly. I am not sure, but the wounded soldiers hate the fairy race. She'll probably be tortured to death within a few days, or chopped up as food for the dogs. Who knows? Haha. Bylovern said, Your maid seems very concerned about this slave. Would you like to reconsider and accept her? As he spoke, he jerked the chain hard. Even though Saibin didn't know what was going on, he reluctantly accepted. Then I must thank your highness for your generosity. Bylovern shook his wineglass triumphantly. As expected, you really are doting on your maid. Leaving the princess' luxurious room with the elf slave, Shibin felt as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He skillfully tied the elf onto the bird's back, thinking to himself, This is settled then. That trick I learned from my round-faced sister is truly impressive. Turning around, he saw Lori still waiting for him and wondered, Weren't you told to wait for me in the carriage first? He feared her legs were tired since talking to Bylovern must have been very tense and stressful. Lori stammered in a low voice, that. It was not until a moment later that she finally spoke her mind. Master, Lori has troubled you, with fear clearly visible on her face. Shibin didn't mind at all. He picked Lori up and gave her a deep kiss, smiling, Isn't it just selling a part of a lover? Such a small matter is nothing at all. After all, if that man hadn't gifted an elf, he would have gifted something else. If they stubbornly refused, they might never have been able to leave this detestable city. Before Lori could compose herself, he had placed her down on the seat. Lori blushed and chided him. Master, really, we are in the middle of a main street. I could die of embarrassment. Shibin laughed brightly and teased, Then let's continue once we get home, to which Lori happily replied, Are we going home to ask for a baby, master? Wait, not that one, Lori. Shibin quickly corrected her. The giant bird spread its wings wide and soared away from the decaying city, carrying the young couple and the still sleeping elf girl. Meanwhile, in the old forest, a demi-human named Manhwa was trembling as she hid behind the thick bushes, her mind racing. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Around her were urgent shouts. Move fast. Don to dawdle. Ahead, the saintess carriage procession was approaching. It was unbelievable that the saintess herself was leading the human army to hunt down demi-humans. She knew she could no longer stay here. She hurriedly spread the maps out on the ground, her heart filled with extreme panic. But where else can I go besides the town of Divine Light? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit her. She joyfully grabbed a piece of paper and cheered, That's it, the demi-human park. There's a way to survive after all. She sat there studying the map, nodding, I see. I just need to go to Mudong Town, and then, absorbed in the map, she had no idea that her two brothers had returned and were standing right behind her. Oh, isn't this the child from the town of Divine Light? Little one, why did you run all the way here alone? The little girl burst into tears and ran toward him. Brother Lang? Hoo. She recounted the events she had just witnessed to the two men. Everyone has been taken by the Eagle Lord, and even the saintess has been brainwashed. The two could not believe their ears. How could something so absurd happen? But Manhwa insisted. Mudong Town has a demi-human park. We can find powerful awakened demi-humans for help and beg that person to save everyone. Little one, speak slowly. What Mudong Town? One of them asked. A short while later, at the demi-human park, the atmosphere was extremely festive and bustling. Everything was peaceful and happy, as if all the chaos outside had been left behind the gates. Warm invitations could be heard everywhere. Please have a glass of this delicious honey water. Welcome to the demi-human park. 3 individuals with such uniquely strange appearances entered the park that the gatekeeper was left stunned. Excuse me? This is the first time I've seen such strange demi-humans. No, unique would be a better word. The two brothers were also embarrassed. It's nothing. We'll manage. We've come here from the far north and have been through so much that our hair is a bit disheveled. The gatekeeper quickly suppressed her emotions, thinking to herself, It's mainly that demi-human girl who is so plain looking. It really is the first time I've seen someone so unattractive. She quickly said, I see, but don't worry, the demi-human park will help you. First, let us lead you to have a meal. As the gatekeeper led the way and introduced the surroundings, the two brothers didn't hear a single word. One whispered, Hey, do you see anything strange? The other replied, Even going to eat? We are accompanied by these strange masked soldiers. It's too suspicious. The three of them tried to act as naturally as possible, sitting down to a sumptuous meal. One of the brothers whispered, "Doesn't something feel a bit wrong? It's not like they were treating us as criminals or anything." The other side, "If we were talking about things being unreasonable, this whole park has been unreasonable since the propaganda started. Now this is clearly a measure to prevent demi-humans from escaping." Mei Duo, eating like a starving wolf, ignored their discussion as her eyes sparkled at the steaming food before her. From a distance, a clear voice echoed, "Greetings to our new compatriots." It was a charming, flame-red-haired demi-human who seemed to be the manager there. She continued, "I am the person in charge of you, Kia. In the coming time, I will guide you so that you know how to live in Mudong Town and which rules you need to follow." Kia, wearing a dazzling and enchanting red dress, stepped forward and said, "Once you have eaten your fill, I will lead you to join the community integration ritual here. By the way, you can also meet our leader, Lady Anna, whom the human Holy See reveres as Fuck Ho." The surrounding demi-humans looked delighted, finally escaped from that terrifying Eagle Lord's territory. This is truly the demi-human park. It's all real. They believed that only a leader respected even by the human Holy See could build such a park, while the three of them remained suspiciously silent. Kia smiled and replied happily, "Oh, it seems everyone is eager to meet Lady Fuck Ho. Isn't that right?" Cheers erupted all around. That's right, absolute." "Then everyone, finish your meal quickly and follow me," Kia said. "The lady is waiting in the cathedral and is eager to meet everyone." Kia's expression suddenly changed, carrying a hint of something quite ghastly. The cathedral towering behind her seemed to exude a strange allure, hiding a deep secret waiting to be revealed. Inside the city, glowing red mists were spreading everywhere. On the stage, Anna spread her arms wide and welcome everyone to Mudong Town. In the future, this place will become your home. I am a servant of the gods, a child of fire. Anna, you may also call me Fuck Ho. However, to live in this park, you must sacrifice a portion of your own power, your blood, your bodies, your souls. All will bring joy to our Lord. Are you willing to give your entire selves to the Lord?" She wore a high-slit red dress that revealed almost her entire leg up to her waist, and her alluring gaze and full lips made it impossible for people to look away. The demi-human community below listened to her words with great excitement and responded enthusiastically, "We are willing, for the glory of demi-humans, for the future of demi-humans." But there were still outsiders. Jacqueline was holding a little girl, while Haptu covered his nose, whispering to each other, "Absolutely do not let Mei Duo inhale this strange gas." The system kept warning of an abnormal status. One look around made it crystal clear. This was not a demi-human park at all, and they had to get Mei Duo out of there quickly. Anna posed flirtatiously and declared that the initiation ritual had begun, while behind the bars, demonic figures with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs lay in wait. Witnessing that horrific scene, Jacqueline and Haptu turned pale and thought to themselves, "Those are demon beasts." The pack of demon beasts roared fiercely and glared at the demi-humans, and excitedly cheered for everyone to enjoy themselves. Seeing that their companions were not afraid but were actually cheering, Jacqueline whispered to Haptu, "They've all gone mad. Let's run." The demon beasts lunged like lightning, tearing their clothes and grabbing hold of them. Jacqueline swore, "Damn it." Haptu whined that these demi-humans must have inhaled toxic gas and gone crazy, then hurriedly pleaded, "Let go. I already have a sweetheart. My disguise is ruined." Standing on the high platform, Anna glanced at the strange situation below and surprisingly ordered, "Those humans, those lowly creatures, quickly tear those two troublemakers to pieces." Don let them escape. The two immediately stood back to back, setting up a defensive stance against the encircling demon beasts. Far away, Xibin was sitting next to Lori when the system suddenly emitted a notification sound. He opened it in surprise. It turned out to be a daily villain mission update. First, wipe out the reconciliation faction. Second, flatten the demi-human park. And finally, spread terror to at least 100 players. Xibin looked at the screen, puzzled. Is it telling me to go to East Toontown to commit a massacre? Nevertheless, this was a rare opportunity, especially since the elite knights had all been dispatched to the royal capital. At this moment, East Toontown must surely be at its most vulnerable. Thinking this, he said, "Firebird, turn back." Heading straight to the northeast, the Firebird complied with a loud cry and immediately changed course. At East Toontown, two young men were holding a little girl tightly, running for their lives from fireballs launched by the demon beasts. This is so annoying. Although none of them are very strong, it's really hard to deal with so many of them. The rat-toothed soldier sneered at the trio. "Not bad at all. We caught a demi-human kid and also nabbed a mage. What premium test subject? Don't kill them yet. We must capture them alive to present to Lord Fuck-O for a reward." While holding the little girl, Jacqueline didn't forget to ask Haptu if he had taken a screenshot and posted it to ask for help. Haptu laughed and replied, "Don't worry, I posted it on the World Forum a long time ago. It's a professional instinct." At that very moment, The forum was buzzing with posts accompanied by images of demon beasts attacking demi-humans at East Toontown and Bone Ridge, right next to Sulphur Ridge, accusing villains of using residents of Lighttown as test subject. I and Jacqueline are rescuing a demi-human girl named Meduo from the pursuit of the East Toontown guards. The situation is dire. In the photo, Meduo was crying out in fear. People below responded enthusiastically. Damn, brother, where are you? Give me the coordinates. Is this story real or fake? Little Meduo, I just finished telling her a fairy tale. Send the coordinates quickly. Jacqueline handed Meduo to Hap2 and drew his sword. All right, you keep holding them off. I'll head to the respawn point and come back immediately. Hearing this, Hap2 asked, do you intend to be a hero and sacrifice yourself here? Jacqueline lunged straight into the pack of demon beasts behind him. Close combat isn't he going to run out of energy anyway? Hearing this, Hap2 turned and ran. It was true. Meduo looked at Jacqueline's departing back and sobbed. Big brother Linkak, are we going to die here? It's all because Meduo wanted to come to East Toontown that I harmed you guys. Hap2 patted her back to reassure her. Don't be afraid, Meduo. You know we can respawn. He thought to himself, the problem is that if an NPC dies, they are gone forever. Why won't these soldiers let go like a pack of mad dogs? While running, the giant shadow of the Firebird engulfed his entire body. Meduo stopped crying and looked up at the distant sky with curiosity. Big brother Linkak, there's a giant bird in the sky. Xebin looked down, wondering, what's going on down there that's so rowdy? Oh, it looks like someone is being chased. A demi-human kid and a player. Thinking for a moment, he stood up on the flying carriage. Firebird, take your mistress and fly to the forest over there to wait for me. If you see danger, land. The Firebird turned its head to confirm Laurie was the mistress and cried out in agreement. With that, he jumped freely straight off the flying carriage. Laurie shouted from above, Master, you must be careful. Come back soon. Xebin, holding his sword, fell freely, landed on the ground, and replied, Don't worry, I promise. Just after landing, he accidentally stumped a rat-toothed soldier flat. Geez, my landing was off. I stepped on a bug or a rabbit or something. Hap2 saw him land and also startled, turned around to look. He immediately recognized it was the Eagle Lord. Saibin appeared at just the right time. As soon as he landed, he immediately engaged in combat. Flashes of purple sword energy swung out, taking down the enemies in the blink of an eye. Hap2 thought to himself, as expected, the giant bird Meduo saw earlier was his mount. Why do I run into this NPC everywhere? His appearance rate is so high that I seriously suspect he is the final boss of the current version. Truly, a real man should wield a greatsword, looking at that graceful sword dancing style. Even though they were both fighting in close quarters, how could he look so cool? Before long, the sharp-toothed soldiers were completely wiped out. Xebin hoisted his sword onto his shoulder and muttered that everything was done, and the demi-human boy ran over and stammered his thanks to the mighty Eagle Lord. Hearing this, Xebin chuckled and replied that his little buddy meant to thank him. The boy wiped his sweat and stammered, asking what the Lord wanted, or if he would like this fake fox tail as a gift, whereupon Xebin said what would he need that item for. They were old brothers by now and knew each other's ways inside out, so if he truly wanted to thank him, he should repay him with his body. Hearing this, the demi-human boy was terrified, imagining Xebin's wicked smile, and kept stepping back while shouting, Are you crazy? And I'm a man too. This is a feature exclusively for female gamers. I want to stand for it because I have a sweetheart. But Xebin ignored him. He pulled Meduo into his embrace, gave him a hard poke in the side, and chuckled, wishing you a speedy escape from being single. Hearing you say that, I can tell you're repining for someone. Consider this poke as your thank you gift. It turned out that the kid had let his imagination run wild and ended up coughing up blood and meeting his demise, causing the system to chime with an announcement. Player toyed with by friends emotionally and then backstabbed to death, causing extreme select, immediately gaining 50 villa. Mission 3 progress increased by 1. Xebin stood straight, let out a chuckle, and said who would want to toy with the kid's emotions. If anyone was to blame, it was himself for overthinking so much, while Meduo was burying his face in his chest, weeping bitterly. Xebin then grabbed the little girl by the collar and asked softly, Hey kid, what are you feeling so aggrieved about? Meduo, with tears streaming down his face, sobbed, Brother, did you just kill Kaka the spirit warrior? You bastard. How dare you bully the demi-human people? Hearing this, he raised an eyebrow and retorted, Don't you know he can resurrect? Suddenly, loud cheers echoed from afar, catching his attention. It turned out to be fully geared gamers swarming in, shouting, Brothers, charge. Save the demi-human maiden and flatten these animals. Seeing this, the sharp-toothed soldiers panicked and screamed in sheer terror, Where did these people crawl out from? Go report this to Lord Fua immediately. Hearing the urgent report, Anna knitted her brows, glared, and yelled, What? A leak of information. Someone actually dares to attack all the way in here. A woman dressed just as scantily as Anna, standing beside her, also panicked and blurted out, "How could it be this fast? Lord Anna, what should we do now?" Hearing this, Anna dealt her a thunderous slap across the face and scolded, "Useless, at the slightest sign of trouble, you just cry and make a fuss without accomplishing anything." The woman hurriedly bowed her head and apologized, "Please forgive me, my lord." No sooner had she finished speaking than Anna ordered the Snow Queen to be awakened immediately, and incidentally sent a magical signal to His Highness the Wind Emperor to report that the East War Tum was being attacked by unknown forces and required urgent reinforcements. The woman acknowledged the order and hurried off to carry it out. Atop the towering city wall, a figure suddenly leaped down, striking a cool pose before turning around and speaking in a loud voice. "Brothers, I'm the first one to climb up the city wall. Make sure to record the screen and post it on the forum for me, okay?" Another young man climbing up right behind him curled his lip in disdain, saying, "You just climbed the wall and you're already showing off too much." Yet another kid poked his head out to remind them, "Hey Nat Hyan, watch out in front." Hearing the call, the first one to climb up hurriedly turned his head to check. What met his eyes was a white-haired girl wearing a sexy blue bikini, striking a coy pose and asking softly, "Big brother, I'm so cold. Can you warm me up a little bit?" The young man immediately started drooling and replied, "Yes, of course, I can." While thinking to himself, "Holy cow, the proportions on this babe are out of this world." The sultry white-haired lady immediately lunged forward and tightly hugged Kwangban Natsayan's neck. She looked up at him with affectionate, tender, and coquettish eyes, whining, "Big brother, I still feel so cold, hug me tighter." Facing this deadly charm, he had to surrender and replied, all right, I'll hug you tighter." However, this kind of embracing looked somehow wrong. Before they knew it, the two of them were already locked in a passionate kiss. Right on top of the ramparts, a player who had just climbed up swallowed hard and praised Kwangban Naksayan for being so lucky, daring to hug a beauty in the middle of a battle like this, which was truly enviable. A girl standing beside him heard this, gave him a knock on the head, and scolded, "What luck with girls? You guys are really something. Look closely. Her health bar is glowing a blazing red. Obviously, that's a boss. What kind of romantic encounter could this possibly be?" Looking at the system panel that popped up, it turned out that the sexy white-haired girl was none other than the elite knight of the Temple of Sound, the Ice Queen Maribel Skull, a temporary level 53 arch. The evil demon Mirabelle stepped back and sneered, "Stupid mortals daring to set foot in the East War Tome? Taste the banquet of ice and snow buried deep within my body." With that, Mirabelle instantly unleashed her skill. Blizzard's funeral journey, Snow Kingdom's thousand-year eternal rest. Streams of cyan-colored cold air intertwined with countless ice crystals filled every direction. Before long, all the gamers were imprisoned in giant blocks of ice, lying scattered everywhere. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and the freeze debuff for 30 seconds was officially activated. The lockdown gamers wailed frantically in the chat channel, "I can't move at all anymore. Me too? I'm freezing to the bone. Why does this game love forcing people to feel realistic pain? Oh no, we're doomed. Getting caught in this formation area is going to turn us into stone statues for sure. The penalty points will be sent half a minute later. Can anyone break this curse? Oh god. Mom, I only have 15 seconds left." Amidst all this, Sibin was waving his sword and gliding through midair, his blade enveloped in a brilliant golden energy. As he approached the city wall, he also encountered the power of the skill, but amazingly, he wasn't frozen at all. He quickly approached the area where the gamers had turned to stone, causing everyone to buzz with discussion. "Am I seeing things? Isn't he that guy who just rushed over the Eagle Lord? Quick, take a screenshot. Why is the Eagle Lord's skill emitting golden light like that? Damn, that's so awesome. Stop making a fuss. Look at his health bar not glowing. Why does it look so unfamiliar to me?" Sibin closed in behind Mirabelle and swung his sword at her. Sensing something unusual behind, she turned her head and asked, "What is this?" He swung his sword, and the brilliant golden aura transformed into a roaring beast that lunged toward her. Quick as a flash, she dodged the lethal blow, hovering high above. The alluring Mirabelle muttered, "So that's how it is, all because of this Sky Knight title." Sibin continued to close in and lunged forward. She hurriedly drew a magic circle to block him and cried out, "You're too fast. Slow down a bit, honey." As blue and gold energies clashed with sparks flying, Sibin teased, "Compared to my little lowly, this knight is truly bland. Isn't he heat, Ice Queen? Taste this strike." As soon as he finished speaking, he delivered a full-force blow that sent Mirabelle plummeting headfirst into the ground, creating a deep pit in a cloud of dust. Taking the full force of the attack, she shrieked in pain, "Oh my god, that hurts." But she was quite thick-skinned. By the time Sibin landed, she had already sat up and said mockingly, "Wait, I surrender, please spare me." Then, she resorted to her old trick, clinging tightly to Sibin's arm and coaxing, "If you are generous enough to overlook this, I am willing to offer you everything I have. With flirty eyes and pouting lips, she suggested, let Mirabelle give you a kiss, and I'll serve you all the way. In return for her advances, a cold blade pierced right through her chest as Sibin nonchalantly replied, too bad. I done really like this kind of ice-cold beauty, but if you refrozen solid, I might reconsider. Mirabelle coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, wheezing, you. However, before she could finish her sentence, her life was gone. Zeben turned his back, spread his arms wide, and pouted, besides, I already told you, your acting is just too fake. If you've gone to the trouble of coming to this playground, at least you should have prepared some decent toys. He looked up at the attractive woman in the stands and spoke. How about it, lady? Hearing this, Anna blushed and gave a sultry smile. You were absolutely right. Your overwhelming charisma was truly mesmerizing. Why don't you join my team, Sir Knight? Zemudong is starving for talent like you. Xibin gave a slight glare, wondering why he should bother with such useless matters. His lips curled up as a terrifying surge of power surrounded his sword, flashing with blinding bolts of lightning. Villains usually die from talking too much. I'll send you to the underworld first and worry about the rest later. Xibin then dashed forward with great speed. Standing before him, she was filled with murderous intent, encased in a glowing red shroud. Glaring at Xibin, she barked, so you'd rather do this the hard way than the easy way? Ha, honey. She waved her hand, unleashing a wall of fire that blocked her opponent's strike. Red and gold lights collided, sending out tiny sparks of lightning. She challenged him arrogantly. I admit you are strong, knight, but before this vessel turns to ash, I am still protected by the gods. While hovering in the air, Xibin was suddenly snapped at by a giant, blood-red shadow monster. As if it were ready to swallow him whole, he roared, you are a human, yet you worship war and the fire god Barda. She manipulated the energy to seize Xibin, causing him to fall limply. She brazenly replied, faith or ethnicity when tea put food on the table, everything is bestowed by my master. It's only natural to dedicate everything to him. She held a razor-sharp dagger close to Xibin's throat once he was pulled right in front of her. They were so close that their noses almost touched. She sneered, those who don't know their place will eventually just become my prey. With a straight face, Xibin asked, is that so? Before adding, then let us see if your master can save you. Her heart skipped a beat as she realized, all too late, that something was very wrong. It turned out that while she wasn't paying attention, Xibin had stuffed an entire heart-freezing ice core into her mouth. She panicked and stammered, the Ice Queen's heart-freezing ice core, you're insane, as she reached into her throat to gag herself. Xibin smirked, actually, I just placed it from the system inventory right into her mouth. That icy heart was the loot he had picked up after defeating the Ice Queen boss, just as the system had explained. At that moment, the source of power within Xibin erupted violently, its golden radiance completely overwhelming the murky red energy. He mocked, gone soft already. As expected, even the fire god is dwarfed by this. Now, it's my turn. As soon as he finished his sentence, Xibin launched a fierce counteroffensive. Seeing this, his opponent hurriedly used a suppression skill, fixing her gaze firmly on Xibin. Xibin was startled, thinking to himself, how strange. Why has my body suddenly become so sluggish? His hand holding the sword hung suspended in mid-air. He felt as though his movements no longer obeyed his will. Staring up at him, she gave a cold smile. I'll remember your face, knight. In her hand, she was hiding a scroll emitting a strange blue light. Xibin thought to himself that things were looking bad. Could her gaze have the power to manipulate speed? Her eyes flashed a brilliant red as she rasped, just wait obediently with your neck ready beneath the master's iron heels. Suddenly, the blue light flared up, opening another dimension that swallowed her whole. Xibin roared in anger, you bastards. You trying to flee just because you can win. Then, he swung his sword with all his might, its sharp blade gleaming brilliantly. A deafening explosion, and a brilliant, dazzling aura erupted like a raging sea of fire before the enemy as her eyes slowly opened. With a bang, the force of the explosion blew away an entire street, and a terrifying pressure spread throughout the area, sending the crowd of civilians screaming and fleeing in panic. Amidst the thick smoke after the explosion, some speculated that the Crimson Eagle Lord was battling inside, while others immediately wondered if he hadn't already perished then. Yet others gleefully declared, that's great. Soon we'll go in and loot. If he's dead, we'll collect his belongings. If he's barely clinging to life, we'll finish him off. No sooner had he finished speaking than a shadow suddenly approached from behind, its bloodshot eyes smirking as it said, so, am I dead yet, or should I strip you all clean first? The men from earlier were startled and spun around. One moment they were laughing, plotting scheme. The next their faces were drained of color as they saw Xibin standing conspicuously right behind them, sword in hand. He smiled and said, no problem. Just relax and enjoy. His mouth smiling but a murderous aura emanating in all directions, accompanied by icy eyes. He shouted, welcome to East Tomb Town, and plunged into the crowd, thrashing them mercilessly. The victims only had time to scream that he wasn't even this area's boss. Squealing, system error. It must be a system error. The whole group was beaten to a pulp amidst the thick dust and smoke of the terrifying melee. The system panel continuously in third mission progress. Third mission progressing. Third mission progressing. Third mission progressing. The thoroughly beaten group, their faces bruised and tear-streaked, whimpered and begged, "Please spare us. All our hard work and effort. Now we've dropped back to level 0. Sibin rested his sword on the ground and smiled sinisterly, saying, "I remember you guys had a horse, didn't you? Hand over all your valuable possessions now, or don't blame me for acting cruelly. The unfortunate individuals we... Not everyone owns one." Another chimed in, "Horses are really expensive. We dirt poor." Sibin ignored their complaints and urged, "Hurry up. Do you think that's the end of it? If you have a horse, be smart and cough it up. Then, smile for me." Hearing this, the men frantically covered themselves, screaming, "What depraved trick are you trying to pull? Don't think that just because you're strong and handsome, you can do whatever you want." Sabin replied with a sly smile, "When you're both strong and handsome, of course you can do whatever you want." The system continuously ting, collected, received 20 sets of equipment, and 30 assorted weapons. The unfortunate people, stripped completely, could only bitterly curse them as beasts, while Sibin happily rode away, leading a few more horses behind him. At this moment, the system sound announced, "Villain mission no. 3. Create psychological trauma for at least 100 players successfully completed." At the same time, a large group noisily advanced across the bridge and entered the city. Sibin ordered Claremont to arrange the horses and battle armor to be stored neatly. Claremont respect, "Yes, young master." Sibin looked around and remarked, "So many demi-humans here? Ha! Could it be that they are all the ones who seized Lamdong City while I was away?" From a distance, a voice echoed back, "Precisely. They were all brought here by Claremont and me from Divine Light Town." Sibin immediately turned his head to look. Rai slowly approached, explaining to Sibin as she walked, "During your absence, I spared no effort in advising them about the conspiracy at the demi-human amusement park and soothing their spirits. Even so, few truly placed their full trust." Sibin looked at Rai with a radiant smile and teased her, "Oh really?" Seeing Rai's soft, pure white tail, he couldn't resist reaching out to stroke and knead it repeatedly, inhaling deeply and praised, "As expected, you've done very well. It's perfectly normal for them not to adapt immediately in such a short time." Rai, startled by the unexpected touch on a sensitive spot, shrieked. Immediately after, she delivered a thunderous punch to Sibin's face and yelled, "You scoundrel, let go right now." Sibin could only whimper an excuse, saying he just teased a little because she seemed too bored. Just then, a fishtail splashed water, originating from the small pond right next to where Sibin was standing. A beautiful mermaid was sitting there, surrounded by a few other merfolk curiously looking towards Sibin. He then wondered, are merfolk also considered demi-humans? Rai meticulous, "This race is completely different from the aquatic creatures of the deep ocean. Aquatic creatures never leave the water, but demi-human merfolk can transform their tails into legs upon reaching adulthood." The mermaid from earlier stepped out of the water, her fishtail now transformed into a pair of perfectly slender and graceful legs. Sibin watched. Endlessly, this species is truly wondrous. After transforming their tails into legs, the other mermaids frantically jumped out of the water, running head over heels and screaming hysterically, "Help me, the Nightmare Eagle Lord, that cruel killer, is back." This made both Sibin and Rai freeze for 5 seconds. Hearing that, Sibin became furious and immediately grabbed Roa's tail tightly, making her face flush red again as she shrieked loudly. Under the clear blue and breezy sky, Rai stood amidst the crowd and announced loudly, "All demi-humans, attention. Lord Sibin has some important words to declare. Please gather here." Sibin, meanwhile, stood with his back to them. The demi-humans below began to whisper and discuss, "Has the city's lady lord now completely submitted to that brutal lord?" Sibin stepped forward boldly to face everyone and confidently declared, "I am the Eagle Lord, Golden Lion Sibin. No matter what demi-human species you belong to, once you set foot in my territory, you are all my subjects. Today I've gathered you all here for 2 important matters. First, to reveal a bitter truth, and second, to test each person's capabilities," Sibin declared clearly from a high platform. Beside him stood Rai with her loyal retinue, while below, a demi-human, visibly sarcastically, "His subjects, pipe dreams, can he even grant us a piece of demi-human land?" At this, Sibin calmly, "Those who pass the trial will be kept in the castle for important roles. Those who fail needn't worry, as they will still be allotted their own land. Do not fear anyone seizing it. Lamdong City's guard team will protect everyone's property on your behalf." Hearing the words land and property, the crowd below buzzed and whispered to each other, "So, we were really going to have our own land?" A demi-human grumbled sarcastically. "Dream on, dear. He would never care about the lives and deaths of us demi-humans. Even if we regranted land, it'd all just be fodder for others to bully, and he'd never bother to help us." Saibin continued his speech, announcing that he would enact a demi-human protection law to ensure their safety and legal rights on this land. The crowd below was stunned and skeptical. He casually continued addressing the cruel reality he had just mentioned, stating that many had heard of Eastern Toontown and a few had even set off for it before being invited here, but that place had now been completely wiped out by him. The whole hall buzzed with chatter at the news of Eastern Toontown's fall, and the demi-human who had loudly protested earlier shouted angrily that he had anticipated this scheme being exposed, that everything from the land to the laws was just a trick, and the Eagle Lord was actually a demon who wanted to strip away their livelihood. Waving his hand slightly, Saibin signaled his subordinate standing behind him to call the little radish kids onto the stage, and the subordinate immediately bowed and obeyed. Several demi-human children appeared on the stage, causing another stir below, with some even surprised to recognize Xiao Mai and wondering why they were here. The young girls who had just stepped up were tiny in stature, bowing one by one to greet their lord, while Saibin secretly thought that despite the tight schedule, Mrs. Grief had trained them very thoroughly. Gently telling them there was no need for formality, he asked them to tell everyone what they had personally seen in Eastern Toontown, and the children obediently listened to him. Turning to the crowd, the demi-human girl forcefully warned everyone that that prosperous place was actually a deceptive trap with no amusement park at all, but rather a living hell on earth. There, the minions of the Holy See were imprisoning demi-humans to torture and brutally murder them, leaving all the listeners below stunned with shock. A voice called out demanding proof and suspecting the little girl had been brainwashed by the Lord, causing Saibin to think to himself that if he had such a convenient power, he would have used it already, while the girl firmly asserted that she had clear evidence. Holding out her deceased older sister's forehead scale, the girl tearfully explained that this was a precious item that could only be removed upon the owner's death, and tearfully recounted how her sister had been taken away after the induction ceremony and vanished without a trace, and that she had secretly picked this up when sneaking into the area where they released wild beasts and demons to harm people. Panic swept through the crowd amid hushed whispers. Some were stunned, not understanding what was happening, while others began to wonder if the Eagle Lord was actually their life-saving benefactor. Standing high on the stage, Saibin sighed and explained that he had been forced to issue enforcement orders because he well knew no one liked a person who invaded their homeland. However, had there been any delay, no one could predict how many lives would have been lost at Eastern Toontown, adding that he did all this mostly out of respect for the saintess and her attendant beside her, whereupon he turned to look at Rue. Rue bashfully lowered her head, while below, people began to whisper that they had wrongly blamed the kind-hearted Eagle Lord. Realizing they had misunderstood Her Highness the Saintess, they heard Saibin turn around and say that explaining further now was pointless. Anyone with questions could directly ask the Saintess and the little brats. Now, disperse, and don't forget the test taking place at 5 in the afternoon, so go prepare quickly. Small snowflakes began to flutter down as Lori stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder from behind, and wondered if her master intended to use the energy within his own body to test each person with a handshake. Laughing out loud at the question, Saibin said doing that might take until tomorrow to finish, and signaled to everyone looking up to focus and listen. Leisurely sitting down and manipulating the crystal ball in front of him, he calmly explained that this item would help expand the sensing range of wild energy, while the crystal ball began to emit an exceedingly beautiful, soft golden light. Turning to look at Lori with affectionate eyes, he teased that this would certainly not interfere with tonight's sleep with her, making her cheeks flush bright red with embarrassment. Glancing affectionately with a playful glare, Lori pouted that her master was so naughty because she hadn't meant it that way, making Saibin laugh heartily as he began to activate the power of the sphere. Instantly, the sphere projected radiant golden beams of light encompassing everything around, causing the crowd to cry out in panic, unsure of what was happening, and Saibin had to quickly speak up, instructing everyone to relax so their bloodline memories could automatically sense this energy. Wherever the gentle light spread, the demi-human girls felt relaxed and warm. Many even blushed and exclaimed that they wanted to be held in the Lord's arms. Even several demi-human guys felt he was handsome and dashing, developing the urge to rush over and embrace him. Saibin's face darkened with a forced smile on his lips as he thought to himself, is there really not a single normal person here? Suddenly, a strange scene appeared, capturing his full attention. The little demi-human girl Nina was surrounded by a thick layer of golden light surging like erupting lava, leaving those around her bewildered, while her eyes were half closed, enjoying the magical atmosphere. Near the shore of the distant lake, Fishtail suddenly splashed forcefully out of the water. The mermaid from earlier also surfaced completely, looking up with eyes full of submission directly at the energy glowing everywhere. Feeling a bit anxious, Saibin forced a wry smile at the two figures ahead and murmured to himself that finally someone had awakened. Even so, a success rate of a mere 2 out of 800 people was indeed unbelievably low, and next to Nina at this moment, the merfolk creature in the small jar was puffing out its cheeks in annoyance at being held captive once again. Saibin rested his chin on his hand, looking at the mermaid with curiosity, and spoke. I already know Nina's name, so what is yours? The mermaid shyly pulled her neck back and replied, My lord, I originally have no name. Saibin reached out, gently patted her hair, and said, Then from now on, I'll call you Bubble. The mermaid exclaimed joyfully, Oh, so from now on my name is Bubble. That's right, Bubble. Nina, standing nearby, shouted, My lord, I am Nina. Xian replied awkwardly, I remember you. Your spirit is great, but don't shout so loudly next time. In his head, he said to himself that the order now was 1. Strength and loyalty. 2. Destruction and death. 3. Nina. 4. Devotion to the Lord. Xi Bin then asked the two of them to describe the scene they saw during their enlightenment, starting with Bubble first. Bubble recalled the scene she had just experienced and said, I saw a vast ocean, surging storm, and ships swallowed by tornadoes. A small boat was struggling against towering waves. She continued, There was also a massive flood with waves 100 times taller than me. Listening to this, Xi Bin laughed and declared, Very good, you have been recruited by the Citadel. Tomorrow you start work immediately. Your position is at the fountain in the main lobby near my place. You can temporarily live there. Bubble timidly asked, So now that I have a job, humans won't use nets to catch me anymore, right? Xi Bin patted his chest reassuringly, Of course not. Whoever dares to touch you will have to go over my dead body first. Hearing that, Bubble smiled so widely her eyes crinkled. Xi Bin turned to look at Nina and said, It's your turn now. Nina obediently. Nina began her story. My vision at first was just thick darkness, surrounded by mud. Then came a desolate desert with all kinds of gravel and rocks, and even images of a volcano erupting with glowing red lava, ready to burst at any moment. Xi Bin wondered in confusion, gravel and minerals. Could this girl's ability be throwing rocks or strangling stone golems? He suddenly pictured Nina holding a stone and throwing it frantically, and the image of the little girl standing with a bright smile next to a stone statue she had just built herself. He then said, You are also appointed by the Citadel now. For now, I haven't thought of anything for you to do, so how about leading those kids back there and managing them for me? As Xi Bin spoke, he pointed behind him. Nina shouted, As you command, my lord. Startled, he realized the order in his head had just been flipped. Nina had moved up to second place. At this point, Xi Bin turned and declared to everyone, We are finished here, you may leave. If there is any issue, go find Clement to resolve it. He called out to the butler standing ready below, and Clement immediately stepped forward to obey. Xi Bin instructed him on arranging accommodations for this group of demi-humans, while also asking about the progress of renovating the outer city. The crowd of demi-humans buzzed with discussion, having witnessed Nina and the mermaid awaken with their own eyes, amazed that the Lord possessed the ability to help demi-humans unlock their power. Clement, the renovation of the outer city is basically complete, and all the wanderers have been sent to work in the mines. The row of single-story houses has also been renovated. Xi Bin continued giving orders, record the information of these demi-humans in the register, including their name, population, and identifying feature. Use that to assign jobs in Frost Winter City. As for lodging, place them in the newly repaired tile-roofed houses and provide free food for the first 3 days. After that, they must fend for themselves. We done feed freeloaders here. He decisively waved his hand in command, and Clement bowed in obedience. The butler then hesitantly informed Bin, My lord, we are about to run completely out of money. Those words were like a bolt from the blue, causing Xi Bin to think in panic, Oh no, are we really out of money? Pondering, he recalled the round table conference held a few days ago. The surrounding nobles of the territory had packed up and left, and he couldn't just lead troops to openly pillage, while waiting for the demi-humans to settle down before collecting taxes would take forever. Doing charity was indeed burning money, but amid his headache, an idea flashed in his mind. This was a public welfare project for the entire territory. Why should the Lord alone be forced to bear it all? Xi Bin immediately issued a decree to Clement, at exactly 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, summon all the wealthy merchants in the city here for an urgent meeting. Whoever dares to hide, throw them all into the iron mines. Clement obeyed implicitly and replied that all the merchants of Frost Winter City would be present in the meeting room on time tomorrow. Outside the castle at this time, the sun was sinking into the west, and the orange glow of twilight dyed a corner of the sky red. Xi Bin dragged his tired steps, yawning repeatedly while muttering, Busy all day, and finally I can lie down. Just as he stepped across the threshold of his room, he suddenly sensed something amiss. A demi-human figure holding a table lamp rushed forward, intending to sneak attack him from behind. With lightning-fast reflex, Xi Bin grabbed the attacker's wrist firmly, the lamp clattered to the floor, and the young girl could only let out a cry of pain. Xi Bin locked both her hands, pushed her back firmly against the door, and grunted menacingly, Is that you? With his body pressed close against the young girl, she struggled and screamed, Let go. He smirked coldly and said, Absurd. I just saved you from that tyrannical first prince and brought you here. Far from thanking me, you dare to pull a rogue stunt. He then activated the system to scan her information. A small ring of light appeared before Xai Bin's eyes to analyze the target, and he angrily asked further, repaying kindness with hostility by trying to sneak attack me. What kind of behavior is that? The system immediately outputted. Name, Azilia. Identity, second princess of the Elven Royal Court, younger sister of Elven Queen Jean Nim. Strength, high-level combat archmage. Possesses high-level natural affinity. Mastery of water magic, elven magic, and nightingale transformation magic. All Elven effect act. Currently wearing a lowly made outfit, prestige of the Elven faction is immense. She is a cherished royal lineage, but snuck into the human world to avenge her friend. Only you know her true identity. Xai Bin thought to himself. No wonder she is hiding her identity and refusing to admit who she is. The tightly held girl suddenly frowned and shouted furiously. You were clearly the ones who broke into my house first. I'll turn you into ashes. Xai Bin yelled back in response. Are you out of your mind? This is my house. Since when did it become yours? Xai Bin thought to himself that if the first prince knew about this, he would probably bind her up tightly and send her to the Emerald Frontier as a hostage to threaten the Elven King. With an unknown identity and a hostile nature, she was truly a hot potato. Xai Bin held her wrist firmly with one hand while pointing directly at her chest with the other. The young girl immediately turned red and stammered. Xai Bin, both amused and asking after her, froze as he noticed a strange detail, wondering why he hadn't noticed earlier that this row of text was printed in red. The system screen suddenly flashed with a notification that the Elven signal had been activated. Xai Bin, dazed, murmured that bizarre name back to himself. The girl opposite widened her eyes and asked frantically how he knew so well. Xai Bin was dazed, inwardly cursing the system that had just tipped him off. Seeing her attitude, it certainly wasn't anything good. The system quickly reported the result. It turned out to be a form of covert tracking magic among Elven royal bloodlines within a certain range. Accompanied by the explanation was a schematic illustrating two streams of light emanating from the chest area to locate each other. Xai Bin's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself that this was no different from a living beacon locator. If any royalty were nearby, they would likely charge straight here and chop him into fragments. Xai Bin shouted angrily. You damn elf, I clearly told you that you had the wrong person for your revenge, so why did you deliberately activate this devilish signal? She argued stubbornly that she didn't understand what nonsense he was talking about. Though she was still arguing defiantly, Xai Bin knew in his heart she did it on purpose. Asking her now was useless because her character was truly too unpleasant. The girl gave Xai Bin a provocative sideways glance, making his forehead veins pop. He quickly asked the system if there was a way to turn it off and learned it was possible, but required finding the right spot. It was usually inscribed on the vertebrae or lower abdomen and would reveal a specific tattoo when activated. Without hesitation, Xai Bin reached out and tore the fabric on her chest and asked, Is it like this? As the panicked girl covered her chest and whispered, begging him not to do that. Right at that moment, Xai Bin found the target. It was a tiny, blinking pink pattern right above her navel. While pinning down her struggling body and pointing at the tattoo, he asked curtly, How do I turn this off? Do I just press it? And she screamed for him to stop immediately. At that critical moment, Lori walked in. Seeing the scene before her, she frowned and asked, Master, what kind of monkey business are you two doing? Making both of them jump. Xai Bin quickly let go, his face as pale as a ghost as he stammered, When did you get here? Lori casually replied that she had just arrived, and seeing the door unlocked, she simply pushed it open. Recalling earlier, no wonder the door wasn't locked. He had been ambushed by this foolish elven girl the moment he entered. Cutting off her master's train of thought, Lori pouted and said that doing something so risky without locking the door was indeed bold. Xai Bin hurriedly explained that things weren't what she thought, but the maid only puffed her cheeks and glared sulkily. Lori puffed out her cheeks in annoyance and glared at Xai Bin, saying there was no need to justify anything because the master has the right to favor whomever he wishes. She was just a servant and wouldn't dare interfere in private matters. Seeing her cute jealous appearance, Xai Bin chuckled and explained that was not the case. In his heart, Lori always had a special place, not just as a servant, and he had no deep intentions, only wanting to turn off the annoying beacon on the girl's stomach. Lori glanced down at the girl's abdomen and murmured, So it's an elven beacon. The light from her chest is the location signal transmitter. Hearing this, Lori became even more annoyed, scolding the elven girl for why she didn't turn it off sooner or later, but chose this exact moment. As soon as she spoke, the signal went out, leaving the girl hesitantly making excuses under scrutiny that she knew nothing at all. She leaned forward against Lori's shoulder, whispering and begging for help, claiming she only brought food but had her clothes torn. Hearing this sweet tone, Lori thought to herself that she was truly an incurable manipulative hypocrite. The girl calmly told her there was no need to be afraid, leaving the other woman confused. Lori looked stern and serious, saying her master was an extremely upright person who would never force anyone to submit, leaving her overwhelmed and only able to stammer, Is that so? Lori then turned to look at Xai Bin for confirmation. He could only give a weak smile while holding a red pill and nodding along. Seizing the chance, Sai-bin stuffed the pill directly into her mouth. Who could stand the strong hypocritical scent coming from her? She was forced to swallow the strange thing helplessly. Once she regained her cool, she glared and questioned him. What did you just make me swallow? Sai-bin's eyes flashed with triumph as he stood with his hands on his hips and said bluntly, poison? Obviously. Just look at your arms. Those spreading red streaks are clear evidence. And looking down, her smooth white skin was indeed covered in terrifying red spots. She screamed in panic, did you really dare to poison me? Sai-bin smiled faintly and said only he could provide the antidote. If she continued her clever tricks, she could just wait for her body to rot away. Lori stood nearby, curiously asking what he planned to do next. He explained that she was sent by the first prince. If she had an agenda or was a fake spy, it would be trouble. Lori suddenly remembered and said no wonder when she touched her, strange images appeared in her head, making her feel compelled to help. Standing nearby, the girl was startled and hurriedly asked, what images were those? Sai-bin embraced, pulling her close to his chest, caressing her hair, and gently asking her about everything. The girl nestled tightly against him, whining an apology to her master. This foolish Lori completely forgot everything after leaving the Grand Princess place. If I had remembered, I would have reported it to you sooner. Sai-bin gently kissed her forehead. There, if you forgot, then it's fine. Don't blame yourself. From now on, let the spirit accompany you. Lori obediently replied. He whispered into her ear, after all, we still need to be a little cautious. Tell Madame Trissy to design a special outfit for her, one that exposes the spirit beacon, and only allows her to move within the confines of my floor. He added a few more instructions. This cannot be delayed. Take her to change clothes right away, then go to Trissy the tailor. It must be finished tonight. Oh, and remember to ask Roy to come along for safety, as it's almost dark. Yes, master, she replied, then turned to the other woman and coldly said, you, follow me. The woman now appeared extremely docile and obedient. The woman trudged along behind Lori and then spoke up. Excuse me, you witnessed the entire incident that day, didn't you? Lori remained in. The woman then added, you re an awakened spirit, aren't you? I can feel the natural energy emanating from you. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Lori replied, I don't understand what you're implying, nor do I know what on earth I saw. I'm just a personal maid to the Lord. The woman immediately grabbed Lori's hand to hold her back. Please stop for a moment, but you. Lori raised an eyebrow and stared. You said you were bringing food for the master, but I didn't see any eating utensils at all. Instead, I only saw a shattered lamp outside the door. Besides, even if the master hides a few things, he has never deceived me. Lori forcefully shook off her hand. And you, we saved you? Yet instead of being grateful, you were still sneaking around suspiciously. The woman flinched and stammered, Lori's expression became extremely stern. It's only because I saved the master that I reluctantly brought you here. So, if you dare to play any shady tricks or do anything detrimental to him, Lori emphatically stressed each word, I swear I will personally punish you and send you to your maker. Feeling uneasy about this strange woman, Lori stopped and instructed, you wait here for me for a moment. For the young girl, being wary of that spirit was entirely reasonable. The spirit, ever since being affected by Sai-bin's poison, had become extremely obedient. Hearing this, she only softly assented. Lori thought to herself, noble spirit. Indeed, she acts so intimate, but the master has saved so many people, and I've never seen him so wary of anyone. I really shouldn't have agreed to save her earlier. No sooner said than done. Lori walked up to Roy's room and knocked on the door. Roy, are you in there? Lori suddenly felt a pang of regret. I was far too kind to this saintess before. Roy had just finished bathing and stepped out with a towel loosely wrapped around her. Lori, what's wrong? Or is Lord Heve looking for me? Lori hung her head low. The girl looked unusually pensive. Yes, the master asked you, me, and that spirit to visit Madame Trissy, Roy quickly replied. Oh really? Wait for me to change, then we can go right away. Lori hurriedly stopped her. I told her to wait outside because there's something I want to ask you privately. Roy, you? Lori hesitated for a moment. Then, the girl looked directly at Roy with a serious gaze, her cheek slightly flushed, and asked her directly, you re secretly in love with the master, aren't you? Struck on a sensitive spot, Roy flinched and stammered, I truly have a great fondness for Lord Heve, but this is because, not waiting for Roy to clarify, Lori immediately entered her. It's because of those dreams, isn't it? Ever since you emerged from that dream realm, your attitude towards the master has changed drastically. Lori leaned her face close to Roy's. What exactly did you see in that strange dream that made you so unable to forget the master's image? Roy sighed deeply. Actually, it's not just because of that dream. Unfortunately, how can I possibly express these things? With that thought, Roy ignored Lori, who was intensely interrogating her, and nonchalantly said, This has nothing to do with you. This left Lori completely stunned. Lori then awkwardly declared her claim. No matter what, the one who will bear children for the master will definitely be me. Hearing this, Roy broke out in a cold sweat. You two have gone that far already? Lori, disregarding her pride to contend, said, in short, I've already staked my claim. Roy seriously but isn't it true that nothing is clear between the two of you right now? Roy rejoiced inwardly as if she had found gold. That's right. I admit Lord Heavy is very close to Lori, but nothing has truly crossed the line between them yet, from childhood to adulthood. I've only known how to live for the church. I've never truly owned anything for myself. Roy looked up at the distant sky. Her long-cherished desire finally made her determined to fight for this one time. Now that she had gained a little affection for herself, should she just silently endure and let it wither away? Seething with anger, Lori loudly So what exactly do you want? After all, Roy had to remind herself, calm down, I must truly restrain myself. Roy unexpectedly reached out and lifted Lori's chin. That would be truly unfair to me. I saw with my own eyes Lord Heve tenderly kissing you, didn't he? You two must have locked lips countless times, haven't you? It was Roy's turn to blush furiously, but she immediately turned the tables and gained the upper hand over Lori. Didn't you just ask what I encountered in that dream realm? Lori, in that illusory dream world, Lord Heavy and I worked hard 17,395 times to make a baby. Lori felt a sob in her heart, tears ready to fall. What on earth? This is so unjust. Roy even joined in to tease her. It truly wasn't fair at all. Clearly, she was the only one who had ever been kissed by him. I also want to feel what it's like to be kissed properly before I'm satisfied. Roy irritably grabbed Lori's arm just as she was about to run. Seeing her struggle to escape, Roy held even tighter. Is there something wrong with your head? Since Lori doesn't want to stay, I have to catch you even more. Don't even think about escaping from here. Truly, when a woman gets jealous, she'll stoop to any trick, Roy panted. Where else did he put his lips on you? And you? Wait, just let me check slowly. Roy suddenly pressed her lips against Lori's neck, making the girl scream at the top of her lungs. Master, save me. There's a pervert harassing me in this room. Sai Bin, who was buried in a pile of documents, suddenly felt uneasy. Why did I hear something that sounds like Lori's voice? But that's impossible. This room is very well soundproofed. I must be hearing things because I am overworked. Roy grabbed Lori's tail again. This tail must also be frequently stroked by him, right? Lori shouted, Master. Even though both were very embarrassed, their jealousy made it so that neither was willing to give in to the other. Piles of files were stacked high as mountains on Sai Bin's desk. He set down the last stack of papers and sighed in relief. Finally, the work was finished successfully. He stretched tiredly. Oh boy, I'm truly exhausted. For every new group of residents, the workload increases 10th. Sai Bin realized happened. Now is the time to rest myself. System, quickly open the lucky draw interface for me. The system spoke. Ding. Daily task and storyline tasks are detected as completed. One shackle of fate has been collected. Here is the host's reward. Please begin the spin. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving 20 undead lichkin. Ding. This time the reward is explosive. Host has just acquired 10 ghostly soul riders. Sai Bin smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. These rewards are no joke this time. The system announced the rewards are being deployed appropriately. Host, please be prepared. Sai Bin asked back in confusion. What does appropriately mean? What do I need to prepare for? Dante, tell me it's boulders falling from the sky again. Mysterious streams of purple smoke suddenly appeared on the screen, then quickly spread throughout Sai Bin's room. What is happening? Look at that smoke. And it's black, too. The smoke began to condense into a shape, looking like a giant object slowly manifest. Sai Bin stood stunned, looking at the feet of the object that had just appeared. What on earth is this? An undead knight. The system displayed an information panel. Name: Ghostly Soul Rider. Identity: Undead. Strength: Level 51. Passive skill: Undead Physique. Ultimate move: Fatal Strike, Grave Resurrect, Nightmare Sour. Equipment: Heavy Armor of the Ravager, Primal Sword of the Wailer. Undead Physique: Immune to mental magic and toxins. Increases holy damage by, reduces physical damage by. Fatal Strike has a chance to execute the opponent. Grave Resurrection provides a chance to revive after being defeated for the first time. Level 1 fame in the Colonia Empire. Sai Bin was amazed by this gift. Is the combat power really that terrifying? This is definitely not the ordinary type of undead knight in the Kane continent, which are just simple skeletons riding horses. He thought deeply, this is not good. Now I have to figure out how to arrange them. If I suddenly have an undead army like this, how will I explain it to the outside? I could say the stone golems were invited, and the hellfire could be seen as constructs, but what about these undead? A human lord recruiting undead is certainly strange. If the people from the Holy Sea of Light, who fight undead every day, find out about this, it will be trouble. I'm afraid they'll immediately dispatch a squad of angels down here to send me to the afterlife. Thinking about this, Saibin felt a chill down his spine. He stared at this awkward gift. What should I do? Aside from the skeletal horses being too obvious, the knights wearing full armor make it hard to tell their nature. What if the horses of the ghostly soul riders were also fully armored? As for that aura of decay, as long as it's not someone from the Holy See, no one will likely notice. He instructed the undead knights, while waiting for the armor to be completed, everyone please hide in the warehouse for now. Absolutely do not make any noise. Understood. He stepped out of his office. Work is temporarily done. Time to rest. Right in front of the door was a familiar figure standing there. Lori, what's wrong? Why didn't you come inside? Lori turned to look at him, her eyes brimming with tears. Master. Lori grumbled. Master, you're so mean. Clearly, I was the first one here. Why did you have babies with Roy? Over 20,000 times. Saibin, a sharp mind, immediately calculated. Is what you're saying what I think it is? Is there really such a good thing in the world? And how come I didn't know anything about it? Lori resentfully lifted her hair to show him the hickey Roy had left. She's not a decent person. Master. Look, see what she just did to me. Saibin silently thought that the eye-burning scene of the two adorable princesses was just his own wild imagination. Saibin chuckled and said, Lori, did you drink with Roy just now? I can't even drink that much yet. Lori pouted and replied, Master, I didn't touch a single drop of alcohol. Lori sobbed and hugged Saibin tightly, explaining that she dreamt of her master's aura influencing her, leading her to imagine an intensely passionate scene 1,000 times over. She then cried, making him sweat nervously before he sighed in relief, realizing it was just a dream. Nevertheless, he couldn't bear to see her crying, so he comforted her, saying, those 20,000 times were just pretend. If you regret it, shall we try now? Hearing this, she immediately looked up and asked, really? A few tears still lingered in the corners of her eyes, her face flushed from crying. She then threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. Upon reaching this point, she was overjoyed, pinning him to the ground. Still half believing, she asked, can you really get pregnant by hugging like this? I feel like something's wrong. Or are you tricking me, Master? Lori's innocence made him laugh, and he patted her head, saying, of course not. Go ask Mrs. Karras. Everyone says that's how you get a baby. Go to bed early so you can give birth soon. With no other option, she obediently followed his instruction. Saibin lay on the bed, resting his head on his hand, his mind wandering. He thought that Lilia's physical condition was still too weak. She couldn't be pregnant and use healing magic at the same time. Yet magic couldn't alleviate all her fatigue and pain. He pondered for a long time. Meanwhile, Rue was wearing comfortable pajamas, her long tail wrapped behind her as she knelt on the ground doing something. While lying still, he was suddenly bound tightly by something, causing him to break out in a cold sweat and jolt awake. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Roy sitting beside him, smiling tenderly at him. His neck was being squeezed by her tail, making his face turn completely red, a truly awkward situation. Next, she leaned in, breathed onto his hand, and then whispered in his ear, love me? Okay. Before he could even compose himself, she had already pinned him down and climbed onto him, pressing her question repeatedly. You must really like this spot, right? Her hand tightly gripped his, pressing it against a sensitive area, causing his nose to almost bleed from sheer panic. This was it. According to the plot, tomorrow he would surely be falsely accused of heresy and end up castrated. At this moment, staying alive was the most important thing. It would be better to pretend to be asleep. So, he resolutely rolled over and pretended to be dead, sleeping soundly despite her frantically shaking him and calling out, Great Majesty, wake up. This trick didn't fool Roy at all. Instead, it made her furious for daring to pretend to sleep. At that very moment, Lori, lying beside him, also panted and breathed onto his hand, calling out, Master. Saibin's face turned as red as if it were about to explode from that small action, but he still had to bite his lip and grit his teeth to endure it, so as not to reveal his pretense of sleeping. It turned out that before finding him, Lori had proactively gone to discuss with that other woman if she wanted to cooperate in asking Great Majesty Highway for a child. Finally, both excitedly shook hands and agreed with a swift deal. In the conference room of the castle, everyone had gathered, but they were all whispering and discussing why they had been summoned so urgently. I wonder what Lord Avon wants us here for. Victor, you've been in this city for so long. Haven't you heard any gossip? I bet it's an 80% chance of a tax increase. Just as they were chattering, the door suddenly burst open. Saibin entered with a dazed and wary expression. In contrast to his exhaustion, Lori and Rui on either side were radiant and full of energy. That scene only made the crowd whisper more intensely. I heard the Lord has been indulging in purple beauties lately. The rumors are true. Bringing both of them by his side like that, no wonder his complexion is so worn out. He must have stayed up all night with them. Looking at his dark circles and the two tails clinging to him like barnacles, he could only feel helpless and unable to deny it. He thought he felt more like he had been drained of energy by them rather than playing. Thinking he couldn't hear them, the crowd continued to gossip. The Lord has taken in so many beeskin. Surely he's planning to trade in beeskin slaves now. Hearing this, he snapped angrily. Since you've all arrived, let's get straight to the point. I am in a bad mood, so stop with your wild guesses. He cleared his throat and announced, Today, I've summoned everyone here to discuss two main points. First is the introduction of an exclusive perfume product, personally produced by Manhwa Castle itself. Upon hearing this, Rue smiled and lifted a luxurious box, opening it to reveal a small, exquisitely beautiful pinkish-purple glass bottle. As soon as the bottle was uncorked, he invited everyone to personally verify its commercial value. The intoxicating fragrance wafted from the bottle, causing everyone to inhale deeply and exclaim, "Oh my, how pleasant this scent is." With just one sniff, Victor imagined himself blissfully embracing two beautiful women, lost in ecstasy. That lingering scent was so strange, it felt as if one were wandering in the midst of a vast lavender field, like that of a girl who had just turned 18. This made him not hesitate to speak with him. "My lord, Victor is willing to distribute this perfume. It will bring huge profits to the Eagle soldiers. I don't even care about making a profit, as long as you are satisfied." However, someone's voice interrupted the conversation. "Victor, wait a moment." Everyone's eyes sparkled with desire. "Competing with each other? My lord, I can also open a distribution channel for you. Moreover, I am acquainted with Medern Park." "My lord, so can I." The chaotic scene forced Saibin to speak out to calm them down. "All right, everyone, calm down. Please, have a seat first." He glanced at the beautiful Lori standing behind him, winked and said to the crowd, "I know you all desire the distribution rights for the perfume. However, today I want to introduce a new form of cooperation with you, ensuring that each one of you has the opportunity to possess it." Her hand handed Victor a scroll, smiling as she invited him to take it. He was slightly surprised. "What is this?" Seeing this, he explained, "On this parchment is the cooperation plan I have prepared. Please examine it carefully. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." The scroll outlined a franchise plan for the perfume business, with merchant levels classified from 1 to 5 stars. Anyone attending today's meeting is automatically promoted to a 1-star merchant. 1-star merchants enjoy 5 of the distribution rights, which will be divided equally among all 1-star merchants. 2-star merchants will have 15 distribution rights, also divided equally among the 2-star group, and so on. 3-star is 20, 4-star, and 5-star is 35. Regarding ins, 1-star merchants get a 2 tax reduction, 2-star merchants get 4, and it increases incrementally. 5-star merchants receive up to a 10 tax reduction. Everyone intently pored over every line of this long-term plan. This meant that the higher the rank, the larger the share, the more the benefits, and they even got tax exemptions. Because they were so absorbed in studying it, they didn't notice Saibin smirking with a meaningful smile. "That's right, this is exactly what took my old world by storm. It was the top-up system." Remembering the pitiful sums of money that used to dwindle away, his heart couldn't help but ache. "I too was once emptied of my wallet by those unscrupulous merchants." Despite his smiling in his heart he was hatching a sinister plan. "Now is the time for you to show your stuff. Merchants, start topping up." One of them asked loudly, "My lord, may I ask how to become a merchant with a higher star rating?" Saibin replied, "Becoming a merchant with a high star rating is actually very simple. You just need to buy a membership card." The answer left Victor a bit confused. Buy a membership card. Seeing that he did not yet understand, he kindly explained further. "That's right, buy a membership card. When you buy the membership card corresponding to a tier, you will immediately become a merchant of that star level. For just 10,000 gold, you can hold the status of a 5-star merchant for 1 year. Although it seems like a lot, on average it's only over 800 gold per month. The cost for this perfume is 100 gold per bottle. You can buy it from me for 120 gold and then sell it in the kingdom. Even after spending 800 gold monthly on the membership fee, the profit is still very substantial. Furthermore, I can also grant a 10 tax reduction for 5-star merchants." However, one man was still hesitant and obediently raised his hand for an opinion. "My lord, we do not have 10,000 gold, but we don't want to give up the opportunity to buy perfume. Could you please introduce the fees for other star member tiers?" At this moment, the conference hall was no different from a classroom, and he was the teacher kindly answering every question for his students. Of course, Tier 2 is 1,000 gold for the membership fee, Tier 3 is 3,000, and Tier 4 is 5,000. The higher the star level, the greater the benefits, and of course, the more rewards there are. He excitedly approached him. "My lord, it's Victor here. I want to become a 5-star merchant. I'll have the membership fee brought over immediately." A box containing a gold medal was placed in front of him. Then, "Mr. Victor, on becoming the first 5-star merchant of the Eagle Soldiers. This is your medal. Being treated this way made everyone start buzzing. My lord, I want to become a 3-star merchant. My lord, my name is Cam and I want to be a 4-star merchant. My lord, I have no money. I can only apply to be a 2-star merchant. Their reactions made Saibin extremely excited. No problem. Everyone just choose according to your ability. In his heart, he couldn't help but mockingly curse, just keep buying, you little leaks. Outside was a beautiful crystal clear lake where a mermaid was playfully swimming, while Saracen sat quietly amidst the scenery. Until she rose out of the water, making ripples, Saracen's accidental voice rang out, making him turn to look back. Suddenly, he angrily rushed over and scolded her harshly. Damn it, you've made the body of this great Saracen wet again, you damn fish. Nana G was startled and explained, oh, sorry, Hot Rock, I forgot you hate water, I'm so forgetful. However, not only did he not calm down, but he became even more irritable. There is water everywhere. Fish, fish, no, why is there this kind of fish in my territory? Ignoring his raging fit, Tin Hai bravely swam over to chat. By the way, Big Stone, what do you do for a living? But he still didn't like her at all. Enough. The great Saracen doesn't want to talk to you. I have already told you about my origin 57 times. This is the 58th time you've asked me. The three of them stepped closer. Seeing the two standing ahead, Saibin spoke up. It seems you two are living together quite harmoniously. As soon as he saw him, he hurried to bow. Lord, the great Saracen greets you. Her face was blank with confusion. Hearing this, he was surprised by her extraordinary memory. Have you even forgotten the lord of this place? Hearing that, she smiled brightly and remembered. Ah, right, hello. Greetings, my lord, and her highness the holy maiden as well. The three of them smiled back at her. He happily asked them both, since the hospital isn't open, has Saracen returned here? Bubbles, how are you feeling today? She swam closer to him and replied, I feel very good, my mind is extremely clear. But he thought to himself in the background, Lear. He didn't know his inner thoughts. Hearing her say that, he felt more at ease. Then let's reflect one more time today. By the way, tell me, what did you realize during that reflection? The feeling of a large hand pressing down on the top of her head made her squint, enjoying the pleasant sensation. Her large, round eyes blinked as she recounted. A mysterious deep sea appeared within my sight. Fierce schools of fish and human corpses lay sunken at the bottom of the dark ocean. Her face looked briefly sad. She clasped her hands together and continued her story. Fishermen returned across the vast sea, heading straight toward me calling out, Dad. Mentioning this, her eyes widened in horror, and her voice trembled as she exclaimed, Tin Hai, run away. Dante waken. Dante become a vessel for the gods, forget everything. After speaking, she fell backward, splashing water. The young man had to quickly reach out to catch her so she wouldn't sink. Everything went smoothly. Another mutant was born. Her status window immediately appeared. Name, Tin Hai or Bong Bong. Identity, presiding officer of the Demiman Royal Court's Crystal Palace, but now obsolete. Strength, awakened Demiman stage. Level 41. Skills, advanced passive water element, tsunami, storm, whirlpool, jade liquid, memory imprint, and sealed digging. Equipment, none. Demevant, 2. Formerly head of the Crystal Palace. Though few now remember the glory of the Lon No Empire, only you know her true identity. Seeing her faint, he cried out in panic, why has Bong Bong passed out like this? Watching Rai step forward to help her up, he guessed she had fallen asleep because awakening consumed too much energy. A bit of rest would be fine. 100 tangled thoughts left Sabin slightly confused. Bong Bong had just mentioned being a vessel for a god. Could it be that the gods sleeping in Ragnarok were about to wake up? But why would they crave demi-human bodies to descend? Laurie anxiously approached and asked, Master, do you need me to treat her? But he smiled and waved it off. No need, let her recover naturally. Suddenly he realized something, it was divinity. The supreme beings could not set foot directly in the material world like the continent and were banished to the divine realm. To compete for faith and strengthen their divine power, they were forced to find ways to descend. Moreover, demi-humans possessing divinity were the perfect Brit. Early on, Bishop Anna at the demi-human paradise mentioned the word vessel. No wonder awakened demi-humans were considered prima containers. Moreover, the divinity within them was extremely abundant, compatible with the laws of countless divine statuses from time and life to the power of all things. No wonder they launched divine wars and invaded the demi-human kingdom. It turns out they just wanted to steal divinity to perfect their divine statuses. Two girls stepped forward to lift Tin Hai up. Soaking in water like this would likely help her recover faster since she was a mermaid. Meanwhile, he had sunk deep into his thoughts. If his hypothesis was correct, the number of demi-humans capable of awakening would be extremely rare. By then, terrifying forces would surely crave and hunt for these vessels. Seeing him stand frozen, Laurie confusedly approached and asked, Master, what's wrong? Only then did he snap out of it and reply, Oh, It's nothing, I was just wondering when Bong Bong would wake up. Rai hugged his arm tightly, pressing her face against him and making his cheeks flush red with shyness. She's in a deep sleep, she probably won't wake up until tomorrow. Seeing this, Laurie grumbled and shouted out. Laurie, like a child fighting over a toy, grumbled, you aren't allowed to run away with him. That attitude made Rai snap back irritably. You re the one like that. Clearly we said we de-cooperate, yet you always want to take him all for yourself. The remark left him stunned, and he turned to ask, what are you two babbling about? What cooperation? Rai's face turned bright red as she avoided him. A man shouldn't butt into these matters. The answer left him feeling helpless. Wait, this clearly involves me. But Laurie snapped, even so, asking is forbidden. In his heart, he silently vowed that no matter what the goal of the gods was, he would never let their bodies become a springboard for awakening. Suddenly a notification rang out. The system shop has updated level 2 military barrack structures. Host is invited to check. Saibin's face grew serious as he ordered, check now. The notification panel showed a list of level 2 barracks where a monastery could be built to recruit soldiers. Each priest cost 40,000 villain points, and the condition of owning human territory had to be met. Details showed that after construction, gold copper priests and mitron priests could be recruited for 400 villain points each. Note, recruited priests belong to the system, are absolutely low, and possess individual and, after reading, he stroked his chin and thought, level 2 barracks cost 40,000 points, he held a massive amount of villain points. Rai and Laurie's strange actions led him to speculate idly. In the battle to protect Than Landong the other day, thanks to Laurie's coordination, I salvaged a chunk of villain points, including the pile earned when Rai and Laurie crawled into bed last night. Ignoring the two girls who were still arguing fiercely beside him, he focused on planning for the future. It seemed he would have to entice these two girls to crawl in more often. Each time earned 5,000. For 2 it's 10,000. If this kept up every day, sooner or later, he would conquer the entire continent. Laurie's beautiful image appeared in his mind. Although he already had the super healer Laurie, the support team was still lacking. Priests must be a healing unit similar to clerics. Getting a monastery was truly killing two birds with one stone. Thinking this, he ordered the system, build me a monastery, place it right next to the guard post. The system quickly monastery. Host is invited to inspect it outside. Such lightning-fast speed made him extremely satisfied. The system's efficiency was truly beyond reproach. Saibin turned and waved, announcing, if you two keep arguing, I'm going to the castle garden by myself. Despite, upon hearing that, they both yelled out in unison to stop him. You can to do that. Their intense reaction gave him a fright. Right in the splendid garden within the fortress. His gaze was quickly drawn to an object hovering right in front of the door. Just as he finished stuffing gold coins into the pouch, the object suddenly emitted a sound. System, Priesthood Council, Religious Servant, also commonly referred to as priest. Several burly men suddenly stood at attention and spoke in unison. Greetings, Lord. May the gods forever bless you. Seeing the large man standing tall like a statue before him made him gape in surprise. His physique and muscles were truly formidable, and he even held a scepter longer than himself. This must be a top-tier defense-type character. The information panel clearly appeared. Name, Sigma, title, priest, power level, believer tier 30. Skills include guardian shield, purifying, healing spell, and violent attack. Equipment, underlaw armor set, along with a heavy scepter, renowned in Eagle's Peak. Truly a formidable battle priest. With deep faith, their fighting style is to preach with their fists. Not only do they defend themselves well on the battlefield, but they also bear the heavy responsibility of protecting their comrades. Now, under the guidance of the gods, they are ready to serve as a steadfast shield in your hands. After reading, he broke out in a cold sweat at the overwhelming power of this group, using violence to preach. Truly a battle priest specializing in physical salvation. Sabin shrugged with a slightly displeased expression. Hey, system. I remember completing the Defile the Maiden quest last night, didn't I? There should definitely still be one more prize draw. Next time, be a bit more proactive. Dante, make me remind you. Hearing this, the system reluctantly checked the data, and indeed found that the quest had been completed last night. It immediately granted its master a special prize draw and initiated it. The system's announcement resounded repeatedly. The prize draw process has concluded. Congratulations, host, on receiving a mysterious gem shard. Item No. 11. The reward has been directly transferred to the host's room. Please go check it immediately. After hearing this, he just wanted to explode in anger and complain. Why is it always something mysterious like this? Just then, an ethereal blue gem unexpectedly lead. Holding it in his hand, Sebin couldn't help but be stunned. Is this the legendary mysterious stone shard? Why does it feel like the system just scraped it together from somewhere? At this moment, the entire scene was suddenly cut off. Yihou's heart skipped a beat in surprise as countless small blue windows suddenly appeared all around him. Someone shouted loudly in panic, "How strange. Why am I being forced to log out like this? Before everyone's eyes, the system notification about the game being temporarily paused for an update simultaneously appeared. Everyone started chattedly. The game's undergoing maintenance. The announcement continued to display the message, to enhance the gamer's experience. The system has decided to open an additional 500 slots to join the Eagle's Peak faction, exclusively for new players, along with many unique character classes to choose from. A heartfelt welcome. The scene instantly became utterly chaotic. What? Players can also join the villain faction. Could this be related to the forced offline incident just now? The brilliant sunlight shining down made the city scene even more magnificent. A young man stretched with an extremely excited expression. Finally, all the effort spent hunting for game slots has paid off. The villain faction sounds pretty cool. Huh. The young man in armor standing beside him also chuckled and said, "This is definitely Lamdong City. It looks much cooler than the Divine Light region, doesn't it?" Right beside them, a short-haired girl with beast ears on her head was overjoyed to see an acquaintance. "Hey, they're Essen Ling." The young man with a tail behind him looked at the girl with utmost affection. "Is that little Maido?" From a distance, another young man was also smiling and waving. "So, all the demi-humans are gathered here, huh?" Suddenly, a hand gently landed on the girl's head, accompanied by a reminder, "Kid, if you want to shake hands and exchange greetings, save it for later. Focus on leading the people to the square first." She pouted and obeyed. As Sibin casually walked over with Vui and Lori, the guards immediately parted to form a solemn path. The surrounding crowd began to whisper and chatter animatedly. Behind him are two stunning beastkin beauties. "Isn't he that our elephant saintess? And the girl next to her must be the maid Lori." Recalling the previous battle to capture the city, Maido stepped forward and called out loudly, "Everyone, and Len is going this way." The man standing high above raised his hand, signaling for everyone to keep order. Once he stood firmly on the high platform, he scanned the crowd and began to introduce himself. "Welcome, esteemed, to the heart of Eagle's Peak, this city of Lamdong. I am the master of this land, your old acquaintance, Count Eagle, also known as Wei Kim Su." His voice echoed throughout the area. "I bring you extremely shocking news. War is about to break out, and the flames of conflict will spread from the Luan Empire to every corner of the continent. Throughout the upcoming journey, you will all stand by my side in this war to witness the moment of rebirth from a sea of fire, overthrow the corrupt dynasty, and establish a completely new order." After hearing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Has the storyline just updated to a new version, or is this a world-class quest? Saying this, the corners of his lips curved into a confident and arrogant smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, I must say you are extremely fortunate to have been summoned to Eagle's Peak, because before long, we will collectively sweep through this world." After hearing this, everyone grinned widely and showed extreme excitement. Getting to rampage through the world with the villain faction sounds truly exciting. Let blood flow like rivers. Long live Count Eagle. This is great. From now on, we won't have to fear being sent back to the village by the Lord to suffer. Seeing the enthusiastic cheers from everyone, his heart felt extremely sighed. To have salvaged a bunch of gamers right before a great war like this was simply incredibly lucky, even though he almost messed things up by being engrossed in admiring beauties. Going back to the story an hour ago, Sibin held out a necklace adorned with a sapphire spirit stone in front of Lori. "Hey Lori, this is for you." Receiving the unexpected gift made her face flush red with shyness. "Is this really for me?" Tears welled up and glistened on her eyelashes. This was the first gift she had ever received in her life. The young man smiled from ear to ear, calling it wonderful, while secretly calculating in his head what kind of magic this gacha spin stone had, wondering if he was planning to collect the full set to summon the divine dragon. The system voice rang out, explaining that this mysterious crystal block was a piece of the dragon dreaming godhood, and holding it in his hand, the host would master the ultimate technique of grave robbing players. Hearing this, the young man froze as if struck by lightning. "Damn it, why didn't you report such a monumental matter sooner?" The notification board popped up with text to reply. However, the majority of the power still remained firmly in Dippy and G's hands, and he only held a tiny piece. She just smiled, said thank you to him, and promised to take good care of it, when suddenly he panicked and covered his chest with both hands, leaving her bewildered. "Wait a minute," looking closely. "There's a crack on this crystal." Her cheeks flushed bright red like a ripe tomato, and she turned away sharply, shyly saying, "It's nothing. As long as it's yours, I love everything about it." That attitude made the young master so frustrated he could burst into flames. "Are you really able to say things like this in this position?" He then gently pulled her into his arms and whispered, "The first gift you receive cannot have any flaws. Let me go find a more perfect treasure to make it up to you, and I'll keep this fragment for you." Indeed, sweet honey traps the flies. She had completely fallen head over heels into his love net. The one next to them smiled smugly, making him feel extremely guilty. Although he felt very apologetic to Roy, this item was very important, let alone the fact that it belonged to that guy Dip-Toe who used to embrace it. Under no circumstances could he let it fall into Roy's hands. The scene of the two of them being affectionate caught Laurie's eye, and she muttered to herself, "The atmosphere between the master and Roy is a bit strange. Taking advantage of the time while I go look for Mrs. Chrissy, are the two of you secretly planning to deceive me?" Returning to reality, Saibin continued his speech, "Settling in this Lando city, discipline is of the utmost importance. Later on, I will send people to take you on a tour of the inner city and at the same time outline what is allowed to be done and what will get you killed instantly. As you can see, the last time Lando City just recruited a large number of demi-humans. Therefore, the fastest leveling up task right now is to mine, chop wood, and build houses. What else could it be? Inside Lando City, there is still a whole slum with ruined houses. Your task is to repair all of that place for me." The crowd gasped with curiosity upon hearing this, feeling just like they were playing a management simulation game. Actually, it sounded quite engaging. Bring on the quests. As soon as they saw the job class change board, they were stunned with amazement because of the overwhelming number of choices, consisting of up to 5 different classes: swordsman, knight, archer, crusader, and priest, with the only condition being reaching level 10. He continued to finalize, in short, grind up to level 10 and then come see me to do the class change procedures. But alas, nobody was paying attention to a single word anymore, because everyone was bustling and shouting, as many as 5 classes. The protagonist's side is poor with just a warrior and a mage, that's all. Whoever gets in my way, I will chop down all the trees in Lando City, then go mine ores and build houses for you guys to see. Everyone's excited expression made Saibin puff up with pride. Awesome. I thought I'd have to waste a bunch of breath persuading them, but who would have thought these gamers would literally risk their lives tirelessly and be so enthusiastic? It wasn't T until he dragged himself back to his room, slumped down onto a chair to rest, that Saibin let out a weary sigh. Fu, these gamers have so many tricks, giving a person a headache. Finally, I can recline a bit. Suddenly, a figure in a red dress with chains tangled around her feet walked in, but because his eyes were closed, he had no idea at all. Oh well, whatever, I am too tired and don't want to think anymore. This led him to misunderstand and call out, "Laurie, pour me a glass of water." Her outfit was a bit breezy, so it couldn't hide her breathtaking bust much. She didn't bother to open her mouth, just quietly lifted a cup of water and handed it over. He reached out to take it, took a sip, and said thank you, but why did the tea taste a bit strange today? Waiting for a long time without hearing anyone reply, he had no choice but to open his eyes a crack to take a look. Just one glance was enough to almost spit out every single drop of water in his mouth. Unlucky Azealia took the full brunt of the spit, leaving her clothes soaked from head to toe. He looked bewildered and asked, "Azealia, why did you sneak in here and dress up so weirdly?" Her face turned beet red as she mumbled in response, "Lord Laurie told me to change clothes and just stand here and wait, and besides, the master told me to wear it this way." That nonchalant answer left him speechless. I only meant to let the elf mark on my belly show, that's all." Who would have thought Mrs. Chrissy's fashion aesthetic would be this bizarre? He got the chance to let his mind wander, imagining the scene where Laurie and Roy also wore these kinds of revealing outfits and obediently called him master. If Laurie and Roy wore dresses designed by Mrs. Chrissy's own hands, then while he was daydreaming, both of them suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. Laurie cheerfully, "Master, we back. The new recruits have all been properly arranged." Catching sight of Azealia sitting heavily right in the room gave her a start. "Why are you lingering here? Didn't I assign you to stand guard outside the first floor hallway?" Probably out of panic, her body kept trembling. I am sorry, Lord Laurie, because I heard the master was thirsty, so I just came in to serve tea." In her heart, she felt anxious and uneasy. "I hope my plan to come steal the antidote hasn't been exposed yet." Right, damn it, I searched the whole room upside down and couldn't find a trace of it. It was unclear how or why, but all 4 people in the room suddenly felt a chill down their spines, casting an invisible fear. Even Sibin sneezed loud, not understanding why the room's temperature had suddenly dropped so low. Rai looked back and suddenly discovered something emanating a biting cold in the corner of the room. That chilling air current was precisely what it created. The 4 people gathered around the bed, observing the object. He looked for a moment before suddenly remembering its presence. The strangeness of the egg made him curious. Could this be an ice element magic beast emitting this cold air? Roy touched the eggshell and exclaimed that it was too big. Her actions confused him. He wondered why she suddenly blushed. Her face suddenly flushed, and she replied, "It's not me. It's the area around this egg that's heating up." It was truly strange for the egg to emit both cold and hot air at the same time. The sight made his face darken. What the hell is this? Ice and fire coexisting sleep. Tai held the egg in his arms, his face still full of astonishment. How can 2 conflicting energy sources like this coexist peacefully within one creature? Shouldn't it just explode? The system panel shows this egg has no name, Level 20, skills include jump, spin, collision, heat emission, and cooling. Its equipment is its shell, and its reputation belongs to Eagle Peak. There's even a note, a bride needs to be nurtured from within the egg. This information completely shocked a bride. Witnessing the eggshell turn red made him stare blankly. Hey, what are you doing? Are you embarrassed because you've been teased? This world is truly vast. Indeed, nothing is impossible. Even an egg can feel shy. Tay reached out and pointed directly at the object, then asked the system, how can this egg hatch? As soon as Sibin spoke, the system immediately replied, the mysterious egg requires ice fire attribute magic cores. Furthermore, it enjoys bathing and having its shell rubbed. If the owner fulfills these 3 conditions, the hatching speed will increase rapidly. Lori unexpectedly leaned close to him and asked, Master, whose egg is this? As soon as he turned his face, her lips pressed directly onto his, leaving him completely stunned. Rai tried to stop Lori, but she paid no mind and continued to interrogate. It's not someone's illegitimate child, is it? How could such a large egg suddenly appear? As soon as the egg heard this, trembled violently with anger. He quickly explained that this was a summoned assistant, just like the Saracens. Immediately, the angry egg sprayed a stream of scorching hot air towards the 3 people. It's so hot. Meanwhile, Azealia experienced her body was frozen stiff. It's too cold. Despite the egg radiating heat, he still hugged it and used sweet words to coax it. Why are you suddenly reacting so violently? Don't you like bathing and having your shell rubbed? Are you upset because of that maid earlier? Don't you want beastkin maids to touch you? He suddenly got the idea to assign tasks to the mutants. Every morning, the first task is for players to come and rub the eggshell. Once that's done, they submit magic cores and then take the egg for a bath. The egg continued to respond, it's too cold. The egg's constantly changing attitude made him irritable. Could the system information be wrong? You don't want your shell rubbed, you don't need magic cores, and you don't want to bathe. The 2 girls stood silently behind him, listening to him converse with the egg. You don't want maids or mutants to touch you, do you? You're only willing to let me rub your shell and bathe with you, right? Ah, it's warming up, so I guessed correctly. Matsui saw this, showed jealousy, and immediately climbed onto the bed. No way, we want to come along too. Lori also came forward, offering to help rub the shell. The master can handle bathing the egg, but bathing the master must be entrusted to us. The 2 of them caused such a commotion that he became frightened. Wait a minute, you 2, don't stir up any more trouble. Tai Sebin had to raise a hand to stop them. Alright, let's worry about bathing later. First, we need to name it. He excitedly said, if it's still an egg, how about we call it Dandan? As soon as he finished speaking, the egg angrily froze him, making the 2 girls burst into laughter. It seems it doesn't like this name at all. Rue smiled and offered another suggestion. How about calling it Kang Nai? In the subhuman language, Kang Nai means strong and noble. I hope it will become a magic beast worthy of that name in the future. As soon as she finished speaking, a pleasant aura emanated, delighting her. Oh, a warm breeze, just like spring weather. He also comfortably enjoyed the breeze. It seems to really like this name. So, let's decide to call it Kang Nai. Sebin operated the system to resolve the feeding issue. Alright, system, I want to issue a quest for players, a notification panel, requesting him to describe the content. He began to command, clear out the magic beasts around the city and in the east. Anyone who collects 30 ice or fire magic cores of level 1 will be able to exchange them for a fine grade equipment. If they are other magic cores, 40 pieces are needed. For level 2, 10 pieces are enough, because players cannot defeat higher level 1. The system registered and immediately announced the new quest. Everyone who was busy chopping wood and building houses received the notification and immediately focused their attention. What is this? A new quest. Clear out the magic beasts around the city and in the east to exchange for fine grade equipment. It's real. An excited young man stood up, sword in hand, and said to his friend wearing glasses, look, this is the handwriting of Lord Eagle Peak. We haven't even reached level 10 yet, and we already have a chance to get fine grade equipment. Hey, buddy, stop dawdling there. Let's go do the quest. The other friend refused and continued his work. No, you all go ahead. I prefer building gradually. Fighting is too bloody. His calm reaction left the young man speechless. Do you really consider this a business simulation game? On the bulletin board, extremely attractive posts on construction challenges versus hunting ferocious beasts, creating a wave of heated debate over which path is worth trying more when settling with demi-humans at Winterfell. Some people are trembling, unable to believe that just by joining Eagle Domain, they instantly own 5 profession systems along with a series of high-end equipment. While looking at the crowd around them, who are so envious they are going crazy, everyone is scratching their heads in regret. I don't understand why the Eagle Domain faction limited the participation to only 500 slots. If only there were more spots for me, it would be great, making many people want to turn their backs on the protagonist's faction immediately. A player burst into a rage, punching his hand straight down onto the table in pain and shouting reproaches that since there isn't even a trace of demi-humans left, what is the point of staying here and wasting effort for nothing? Deep How was so furious it seemed he was about to go crazy because the damned Eagle Lord dared to intercept his precious piece of divinity. He had just lost an entire army of heroic spirits, and to make matters worse, all the demi-humans had been captured and taken back to Winterfell, making his hopes of finding a second community nearly vanish completely. His face darkened with bloodshot eyes full of struggle, wondering to himself how on earth he would manage in this ironic situation. Right then, a voice suddenly rang out, making him startle and stare. It turned out to be Deep How. A shadow hidden in a cloak suddenly appeared with a mysterious look, saying that he knew the matter of the divinity like the back of his hand, and that now was the time to strike back. That person hid half of his face behind a mask, but still clearly showed two blood-red streaks at the corners of his eyes, a sphere simulating the globe floating in his hand as he spoke leisurely. Anyway, I have gained some results by successfully deciphering the ancient artifact of the Beastman tribe, and now activating more Beastman job systems for the subjects is no longer a problem too difficult to solve. Upon hearing this, Deep How became even more enraged because the trend of players turning their backs on Eagle Domain was already plain to see. They were even secretly colluding with the Grand Prince of the Kalan Empire, while I have become a lonely clown. Do you understand how they are mocking me on the forums, calling me the third wheel, the victim, and a useless loser? Despite his screaming in fury, the other party calmly analyzed. The Grand Prince of the Kalan Empire, out of a thirst for power, has accepted to transform into a vampire, and I can completely help you expose this shocking secret to the entire populace. Furthermore, the path of trading with the abyss that you chose can no longer be reversed. Instead, join hands and cooperate with the North Da Holy See to replenish more demi-human forces from there. His eyes widened as he absorbed the entire bold plan. In the upcoming battle, you can fully lead my people to counterattack, using the opportunity to eliminate both the Grand Prince and the Eagle Lord to profit as the middleman. Just as he extended his hand forward, rolling waves of water surged from the other's palm, as if signaling the awakening of a forgotten god. Currently, beside the Eagle Lord, there are 4 sacred vessels, and I have just snatched a part from the ancient endless flask to help awaken the source of wrathful power within. A brilliantly glowing golden scepter suddenly flew straight into Deep How's hand, leaving him bewildered. If you have enough strength to awaken this deity, then before he returns to the divine kingdom, every request for support will be granted. A look of serious contemplation appeared in his eyes before he voiced his question. Then where do I need to begin? A deep, gruff voice rang out briefly. Carry this item with you. Find the demi-human named Tin Hai and use this treasure to stab her straight through the heart. A question flickered in his mind because he had never heard that strange name before. Isn't he that a demi-human under the control of the true god of light? He stared at the bizarre object in front of him with skepticism. What on earth is this black, slimy thing anyway? In the middle of the room where gray smoke swirled, the response from the other party sent chills down his spine. Do not be foolish enough to touch it, because it is the defilement from the old god. Once entangled, you will be forever immersed in endless whispers and will eventually degenerate into an irredeemable slave of the old god. A system panel suddenly appeared before his eyes with information about a temporary epic war mission titled Chaos in the royal capital. The detailed description showed that those allied with the Grand Prince are intent on turning the bloody battlefield at the royal capital into a giant array to summon an undead catastrophe, using the Kalan Empire as a springboard to spread everywhere until the entire continent is submerged in a sea of zombies. After reading, the crowd was dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on. Although it was understandable that the Eagle Lord's faction was expanding, the protagonist's plot was progressing too quickly. The mission board continued to provide more data that Deep How, as the child of destiny, had long seen through the Grand Prince's plot and now decided to use his own scheme against him to deliver a fatal blow at the crucial moment to prevent the undead catastrophe. Featuring an unlimited format with rewards for the first mission including master-grade equipment or lower, a rare warg mount, a large amount of experience points, the right to convert to the Beastman system, and equipment enhancement card. And the second reward will immediately grant a set of common equipment along with 3 free skill scrolls that can replace skill points for players accepting the mission. A young man stepped forward and asked, "Hey, Big Brother X, is it possible that the board of directors feels displeased because we dared to turn our backs on the main character to join the Grand Prince?" Brother X kept his eyes glued to the notification board and muttered, "Maybe it's true." The whole group huddled together and chatted excitedly, saying they had long noticed something unusual about the Grand Prince, especially his malicious gaze that seemed ready to swallow others whole, even knowing this might just be a coincidence since he was inherently a story NPC. Someone asked, "So, will you take this deal?" The answer came out immediately, "Of course, why refuse? We serve whichever side pays more, that's all." The friend laughed and added that, besides, the mission description also exposed the unsavory nature of that man named Beller Frank. Clearly, This setting implicitly suggested we were just delicious bait on his plate, and the management certainly wouldn't want us involved with him. As the dusk gradually fell, the space inside Bin's room became much more bustling thanks to the support of the players, helping to settle the demi-human community, while the 3 divisions of the Andorra Empire's army were urgently gathering troops, making everyone wary of the risk of being ambushed at the royal capital or Eagle Domain. Suddenly, an unexpected knock at the door broke the air of vigilance, making him startle and call for the person outside to come in. Rue asked for permission, pushed the door open, entered, and greeted him. "My lord, it is Rue." Dressed in a somewhat revealing and bold maid outfit, the girl had just begun to speak about the demi-human's affairs when she caused his nose to bleed profusely due to this excessively provocative way of dressing. His eyes were blankly fixed on her with a foolish, infatuated look. Hearing her voice gently thank him for creating good living conditions for the demi-humans over the past few days, while also reiterating her previous promise to willingly become his personal servant. "It turns out she wore this outfit because you spoke up. Are you trying to seduce me?" She blushed and gave him a coquettish side glance. "It's not like that. These are Lori-sold clothes. They were a bit tight, so I adjusted them slightly for easier movement." Blood spurted from his nose like a fountain. Lori-sold clothes being this tight made it feel as if she were inviting him to tear them off immediately. Looking at the stunning girl pressed close against him made his brain stop working. Truly, from any angle, she remains a saintess. The Fox tribe's charm over men is indeed peerless. In the middle of the quiet night, the fire burned brightly through the white smoke. "Everyone, charge and block that direction quickly." The whole group was putting in their full effort to destroy the monster. Once this blazing beast is taken down, they all have enough 30 fire attribute mana cores to exchange for premium equipment from the Lord. The black-haired young man swung his sword down. A perfect strike. A glowing red spirit stone suddenly manifested. The young man grabbed it in extreme excitement. "We have the full amount now. Let's exchange for equipment before it gets completely dark." "Hey Yem Swang, you're becoming quite skilled lately." Suddenly a scream rang out, making him turn around abruptly. Careful in front. A giant spider was crawling towards them. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he jumped up in time to dodge, but the close call was enough to make his heart race. "Oh my god, what is this?" It turns out to be a jungle wolf spider, and it's under fear and berserk effects. Its danger level is at its peak. Those standing nearby turned pale as ghosts upon seeing that. Darn it, spiders. Huge rank 9 spiders. How terrifying. Who could possibly like these things? He slammed his sword into the ground to reassure them. "Calm down, guys. If we work together, we'll devour it easily." The crowd gaped in astonishment. "My goodness." Someone shouted a panicked warning. "Yem, right in front of you." He looked up to see countless pairs of glowing red eyes glaring at him, making his scalp crawl. Heavens, why are there so many spiders? The wolf spiders looked at them with cold-blooded hunger. Every single one was nearly rank 9. Fighting them would lead straight to death. He suddenly realized something unusual. "Wait a minute, something feels wrong." The boy behind him screamed out, "Yem Swang, Don to duel them. Retreat now." They hid behind a large rock to avoid the spider's gaze and gathered to discuss. Did everyone notice anything? Near their health bars, there are 2 odd statuses, fear and berserk. A mana beast riot disaster is surely imminent. The red-haired girl asked blankly, "Why are the mana beasts going crazy out of nowhere? Is someone hunting them?" But he replied, "Whatever the reason, this is no joke. We might have just stumbled upon a hidden quest." His answer caused a stir among the group. "A hidden quest? Are you sure about that, Yem Swang? I've never even seen what a hidden quest looks like." He smirked confidently. "Of course, it's accurate for sure." The sword stuck in the ground suddenly glowed brightly. "Look here, this treasure is the reward for the hidden quest. Just trust me, my intuition has never failed me yet." The brown-haired youth spoke up anxiously. "So what now? How do we trigger this quest?" He immediately asked back. "When you find a hidden quest, the first step is to catch the core NPC. Who do you think is the key character nearby?" The familiar phrase, "He is surely fooling around at the training grounds," but without a high enough level, Dante'd even think about approaching that area. Lori the maid and Saintess Void are almost always by the Lord's side. After hearing that, the red-haired girl nodded. "Yeah, okay, let's do it then." The answer satisfied him greatly. "Exactly, just report the mana beast riot to him and that's it. We'll know the truth then." Meanwhile, over here? "Goodbye," exclaimed with extreme bit. "Who is it, approaching here in the middle of the night to assassinate me?" Duong hurriedly spoke to reassure him. "Don't be upset, my lord, it's sus." Seeing them appear, he asked in surprise, "The mutants, why are you sneaking around here at this hour?" He summarized the situation. "While we were grinding in the sunset forest, we encountered a group of frenzied wolf spiders. The numbers are horrific, reaching hundreds. They are swarming this way." Hearing this, he turned pale but remained skeptical. "Really? You dare lie about such a serious matter?" "The spiders outside are already swarming near the city walls. It's 100% true. They have gone berserk. Furthermore, They will be upon us soon. If the situation is that critical, forget the hunting, return immediately so I can report to the Lord and decide what to do next. Goodbye scrambled to run as fast as he could with a miserable expression. It's an emergency. If we re-slow, we re-done for. Just thinking about Bin with a beautiful woman on each arm made his jealousy boil over, almost bring him to tears. However, unfortunately, our master is extremely vigorous when night falls. It is truly heart-rending. As soon as he stepped in front of the door, he overheard suggestive sounds from within. Oh, it feels so good, my lord. Don stopped. Hearing that, he broke into a cold sweat, not knowing what to do. He swore he didn't want to be punished with laundry duty ever again. A strange sound echoed again, piercingly painful to hear. His hand, placed on the door, trembled, making him want to burst into tears. It was true the Lord was busy with private matters. If he burst in now, Ela would have to bear the burden of laundry for a whole year. But if he just stood outside, he wouldn't know what to do. Inside the room, Sabin was kneeling on the bed, placing his hands on Roy's back and exclaiming, "Have you seen this strength, this skill? Massage must reach such a supreme level to be truly effective. If you want to serve me well, you still have a long way to go." She lay prone on the mattress, softly replied, "Yes, I will diligently learn more." His face flushed as he watched her propping her hand on his neck. She wrapped herself sensually around his body and whispered, "Why don't we practice right now?" He lay on his back on the bed with a look of contentment as she pushed him down. "This time, I will definitely control the strength of my hands perfectly," she said. He closed his eyes, enjoying the feeling. "The sensations in the places I touch are not easy to imitate, you know." Her two hands pressed onto his stomach. But before she could do anything, he sprang up, making her tremble. "Sir, please don't move around carelessly," she exclaimed. He quickly sat up straight and put his arms around her, full of panic. "It's not me. The ground is shaking violently." A foot with sharp claws stomped forcefully onto the ground. A fierce dragon with a terrifying appearance emerged, followed by a pack of wolf spiders poised to attack. The knight standing on the city wall saw the scene and shouted in alarm, "Magical beasts are attacking the city. Magical beasts are attacking the city." Having no other choice, the guard had to swallow and report, "My lord, someone has discovered magical beasts rioting deep in the forest." Hearing this, he was stunned. "Why are you only reporting this to me now?" This made him furious, scolding as he walked, "What kind of work is this? The whole group will be forced to do laundry for a year." Knowing he could do nothing but accept his fate, the guard replied, "Yes, sir." He turned to Delegate Roy, "I'll go up to the city wall to assess the situation. Please go calm down the subhumans." She stood up without hesitation. "I understand. You must be careful too." A notification board. Ding. Daily villainous quests have been refreshed. Quest 1. Eliminate the Kissimmee Flirtin' Dragon Beast. Quest 2. Clear out the pitiful magical beasts attacking the city that were driven here. Quest 3. Plunder all the treasure of that Kissimmee flirting dragon. He rushed down the stairs with extreme astonishment. A strange thought flashed through his mind. What kind of bizarre thing is a Kissimmee flirting dragon beast? Flirting with whom? Pursuing whom? Coldwinter City doesn't have dragon. Ah, so that's what it is. Suddenly, Sibin remembered the appearance of the egg. This madness, can it really be happening? He drew his sword, rushed out, and gave an order, "Attention, all troops, everyone to the city walls to protect the base. Follow the command of Clement and Ben." They saw him and were astonished. "My lord." He stood on a high step and shouted loudly, "All mutants and crusade, follow me to meet the enemy outside the city. Protect Coldwinter. Bloodguard clan. Escort the priestly legion. Stick close to me. Open the city gates now." System. Ding. Hidden quest activated. Follow Lord Eagle as he deploys troops to protect Coldwinter City. Warning. Extremely large number of monsters. Stick close to Lord Eagle to increase your chances of survival. The priestly legion has healing abilities if attacked by monsters. You can call on them for help. Reward 1. Receive a large amount of experience points. Find equipment exchange for magic cores. Reward 2. The top 5 players who eliminate the most monsters will be taught skills by Lord Eagle. His favorability with you has reached normal level. Current points are 0. The mutants were excited after reading it. "Oh my, it's really a hidden quest. Brother C. The whole group will follow you. You want to reach 100 favorability to be taught martial arts by him. Brother, your taste is strange." An earth-shattering roar echoed, startling them. "Look quickly. What is that monster? It's terrifyingly huge." The dragoness bloodshot eyes stared at them, and its roar made everyone tremble. Warning, World Boss Kissimmee has been detected. The elimination quest has begun. Objective. Under the command of Lord Eagle, eliminate the Kissimmee dragon beast to end the beast tide. Rewards, enormous experience. A chance to hunt sub-dragons, valuable, and the title leg repairing grandmaster. Note, you must stick close to the Lord. If he lands the killing blow, everyone else just pile on. Sibin's figure soared up, astonishing the two young men. "Oh my god, It's the world boss. It looks so cool, one exclaimed, but the girl next to them was puzzled. What does mentioning Lord Eagle have to do with this? He glowed with a dazzling aura as he rushed towards the dragon. No matter what kind of world boss you are, don't you dare steal my baby dragon. The monster was currently level 52, a nightmare class creature. Its health bar reached 20,000, making everyone dizzy. Wow, this health bar is incredibly long. Level 52 in a nightmare class? Is that all? I thought it would be terrifyingly strong. Look everyone, its wings are tiny. I wonder if it's malnourished. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and spewed out a fierce stream of fire, wanting to incinerate everything. Damn it, this fire effect looks so realistic. Then it raised its fan-sized hand, causing the crowd to flee in panic. Run quickly. He is about to trample us to death. Just as that giant hand was about to grab a young man, it somehow froze halfway. It turned out that Sabin had appeared just in time and was gripping its tail tightly. Meanwhile, Long the roared out insults in anger. How hateful. How dare you seize the tail of the great evil dragon Kasem. You are truly a stubborn ant. Prepare yourself to pay the price for this reckless act. It was so enraged that it began to form a dazzling and extremely dangerous fireball in its mouth. However, he showed no fear and held onto its tail tightly. Since you love spitting fire and saliva so much, taste your own work. Having finished speaking, he roughly shoved the tail into its throat, making saliva splatter everywhere in a pathetic sight. Then he stood boldly on its head, swung his gleaming sword, and shouted, "The game ends here. Accept your death." He delivered a fatal sword strike to its horn, causing its health bar to plummet until only 14, a 1 health point. The monster thought in a panic, "Luckily I dodged in time. These insects are not to be underestimated. I need to get out of here." Acting on its thought, it turned to flee, but everyone shouted and threw their weapons to block it. Don't let the boss escape. Lord Eagle is amazing. Just 2 hits and its health bar has already dropped by a quarter. Everyone, use the chains. Listen to my command, aim carefully and throw them together, then find a firm grip and pull hard. 1, 2, throw. As soon as the command was given, a barrage of chains was launched like rain. Finally, the monster was caught in the trap and bound so tightly it could not struggle. Lord, finish it off. We will hold it down for you. Use your ultimate move. Sir. Xaibin began to channel his inner energy, causing sword aura to swirl and envelop his entire body. Suddenly, the image of a giant golden lion, baring its fangs and claws fiercely, appeared behind his back. Immediately after, that terrifying surge of power sped like an arrow toward Kasem. The energy was like an invisible chain tightening around its body, making it let out a pathetic scream. That grand spectacle left everyone standing wide-eyed in amazement. We won, everyone. That was so cool. I've never seen such massive and long sword energy before. Everyone rejoiced because victory was close at hand. The boss had 3/4 of its health left, but one strike sent it packing. How is a warrior's damage this terrifying? From today, I vow to be Lord Eagle's loyal follower. Let no one dare challenge my spot as his #1 fan. Watching the tiny embers falling down, he frowned and thought, that move was both visually stunning and powerful. However, the charging time is a bit long. It might not be practical for regular use. On the plus side, the coordination among the players this time was quite good. They controlled the beast, seized the right moment, and achieved better support than expected. He ordered the system to distribute the rewards immediately. Instantly, a brilliant golden halo descended. Seeing this, everyone was speechless and exclaimed, "No way. Is this sub-dragon blood? My level is skyrocketing. I just received a high-level strength skill. Woof woof. Thank you so much, Lord." The system announced to the entire server that world boss Kasem had been defeated by Lord Eagle. Participants would receive rewards proportional to their contribution. In this battle, you immobilize Kasem's legs, creating an opening for the Lord. Your reward is 15,000 XP. Congratulations on achieving the title Master of Footwork and bathing in sub-dragon blood, significantly boosting your skills and level. Fragments of Kasem fell to the ground, causing the crowd to gather and poke around in curiosity. Are these world boss claws? Quickly, take a picture for the memories. Post it on the forums right now to show off our achievements. Look at the quality of these materials. Does half of this really belong to us? Lord Eagle is so generous. Xaibin stood with his hands on his hips, observing from afar and thinking, it's good to let them clean up the battlefield voluntarily. However, such high-grade materials going to the players seems like a bit of a waste. System. If the players turn in their materials, can I craft equipment for them? The system promptly beep. After collecting enough mysterious crystal shards and completing the analysis, player-related features have been officially unlocked. Materials acquired by players can be converted into villain points. They can use these to craft items, but the host will have to bear the cost using your own villain points. Confused by the answer, he wondered, materials can be converted into villain points. What about my own materials? Can they be converted too? The system bluntly replied no. Seeing this, he looked for a loophole. Then what if I give my materials to the player and tell them to submit them back? The system hesitated for a moment while analyzing. then warned, "Please do not attempt to bypass the system rules. The conversion of materials to villain points will be based on the actual value of the item. The higher the quality, the greater the loss. For example, 100 of pig teeth yields 10 points, while 10 gig of dragon claws only nets 100 points." After hearing the explanation, he rubbed his chin and thought for a while, "So that's how it is. Why tire myself with calculations then? System, just set up a feature to use materials to enhance my own equipment. Let us temporarily set the success rate at 20. The system took the command and immediately displayed an interface. The enhancement feature has finished loading. To upgrade equipment, you need to prepare 4 optional materials according to standard specifications. He was far too clever to be led astray by such tricks, trying to drain my villain points. Keep dreaming. As for equipment crafting, failing a few times is perfectly normal, isn't it? Thinking of this, his expression suddenly brightened. Back then, players had to spend 5 portions of materials to succeed once, so if he hoarded the remaining 4 portions and converted them into villain points, he wouldn't have to worry about losses and could make a fortune. The news of Kasim's defeat has just spread, causing an uproar in Frosthold City. The world boss has appeared, and after bathing in subdragon blood, my stats, yes, it's me from now on, I pledge to be Lord Eagle's #1 lapdog. A man dressed in all black with several eggs scattered on the ground was surrounded by a crowd. Gamers in Frosthold City were becoming increasingly good, unexpectedly distributing hidden quests to encounter world bosses. Looking back at our group's hidden quests like Go with the Flow or Everything Depends on Fate, the black-clothed man had told them, just complete the quest and everyone will pocket a raptor egg. They aren't just great combat companions but also incredibly powerful mount. Unexpected notifications. The hidden quest had officially been activated with the objective of escorting demi-humans to the Rendezvous point. The description stated that a mysterious person had agreed to take this group of demi-humans into the gloomy forest near the land of holy light but seemingly had urgent business and could not finish it personally, so they wanted to use raptor eggs to hire you all, limited to exactly 10 people. And the reward is 10,000 experience points and 1 egg. Remember, this is an exclusive quest. Strictly do not share it with others, or the rewards will vanish. Stop complaining. After all, the reward is a rare mount even if it is exclusive. Is there anyone who wouldn't like riding a raptor? A muscular man said loudly that either way, this is just a minor escort mission, so there surely wouldn't be any difficulties, and our team should just accept it. After speaking, he glanced at the nearby laughing crowd, yet a massive question remained in my heart. What on earth were you demi-humans doing going into that eerie, hair-raising gloomy forest? The boy with an innocent look replied, "Distinguished, we are demi-humans from a far-off kingdom, having come all this way specifically to find our tribe's holy relic. This matter is very important, so we sincerely hope you will show compassion and help us." Hearing this, he chuckled and gave a thumbs up in immediate agreement. Fine, fine, we will protect everyone until they are safe. However, he didn't spare a single thought for the person hiding behind a distant tree, watching intent. That was Yehao, brandishing his sword with a sharp gaze and a hidden thought. "Sorry, you gamers, I had to use this trick just to minimize the risk of being exposed." Unexpectedly, the sword in his hand suddenly shook violently and spoke of its hunger, wanting to devour all those souls over there, causing its owner to break into a cold sweat because this blade was acting up and demanding to eat again. A while later, once he had retreated to his private room, he muttered with a weary sigh, "This is really difficult. Where on earth can I find enough souls to nourish it like this?" He stepped forward and flung open the wardrobe. Inside were 2 tightly bound young women trembling with fear. To make matters worse, it only favored the souls of infants and demi-human girls. Reflecting on it, if this sword weren't so overpowered, he would have tossed it away ages ago. Ignoring the pleading cries and bodies shaking like leaves, he remained indifferent and unmoved. "Don't blame me for being heartless. Girls' weakness is a sin, just like the way I am struggling to exist." The blade continued to clamor for consumption, and deep in the eyes of the 2 girls, despair had completely swallowed their mind. His voice was deep and warm yet bone-chillingly cold. "To become stronger, I'll accept any means necessary." After saying this, the scene before him was suddenly dyed with the smell of blood. Without even guessing, it was clear those 2 poor girls had perished under Yehao's blade. Deep in the dense forest, a group of people had gathered to prepare for their mission. "Hey guys, why did this forest suddenly become so strangely gloomy? It was clearly normal before, but now I don't know what's wrong as the trees are all bent over like this." One group member, with a pale face, looked around and muttered, "Hey, you demi-humans, why does everyone look so calm? Aren't you afraid at all?" While the burly man was fixed on the system notification board and shouted that they had reached the correct coordinates on the map. Right before their eyes appeared a bizarre circle with a terrifying glowing red eye at its center. "We've finally arrived, but why does the talisman on the ground look so grotesque?" The demi-human youth and his gang suddenly broke into an eerie, spine-chilling smile. "Sincere thanks for your enthusiastic help, brave adventurer. This is the place where the holy relic once appeared. We will search this area ourselves, so everyone please step back." Yet he didn't harbor the slightest suspicion toward that forced smile and turned to leave. Thinking it over, it made sense. Someone's heirloom isn't suitable for outsiders to look at. Well, if you need anything in the future, just give a shout and we'll lend a hand again. Suddenly, the demi-human youth firmly grabbed a girl's arm and urged, "Then let's proceed right away." It turned out to be nothing but a deceptive performance. In reality, they were hiding behind the grass to keep an eye on the group of demi-humans gathered around the circle to perform some kind of horrific magic. Do you guys notice anything unusual? That smile looked so fake, and they were all grinning in perfect unison. What's so funny to be smiling that much? Exactly, looking at them gives me goosebumps. Wait, something is happening. Look over there, quickly. From the center of the circle, a hideous head exactly like a dragon suddenly emerged with blood-red demonic eyes, yet they continued to murmur incantations incessantly. "Great Abyss General Fenton, your loyal servant Santa offers this place as a sacrifice. I beg you to open the portal leading to the abyss." The beast emerged more and more with a hideous appearance that would make anyone witnessing it clutch their heart in terror. It turned out that bizarre creature was actually an abyssal teleportation portal. Unfortunately, the inside was completely pitch black, and no one could guess where it would send the unfortunate souls. Having witnessed that horrific sight with his own eyes, he hastily turned to shout at his comrades, "You guys, stop those demi-humans quickly. Don't let them walk through that portal. It's 90% certain they've been brainwashed." The previously gentle-looking demi-human boy suddenly turned his head and glared at the group hiding behind. "You adventurers, what the hell do you think you're doing?" His face turned deathly pale as he snapped back, "Forget plans at a time like this. Do you guys even know what nonsense you're pulling? That's an abyssal teleportation gate. Do you want to sacrifice your lives as bait for the demons down there?" The cold-faced, demi-human girl was about to step toward the portal when he jerked her hand back. "I have no clue what on earth you barking about. We just returning home to the kingdom of the Great Wyvern Army." But he still strained his neck to explain that doing this was no different from walking into a demon trap. At that very moment, from deep within the portal, a massive crimson hand suddenly reached out and delivered a thunderous blow, knocking him backward. The owner of that arm appeared, clearly a level 40 horned demon commander with a giant skeleton physique. The crowd turned ashen with fear when they saw him, realizing he was a level 40 horned demon commander. Having taken a heavy blow, they hurriedly turned their attention to Nichua Sokazu, asking if he was all right and saying it was fortunate the previous attack hadn't phased him so that he could still stand tall and reply, "I am completely fine. Everyone, hurry and provide cover to rescue the demi-humans, then find a way to retreat and notify Brother Frog immediately." He whirled around and shouted, calling for them to slash at the monster's legs, and the young man immediately complied, landing a slash that reduced the enemy's health bar by 375 points. Next, another person thrust a sword hard into the monster's lower body, causing its health to plummet by 769 points. "That's fantastic. Now taste my ultimate skill." He grew increasingly irritated as he was surrounded in the thick of battle, yelling, "Oh God, brothers, the barrier is down. This is his fatal weakness. Charge in and stab him right in the face." A barrage of swords from behind pierced deep into his body, causing him to scream in agonizing pain. Finally, unable to hold on any longer, the monster collapsed to the ground amidst his taunt that it turned out he was only capable of that much. It seemed the strength of the demons was quite ordinary after all, so, brothers, let us seize the moment to quickly spirit these demi-humans away. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared and roared, "A bunch of trash," leaving the crowd stunned, not understanding what was happening and wondering where that voice had come from. Just as the group was dazed and letting their guard down, a pitch-black hand bristling with sharp claws suddenly reached out. With just a remarkably gentle blow to the ground, it wiped out thousands of their health points in the blink of an eye. The young man who had just taken the hit stood in a daze, not understanding why, and asked, "Brother Sue, what happened? Why is everything pitch black before my eyes? Could it be that we regoners?" As his eyes closed tightly and he surrendered to his fate, thinking this time for sure he'd have to sadly return to the village, a level 78 demon grand commander whose mere casual slap was enough to send them flying. It seemed this rescue mission had completely gone down the drain. A flurry of system notification lines popped up continuously as the figure reached out and grabbed the unfortunate individuals. Afterwards, the demon slowly dragged them through the doorway. The fiend was Kalixunavim, bearing the title of Demon Grand Commander, with the strength of a level 78 Abyss Lord ranging from 61 to 80, the title of Champion, while other information remained unknown. In another secluded corner, someone was banging on a door and calling out anxiously, "Big Brother Yehao, are you in there?" Yehao, with a haggard and sleepy expression, scratched his head, opened the door, and asked what was going on. Seeing him appear, the other person smiled apologetically and said, "I'm really sorry to disturb your rest, but we just defeated a horned demon commander and obtained 3 magic crystals. We wanted to ask you to appraise them to see how much they reworth so we can trade them for some decent gear. The news he had just delivered shook Yihao to his core, a horned demon commander. 10,000 questions began to well up in his head. Could it be those reckless players who had arbitrarily brought demi-humans to the Abyss portal? Or had they gotten into a conflict with the demons right there? Seeing Yihao's expression suddenly darken without a word, the other person fell silent. Only a few seconds later did the visitor speak up with concerned inquiry. Big brother Yihao, what's wrong with you? The sudden question snapped him out of his train of thought, and he hurriedly forced a smile to cover it up. No, nothing at all. I am just feeling happy for you guys. As expected of you brothers, you actually joined forces to take down a hellhound. That at least has to be the existence of a mid-tier demon or higher. He held out his hand to receive the spoils of war from the other person. Come on, hand the magic crystals over, let me see. If it's truly this type, its magic crystal is worth 600 gold coins. One piece is more than enough to trade for 5 sets of fine equipment. And if it's high-tier demon material, a single piece must be worth 1,000 gold coins. I can trade you 10 sets of fine equipment right here. Before leaving, the person waved goodbye repeatedly and said, Thank you so much. I'll go back and discuss it with the other mutants first, and if we decide to trade, I'll come back to find you later. Yihao also replied with a friendly smile. Keep it up, you guys. However, the back of the departing visitor suddenly turned deeply solemn, completely contrasting with his earlier warmth. Seeing his teammate return, Nichiwa Yokozu hurriedly ran over to ask, Hey, how was it, my friend? Did you dig up any useful information? The other person replied with a somewhat dejected look, We couldn't unearth much. There are just a few suspicious points. He then shared his suspicions with everyone. I suspect Yihao is the guy in black we've been searching for all this time. This sensational piece of information left everyone staring in utter astonishment. He widened his eyes, unable to believe his ears. Are you out of your mind? How can such an absurd thing be true? Isn't he supposed to be the protagonist of this game? The teammate seriously analyzed his logical deductions for everyone to hear. Just think about it. Divine Light Town is just a nameless backwater in Eagle Ridge. Why would the demons go out of their way to build a dedicated portal right here? If you say it's because of the town's demi-humans, that doesn't make much sense either, because most of the demi-humans in Eagle Ridge are currently gathered in Landung City. Plus, those demi-humans originated from the royal capital in the first place. Therefore, the mysterious person pulling the strings behind that quest must be someone lurking right inside Divine Light Town, and furthermore, they must have close, collusive ties with the royal capital. Hearing this, Siokazu had to completely yield and admire those highly convincing arguments. That actually sounds quite plausible. The girl standing beside them then chimed in with a question. Then why are you so sure it's Yihao? The guy immediately explained clearly and without hesitation. I've been grinding this game for so many days now, and whenever a hidden quest is triggered, it's either players hallucinating themselves, or it originates from Yihao, or at least it has something to do with this character, of course, excluding the forces of Lang. That is. Hearing this, the crowd let out a heavy sigh of frustration, completely at a loss for words. The most obvious thing is that this mysterious guy has us players wrapped around his little finger, knowing full well that our mounts were just robbed from us not long ago, and even being thoroughly familiar with how to use carnivorous bird eggs to trick other people's affections. Nichiwa Tsuyokazu was finally completely convinced by those sharp arguments. No wonder the guy in black is undoubtedly Yihao. There's no running away from it. Hearing this, the girl sighed gloomily. Who would have thought that such a brilliant protagonist turns out to be the hidden main villain? Even though these kinds of sharp plot twists have been dime a dozen in the market lately. The bald guy sitting nearby then lamented. Over in Landung, they're replaying an economic development simulation game. How on earth did our server end up as a brain-burning puzzle adventure genre? Yet, Brother X calmly instructed everyone to take their time, gather the remaining troops first, and then plan further, saying, perhaps we should march to the Grand Prince's fortress to join forces. Upon hearing this, they respectfully replied, Yes, Brother X. As he turned and walked away, a smile of keen interest briefly appeared on Brother X's lips, a smile both impeccably hypocritical and ruthlessly cruel. This game is truly becoming more and more exciting. In this area, a perfectly disciplined formation was rapidly assembled. Esteemed Lord, the entire expeditionary force is gathered. Please give the order, someone reported. He calmly replied, I know. Right behind Sibin was an entire grand army, brimming with fighting spirit and fighting alongside him. The entire army officially departed. Having finished speaking, he brandished his sword and pointed it straight at the sky, demonstrating his burning resolve and will to defeat all enemies in the upcoming battle. The scene shifted to a magnificent castle, where a young man was embracing a girl and listening to a guard report the situation. Your Highness, my lord, they are about to arrive, the guard reported. The young man coldly replied concisely, I know. He was a young man with golden hair and smooth, fair skin that made others envious, causing the girl beside him to look up with infatuated eyes. He said, Just come here, the more the merrier. The more who come, the more lives will be lost, and the more favorable my schemes will become. Suddenly, he bared his blood-red teeth and pressed them close to the girl's neck, while the victim, still bewildered and unaware of what was happening, kept an innocent smile on her lips. "Father, I never wanted to act so cruelly," he growled. "It's all because you pushed me into a corner. What makes me inferior to that waste of a second prince? If not for your favoritism, I wouldn't have fallen into this shameful dilemma. I've clearly devoted all my heart and soul to this empire." Fresh red blood gushed out. He had now revealed his true form as a vicious dragon, his mouth smeared with putrid blood. The poor girl simply lost her life in the villainess' hands. Indeed, only blood slaves and lost souls are truly loyal, he mused. Outside, long lines of soldiers stood, each with weapons in hand, maintaining strict. The pot-bellied man announced, "After many days of waiting, I am truly delighted to reunite with all of you at this base. The Grand Prince will surely never betray your loyalty." Inside the room, everyone was gathered, listening intent. Sebin secretly scoffed in his mind. Loyalty and dreams, indeed. But the man continued to present loudly. "Currently, the lords of Rotor, Moat, and Nam Sui have all submitted to the Holy See. Their forces are entrenching themselves in their own lands, which creates a primary defensive line hindering our advance on the royal capital. Our urgent task now is to break through that front line and then launch a combined general assault." The more he spoke, the more murderous his expression became. "Now I will assign specific tasks to each of you. Count Eagle and the first Count, the forces under your command are the most numerous. Together, let us conquer that vast region of Rot." The young man sitting beside him maintained a faint smile as he listened to the seasoned man assign tasks. "Viscount Fit and the first Baron of the Tulip Domain will follow me along with the Grand Prince's Stone Golem army to attack the Motor region. Finally, Count Frostwolf and Viscount Wint, combined with the mutants, will together flatten the Konglang region." The two men sitting inside, upon hearing this, immediately whispered to each other, "Perhaps soon, everyone will just have to drag themselves to join Lord Eagle's forces to earn a living. Following Dip Ho is no good, and clinging to the Grand Prince won't get us anywhere either." The voice from above continued steadily. "Other minor nobles without their own domains merely need to lead their troops to campaign under their respective lords. After conquering all three strongholds, everyone will gather at the designated coordinates. Does anyone have any other questions?" Suddenly, the green-haired count, with a mocking demeanor, stroked his beard and chuckled. "Grand Prince, rest assured. In terms of numbers, no one can compare to me. I guarantee I will swiftly flatten the Rotter region. Count Eagle, let's cooperate happily." Sibin also smiled back cordially. "I too sincerely hope you can maintain that cheerfulness forever." In his hand, a sparkling blue orb appeared, which he then held out. "Battle time is extremely pressing. I ask all lords to move to your starting positions before noon. The next rendezvous point has already been sketched on the map. This is a communication crystal. Once you arrive, you only need to use it to contact and report back to me." The green-haired count leaned forward and replied, "Rest assured, I will send the report back to the Grand Prince at just the right time." Just as he reached out to snatch the orb, it unexpectedly flew directly into the young man's hand. That sight made him so furious his face drained of all color, his teeth grinding together in indignation. Why was the communication device given to that Count Eagle, and not me? Clearly, I have the most soldiers under my command. Could that Lord Eagle be someone's illegitimate child? He fumed. Standing under the harsh outdoor sun, the sight of a majestic Sibin striding alongside Lori and Roe irritated him even more. That brat going to battle and bringing maidservants with him. He might die without even knowing it. He sneered. Thinking this, he abruptly turned to look at the soldiers behind him and flashed a triumphant smile. "After all, my troop numbers are still overwhelming. Forcing that Lord Eagle to hand over the communication orb will settle everything. Once he sees my formidable army with his own eyes, he surely won't dare utter a single word. When we attack the city, just let the troops of Lord Eagle's domain go first as cannon fodder. By then, not only will all his forces belong to me, but even the women beside him will fall into my hands." Having finalized all his plans in his mind, he then actively approached to start a conversation. "I say, Count Eagle." Seeing his opponent proactively seek him out, the young man asked in return, "Oh, Count Meng, what brings you to me?" His face flushed red, and he offered a very perverse smile. "You've also seen the formidable forces behind me, haven't you? Important items like communication crystals are best kept by the one who commands the main force." However, he paid no attention to the man's words, instead standing with hands on hips and laughing heartily. "I told you. So what?" His blunt refusal astonished the man, who stared wide-eyed. "Flags, Golden Lion battle flags. Are those really soldiers under the command of Lord Eagle's domain? Didn't you say you only brought a handful of troops?" Seeing his expression, he was inspired to tease him further. "It's true I only brought a small amount, but with only this many troops, I wonder if they'll be strong enough to withstand the demonic cannons from the city of Vipi. So, Count Meng, from now on, you'll have to follow my orders. 1 Tu. Shall I use your soldiers as sacrificial pawns first? Hearing this, Count Meng thought he had just heard a hilarious joke and loudly scoffed. That's right. Haha. This kid thinks I'd say that. Ha. However, he remained calm, watching the man without showing any anger. Count Meng continued to boast about himself. Who do you think you are, kid? I am a proper count. In the very next moment, a sharp object unexpectedly pierced straight through his chest, sending fresh blood splattering where large gouts of blood also gushed from his mouth. He calmly glanced at the two black-armored knights who had just ended Count Meng's life, then gently scoffed. Truly, a type of gentleman who doesn't understand the times. All the soldiers waiting below were now utterly terrified, their souls scattered. Oh no, oh my, Lord Eagle, have you truly gone mad? How dare you murder the esteemed Count? Charge, avenge him quickly. The atmosphere surrounding the two dark knights suddenly surged with an incredibly terrifying dark pressure, and it was unclear when their subordinates had appeared. Without letting their opponents recover, the pair of knights lunged forward, striking with a fearsome power like lightning tearing through the sky, causing panic screams to erupt. Next, one of them pointed his cold blade straight ahead. The air grew so thick with terror that it paralyzed their limbs, leaving them unable to endure it. Watching the men who were just aggressive now kneeling in droves at their feet, a sense of indescribable satisfaction welled up inside. Surrender or face death, they stammered while trying to steady themselves before the life or death choice. Finally, to save their own lives, the subordinates had no choice but to begrudgingly agree to follow the majestic lord wherever he commanded, be it up a high mountain or down into a sea of fire. The answer made Shibin smile triumphantly, praising them for being far more sensible than those arrogant counts. Stopping before a sturdy, towering wall, Shibin urged his horse forward to observe carefully before calmly speaking. I have arrived at the assembly point, yet the problem is that every battlement of the Rotor region is equipped with a dozen heavy magic cannons with terrifying destructive power. Capturing this place seems like it will be quite difficult. Every vital stronghold of the royal capital is set up with such solid defensive system. Even if it means sacrificing soldiers to buy a little time, as long as you meet up on schedule in 3 days, everything will be fine, he contemplated thought. So, is the contribution of a great general like you just for show? A strategy so terrible that it gambles with the lives of others, and you even have to use a private communication gem for this. I truly cannot understand how the brain of this cowling fellow works to have climbed to such a high-ranking position. Just then, the beauteous panicked voice rang out from behind. My lord, I think I might be able to help you resolve this. He gently pinched her chubby cheeks and teased. Oh, really? What brilliant plan does my talented and beautiful knight have? Causing her to immediately become serious, telling herself not to joke around during such critical moments. Then, she dropped the playful act and sternly got straight to the point. I mean that if we can get close to the wall, I can use my time stasis ability to prolong our advantage. With a 10 square meter radius, it will certainly be enough for the entire army to infiltrate Rotor City. Her proposal left him stunned and skeptical as he pressed. Are you intending to use a forbidden technique that burns your life force? Shibin jumped off his horse in a panic, hurriedly grabbed her small hands, and asked in a pained tone, if you insist on using that, how will your body handle it? There's really no need to push yourself to that extent. I will definitely find another more feasible way, causing her to respond flusteredly. Perhaps, but she softly, letting go of her secret thoughts. I just want to shoulder the burden with you. Is that all right? As soon as she finished speaking, his cheeks turned bright red as he hesitated to call out to her. Feeling instantly, he hugged her small figure and smiled reassuringly. I understand. If everything is decided, I will now order the mutants and the army to charge and initiate a frontal assault on the wall to draw all the enemy's fire. Remember, you must absolutely not force yourself. Feeling his concern, the corners of her mouth curled into a wide smile as she replied, yes. Suddenly, a notification from the system rang out. Players, please take note, the epic-level campaign assault on Rotor City has officially begun. Mission details indicate that because there are long-range magic cannons with destructive power atop the walls, commanding officers are required to lead the charge to draw the enemy's attention while cautiously avoiding bombardment from these advanced weapons. This challenge carries an extremely high risk of death, and the core objective is to disable enemy fire to minimize losses. Despite the imminent danger, the gaming community was already fired up and fearless, shouting, what is a little risk like this to us? As long as our battle armor is upgraded and there are decent rewards, the fire of PK passion in their chests was burning more fiercely than ever, determined to raze Rotor City to the ground. At the same time, inside the magnificent mansion, a subordinate rushed in to report, My lord, scouts have just sent an urgent message that over 10,000 enemy troops are swarming to attack Rotor City. Upon hearing this, the old man not only remained unfazed but laughed dismissively. 100,000. Ha. More than 10,000 soldiers think they can swallow Rotor City whole. That cowling fellow is truly bored to death, dreaming such ridiculous fancies. The guard heard this and tentatively asked, My lord, could this attack hide any traps? The old man sneered, there is surely a scheme, but considering it, That pathetic amount of military force could never take Rotor City in a direct assault. If that's the case, we can rest assured by hunkering down inside. No matter how the situation changes out there, do not under any circumstances leave the walls to engage. Our main manpower is currently concentrated at the royal capital, and the magic cannons on the walls are our strongest trump card. Magic cannon shells repeatedly rain, causing the players to grumble in frustration. It is so annoying. The game effects this time are so realistic it gives me the chills. Stop whining. Guys, let's keep charging forward. Remember to dodge those damn cannons. Whoever falls, find a soul ink immediately to get a protective shield. Don't let the soldiers on the walls have a moment of rest. We must seize every second for our lord. Observing the chaotic battle from afar, Shibin could only shake his head and sigh. The players charging the front line this time are basically wasting their effort. This area will have to rely on the 2 Sarakan combat machines to enter the fray. Finally, the moment for Sarakan to perform had arrived. He hurriedly grabbed his massive halberd and shouted excitedly, "Haha, open your eyes wide and witness my performance. Crush these puny pests for me." That sight caused the guards on the walls to scream in panic. "Help! The enemy has launched a surprise attack. Open fire and eliminate them immediately." Realizing the time was ripe, Violin seized the moment, lunging forward to cast her time stasis spell. He also quickly assigned specific tasks to everyone. Everyone, spread out and wipe out the enemy. Quickly take control of the entire wall. Understanding the crowd responded in unison without a second of hesitation. Understood, and then leaped away, leaving the enemy soldiers bewildered, wondering, what the hell is going on? The soldiers screamed in panic as they noticed the anomaly. What's wrong with the cannons? Why is everything suddenly so slow and frozen? Seeing this, he hurriedly shouted a reminder. "You've broken through, Violin. Don't push yourself too hard." By this time, she had exhausted all her strength. Fresh blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, yet she still smiled to reassure her lover. I'm okay. Please go ahead and finish the mission first." While he looked at her with pained eyes and choked out, "Don't say anything more. Take a rest. I'll handle the rest." In stark contrast to the chaos outside, the old man was still indulging himself with some flirtatious entertainers. One even thoughtfully reminded him, "My lord, it seems like there is a disturbance out there," but the old man just calmly replied, "I know full well there are enemies lurking out there, but they only dare to hover at the base of the wall. What is there to worry about? Come, bring the refreshments. Let's continue our interrupted fun." As he finished speaking, a sentry rushed in to report the bad news. "It's a disaster, my lord. Another army has infiltrated the walls. All our defensive strongholds have fallen. The enemy is too strong, and we are completely outmatched. We are just courting death." Hearing this, the old man panicked, screaming, "Where are the guard mages? And what about my escort team and the air knights? How could you let things come to this? I must also honestly confess that your legion of mages has already been brought to the capital. You said you didn't need a guard detail, that a few maidservants would be enough, to the point that a knightly lord exclaimed that with just a tier 1 destruction-grade magic cannon, even a pig would have enough strength to garrison the city." So they all trooped off to the tavern for a few drinks. Upon hearing this, he shook with rage, bellowed, "Oh heavens, these bastards, what am I supposed to do now?" and angrily shoved the courtesan in his arms away, causing her to cry out in pain. Sibin had quietly approached his lair by this time, suddenly leaped forward, and grandly declared, "Take this." This sudden action terrified him, and he hurriedly pushed the maidservant forward to block the entire attack. The poor girl writhed in pain, let out a grunt of "uff," while he cursed angrily, "Damn it." Immediately after, the cunning old man stubbornly unleashed his ultimate move to block the boy's blow, then triumphantly said, "This is an archmage-grade magic shield. I had to use the hide of a top-grade blackwater crocodile magic beast, combined with an extremely intricate magical formation, and exhaust all my magic power for 7 full days and nights to create it. Furthermore, I haven't made a second one since. If it could be easily sliced through by you like this, what would be the point anymore?" Hearing this, the boy just gave a faint smirk, pointed high up, and challenged back, "Cannot be shattered, you say?" Maintaining the cold composure he had shown all along, he decisively executed his technique and shouted loud, "Smash it down hard for me." Lord Rotor, after being beaten black and blue for a while, had no choice but to hastily surrender. Stop, I admit defeat." Immediately, the system notification rang out. Ding. The first stage of the Rotor City Assault quest has been completed. All players receive 10,000 experience. 3 equipment enhancement vouchers, please go to the enhancement NPC to use them, and 5 equipment gacha trial vouchers, please go to the trial counter NPC to use them. The progress of the Rotor City Assault quest has been updated. Stage 2 quest, launch a total assault. Quest rewards, 3 equipment enhancement, 5 equipment gacha trial voucher, 5,000 experience, 1 favorability with the Eagle Lord. Quest hint, please use the siege engine to breach the city gate, creating favorable conditions for the troops under the Eagle Lord to attack. The commoners suddenly cheered with joy. The city wall has been broken by the Eagle Lord. Woohoo. I told you so. Why else would we not see the magic cannon firing anymore? Brothers, bring out the siege engine and let's smash the city gate together. Realizing that the golden opportunity had arrived, he immediately issued the command, all forces launch. The target is Rotor City. The rallying cry rang out, making everyone as fighting spirit surge. In the foyer of Rotor City, Sibin, as Lori was massaging his shoulders, suddenly asked, "How is Roy?" The young woman immediately reassured him, "Master, don't worry. I've used healing magic to cure Roy. I'm sure he'll recover very quickly." However, the young woman suddenly turned charming and ambiguous as she suggested, "Master, no one is disturbing us right now. Why don't we celebrate our victory in private?" But the boy only smiled awkwardly and replied, "Right now probably isn't very appropriate, I suppose." Afterwards, she even took his hand and coaxed him coquettishly, "Come on, Master." Just at this moment, a soldier suddenly rushed in and shouted anxiously, "Lord, there is urgent intelligence." The two of them hurriedly separated as if nothing had happened, and the boy gave a light cough and said, "If you have something to say, spit it out." The soldier didn't dare to hesitate and directly reported, "Lord, we encountered 2 outlanders from Divine Light Town while searching for the tunnel. They said they wish for an audience with you." The boy brought his hand to his chin, deep in thought. Players from Divine Light Town, what are they here for? Could they want to take this opportunity to assassinate me? After all, my death outcome hasn't been resolved yet, and up to now, we are still in an adversarial relationship. At this moment, Laurie in the background kept urging, "Master, come on," causing the boy to only manage a wry smile. Finally, he awkwardly spoke up, lead them up here," while Laurie behind him had a dark and sullen expression, sulking. As soon as the two of them appeared, they spoke in unison, "Good evening, Lord. We have some special news that I am sure you'll find very interesting." Hearing this, the boy immediately asked, "Let's hear it." The frogman looked at him seriously and reported in a solemn tone, "This intelligence is a bit hard to believe. Please listen carefully. The first prince is actually a special vampire. He is plotting to rely on the soldiers who died on the main battlefield of the capital to summon wraiths. At that time, taking the capital as the center, he will slowly spread his power, turning the entire empire into a sea of wraiths, and he will become the new wraith monarch." As soon as he finished speaking, the boy replied indifferently, "Is that all?" Seeing this reaction from him, the man was a little disappointed, thinking to himself, "The Eagle Lord truly is unfathomably deep. Secrets that players like us need system reminders to know are basically nothing at all to the Eagle Lord." Hearing this, the boy wore a crafty smile, thinking to himself, "I knew there was something wrong with the first prince anyway. After all, being a prince of a nation, how could he just be so ordinary that the system doesn't display any information at all? As long as I put on this calm act, as if I already knew everything, I wouldn't even need to give the players any rewards." Then he put on an expression as if everything was completely under his control. In the end, the frogman had no choice but to give up, saying dejected, "It seems Lord already has his own plans in mind. It was my place to overstep." Hearing this, Sibin calmly, "It's nothing. Since the two of you went through the trouble of bringing this intelligence to me, I accept it. Now, the two of you may state your reward request. If it's within my capability, I will try to satisfy it." His mood suddenly brightened up considerably, and he asked with eager anticipation, "As long as it's something within your capability, anything is possible." Therefore, the boy firmly asserted, "Of course, I, the Eagle Lord, am first and foremost a knight, and the most important principle of a knight is honesty." This remark left the two of them suddenly lost in thought. Afterwards, the frogman didn't hesitate at all and directly proposed, "I want you to help us kill that Yehao," causing his companion nearby to be somewhat surprised and hastily ask, "Kill Yehao?" This friend, with an incredulous expression, repeatedly pressed, "Frog, I've never heard you mention this before," to which he only hastily replied, "I'll explain the reason later." Then, he hurriedly asked, "Eagle Lord, can you help me?" while his companion kept hesitating and suggested, "How about we discuss it again?" Meanwhile, Sebin fell into deep thought. This continent is a game world with an extremely high degree of freedom, so in theory, it is completely possible to kill the main character. From the fact that the Eagle Lord can summon and merge consciousness with a portion of players, I can see that Yehao is not an indispensable character, because he deduced that, up until now, basically no one had been able to fully figure out the entire storyline of this world. If Yehao is truly the fickle turncoat the endgame faction expects, then players following him around is just a waste of time. This feeling of disgust made him constantly wonder how many terrible things Tan Hao had done to make players want to eliminate him so badly. But since he held the login coordinates for the players of Zhen Shenghuang, if Yehao died, no one would know what would happen to those players. Perhaps they wouldn't even want to come to Lamdong City anymore. So he spoke up hesitatingly, as this had come at just the right time. the system suddenly issued a notification that the death plot quest had been triggered, with the objective of eliminating Ye Hao at the Wangdui battlefield. Note that the difficulty of this quest is extremely high, so the host needs to be thoroughly prepared to receive generous rewards. Currently, He possesses 2 strands of destiny meridians, while the host has 2 strands of destiny chains. Use them wisely. Additionally, daily villain quests have been refreshed, including eliminating Anna, the vessel of war, creating psychological trauma for the Zhensheng players, specifically Miu Mo, and Fat Chicken with the round face, and finally, stealing the crown to usurp the throne. Reading the instructions on the system board, he found them hard to understand. Could that idiot have not only made enemies with players but also offended the system? Seeing the way it forced the addition of these quests, it was as if it were afraid he might change his mind. Hey, system, this isn't right. I'm a good person. How could I go about usurping a throne? Immediately, another notification rang out to lecture him. Hey, as a villain, backstabbing allies or stepping on the corpses of others to reach the throne is an art. Hearing this, he just stood there stunned. The plan to handle the eldest prince was tempting, but the label of backstabber sounded really grating. More importantly, his current military strength was still too thin. The system advised that the host only needed to complete the plot quest first to break Ye Hao's status as the child of destiny and let destiny decide the rest. He secretly thought that dealing with Ye Hao was inevitable. That idiot must have angered the system long ago. Suddenly, the frogman called him over and said, Lord Eagle, I have thought it over carefully and feel that this proposal is not bad. He waved his hand as if to tell him to go ahead, then wondered in confusion why he would hesitate if he had already made such a decision. Finally, he decided to agree to their request, promising to help eliminate Ye Hao, which left one person wide-eyed with shock while the other smiled in satisfaction. A short while later, everything calmed down. Sai Bin tiredly said that although it was done, there was no need to rush. The important thing now was to see when Goodbye would finish cleaning up the city so he could see the massive fortune of the old Marquis Roeder with his own eyes. A subordinate ran up to report that they had found something while searching the city. He looked at the item suspiciously and asked what it was. They removed the black cloth and said, Just take a look for yourself, sir. All 3 saw the scene inside and couldn't help but stare in shock. It was a demi-human. This was the first time Laurie had witnessed a winged race, and what caught his attention even more was that this wasn't just an ordinary demi-human, but one that had awakened. Looking through the information board, this prisoner was a level 43 awakened demi-human with forbidden skills such as electric field, lightning gun, spore electric, and electro-discharge physique. She was originally a nobody, but seemed to be hiding another identity in the Lanzi Empire. Her reputation in Roeder City showed that this young girl was quite powerful, having almost electrocuted Marquis Roeder in self-defense. Yet, as soon as this feisty girl opened her mouth, she scolded him with all sorts of names: bastard, pervert, scum, making Sai Bin think irritably that he had just captured a talking power generator. This petite demi-human was a typical battle mage, and having wings meant her flight capability was very high. She kept cursing him for being base and cowardly, while he was busy calculating that if he could recruit her, he would have his first air force. But hearing those venomous words, he flew into a rage and ordered Laurie to bring his sword, thinking it would be easier to just kill her. He wasn't short on awakened demi-humans. Roeder approached, intending to cover her insolent mouth, which made her scream in terror. What are you doing to me? Sai Bin lost patience, looked at her, and said coldly, Listen carefully. I am not Marquis Roeder. If you dare to spout nonsense again, don't blame me for plucking your feathers clean, roasting your wings for dinner, or cutting out your tongue. This made the girl fall silent in horror. He bluntly declared that he was Lord Eagle and that Roeder City had been conquered by him, so naturally, she was his spoils of war, his prisoner. Upon hearing this, Bai Yao could only let out a faint, weak sound. Then, he carefully instructed that if she wanted to live freely, she had to join his army and serve him with all her might. As you can see, under my command, I have not only Roy and Loriza but also the merfolk of the Tin High. Yet, she skeptically asked, Are you really the Lord Eagle who destroyed the demon lair at Zhenmu Dong? Then, suddenly, she cried out in pain. He scolded her irritably, asking what right she had to complain, but Bai Yao stubbornly replied, You can fool me. She continued to brag about the rumors she had heard, saying everyone claimed Lord Eagle was a hawk-faced demi-human with 3 heads and 6 arms, over 10 meters tall. Although his appearance was fierce, he had a kind heart and had even eliminated the demons at Zhenmu Dong. How could someone like you be him? Then she whispered, cursing him for being evil and ugly. Hearing this, he flew into a rage, scolding back, Who are you calling ugly? The Lanzi Empire belongs to humans, so how could the master of the Eagle territory be a demi-human? Besides, someone 10 meters tall is a titan, not a demi-human. Who on earth spread this nonsense? He pinched her ear, making her scream in pain, and she had to accept. Fine, I believe you, Lord Eagle. All right. Thinking everything was settled, he suggested that since she knew his title, there was nothing left to say. She should join as a maid under his command and follow Laurie and Roy. But she started acting stubborn again, saying, "There's no way I'm doing that." She even put on an arrogant air, saying, "Unless you invite me properly. You must say, the beautiful, kind, and adorable Miss Bayo, I beg you to join my ranks, for this would be the honor of my life." He was so angry he couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Laurie, give me the sword. I have to chop her today." Roy hurriedly intervened. "Calm down, my lord. Laurie, Dante, hand over the sword." At this point, Bayo pouted and said, Fine, I know already, but you must remember that you are the one who invited me. I'm only reluctantly agreeing out of pity." Bayo screamed in excitement, her eyes crinkling into smiles. Her entire body radiated a strange light, and she said happily, "Lord Eagle, look at this." She even ran over to show off to Roy, saying, "My whole body is in a state of electric discharge at all times." He sheathed his sword and told Roy to take this silly little girl to wash up and change her clothes. If she didn't listen, just beat her, but remember to wear insulated gloves. The girl just replied softly, "Yes, my lord." Following that, he let Laurie message Bayo, who was still complaining, "You are so annoying. You didn't even ask for my name, my identity, or about my friends." He waved his hand to shoo her away for the sake of peace. Once she was out of sight, he sighed in relief. Finally, it's quiet. Although he was still a bit curious about Baya's friends, this girl was truly too noisy. At that moment, a patrol of guards passed through the area. Suddenly, dark shadow streaked past very quickly. This left them bewildered, wondering if something was unusual, while she thought with disappointment that she still hadn't found anything on this floor. She silently calculated that one more floor down would surely be where the Lord lived and rested. There would certainly be more guards, so she had to be careful. With that thought, she hurried away. However, she walked for a long time without meeting any obstacles, making her wonder in a daze why this floor was so devoid of guards. Suddenly hearing, she pressed herself against the wall. "What a strange person, don't you think?" Thinking someone was coming, she stood alert while Roy replied in confusion, "What is going on?" Bayo was indignantly planning to go back and settle things, saying she had to go back and ask why he didn't even care about her name. Roy tried to soothe her, suggesting she bathe first and handle it later, while hiding behind, thought suspicious. This voice sounds very familiar. It turned out to be Bayo. She rushed out aggressively demanding they release the person immediately, causing Roy to jump in caution. She lunged forward, baring her fangs and claws to attack, causing Bayo to cry out in alarm, but then, the person in front of her vanished, leaving her mouth agape in surprise. She disappeared. What fast movements. Then she fainted from Roy's critical blow. Looking at the girl who had just collapsed, she exclaimed, "Another demi-human." Upon recognizing her, she was utterly shocked. "Wait, it did so, yeah." Seeing this, Roy asked if the two knew each other. Bayo hurriedly replied, "Of course, she's my good friend. Why did you strike and knock her out?" However, she simply explained frankly that if she hadn't carried murderous intent, she would have already lost her life. From the Lord's standpoint, this behavior was no different from an assassin breaking in. Hearing this, she sighed helplessly, not knowing whom to blame. Who would have expected the Lord to change people so suddenly? Roy also found it reasonable and nodded, thinking it was true upon second thought. Afterward, they carried Uya away. Roy decided she would have to bother the Lord again, because without his order, Laurie would refuse to treat her. While Bayo still worriedly asked, "After all, he's a human, do you really trust him that much?" Remembering Sibbins, her cheeks flushed with a modest blush. "Yes, because he is an extremely kind person. I have dedicated both my body and soul to this heroic Lord." She laughed playfully and urged, "Let's go," leaving Bayo speechless, only able to mutter, Great Lord indeed." Then she scrambled to catch up with Roy, panting, "Wait for me. Go slower. How can I keep up with these short legs?" Sebin looked at the two demi-humans and asked directly, "So you mean you are the leaders of the Frost Winter Society, and you established it to recruit more demi-humans to Frost Winter City?" Bayo replied, "Exactly, but before that, I was kidnapped by that awful Lord Rudder. Luckily, Oya came to save me." At this point, he began to speak sarcastically, "So it turns out you both intend to ask for my help. Yet someone said earlier she wouldn't even consider joining unless I begged her," leaving her stammering in embarrassment. That was just to try and get better treatment." Seeing this, Oya had to speak up to rescue her friend. "I hope you can generously overlook it. I hurried to save Bayo specifically because I feared her insolent mouth would bring her a fatal disaster." Hearing this, she cried out in grievance, while Roy and Laurie could only shake their heads in wariness. By now, he had grasped a bit of their personalities and thought to himself, "These two are worlds apart. One is hyperactive like a crazy rabbit, while the other is as calm as autumn lake water. But crazy has its own charm. Compared to Bai Yao, Oya seems to remain highly guarded. Despite Bai Yao irritably grumbling and asking if she was listening, Oya simply replied, "I am not listening." The system board displayed, Name Yuya, Title Vice President of Frostwinter Society. Power Stage 1 Awakened Demi-Human Level 41. Skills Cat-like Stance, Close Shadow, Silent, Passive Skills Light Step like a Flying Swallow, Jade Skin Clear Voice, Equipment Casual. Reputation with Demi-Human Forces 8. Could this society only have 6 people? Imperial? Truly a total nobody. After reflecting for a moment, he realized she was indeed the archetype of a professional assassin. Except for the last passive skill with unknown effects, everything served for ambushes and assassination. However, since she was so highly alert, asking would be futile. So he suddenly stood up and asked, "Are you too hungry?" leaving them bewildered. He calmly suggested, "It's this late and I haven't had a bite. I'm starving too. The kitchen has just prepared quite a feast." He offered a polite smile. "Please enjoy yourselves. Don't be shy." Causing Bai Yao's look to change completely. He isn't as bad as I thought. Everything was within his calculations as he thought smugly. To win people's hearts, their stomachs must be satisfied first. Seeing them gradually lower their guard, he got straight to the point. "Since you wish to join Frostwinter City, may I ask a few questions?" Oya responded. "You may ask. We are ready." Bashdiu chewed while indignantly questioning. "Why didn't you choose me?" But asked her instead. "Udza, you have the ability to turn invisible in the shadows, right? Perform it for me after you finish eating." While the one cast aside sat sullenly listening to Udza answer. "Yes, I will." Once she finished eating, she immediately showed off her skills right there. 10 days of just standing there blankly following instructions, then bewildered. "Like this?" She stepped forward, replied, "That's right," and then calmly moved into position. Roy gaped and shouted. She disappeared. Lori gasped in amazement. She vanished into the shadows, while he just smirked and let out a soft "oh." Shibin scratched his head and asked in confusion, "So, you can hide yourself in the shadows. Then what happens if someone makes the shadows disappear?" Udza immediately appeared and explained that if there were no shadows, she would have to reveal her true form. He nodded after hearing this and said, "I see." He continued to probe, "Is this a skill specifically for tracking? Do you just follow people relentlessly as long as they have a shadow?" She replied honestly, "It can also be used for travel." He asked again, "Are there any others in the council who have awakened?" She shook her head and replied, "No." Bakdai retorted sharp, "Why are you asking so much? You were lucky enough to have recruited the 2 of us. Besides, Udza and I are both powerful combat types, so don't be so overly greedy," to which Udza added a word. "It seems like combat-type demi-humans are clearly superior, don't they?" The other girl stubbornly argued back, "Well, there are 4 awakened individuals in Lamdong City, but only Lori is a support type. Are you trying to trick a child? You have 4 people on your side." But the girl was completely ignored. He looked at the beauty with doting eyes and replied, "It's okay. Udza, join the maid team to help out on the side as well. I'll assign soldiers to escort the others back to Lamdong. Now, let me introduce my close butler, Lori. Consider her your superior and your big sister. Just do whatever she says." She stepped forward, smiled, and greeted everyone. "I'm Lori." Bachdaya pouted and muttered, "Obey her. She's just a useless support type," causing Udza to quickly nudge her to remind her. Shibin clapped, pushed Lori forward, and proudly declared, "Well, do you look down on support types? In the upcoming battle, our Lori will be the trump card." The next day at a certain camp, urgent shouts rang out, asking which squad had not yet assembled the troops of the Eagle Lord and Count Meng. Seeing this, the general waved his hand and ordered, "Tisk, how slow can they be? Forget waiting. Start the march immediately." Suddenly, a scout shouted in a panic, "General, they re-here." They looked as ragged as if they had just survived a fierce battle. Shibin held Lori tightly in his arms and led his troops to quickly move forward to join the army. The old man saw the scene and gritted his teeth, secretly what kind of empire hero looks so pathetic? At a time like this, he is still dragging a maid along. With armor so tattered and worn out, I wonder if he can even withstand the first attack from the royal army. He couldn't resist continuing his criticism. In every way, he looks like an incompetent brat relying on his family background to show off, exactly like those soft noble sons in the capital. What a waste of troops. Absolutely. He turned and asked imperiously, "Where is Count Meng?" He immediately acted his part, replying, "My lord, Count Meng was an outstanding warrior. He led the vanguard to breach the city wall during the recent fierce battle." He even teared up and choked as he continued, "Unfortunately, Count Meng was careless and took a direct hit from a destructive magic cannon, dying on the battlefield. He will forever be a great hero." Meanwhile, Lori stood to the side, covering her mouth and giggling so hard she shook, forcing him to signal her, "Be quiet, Lori." Kalang rushed over, bowed, and reported, Your Highness, all wings have gathered. The eldest prince heard this and was extremely smug, praising, "Good, you have all worked hard." He declared loudly and clearly, "Including the forces of the lords, we now have 21 air knights, plus the 23 air knights under my command, making a total of 44. Although this is not enough to overwhelm the Pope's forces, everyone can rest assured, to ensure victory, I have invited the esteemed mage Bobosa here, along with 10 siege cannons crafted specifically by the dwarves." He pointed his hand toward the strangely cloaked man and introduced, "This is the Archmage Bobosa. His whole life has been devoted to researching forbidden necromancy." Count Donglang was startled and exclaimed in horror, "So he's a necromancy expert. Wasn't he this evil path purged by the Church of Light a long time ago? Why would the eldest prince bring such a person here? Doing so is no different than blaspheming the spirits of the fallen soldiers." Old Qulang glared and shouted, "Silence." The eldest prince also pretended to be understanding and stepped in to mediate. "I admit everyone is allergic to this fall dark magic, but the dire situation forces me to use extreme measures. We need a lot of cannon fodder to wear down the enemy, and a necromancy legion is the perfect choice. They revive infinitely and are more effective than mutants. Surely you wouldn't bear to see your hard-trained soldiers die in vain during the sieges." The crowd heard this and began to whisper, their stance clearly wavering as they looked at each other, hesitant and no longer objecting. Finally, they clicked their tongues in agreement. "I think His Highness' idea is quite practical. It's a sensitive time, so we have to endure it. Thinking about it, if used correctly, necromancy is normal. What's there to be afraid of?" "Exactly." Sheben alone remained pensive and didn't say a word. The eldest prince saw his goal had been achieved and laughed smugly. "It's wonderful that we all share the same direction." At this moment, the strange old mage spoke coldly. "Then, I invite everyone into the tent to discuss the next strategy in detail." Then, they all flocked into the tent to discuss the battle plan. Right in front of everyone, Bobosa pulled a trick that made everyone panic and murmur, "What the hell is that? What on earth is he doing?" Seeing the crowd in a state of confusion, he calmly reassured them, "Lords, please stay calm, don't panic. This is just a soundproof barrier. Now everyone can comfortably share your opinions without fear of secrets being leaked." He went straight to the main point with a cold dose of reality. "Our current siege weapons are only dwarf cannons and a few rickety catapults, while the capital city walls are stocked with dozens of heavy magic cannons. Charging in like this means certain death. Therefore, we must devise a truly ruthless plan to take down Dragonfire City. Anyone with a brilliant idea, feel free to contribute." As soon as he finished, a lord raised his hand to speak. "How about we dig a tunnel and sneak in for a direct surprise attack inside Dragonfire City? The Pope's lackeys certainly won't expect this move. I guarantee they won't be able to react in time." Upon hearing that foolish plan, he snorted mockingly, "Is your armor too tight, blocking blood from reaching your brain? I advise you to change into looser armor and stop offering such stupid ideas. Dig a tunnel. Don't you see that deep moat surrounding the city, you idiot? Do you intend to dig a tunnel to bury yourself alive?" Count Suonglang also raised his hand to speak. "So, Lord Kaling, can we poison the city's defensive river?" He nodded in agreement. "This strategy is certainly not bad at all. However, although that defensive river is the only lifeline of Dragonfire City, it is far too vast. If we want to use enough poison to kill people, there is no way we could gather that much. In fact, to contaminate a water source, one does not necessarily need poison. There is something far more terrifying, much cheaper, and extremely effective: an epidemic." That sinister plot caused him to sink into deep thought. An epidemic. Based on the terrain of Dragonfire City, I had anticipated they would target the protective river around the city, but I never expected them to play such a vicious hand for any territory. This is a catastrophic disaster, a puzzle that even the priests would be helpless against. Even if they used purification spells, the effects would be very limited. The only way to clear it completely would be to use specific antidotes, holy water, and elven sacred water. But what he despised most was that Kaling would stop at nothing to achieve his goal. He was despicable and shameless beyond limits. Even when he saw the lords whispering to each other, he flew into a rage and shouted, "If you have something to say it openly. Do not skulk around whispering in private." Someone who was skeptical asked, "Lord Kaling, I would like to know, if an epidemic breaks out on a large scale, even our own soldiers will be hit. What should we do then?" The people around them chimed in, "That's right, the Pope has holy water, but what do we have? This method is very risky. Although effective, it is extremely dangerous. Gentlemen, why don't we find another, safer plan?" Suddenly being opposed by the crowd left him feeling helpless. Meanwhile, that man Bobosa laughed and replied, "Haha, holy water. How much holy water can they possibly gather? The more the epidemic spreads, the more holy water it consumes, right? They will only prioritize keeping it for their core forces to use. As for those lowly soldiers, I bet they are certainly going to die. Ha ha ha." He chuckled like a madman and said, "Everyone, cock, don't be afraid. Hee hee, cock, I have the antidote for the epidemic right here, so rest assured. The river protecting Dragonfire City originates from the icy springs on the Farron mountain range. We just need to spread the pathogen right at the source of the stream, and the deed is done. So, do any of you have any other opinions? The opportunist immediately. No, no more questions. Now that Lord Bobosa has guaranteed the antidote is in his hands, we are completely at ease. I also have no further objections. Shibin walked outside, pouted, and muttered, getting a real antidote. You'd have a better chance of going to heaven. He suddenly remembered something extremely important, hurriedly asked, Lori, I remember your ability can cure all diseases, right? The girl nodded obediently and replied, that's right, no matter what kind of wicked disease it is, I can use my withered wood rejuvenation ability to blow it away. Furthermore, Lori can also imbue that healing power into water. Even though the effect is slightly reduced, it is more than enough to handle such strange, contagious. Then everything is resolved. He joyfully kissed her on the nose and exclaimed, Yuri, so amazing. It's lucky I have you by my side, which made her blush and pout with a smile. He. The soldiers in the Popes Legion were coughing incessantly. Some were dizzy and gasping for breath, while others were so nauseous they had to cover their mouths tightly. Seeing the situation was not good, he hurriedly reassured the crowd, brothers, stay calm and don't panic. It is just a common cold. Drain the cup of medicine I've mixed, and you will feel better immediately. But the soldiers' morale had already collapsed into chaos. They were continuously tormented by pain to the point of screaming for help. Oh, it itches so much. What kind of devilish thing is this? Someone help me. Realizing the situation was extreme, he panicked, ran for his life, and shouted, Plague, it's a plague. Great commander, an epidemic has broken out in the barracks. This terrible news was immediately reported by express messenger all the way to the Pope's palace. Upon hearing this bombshell, the first suspect that popped into the Pope's mind was, could it be that those Kaling people are up to some devilish trick? The guard standing nearby pondered, Your Holiness, rest assured, it was not the Kaling faction, because epidemics are extremely difficult to control. If they were to spread it intentionally, it would be no different from digging their own graves, unless they possess a proprietary method of prevention. It is just that I have never heard of any such miraculous remedy. Currently, only holy water and sacred water can completely extinguish the plague, and the amount of specific medicine is extremely difficult to produce. Therefore, most of it can only be quarantined. I suggest appointing elite Sky Knights to gather all the sick in one place and guard them strictly. As for those who are not infected, they must absolutely not touch the water source, because all the water veins in Dragonfire City have been heavily contaminated. No sooner had he finished speaking than the surrounding space suddenly erupted in chaos, and the soldiers' faces turned deathly pale. The Pope frowned and asked, How much holy water do we have left in our reserve? Upon hearing the question, his subordinate replied, Your Holiness, we have only a little over 100 liters of holy water left. Most of it was previously given to the alchemists for epidemic research. You mean they have guzzled more than 200 liters of my holy water, only to still be helpless against this outbreak? Each icy question caused the subordinate to bow his head in silence, and the girl had to reply embarrassedly, Yes, Your Majesty. He roared in fury, What a bunch of useless people. Suddenly, the girl started and exclaimed, What is that sound? A soldier pointed in the distance in a panic and shouted, It seems there's a sound coming from the city gate. Report, someone is attacking the fortress. Go and see. Cannons rained down incessantly on the sturdy and solid city gate. Shibin stood at a distance, observing, and could not help but admire, Kaling is truly worthy of the name of a notorious war profiteer. He understands the trick of fishing in troubled waters very well. Well, it can be considered a bit of strategy, but this method cannot allow my own troops to suffer unnecessary losses. I'll have to let the gamers go and test the fire first. Thinking this, he sternly reminded the players waiting below. Remember, the core mission is to harass them. Do not rush in and die in vain. Whoever performs the best will be rewarded on the spot with a set of top-tier flame armor. Hearing this, the crowd immediately cheered in unison. Understood. As for causing trouble, we read the experts. One person, full of vigor, charged to the front and shouted, Brothers, follow me. Let's go. Suddenly, someone looked up at the sky and pointed, asking Hey, Master Shibin, look, there is something very strange on the city wall. The Pope stood proudly on high and sneered arrogantly, Don't harbor any delusional thoughts. This city gate is equipped with a special energy shield. Even if you drag out cannons and blast them for 3 days and 3 nights, you won't be able to break through. He hadn't been laughing for long before the gamers below started cursing him mercilessly. Old man, if you're so tough, come down here and face us. Dante hid inside like a turtle. Although he was so angry he could cough up blood, he still suppressed his fury and sneered. Kaling sent these small fry here. I wondered what it was all about, but it turns out it was just to force us to open the gates for battle. Don dream in broad daylight. Seeing the deadlock, he could only sigh in frustration. That turtling old turtle refused to show his face, so Swang rolled up his sleeves full of momentum and said, "You guys step aside and let me handle this." Immediately, he deployed his ultimate skill of scolding people like singing, "You damn Pope, you bastard, you flawed incomplete evolutionary, you freakish genetic mute, a coward like you deserves to be called Pope. If you've got the chops, come down here and solo with me. What are you hiding on the city wall for, letting the whole world see your cowardice? Look at your face, with wrinkles stacked so deep that even a landing fly would slip off, and dressing up all gaudy like an old mutton dressed as lamb for who to admire." The surrounding gamers could only nod in admiration upon hearing this, and Swang truly is a master. Everyone look at the old Pope's health bar. The crowd started whispering and buzzing. The health bar is showing up now. Good lord, level 68 is truly a nightmare. The system panel also displays his information. Batakamora the Pope, of the Skull Clan, level 69 knight. Hearing those harsh and insulting words, the old man angrily ordered, "Archers, shoot that fellow down at once," causing the players to cry out in alarm. Dirty players playing foul and launching a sneak attack. A series of relentless attacks poured down, causing the players to scurry about in panic. Dodge, dodge. Priests, hurry up and heal. Are you guys just standing there as decorations? Low-level players without shields don't know how to support? Huh. And Swang, your shield is so reliable. Baron Duonglang witnessed this scene and exclaimed in astonishment. Hard to believe, his own soldiers were naturally brave and fearless of danger, but he never expected their cursing skills to be just as majestic, to which he only calmly replied, "You flatter me." Although impressed, he was still puzzled. With all this yelling and scolding, when will we ever be able to attack? The Dragonfire City Gate is reinforced with special magic and can only be breached from the inside. Even super cannons won't do any good. He calmly smiled and replied, "Don't worry, it'll open on its own soon," leaving the man dumbfounded and surprised. He angrily shouted, "War is no joke. I hope the Lord of the Eagle keeps his word." He didn't want to bicker any further and simply said, "Just wait and see the results." The Pope repeatedly ordered arrows to be fired, but he skillfully dodged them and even taunted the old man. I am dodging again for you to see." He laughed smugly. "Haha, you missed, you bald old man. Why do you keep hiding on the city wall and shooting indiscriminately? Are you showcasing your uselessness?" Driven crazy by his taunts, the old man roared furiously, "You scum, you will pay dearly for your foolishness." With that, he suddenly leaped straight down from the city wall toward them. His entire body radiated a blazing murderous aura coupled with a violent surge of internal energy. Only then did he feel a wave of panic and thought to himself, "Damn it, why did this guy jump down? Good thing I turned off pain perception beforehand, otherwise I'd probably be trembling right now." Even so, true to his provocative nature, he continued to mock that bald old man, followed by a playful, sneering laugh. This drove the old man utterly mad, screaming, "You're way too confident." Immediately after, the old man unleashed his attack skill. Seeing him charge down, the players panicked and told each other, "We're done for, run." But the old man laughed malevolently, "Running now is way too late." Up on the city wall, the atmosphere suddenly fell dead silent as Yude was also slowly approaching. She loudly scolded the soldier. "The Pope has personally gone to battle, and you bunch of good-for-nothings still haven't sorted." They stammered in response, "But we didn't receive any orders to sortie." Seeing that her words lacked weight, she drew her weapon, stabbed forward, and yelled, "You fools, the Pope personally ordered the annihilation of the enemy. What are you hesitating for? Do you want to taste the holy flame of Saintess Anna?" Terrified out of his wits, he cried out, "The holy flame. So you are the Saintess. Please spare your anger, we will sortie immediately." And so, the clueless soldiers hurriedly flung the city gates wide open and rushed outside in a swarm. Seeing his subordinates flood out, the Pope turned purple with rage and scolded, "You idiots, who told you to open the city gate?" The Pope angrily demanded, "When did I ever give that order? Get your asses back here right now." Meanwhile, Sabin's squad had quickly blown up the city gate, leaving the Pope's bewildered subordinates to ask each other, "What do we do now? The city gate is blown up, we can't go back anymore." Baron Duonglang dropped his jaw in astonishment and asked, "Lord of the Eagle, you amazing. The city gate really opened. How did you pull that off?" Sebin only replied, "It's just a coincidence." Talang couldn't wait any longer and impatiently interrupted, "All right, now is not the time to talk about this. Lords, lead your troops and prepare to storm the city." Without wasting any more words, he raised his sword high and shouted, "Commanders of the Eagle territory, charge forward now." Right after that, everyone set aside their fear and charged forward together with the determination to win. Seeing the enemy surrounding them on all sides, the Pope's soldiers helplessly muttered that there was no way out and urged everyone to fight with all their might. He immediately raised his sword and let out an authoritative battle cry. Realizing that his opponent was weakening, he couldn't help but mock the infected soldiers, saying they certainly couldn't take a single blow and thought the Holy Temple Knights were something special, But it turned out they couldn't even hold a sword steady, so they probably should rename themselves the Weak Kidney Knights. Hearing this, the Pope flew into a rage, pointed straight at his face, scolded him for being shameless and weeping, and then rushed in to attack, causing the Count to panic and scream for help. Amidst the crisis, Sibin immediately appeared to block the blow and cautiously reminded them that the skeleton really hated being criticized. Just as he warned the skeletal Count to be careful, the Count collapsed to the ground in terror and loudly cried out, "Oh, mighty Eagle Lord." He walked straight up to the Pope and fiercely declared war, advising him to surrender immediately to be spared in one piece. Hearing this, the Pope sneered coldly, while the female skeletal Count blinked her eyes and looked at him with admiration as if meeting a god, secretly praising how cool he looked. Naturally unable to stand this insult, the old man angrily scolded the blonde boy to tone down his arrogance. The old man immediately cast a spell, leaving the boy staring in astonishment and wondering why space was bending again to teleport elsewhere, just like the trick of the nun who ambushed him last time. While the boy was lost in thought and distracted from the opponent's attack, Whip hurriedly rushed in to block it and reminded the two lords not to be careless. Her dizzyingly fast appearance left even the Pope stunned with surprise. Well then, let's see whose speed is faster after all, and he rushed forward swiftly. Even someone as arrogant who looked down on everyone like the Pope had to praise how terrifying this speed was. After a few rounds of combat, the old man began to panic and wonder why all his moves were being predicted, and whether she was also a high-level awakened demi-human. Realizing that close calmly disadvantaged, he turned to rail against the boy, calling him a coward so afraid of death that he pushed his own maid to the front lines without feeling any shame. Hearing this, the boy just shrugged and replied that he couldn't help it since he was so handsome he had many maids, and asked if the old man was jealous. Right at that moment, Lori appeared to report, "Master, I've brought the bubble and the stone here." The Pope was so shocked he was left speechless, when suddenly a soldier ran over in a panic and called out, "Your Holiness the Pope." The infected soldiers were losing their fighting strength, and furthermore, those who had fallen were now turning into wraiths and turning back to attack them. At this point, the old man panicked and blurted out that the enemy even had a necromancer. Pondering for a moment, the old man sighed warily, clicked his tongue, and said the situation was too disadvantageous so they had to retreat, causing his subordinate to ask in confusion what they should do. The old man then flew into a rage and shouted, "You stay here and hold the fortress." Hearing this, he cursed angrily, "Damn it, running away so fast. How the hell are we supposed to defend the city when these wraiths don't die, no matter how many times you slash them?" Seeing this, Roy angrily spoke up, "This is bad." He planning to escape, and was about to give chase when Sibin calmly stopped and reminded her, "Roy, there's no need to hunt him to the end. People can run, but this city can't. The main target now is right over there." Meanwhile, the Hellfire was still irritably grumbling and warning that this piece of fish wasn't allowed to be shot at the Great Sarkhan. "Got it." The bubble obediently agreed, while below, Sebin was holding Roy tightly, causing her to blush with embarrassment. The bubble continuously sprayed out water, flooding the place so that the soldiers staggered and couldn't stand steadily, only able to scream in distress. Seeing this, the Pope's faction panicked and wondered why so much water had suddenly appeared, and shouted to run quickly. Amidst the utter chaos, Yehao smiled triumphantly and thought to himself that he had finally found it. The blue star will only revealed the name and power characteristics of the star C, but this trident never showed the slightest reaction, leaving him with no idea where to go look for her. It was truly a painstaking search that had now delivered itself to his doorstep. It turned out she was the Star C, but the trouble was that the Hellfire was constantly sticking by her side, so it wasn't convenient to make a move. Just as Sarkhan was flying into a rage, scolding Tatar while the girl cringed in fear and stammeringly apologized for forgetting the rock in the bubble, he began to hesitate and calculate, but he no longer had a way back to fail. The border union would not let him go. The Pope would eliminate him, and the blue star will even less would allow him to survive. Amidst this chaotic, the Hellfire surely couldn't protect that Star C demi-human forever. Just by stabbing this trident straight into the Star C's chest, he would seize the power of Poseidon, the sea god. At that moment, he could turn the tables, trample both the eldest prince and the Pope under his feet, and then the Eagle Lord would just be a tiny shrimp that he could crush however he pleased. The soldiers at this time were still burning with fighting spirit, shouting for the catapults to continue firing. "Brothers, charge ahead, keep it up." They joined forces to push the catapult to attack the city gate and laughed happily, saying, "Goodness gracious, this is what you call passionate youth." The enemy's artillery kept pounding down, making them even more highly alert, burning with spirit as they shouted, "The counterattack is here, raise the magic shields, warriors, charge ahead of me." The Pope's front line was no less intense as a cloaked figure continuously and urgently ordered to clear the way. "Magical array, prepare to fire the first wave of attacks." A series of consecutive explosions indicating a fierce battle is erupting between the two sides. While Bong Bong is busy focusing on casting her spells, the troublemaker Saracen never leaves her side to protect her. Under that incantation, ferocious waves surround and submerge the enemy, causing them to groan while still desperately trying to resist. Xibin, proudly embracing, approaches them mockingly, asking what is the point of trying when their leader has disappeared, and questioning if they really think they can stop him with just a crumbling wall and a few lowly soldiers, which terrifies the others who call out to their Falcon Lord. However, there is still one stubborn person who doesn't know the meaning of fear. He pulls out a potion bottle, drinks it, and arrogantly challenges him, saying that it's not his place to judge whether they can defeat him, while at the same time, the monster beside him growls with murderous intent toward him. Sensing the volatile atmosphere, Lori hurriedly advises, "Master, please stop them immediately because I see that it is a demi-human blood enhancement potion," but he remains calm and says with a faint smile, "Don't worry, let the church's minions do as they please." Seeing the church minions take the potion, Xibin declares loudly, "Don't be so quick to gloat just because you have potions. Today I will broaden your horizons on what true, effortless power looks like," after which he radiates a terrifying spiritual pressure, leaving them confused and asking what kind of devilish enhancement that is. The system interface clearly displays his stat. With 50 shield, 70 life, and extreme movement speed, he gently tells Lori to stand still and wait, and the young girl obediently tells her master to take care of himself. Immediately after, he strides forward heroically, raises his sword high, and shouts arrogantly, "This is what you call using a top-tier hack." The young man dashes away, making the opponent scream in terror. His speed is hideous. Even in our transformed state, we can catch up to his footwork. At this rate, we won't be able to hold on. Taking advantage of the moment he is busy attacking, a cunning monster lunges toward Lori and sneers, "If they are so strong because of the enhancement, I'll just finish off this support unit first." Suddenly sensing something, he turns his head back in distress and screams out Lori's name. In that critical, life or death moment, a familiar silhouette suddenly blocks the path and speaks firmly, "Sir, just stick to the plan and fight with peace of mind. I have things covered here." That individual quickly reveals herself to protect Lori, making him only able to nod in admiration. What a truly reliable assistant named Yude. The girl back Dai also reveals herself, snorts loud, and pouts, saying, "It seems a bit too hasty to start heaping on the praise already." Her entire body constantly emits terrifying bolts of light, leaving the young man unable to keep his composure, his mouth agape in shock. She spreads her wings, flies into the air with full confidence and pride, and shouts, "Watch my performance." Instantly, a terrifying wave of pressure is released from her slender body. That power is so horrific that the church soldiers cry out miserably, "Oh my God, what is this?" And obviously, due to a loss of control, even Sibin gets hit, leaving his face numb and causing him to complain, "There's no need to be so overly enthusiastic. Next time, look closely at the target before unleashing the electricity." However, Baek Dayu only scratches her ear and laughs it off, saying, "Oh, it was just a small accident. I promise to learn from it next time," which irritates him, but Yuda, fearing she might get scolded, speaks up to advise him to be generous and let it slide. Rai suddenly becomes incredibly vexed, leaving the surrounding minions astonished, wondering how she could possibly have such godlike speed. The enemies have no idea that she is in such a furious rage because she smelled the scent of her own kind's blood on their hands. Filled with deep resentment, she decisively takes down all the cruel individuals who dared to persecute her people. Once finished, she turns her head back to report, "Master Heve, I have taken care of everything on this side." Looking down from above, he thinks to himself that he never expected to win while just sitting around, without even needing to make a move himself. With just the maid squad having wiped out more than half of the enemy forces, this battle will surely end soon. At this moment, on the battlefield, someone seems to be plotting something evil. According to the will of the Blue Star, one only needs to use this trident to pierce the heart of the Tin High Girl, and the sleeping power of the sea god will use her body to rise again. And at that point, as the one who assisted in the sea god's resurrection, he will surely receive the blessing of that deity. His current level has reached 57, enough to stand on equal footing with the level 55 Fire Hell Lord. Therefore, this is truly the golden opportunity for him to carry out his plan to awaken the sea god immediately. He immediately launched the trident straight forward, prepare to receive judgment from the gods. Tenhai was extremely astonished to witness that scene. Fortunately, the stone guardian beside her appeared just in time to stop him. Being obstructed made the other guy furiously grit his teeth. How truly hateful. The old man looked towards him and roared, "Where did you insects come from?" daring to challenge the great Saracen. As the flames began to engulf his entire body, he felt an agonizing pain. However, thanks to divine guidance, he stubbornly "After all, it's just a pile of rubble. If you are smart, quickly hand over the mermaid in your possession to me." Unfortunately, because he talked too much, Saracen gave him a punch that pinned him firmly against the wall. Yet, that guy was not discouraged at all. He even laughed loudly. So this is your weakness. He then charged straight forward, attacking Saracen's chest, causing him excruciating. The guy grew increasingly triumphant. His heart truly reflects his real nature, both foul-smelling and stiff. With that sarcastic remark, he plunged the tip of his sword straight into the stone heart. The surge of power from him caused large cracks to appear in his heart. From within the protective barrier, Tinhai saw him sacrificing himself for her and sobbed uncontrollably. Stonehead, don't do that. The guy laughed triumphantly. You'd better hand over the mermaid to me, otherwise, just a few more sword strikes and you'll be in hell. Hearing that, he immediately flew into a rage. You despicable. How dare you tell me to die? My Legion of Fire has never known what it means to fear sacrifice. He paid no heed to those words and decided to unleash the final blow. Tenhai shrieked at this moment. Mr. Stoneman, please let me go. If you keep going like this, you'll truly lose your life. Yet Saracen paid no mind at all. He directly pulled his heart from his chest. Then he powerfully threw it towards the scoundrel standing before him. At the same time, his entire body also began to disintegrate very quickly. Witnessing this scene, the mermaid's tears began to fall profusely. Oh, Stonehead, could you tell me about that land one more time? Although he felt a bit bothered, he still patiently told her the story. Telling the story to the little fish girl made her very happy. She secretly thought they would be good friends forever, for even though he was sometimes a bit hot-tempered, he was still her first friend. When the heart was torn from the body, it immediately caused a large explosion, attracting the full attention of everyone around. Saibin also quickly looked in that direction. What's happening over there? Who's in charge of the wall on that side? Immediately after that, the system sounded a reminder again. Detected, the Lord of the Infernal Flames has fallen in battle. Soul has been retrieved. Hearing a strange noise echo, the young man immediately guessed something bad had just happened in the opposite direction. Then, leading his two maidservants, he quickly walked there to scout the situation. After moving non-stop for a while, the group finally set foot at this location. Sebin turned to tell the maid not to waste her strength anymore, as the old man was done for. They should go look for the treasure instead. While searching for clues, they suddenly found Depot slumped to one side with a trident impaled firmly in his chest. Sebin stared at that person and muttered that with these ghastly blue flames, he must be the culprit who killed Saracen. Regardless of whether that man is associated with the church or not, I will never forgive him for daring to kill my subordinate and losing the Rainbow Sea Seal. Just as he was preparing to purge that child of the source, Lori also found Tinhai in an unconscious state. When Sebin was about to finish off the person in his way, he was suddenly called back by the maidservant. Rai held up a stone fragment in her hand and said, Sir, take a look at this. This piece of rock has very mysterious patterns. This is the soul of the Hellfire Overlord. He probably wanted to protect the sphere, so he set his own heart on fire to commit suicide. Sebin approached to ask Lori about the young lady's injuries. Although not life-threatening, she was in a difficult spot as the little girl kept tightly hugging the remains of the stone. Seeing this, Sebin asked the system if there was a way to resurrect Saracen. According to the system's notification, the owner can completely bring him back as long as all necessary materials are gathered. Upon hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to revive him is great. Otherwise, it would be a deep regret to lose such a powerful general. Immediately after, he pressed the system for the list of materials needed for the restoration. According to the system, a superior demon heart and 10 tons of top-quality star iron must be prepared immediately. Next, a master dwarf blacksmith must also be invited. Hearing this, his face suddenly turned pale, wondering if it was alright to use a living person as material. The system then explained the Hellfire refinement technology is incredibly complicated, especially the lava heart molding process. Although the system has a set diagram, mortal human craftsmen have no way of doing it, forcing the host to rely on a talented dwarf blacksmith. After hearing the explanation, he felt relieved because at least he didn't have to use humans as ingredients. While he was busy calculating, Rai rushed over, closed in, and gave a careful report. The reason was that Depot, from out of nowhere, had suddenly begun plodding slowly toward them. How strange, why hasn't that guy gone to the underworld yet? Good heavens, his life is as stubborn as a leech. But at this point, intuition told him something was wrong. That sluggish gait was no different from a living person. What on earth is this farce? Rai looked up at him and shook her head in frustration. I saw a weird aura over there and went to look. Unexpectedly, Depot suddenly got up, and the puncture wound started sprouting fibers that clung together. Fortunately, I blocked him in time and ran back here, but for some reason, I just feel like I can get near him. That makes sense. Looking at his half-dead, half-alive state, it would be strange not to catch a weird disease. It turned out all these horrific transformations stemmed from the sea god's trident stuck deep in his chest. At that exact moment, thousands of invisible eyes suddenly emerged from nowhere and surrounded Sebin from all sides. He also began to lose consciousness, muttering why everything was still intact here. Fortunately, Rai, standing next to him, rushed out in time to prevent his suicidal behavior. Lori immediately appeared beside him and quickly used resurrection magic to save her master. It took a while for Xaibin to regain his composure. Luckily, the girls pulled him back in time, or else his mind would have been manipulated by those sweet words. Personally, I really don't have the guts to confront that monster head-on. Right at this moment, a warning popped up on his status panel indicating that he was infected. The system immediately issued an emergency signal warning that if his tentacles touched anyone, the risk of infection would be extremely high. Having no choice, he charged forward to eliminate the dangerous threat before him, the brilliant flames blazing on his blade shooting straight toward the opponent. Immediately after, he prepared to unleash another crowd control attack targeting Daipao. Xaibin rolled his eyes at the enemy and immediately unleashed his skill, Chains of Fate. The two maidservants looked at their master with puzzled expressions. Even so, that didn't stop the magical chains from shooting up and binding Daipao tightly. He was instantly wrapped around the middle by a series of ropes. It was just that this style of binding looked strangely provocative and bizarre. As soon as the maids saw that sight, they immediately thought of dark, inappropriate. Lori exclaimed that she had seen him tied up like this the other day and asked Christy, who told her it was a turtle shell binding, if master liked this genre. Maybe she could try it next time and end up having a baby with him. Standing beside her with a stern face, Rue reminded everyone not to let their guard down, as their lord was fighting and wouldn't he let them butt in. Although the situation seemed to be under control, the sense of unease emanating from Daipao didn't diminish at all. Shibin felt extremely confident at this point, surprised that the chain had such an overwhelming effect, dropping the enemy's level down to 40. If it weren't for that ancient curse, it would surely have dropped even lower. Still, that was enough. With an enemy at only level 40, a light wave of his hand would finish him off instantly. Carrying that overwhelming confidence, he quickly swung his fire sword and charged in to attack the enemy. No matter how many additional slashes he delivered, the ancient infectious power kept saving and restoring that guy. Witnessing this, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock at what kind of crazy situation this was, wondering why he still hadn't defeated him, and whether he needed to drain his strength a few more times or use some weird, unique ultimate move. If he couldn't let the maid step in to help, what should he do? Right, didn't he still have a group of players with immunity who weren't afraid of infection? Acting on the thought, he quickly activated the system to issue a temporary epic quest to all players. Upon receiving the juicy notification from the system, the crowd of gamers was overjoyed. Only Lam Pham maintained a clear head and asked if anyone else felt like their side were the ones actually experiencing the normal main storyline. This game is named Continent of Can, not Invasion War. Looking at it from that world's perspective, Lord Eagle might very well be the core character, while in the end, us players along with Daipao are the true foreign invaders, and this also explains why the game's difficulty dropped significantly as soon as we joined the Winterfell forces. Immediately, the group of players quickly ran straight toward the fierce battle area. Found him. Is that really Daipao? Good grief, it hasn't been long. So why does that guy look like a hideous transformed worm now? Look at his current state, I swear there's no way to imagine he's a key protagonist. While they were still gathered around chatting animatedly, the ancient curse silently set its sights directly on their group. Those words quickly impacted their minds. A very bizarre sound keeps ringing in my ears. Did any of you hear it? I feel like my stomach is churning because of that guy Daipao's disgusting eyes. Even so, this is practically nothing to the players. To complete the quest, they just charged forward and fought like madmen, regardless of the consequences. Even the ancient mages wanted to cast magic and burn him to a crisp once and for all. Rai looked over curiously. Why did Daipao look so bizarre? And that golden trident embedded in him seemed like something I'd seen in ancient books. It's definitely the sea god's trident. Hearing this, Shibin's eyes flashed with realization wasn't the sea god a being from ancient times. Rai quickly clarified for her boss that they are ancient gods and demons. Ancient texts record that the old god who clashed with the sea god was Uthiach. Because he always chooses the night to be active, he is nicknamed the Dweller of the Dark Corridor. Rumors say his power plummets in intense sunlight, not to mention he's extremely averse to storms, which is why he came out to fight the sea god at sunset. Hearing that, Shibin stared pensive. So that was it. He thought the trident was the source of ancient power, but it turned out to be a sworn enemy. Could these two energies be battling inside Daipao's body, causing him to deform like this? The trident is an external force, implying that Daipao must be connected to Othex. Whether he is a descendant or a lackey of the Dweller of the Dark Corridor, he would certainly fear sunlight and storms based on the laws of power hierarchy. He quickly looked toward the fading sunset, but unfortunately, night had fallen, so where on earth could he find the sun now? Wait, a stormy night. Hey Rui, do you think what Othex fears isn't the storm itself, but the terrifying lightning bolts that are as blinding as intense sunlight? Hearing that suggestion, she immediately fell into deep thought. I hadn't considered that, but what does your theory have to do with the guy lying flat down there? Saibin smirked triumphant. If they couldn't find the sun, they would just make their own generator to use. While the three of them were still scratching their heads, trying to come up with a plan, an illusion suddenly appeared out of thin air. Bakdu glared at him resentfully. What's the matter that you had to summon me? Saibin knew her moody nature all too well, so he began to flatter her. Of course, I wanted to ask such a beautiful, gentle, and kind lady to help with a small favor. Hearing the flattery, her nose went up. Did you think a few sweet words would make me help? I'm not someone who likes such sickeningly sweet talk, but fine, I'll do it for the sake of the mission. Tell me what needs to be done. Saibin pointed straight ahead and coached her. It's easy. Use your ultimate lightning skill to see if you can shock that monster to death. Bakdil looked over and was horrified. What on earth is that? It's absolutely disgusting. I feel like my lightning would be tainted if I even struck him. Seeing her being difficult, Saibin was about to snap at her, but Lori quickly intervened. Bakdil, we counting on you. We can get near him, so you our only hope. Praise to the high heavens. She was delighted and nodded immediately. Fine. Since you all begging so sincerely, I'll step in and save the day just this once. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged like an arrow toward Dep Hao. Everyone get out of the way and let me show you how it's done. The crowd was instantly infatuated the moment she appeared. Is she also a reinforcement sent by the great Eagle Lord? Oh my, she is so cute I could faint. Bakdu didn't bother with those infatuated looks and immediately unleashed her ultimate lightning skill directly upon the monster. Taking the full force of the lightning baptism, Deep House's entire body let out terrifying, ear-piercing shriek. The surrounding players felt their heads ringing as soon as they heard his agonized screams. However, this minor annoyance didn't affect them very much. The amazing thing was that Bai Yao remained unfazed by the ancient curse, calmly launching attacks as if it were routine. Just as she was about to deliver a fatal blow, a gamer's hand suddenly appeared and grabbed it tightly. It seemed those people had just been bewitched, which was why they were confused and treated the girl as an enemy to vent their anger on. Seeing this, Gaibin immediately rushed over at top speed. It was truly terrible that those magical powers had become so strong that even gamers lost control of themselves. The obvious truth was that they had completely lost control of their bodies, even though they were still conscious of everything in their minds. Luckily, Saibin intervened just in time to block the sharp blade of that man. After that, he used the power of his own fire to punish those who dared to disrespect Bai Yao. Saibin looked around thoughtfully. This was big trouble. If it were just gamers, things would still be under control. But now there was a large group of soldiers under a spell. At this rate, they would soon die on the battlefield. But when he caught a glimpse of Bai Yao still fiercely battling those who dared to approach, he understood there was no need for him to intervene and rescue anyone. And thinking about it, this girl seemed to be truly immune to those ancient curses. Although Lori had no purification ability, and Rui and Ye Hang had fought fiercely without being infected in the slightest, now with Bai Yao completely shrugging off the curse, it proved that awakened subhumans have extremely good resistance to dark magic. Could the fact that awakened subhumans are chosen as vessels be related to this perfect resistance? The young man blinked, looking at the two maids beside him. This game seemed quite interesting. Catching her master's gaze, Rue immediately asked eagerly if he had any brilliant ideas that required her intervention. Saibin smiled cunningly and told Rue to take Lori and round up all the soldiers in the central area, pushing them 100 meters away. As for Lori, she was to use her purification magic to temporarily suppress those on the outer perimeter, making sure to clean up thoroughly. Having received the full instructions from their superior, the pair immediately rushed off to carry them out. While he was at it, he turned and ordered Bai Yao to stop at once, lest a tragedy occur. I remember you have a signature move called 3-Scythe Electric Field, done to you. Don't hesitate any longer. I believe you are perfectly capable of doing it. Bai Yao was stunned, having suddenly been embraced by him. Alright, let me give it a try then, but what about the people blocking the way outside? Saibin smirked, telling her to just focus on her part, and he would take care of everything else. Then he silently counted 1, 2 and tossed the small body of that girl high into the air. As soon as he finished, he turned and nudged Rue's shoulder, asking if their side had been completely cleared. While punching and kicking vigorously, Rue hastily replied that everything had been cleaned up neatly. Having said that, she then kicked the gamers out of the disputed area. Seizing the opportunity, Saibin nodded his chin, signaling Bai Yao to proceed with the operation. Without hesitation, the girl immediately released an electric field that enveloped Yao deep inside. A violent surge of thunder and lightning suddenly struck out in all directions, directly hitting his body. Even more formidable, the electric current spread like lightning to all the gamers who were bewildered from being bewitched. Ignoring the shouts of others, Bai Yao simply maximized her electric current power to its fullest extent. The heat quickly spread, scorching the entire app. It seemed that due to poor control, the lightning bolt kept targeting Saibin. Realizing that, He quickly dodged. Indeed, the aiming ability was quite terrible. Baksao glared at him sulkily, saying, "Such immense power has already drained all my energy." Seeing that she was waiting for praise, Bin could only wryly compliment the kind young lady for her hard work. At this moment, Rui walked over from a distance, asking if Yeho had been completely annihilated. She proudly asserted, "My electrical power is incredibly strong. You know." Looking at her fierce demeanor, no one had any doubts left. Bin stepped forward to observe and exclaimed, "It's really over. I can believe that Reaper-like figure turned into a pile of ashes." Even though they didn't like each other at all, his fate was truly incredibly unlucky. He immediately asked about the mission's completion, and the system's joyous chime rang out, "Congratulations, Master, for completing the first milestone and receiving the starting reward." Bin's face brightened considerably as he personally held the sparkling crystal. He was just about to beg for a few more gifts when the system sounded an alarm bell. "You must withdraw immediately." Hearing the system's urgent tone, his entire body suddenly trembled violently. At that very moment, the surrounding space was enveloped by a crimson aura of killing intent. A suffocating weight from an invisible pressure crushed all three unfortunate people. Understanding that there wasn't much time left, he quickly turned to ask if the two maids next to him were injured. In the midst of such a critical situation, Rui still had the presence of mind to joke that everything was fine. It was just that her clothes were a bit tattered. As for Baxiu, she was clearly in a pathetic state, squealing for help. "Someone quickly come and pull me up." Bin could only sigh exasperatedly, then reached out to pull the unlucky girl out of the mud puddle. Looking at her messy appearance, he didn't forget to sarcastically say, "You look just like a wild boar that just had a mud bath." Puffing her cheeks and pouting her lips, she glared at him and resentfully said, "It's all your fault that I ended up like this." Although thinking back, the main culprit was Yi Hao, but the way she complained, you think she just hit the jackpot. Rui gently comforted and advised her, "Come on now, just go home, take a good bath, and you'll be smelling fresh again." Suddenly, the system returned to normal operation, making Bin bewildered and not understanding what was happening. "Congratulations, sir, for successfully collecting half of the mysterious crystal. The system would like to present special rewards. Master, please check them." Gazing wide-eyed at the prize, he secretly thought, "This item looks really strange. It looks like someone violently broke it into two halves. I'm not an idiot, am I? This thing is exactly like the piece I almost gave to Rue. It's just another trick from the system, using Yehao, isn't it? Besides, it was clearly an intact jade block at first. If that's the reasoning, then the recent battle must have been due to two powerful forces vying for this jade piece, and the one behind the system only managed to snatch half of it. If that's the case, then by the time the system has fully absorbed this half of the jade, I'll surely have enough power to extend the time for 5,000 players." Thinking of that prospect, his eyes became more resolute than ever. The number of gamers increasing to 5,000, it's still unknown whether it's a blessing or a curse, but for now, he must first explore the other two mysterious gifts. At the top of the reward list was the skill, Summon Mighty Angel. Seeing the practical results, Bin felt extremely excited. Wow, the gift from the system this time is truly satisfying. Even though the legendary tier angel only appears for half an hour, it's enough to drag the Pope out and torment him 100 times over. However, the name angel instinctively makes one associate it with Yi Hao. Just thinking about it gave him a headache, ignoring the two maids who were dazed by this unusual change. Bin gazed into the void, telling himself that although he now had the power to break the rules, he couldn't act recklessly. The first princess' true identity remained a great mystery, and if he overdid it and scared the opponent away, it would be a waste of effort, as an exposed enemy is easier to handle than those hiding in the shadows. Bai Yao, for some unknown reason, suddenly interrupted his thought. "Hey, I am talking to you, so don't get handsy. My head isn't a table for you to rest your hand on." Bin looked at her with a forced smile. She accused, "You clearly did that on purpose, didn't you?" "Don't deny it," to which he replied, "There's no way I did that intentionally." His careless action made her lose her temper, causing her to spark with electricity repeatedly. "You hateful guy, don't you dare touch my body." Seeing their master being electrocuted to the point where his hair stood on end, the two maids rushed over to check on him. Despite that, he didn't care about his current power. He was simply having a headache considering how to arrange the formation for the next attack. After hearing his explanation, she also became quite serious. This was indeed an extremely tricky problem. The situation was originally fine, but after Yehao intervened, most of the soldiers fainted. After that wave of pressure, few remained standing. Seeing her overly worried, Bin comforted her. "Forget it, thinking too much won't help. Let's just decisively withdraw from the battlefield and observe the situation first." At the same time, inside the cathedral, a rabbit-eared girl was sincerely praying to the gods. A sudden sharp cry startled her and interrupted her prayer. "Anna." Anna looked at the Pope with an annoyed gaze. Even if he was a superior, disrupting a divine prayer was truly disrespectful. He didn't care and pointed directly at her. Anna, what is the status of your awakening? Those damn rebels dared to use a scheme to attack Fire Dragon City, and even that powerful lord is a tough opponent to deal with. Hearing that, Anna frowned slightly. Currently, I have only reached the threshold of the second stage. Although I broke through the first stage thanks to a divine artifact, moving further requires personal. Without this foundation, no matter how many holy items I use, it will all be in vain. The Pope heard this and hurriedly asked, then what must I do to help you? Anna smiled. To receive the blessing of the god of war and red fire, there needs to be a battle grand enough to shake the heavens and the earth. If they want to wage war, then let those rebels march all the way to the royal capital to carry out their intentions. Such a bloody battlefield is the golden opportunity for me to seek insight. At that time, I will become my master's most perfect vessel. If everything is planned out, then hurry up. Both my master and I are anxiously awaiting the results. In another corner, the zombies were still screaming incessantly. Seeing that scene, the people around discussed, His Highness the Prince should tell Bobosar to stop. The number of undead is growing by the moment. If they go out of control later, the consequences will be unpredictable. But the prince remained indifferent. If they can be controlled, then just leave them be. After all, these are my most effective chess pieces. The other person was stunned upon hearing this. Your Highness, since when did you start cooperating with these disgusting undead? The man didn't care at all. So what if I'm the first successor? This nation was originally built on force, yet I was just a freak lacking talent. Therefore, now that I hold power in my hands, I must take back everything that belongs to me. Don't keep nagging me with words like that old man wanted to protect me anymore. It's all lies. Look at how that bastard second brother of mine turned me into a cripple, neither man nor woman, and then I was kicked out of the kingdom without a single person caring enough to say a word. No matter how freezing the winds of the Emerald Border are, these consequences are all of their own making. After speaking, he immediately revealed his cruel vampire face. Callan, will you submit to me forever? Under the terrifying pressure from the Crown Prince, he immediately fell to his knees. I understand now. I swear to be loyal to your Highness for the rest of my life. As for the prince, he now had an audience with the Pope, witnessing his demeanor. He could not help but exclaim in astonishment, Your Highness, I truly never imagined that the person standing before me now would be the one who was once cast aside. Not only that, you have even brought me such a sensational gift. The eldest prince glared at his opponent with indignation. You are nothing but a servant clinging to the pity of the gods. What could you possibly know? As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a rolling hellfire attacking the Pope directly. Saibin stood to the side watching the scene with great amusement. The two maids nearby clapped and cheered. Look, our master has started fighting. It looks quite exciting. Now that the crown prince of the Collagen Empire has turned out to be a vampire, who will ultimately claim victory. The Pope's retinue quickly leaped onto the backs of white birds and charged straight into the battlefield. Wipe out every last one of those who dared to blaspheme the supreme gods. Both sides clashed with each other, pushing the atmosphere to a point of extreme tension. At this moment, they glared at the undead with hatred. Let go of these filthy things immediately. Due to a single moment of carelessness, he was bitten directly in the neck by the eldest prince's swarm of bats. The unfortunate victim's body quickly withered away and turned into a desiccated skeleton. The terrifying part was that every drop of his fresh blood had been sucked dry by the undead, leaving nothing behind. Standing in the middle of a rain of blood, the eldest prince appeared intensely ready. This fresh blood aura is wonderful. I will only grow more powerful by the day. These petty tricks cannot do anything to me. Hey old man, where is your creation magic? Why haven't you used it yet? The Pope glared at him furiously. You will soon witness the descent of my master. However, after a long wait, Diphouse still had not responded, which caused the old man to start feeling flustered. Where did that guy hide? Why hasn't he appeared yet? He waited for a long time more, but there was still no news or any response. A strange confusion suddenly rose within the Pope. It turns out I have been deceived. If I see that Diphouse again, I will definitely throw him into the fire pit. Regardless of the situation, he had to find a way to stall for time. While he was deep in thought, Anna unexpectedly stepped out from within. She held her head high and looked forward with a gaze full of confidence. I can feel the god's call. He likes this atmosphere, and I will be here to welcome his advent. Noticing that the aura radiating from her was growing increasingly powerful, the Pope finally breathed a sigh of relief. The eldest prince sensed a bad omen and immediately ordered his minions to charge forward and stop her at once. Callan appeared right next to Anna's location as fast as a flash of lightning. But before he could take action, his entire body was devoured by a fierce flame. Seeing the Pope's stubborn resistance, the eldest prince was furious. This old bastard has a death wish, doesn't he? Yet the Pope paid him no mind and laughed maniacally, for that source of power had awakened, and the god of war and red fire had finally descended. His joy was short-lived, as Anna's second spear unexpectedly pierced his chest. The man immediately froze at this brutal stab in the back from her. Anna glared at him contemptuously and scoffed. A mere petty thief dares to call himself the god of war. At this moment, there was still a zombie wandering aimlessly in that area. Saibin looked at it dismissively and muttered curses. I done to know why that fool raised so many zombies. I even run into one just going out to relieve myself. He was still lost in thought when suddenly something whizzed past his head. It turned out to be the prince and the pope, pinned tightly against the wall behind. Seeing that sight, he couldn't help but wonder, why did these two get themselves into the southeast corner like this? Did I just get distracted for a moment and miss the good part? Clearly, there were no other factions on this battlefield, so who on earth would have the leisure to beat up both of them like that? As he turned his head towards the source of the sound, he flinched nervously when he encountered Anna. Who would have thought he'd run into her in such an awkward situation? It's just that her demeanor now looks completely different from before. The Grand Prince also noticed Saibin's presence at this moment and gasped in surprise, Lord Eagle King, why are you here? Weren't you severely injured? Saibin immediately put on an act in front of him. Though severely wounded and with nearly all my forces depleted, unable to participate in battle, my loyalty and patriotism make me extremely worried about the Grand Prince, so I dragged myself here to see if I could help in any way. Hearing this, he sneered, his mouth twisted. If you're so enthusiastic, then I bestow upon you the honor of being my blood-sucking servant. He wasn't crazy enough to fall for such sweet talk, so Saibin immediately glanced towards Anna to devise a plan. Quick as a flash, he performed a move, dodging past the cunning Grand Princess body. Then, with a swift move, he flung the prince's body straight towards Anna's waiting spear. Her sharp spear, without mercy, pierced deep into the Grand Princess' shoulder. Saibin continued to feign panic. Grand Prince, are you all right? It's because this old body reacted slowly and couldn't warn you sooner. Severely wounded to the point of having no strength left, the Grand Prince clearly understood what scheme this youngster was plotting behind his back. Both quickly scattered in all directions to evade Anna's furious, storm-like attacks. It seemed that ever since she used her body as a vessel for the divine spirit, every one of Anna's moves became many times more powerful and fierce. Even while facing the spear of death, the Grand Prince still clung to a glimmer of hope. As long as the soul-gathering formation could timely absorb enough energy from the wandering souls, then it could at least temporarily restrain that demon emperor, and at the same time summon a legendary great hairy demon for backup. Seeing him muttering, Saibin thought to himself, I wonder what other insidious tricks this guy has to turn the tables. The Grand Prince ignored him and mumbled to the necklace on his chest. Luckily, I had already prepared the formation beforehand. I just need to use the summoning stone to activate the sacrifice of 1,000,000 soldiers' souls, and that will be enough to crush that hairy demon. It's almost a success. My last trump card is about to be played. He clearly felt the terrifying surge of power gradually boiling and erupting within his body. Just as all preparations were completed to summon a powerful evil dragon entity, no one expected that the magic circle of that guy would suddenly shrink to a pitiful size. Saibin approached and curiously asked why the first princess magic circle was so tiny, making him extremely embarrassed. He then shouted for everyone to be quiet, claiming that since high-level undead can transform into souls, a large size is useless. Right after his explanation, a spirit began to manifest inside that magic circle. Witnessing the glow grow brighter, the first prince was overjoyed and arrogantly told everyone to look closely, for this was his achievement. However, before he could even finish his sentence, all sound suddenly fell into absolute silence. The first prince confusedly asked if this was the undead and pointed directly at it to introduce it, but the monster scolded him as an idiot because the magic circle had been destroyed and the soul had completely vanished. So why summon it anyway? Hearing those insults, the prince was bewildered, not understanding why his painstaking magic circle had been ruined. Seeing his master scratching his head in frustration, Saibin stepped forward to ask for the magic circle's location so that he could help check if anything was wrong. However, upon hearing that the magic circle was located at the far wall to the east, he suddenly froze. The reason was that it was the exact spot he had accidentally smashed to pieces a few days ago. Recalling the incident, he hurriedly scratched his head and explained that he was deeply sorry, Your Highness, for while he was relieving himself, he was attacked by a monster and accidentally smashed the magic circle while fighting back. The tiny dragon also gave up at this point. It said it was leaving because it couldn't do anything worthwhile in this tiny form. As soon as those words were spoken, it was also the first to quickly flee the scene without a trace. Witnessing all the efforts of his long preparation vanish into thin air, the first prince felt extremely furious. He then turned to glare at Saibin and shouted, O Eagle Lord, all this disaster was caused solely by your hands. Then, he hurriedly looked for his second subordinate and asked, General Kalang, are you still conscious? He immediately sprang up like a coil, realizing the situation was extremely unfavorable. He only wanted to quickly flee from this place. However, That idiot wouldn't he listen, and was even so careless that he failed to notice a spear closing in right behind him. Seeing the danger, Kalang did not hesitate to throw himself forward, using his own body to shield his master from the fatal attack. That prince did not shed a single tear of pity, quickly transforming into a gust of wind and disappearing right before Saibin's eyes. He didn't even bother to notice that coward and instead turned to look at Anna, for compared to that foolish prince, the current situation was clearly many times more difficult. Could this be the form of a demi-human after becoming a sacrifice? But in reality, she was no longer Anna, but rather the god of war who had borrowed her body to awaken. At that moment, an old man suddenly appeared before Anna with the intention of sacrificing his own life to summon the fire dragon. Balthazar, who was residing inside Anna, realized this and became extremely worried, for if the fire dragon were to manifest, everything would become utterly chaotic. Even so, when he intended to take action to stop it, everything had already become too late. That person had completed the sacrificial ritual, causing a giant pillar of fire to erupt violently in mid-air. Recognizing the criticals, Balthazar did not want that entity to manifest, so he risked his life to launch a barrage of attacks. However, all his efforts were in vain, because he could not manage to touch that person's physical body. It seemed that the cursed magic shield had truly caused difficulties for Balthazar. He didn't pay the slightest bit of attention and nonchalantly absorbed all the sparks in the area into his body. Immediately after, a burst of laughter echoed through the air, sounding deafening to our ears. Saibin noticed the situation was becoming increasingly unstable, so he decided to leave immediately. In the center of the flaring flames, a spatial rift appeared, and the fire dragon officially stepped out. It welcomed the new world by condensing a blazing elemental orb right inside its body. Its breath billowed out like a stream of scorching lava, powerful enough to melt the ground itself. At this point, Saibin had also managed to return to his two close maids. He quickly led them both to retreat from the danger zone to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixed on the evil dragon that was frantically ravaging the surrounding landscape. The system assessed its power level at 94, and the monster even spoke in a human voice, saying it had finally made its temporary return to the world. Right now, it was in dire need of a host capable of containing its terrifying source of power. As soon as it finished speaking, the flames on its body flared up fiercely, making the surrounding space seem to melt. Bandhagia looked in that direction and frowned, contemplating this form of. This was also when the fire dragon spotted his position and started preparing to attack. While dodging the hits, Bandhagia told himself that as he had just awakened his divine power, it was still weak and he couldn't face this fire dragon. He should have looked for artifacts containing the divinity of war to recover, but ironically, he had run into this exact individual. It turned out this awakening was a perfect trap, as the dragon wanted to seize his position and take over his foundation. As the god of war, how could he stand idly by? He immediately summoned the underworld army to engage in battle. The burst of power from Bandhagia was so sudden that the fire dragon couldn't react in time and lost a piece of its body. Looking at the god of war's weapon, the dragon couldn't help but feel panic at the divine artifact Thanjiao. It realized it had to end this battle quickly because the opponent had torn its shard of divinity. Attacks from both sides and creating a battle that seemed to have no end. While dodging blows, Bandhagia felt regret that he had been just a hair's breadth away from piercing through the dragon's body to finish it off. Summoning the divine artifact was taking too much time, and at this rate, he would be drained by the imposter. He was forced to find a way to block the next attack. In the midst of the fierce combat, Bandhagia suddenly felt the presence of three strange figures. He quickly scanned the area to see who was standing on the other side of the battle line. It was surprising that such a high-level stream of energy would appear in this place. If he could seize it, he would no longer fear that dragon. He decisively rushed straight toward that direction. Seeing this, Saibin chuckled and said he had originally planned to wait for those two fools to exhaust themselves before acting, but unexpectedly, they both forced him to reveal his true identity. He decided to activate the Taudi delay card. At that exact moment, Bandhagia's sharp claws had reached close to his face. Yet, right in the middle of the pitch-black sky, a blinding flash of light suddenly flickered, dashing quickly to Shibin's position. A pair of magnificent wings unfurled, leaving Balthazar gaped in astonishment. At this moment, a confident smile flickered on Shibin's lips. He wore a set of incredibly eye-catching, pure white armor. The long-awaited descending angel turned out to be none other than him. This was the feature that the system had mentioned earlier. How could anyone possibly endure such awkwardness? Then he smiled softly at the little girl, shook his head, and told her not to be afraid, for it was him. After finishing, he even reached out and patted the girl's head. Yet, without him noticing, Rue had already crept up from behind and licked his neck. But only now did he suddenly realize something was unusual, because the state of those two little girls was very different from usual. Upon checking, he was horrified to find it was caused by the angelic power. If the transformation period had lasted a bit longer, he would have wanted to use this strength to run wild. But now was no longer the time for idle fantasies, because there were still 2 opponents before him yet to be dealt with. His hand now tightly gripped the lightning sword he was holding. Immediately after, a glowing magic circle enveloped his entire body. Next, a beam of light shot up to the blue sky, knocking those 2 far apart. Banthaza looked pensively in that direction, wondering what that energy source was. Sure enough, that human had the power of light on him, but why did he wander here? While they were still dazed, Shibin suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing that, the subordinates cried out in panic, "Master!" Shibin grimaced and clutched his chest in pain, saying this power was too terrifying and he could hardly bear it anymore. That sword absorbed all the light around it, making it impossible to hold. System, what kind of joke is this? It hurriedly replied that the master's body could not withstand the pressure from the divine sword of judgment. Hearing that, Shibin flew into a rage and shouted, "Why didn't you warn me beforehand about such a massive issue? This is bad. I can no longer control it at all." Banthaza looked at him and sneered, "I thought you were some grand master, but it turns out you are just a mortal shell daring to wield divine power." Laurie immediately used all her strength and healing magic to keep her master's body from disintegrating. The system screen immediately displays a notification. If the player wants to own a blessing from the Angel of Hoshin, they are invited to shell out 100 million gold coins. Seeing that astronomical price tag fall from the sky, he felt a sharp pain in his wallet, but other than accepting it, there was no other option. In the end, he reluctantly emptied his accumulated wealth to exchange for that expensive blessing. Oh, so the effect of the Angel of Hoshin's blessing is this powerful. It really does take far less effort than the previous time. Thanks to this, the young man could wield his super-level energy extremely smoothly. He immediately unleashed a palm strike of dazzling golden sword Kai straight into the fire dragoness face. He cleanly sliced off one of the dragoness arms without breaking a sweat. Immediately, he ravenously swallowed the entire fragment of the god of war's divinity into his body. That sight left him astonished. Could it be that, by sending Anna on her way, he had harvested the divinity that originally belonged to her? It turns out he had just defeated the newly resurrected god of war. After taking 2 deep, soaking stabs like that and still being able to run around, this guy's health bar is truly tanky. The fire dragon over there looked at him with wide eyes and spoke up, "So it's you, kid? If she hadn't acted as a human shield for you last time, you would have been turned to ashes. As a subordinate, how could you not know who your master is? Then again, it is to be expected. She now only has a lingering breath left and operates purely on instinct." After hearing this, Sebin looked bewildered, then angrily demanded that he spit out who she was instead of playing guessing games. The flame dragon looked at him with a mocking gaze, asking if he really wanted to know. In reality, the dragon was only plotting to buy time until Sibin's transformation timer ran out, which was why he was beating around the bush. "Very well, let me tell you a story from a long, long time ago." Hearing that part, Sibin flared up, glared at the dragon, and interrupted him, shouting that that was quite enough. If he intended to play stalling games with him, he might as well go pay a visit to the underworld, as he knew very well that the dragon had no intention of cooperating or answering. Being banished back to the old world, the fire dragon let out an enraged roar, swearing to engrave this grudge deep in his bones. However, Sibin didn't even deign to look at him and rushed forward anyway, mockingly asking if he remembered saying the exact same thing last time. Immediately after, he swooped back toward the 2 beautiful maidservants and pulled them both into an embrace. He spread his wings wide to block the scorching heat radiating from the dragon. After all, this was still the remnant of a fallen god, so the destructive power was extremely fierce. Then he turned to ask if the 2 girls had sustained any injuries, but seeing that they were still lively and radiant, he figured they were fine. Sibin smiled with relief, thinking that safety was good and that everything was about to draw to a close. Suddenly, he remembered an important matter. Right, the Grand Prince. He had almost forgotten about him. When pulling up grass, one must eradicate the roots so as not to leave behind future troubles. If he hadn't been pestered by those 2 useless deities earlier, he would have conveniently dealt with him long ago. Anyway, that guy was covered in injuries. He might as well just leave it to Clement to lead the Shadow Cavalry to see him off for a stretch. In another scene, the Grand Prince was fuming with rage, telling himself that as an evil wraith, as long as his dark magic energy remained abundant, his body would heal again, and he would definitely have his day of vengeance. Wait until that time comes, and I will tear apart and suck the blood of every single person, from those bastards at the church to the Falcon Lord who dared to stand in my way. Strange, what the hell is going on here? The weather was just fine, so why is it suddenly snowing? The silhouette of a young woman suddenly appeared right behind him, gently asking if the snowy scenery looked truly poetic. Take a look at yourself. You are nothing more than a puny little evil wraith. Consider this pure white snow as an elegant parting gift to send you off to the netherworld. Gabriel, the saintess of the Church of Light, gently shook her head and sighed as she looked at the prince, wishing him a safe journey. Immediately, the blinding blizzard howled louder, swallowing the entire expanse of the sky where he stood. In the distance, Sebin also felt curious about this unusual snowfall, wondering why the climate was acting up like this all of a sudden. Wait, this thing doesn't have the slightest chill, it's definitely not snow. It is not only strange but also evokes a very familiar feeling. These snowflakes are clearly pure holy energy. But why would such a thing appear in this place? At that moment, the loud noises from Gabriel's battle caught his attention. Sibin stared ahead in astonishment, unable to understand why Gleamont and the Wraith Knights were clashing with someone. And what's more, their opponent was? Could that really be the renowned Saintess Gabriel of the Church of Light? Gleamont faced the woman, his hands tensing as he gripped the hilt of his sword. Gabriel had completely at ease, as if she were merely out for a stroll. She mocked the old knight, asking why a human would willingly consort with the undead. If you are that deluded, then return to the embrace of death. The light will never welcome the likes of you. Sebin stood tucked away to one side, watching in shock as she effortlessly fought Gleamont while casually wiping out the rest of the spirit knights. Compared to the saintess who possessed such overwhelming murderous intent, Royu seemed like nothing more than a harmless mascot. No wonder I was defeated so easily. The problem was not their strength, but the immense disparity in the powers they served. Gabriel was still unaware of his presence, and she continued her rapid-fire attacks. Looking at the knowing smile on Gabriel's lips, C.B. immediately understood that his old knight had reached his limit. If the situation continued like this, the Wraith Knights would certainly be wiped out, leaving not a single scrap behind. Having no other choice, he was forced to reveal himself to intervene and demand they stop immediately. It seemed his current appearance had caused a misunderstanding, as Gabriel sarcastically remarked that she never expected someone wielding angelic power to protect the undead. C.B. turned to signal Claremont and commanded firmly, "Retreat and rest for now, sir." Gabriel looked at him with a disdainful expression. She did not understand why someone chosen by the Archangel would associate with the undead. C.B. dodged a blow and retorted, "The reason is simple, because they are my people." He immediately swung his powerful blades to block his opponent's attack. Gabriel felt extremely. This judgmental angel detested the undead to the core. A smirk tugged at the corner of her lips. Even though she understood his stance, she still wanted to see how he intended to stand in her way. C.B. dodged while pondering. The situation was difficult, for although he did not want to provoke the Church of Light, protecting his subordinates was unable. It seemed there was no longer any way to reconcile with gentle words. In a split second of Gabriel's vulnerability, he took advantage of the gap to close in and attack. C.B. glared at his opponent with a cold gaze. "That's enough. Stop now, or I will not hesitate to send you to meet the God of Light." However, he had underestimated her strength. Even when cornered, she countered with ease. C.B. quickly stepped back, feeling his arm go numb. Her latest strike was truly many times heavier than before. He had no idea that Gabriel was currently activating her terrifying angel descent state. It seemed the horrific power she wielded in this state was causing him a great deal of trouble. Theoretically, angelic manifestation is quite different from sacrament. Even the highest-ranking archangel only sends an avatar down to the mortal realm, and when they arrive, they are only slightly weakened, making it much lighter than a deity descending in person. No wonder Gabriel's attitude was always indifferent. It turns out she held a trump card and feared no one. Gabriel glanced out at the bridge and smiled, wondering why someone chosen as the cathedral's holy son would collude with the undead. Hearing that, he was utterly shocked. What was he selected for? Wasn't this just a system reward? Where did this holy son title suddenly come from? The Church of Light has only ever had holy maidens, never a holy son. Didn't he know what the position was? Or could it be to pair up with the holy maiden to produce a bunch of little holy sons? Maybe he had been too influenced by those Lolas lately, but back to the main issue. Less than 2 minutes of divine manifestation remained, and he could collapse at any moment. Seeing him remain silent without saying a word, Gabriel frowned and asked if he was too guilty to open his mouth. Saibin completely ignored her at this moment, focusing all his attention on the sword in his hand. Since things had come to this, he had to unleash his trump card. Seeing their master's unstable condition, the two maids were extremely worried. Even the dignified old butler couldn't maintain his composure. As Saibin unleashed his final move and collapsed to the ground, he said, "Your Honorable Highness, please forgive me as I have no ill intent. Please listen to my explanation regarding these creatures. These undead knights were originally my subordinates. They unfortunately perished on the battlefield and were turned into an army of the undead by the first prince using necromancy. What I didn't expect was that even as zombies, they still remained completely loyal to fight for me. Gabriel, no matter how much I loathe the undead, how could I bear to strike down such devoted servants?" His sincere, heartfelt words softened Gabriel's towering killing intent. Realizing that wasn't persuasive enough, Saibin discreetly signaled the two maids to immediately collaborate in a performance. They immediately broke into bitter weeping and shared their miseries, moving anyone who heard them to compassion. unexpectedly. In the heat of the moment, a White Lotus girl jumped in to interfere, shamelessly questioning what kind of farce they were putting on. Realizing he couldn't let that girl spread distortions, he glared threateningly, "Cry louder for me, or today will be your day of mourning." Gabriel stared at him and the servants who were drenched in tears. Guessing that the other party wasn't lying, she nodded and said she could empathize with that heart that values loyal servants. But nonetheless, the undead had to be destroyed. "I am very sorry for what happened, and these warriors truly deserve respect. Yet the presence of evil is something that cannot be tolerated. All right, if I expend my divine essence to transform them into paladins, would you agree? However, even so, their original souls still cannot be recovered." Upon hearing that, he was overjoyed at the unexpected windfall and naturally agreed wholeheartedly, as it was also a chance for their salvation, only wondering if it would force her to pay too high a price. Without another word, Gabriel directly channeled her energy to envelop the knights in holy light while telling him not to worry too much. Under the influence of her supreme power, the undead were quickly bathed in a brilliant glow. And so, the miraculous metamorphosis began to take place right before their eyes. They quickly cast off the dark, gloomy shells that had clung to them for so long. Shortly after, a blinding radiance erupted, leaving everyone present stunned with amazement. Saibin's eyes widened as he looked at his subordinates and let out a shout of pure excitement, because their new appearances were incredibly cool, accompanied by absolutely terrifying. "Even though I have no healing skills whatsoever, my ability to slaughter zombies and demons has soared. The best part is that I can freely wield this terrifying power in broad daylight without fear of anyone watching." It was at this very moment that my miraculous shape-shifting ability officially vanished. Immediately after, the young man turned his head toward the saintess. He knelt right down before her to express his deep gratitude for her recent assistance. "Hopefully, if the opportunity arises, I will be able to repay this great favor to the saintess another time." Gabriel cast a probing glance at him and warned him to use the light properly and not to do anything evil. It sounds impressive, but in reality, as soon as she finished transforming, she collapsed unconscious into his arms. The massive problem that the young man now has to struggle with is what to do with the saintess. Although she had exhausted most of her energy, it seemed Gabriel still maintained her consciousness. Sensing that a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had arrived, Sheben immediately pulled out a magical rope and tied her up tightly. What followed was a session of merciless physical torture reserved specifically for the noble saintess. Without saying a word, he just used the strength of his hands to vent all his burdens onto her alluring body. Because she had no strength left to resist, she had to sorrowfully endure this humiliating outcome. Not stopping there, she was also hung up by that guy, looking incredibly After satisfying his anger with his victim, he leisurely led his servants back to the mansion. After all, she had a high-level protective amulet on her, so she wouldn't easily lose her life. The next urgent task he needed to take care of was preparing for the upcoming mission. However, the treasure he had always longed to find had finally been discovered by Batch Rio first. She flashed a sinister smile at him with a very suspicious look. Seeing that hateful, mocking attitude, he flew into a rage and gave her a severe beating. Having settled everything, he was led directly to the vault containing the treasure deep within the royal palace. In his mind, he was envisioning himself embracing a mountain of gold, a sea of silver, and countless precious arcs. And as the door to the royal dynasty's secret vault slowly creaked open, what caught Sheben's eyes at that very moment made him freeze for 5 seconds in utter astonishment. Why is life so harsh and far from the dream? Where did all the overflowing treasures go? And why is this place so poor? The equipment hanging on the wooden racks was just ordinary stuff, nothing special at all. The treasure that was supposed to fill the entire large room turned out to be merely 5 or 6 chests of gold coins. The world tree branch, the jewel on the scepter, and the hero's sword, all things considered, the entire innermost room had only 4 items in total. The world tree branch and the natural jewel are truly priceless treasures, but the old king's hoard still contained a few other unique items. You immediately hand those 2 items to Laurie along with instructions, hoping that when they reach Winterfell, it will be possible to separate the divinity within them. As for the hero-grade weapon you just found, although it is not a specialized sword, it performs quite well. Furthermore, it hides wisdom and the power of conquest, so now I am confident enough. Just then, the old butler hurried toward you. He reported that you had successfully rescued the Duke and several nobles who had not yet surrendered from their imprisonment. Currently, the royal family still has 1 prince, 3 princesses, and the queen. They are demanding their legitimate rights, so we need your opinion on how to handle them. After listening, Sebi smiled coldly, saying that for those who do not know the times, the only way is to behead them publicly to warn the whole nation, and let the others suffer the same fate. Then he turned to instruct Butler Greymont to quickly arrange personnel to transport everything to Winterfell. Compared to the center of Fire Dragon City, Eagle Ridge, located in the north, is a more strategic position to stop magical beasts. Besides, leaving Winterfell for the demi-humans to manage right now is not reassuring at all, so choosing that place as the headquarters is more reasonable. While they were discussing, a voice from outside suddenly interrupted, catching his attention. The second prince looked at him with an angry face and growled, "Don't think that just because you are the Lord of Eagle Ridge, you can sit back and reap the benefits of this kingdom. My brother Hitler is leading his army here. For all I know, he may have already set foot in Fire Dragon City." Before the words were even out, a soldier ran in breathlessly. "Lord, an army of about 20,000 men carrying murderous intent has appeared outside the city." At that moment, Sebi's father approached and said emotionally, "My beloved son, I have finally met you again. I originally only intended to stand with the nobles, but who would have thought the Pope would play dirty? That Hitler, in order to curry favor with the Pope, heartlessly poisoned me and then personally took me hostage. It is despicable that he treated me like that, and he didn't even give me a penny, so you must teach him a proper lesson." The two attendants watched the father and son reunion, stunned because they did not look alike in any way. Sibi looked at his father and smiled, reassuring him to rest easy because his eldest brother was on the way, but his father did not care and insisted that once he had made a decision, there was no need to change it. Reflecting on it, I should also thank this eldest son. If he hadn't run away, how would I have known how many traitors were left under my command? At this time, outside the city, Hitler's army had finally arrived. He was stunned to see Fire Dragon City almost in ruins due to the fierce fighting. "It is a pity that my subordinates have sacrificed their lives. Otherwise, I would love to see the look of shock on his face right now. Today I will reclaim this country. Torrens, take your people inside to scout the situation for me." Upon receiving the order, she just nodded and replied, "As you command, my lord." And so, their group quickly infiltrated Fire Dragon City. After observing for a while, they returned to report that there were still a few troops of the Pope in the city, but they looked exhausted. "It seems we will win this battle, but it will be quite a struggle." Hitler smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. "Not bad at all. How much military force does the Pope have left under his command?" However, another subordinate spoke up to object, "My lord, I think attacking Fire Dragon City right now is a bit hasty. The second princess information is hard to verify, and without anyone inside the city to help, I fear we will fall into a trap." Torrens glanced at him sarcastically. "Mr. Robert, are you doubting my scouting abilities?" He turned and replied, "I do not deny your abilities, but one who relies on beauty to obtain information does not understand that real combat and reconnaissance are two completely different things. We need to calculate every factor carefully." Seeing that both sides were about to flare up, Hitler interrupted, "All right, everything will be done according to Torrens' plan. Just standing frozen here will only waste the opportunity. Robert both the reward in Fire Dragon City." With no other way to retreat, he had no choice but to urge his subordinates to charge into a fight to the death. Meanwhile, Hitler kept making eyes at her, ignoring the other man who, despite his strength, was completely wooden-headed. Torrens used a honey trap to almost lure Hitler into a snare, but it was unclear whether Robert could defeat the Pope's rebels, especially since that old man was incredibly formidable. Torrens now exuded immense confidence. "Rest assured, master, even if Robert loses the battle, it has nothing to do with me." Having said that, she casually sent Hitler to his grave, speaking trot. "After all, you are going to lose your life here today anyway, master." As she spoke, the blade in her hand dug deep into his flesh, causing blood to pour profusely from Hitler's body. Being the leader after all, he still squeezed out the last of his fading strength to resist. "Now we finally realize that someone has impersonated Torrens, intending to assassinate me but failing, right?" Seeing that familiar face, Hitler was filled with extreme rage. "You are clearly Iran. I saw you sacrifice your life with my own eyes." Iran smiled at him. "So, Hitler actually knows how to get angry. Yet, when you betrayed your master and deceived the old duke, you acted so self-righteous." The messenger Iran was easily replaced by the spy Torrens right after taking over Golden Lion City. Moreover, with internal strife and a failure to deploy guards carefully, you preferred doing shady things, which made it easy for us to penetrate deep inside like this. Hitler glared at him. "The remaining soldiers and knights are your people, aren't they? If everything was planned so meticulously, I'm afraid Robert entering the city will only mean certain death. If he surrendered, that old man would surely not spare him, not to mention that bastard Savina who was definitely eager to take his life. He had to quickly find a way to escape before it was too late." Unexpectedly, before he could even move, Sabin and his father blocked his way. The old man shook his head at Hitler. "As the legitimate eldest son of the Golden Lion family, owning the wealthiest land, you didn't focus on governing it but preferred to instigate trouble everywhere. No one is competing with you. Even Savina never had that intention, gritting his teeth to go to the borderlands to carry the family legacy. I have always turned a blind eye, but you have disappointed me too much. Out of consideration for our father-son relationship, I will spare your miserable life here, only crippling your vital energy and exiling you to a corner to fend for yourself." Hitler backed away in shock, "Father, I am your own flesh and blood. How can you strip away my battle QI? I am a Sky Knight." However, in his heart, he was plotting a wicked scheme. Having fallen into such a desperate situation, the only way to escape was to take a hostage. Father was the biggest eyesore, but what about the two people beside him? Or maybe choose the woman who seemed important to Savina, striking her to distract him, and then kidnapping the younger child to hope for an escape. They are nothing but amateurs. At the slightest lapse of attention, victory will be mine. Realizing his darken, they all assumed defensive stances. Rai looked in the direction he was charging and immediately guessed that the main target was herself. Hitler was still convinced that his prey had fallen into his trap, completely unaware that danger was looming close. The veins on his neck bulged with anger. If you want to blame anyone, blame yourself for being blinded by beauty and bringing a woman to the battlefield. Unfortunately, his fatal blow could not even touch the hem of Rai's robe. Furthermore, she utilized her superior speed to close in right behind him. And without any mercy, she coldly swung her blade to take the life of the man before her. Sitting high above, the father quietly observed his son's tragic end without saying a single word. When children bring bitter fruit upon themselves for refusing to repent, who is there to blame? As far as our Golden Lion clan is concerned, letting him live will only bring trouble later on. By this time, the night had quickly enveloped the silent space. Xai Bin looked at the system interface and chuckled. The older the ginger, the more pungent it is. That old man had definitely sniffed out his intention to usurp the throne. I wonder where the reward for my second storyline is hiding. A notification appeared. The level 3 camp reward was ready to be redeemed. This system is so troublesome. If there is nothing important, please do not disturb me so I can explore it on my own. He quickly opened the function tab. The system had become much more complicated after the upgrade, but the confirmation message stated that the exchange required no villain points or binding conditions. A series of locations such as a dragoness den, a watchtower, a plague cemetery, or a volcanic crater appeared, leaving him uncertain about which one to choose. Xai Bin calculated that after ascending the throne, he would need to build a battle-hardened army. Prioritizing the Air Force for now, he decided to choose the Dragoness Den. Simply put, this is a base used for training dragons for aerial combat. Right at that moment, the system also announced that the upgrade process was complete. Xai Bin strolled leisurely around to find a suitable location for the new structure. Bong Bong smiled at him and asked when he had returned without her noticing. "Oh, that's right, there is something I want to inform you about." Bong Bong wanted to ask him to find strange statues like the ones before so she could soon enter the second awakening stage. "You once promised that as long as there were enough materials, you would resurrect Day That Dao. The second stage would also help me move around more easily to assist you in searching for materials." He was quite surprised because he thought Bong Bong had forgotten. He didn't expect she would still be constantly worried about resurrecting that Dao. He gently reminded her that divine items were very scarce. Perhaps that item would only appear once enough materials to resurrect Sarakin were collected. Upon hearing this, Bong Bong cheered with joy. So he has a chance to come back to life sooner than expected. Xai Bin nodded in agreement and promised to inform her immediately if he found any trace of a divine item. Her eyes suddenly lit up with intense excitement. He thought there would be a surprising new development, but instead, the story looped back to 2 hours earlier. Fearing the story would drag on, he hurriedly gave a perfunctory answer and prepared to leave, but Bong Bong still tried to hold him back. It turned out she wanted to give him a protective amulet she had made with her own hands. Xai Bin accepted it with a smile. Although the Crystal Palace was in ruins, the amulets she made by hand would surely have an unexpected effect. However, as soon as he saw the amulet's strange appearance, he froze before he could say a word. A quick glance at that appearance immediately made everyone think of the Saracens. Then he also found a suitable plot of land to build a new base. Deep inside the mountain, a colossal scaled creature loomed with a clutch of eggs. It immediately let out its first resounding roar to show off its imposing power. Observing, Shibin suddenly compared it to the nearby Crusader tomb and found the Dragon Cave's architecture quite crude and out of place with the landscape. Having spoken, he shot up to the high mountain peak and shouted to awaken the monster. However, completely ignored his presence. This long wyvern is tied to its lair, so it will disobey orders. I'll have to switch to another type to check first. Without further hesitation, he immediately sought out the city guards. He told them to urgently send someone to bring a ton of monster meat here. So, after a bit of scrambling, the sufficient quantity was gathered. Seeing this scene, he was secretly delighted, then glanced at the level 3 demon beast gem. "Old dragon, I want to recruit a venomous wyvern lineage." As soon as it heard that, the creature lunged forward and devoured all the food. With just its enormous snout, it swallowed all the meat whole. After devouring, it leisurely returned to its hiding place. Then it sprawled out there and had a sound sleep. And just like that, a colossal dragon egg prominently appeared before their eyes. Witnessing this scene, Shibin was so astonished his jaw dropped. never imagining a wyvern could return to its nest to incubate eggs and then produce soldiers. Barely 5 minutes had passed when the eggshell also cracked in half. The large dragon immediately used its foot to shove its newborn off directly into the deep chasm. It seemed to be showing immense terror. The young man also froze. After falling from that height, if it weren't a dragon hatchling, its flying ability would be considered useless. But completely contrary to expectations, it plunged headfirst into the ground with a thud. That devastating landing caused the little dragon's health bar to drop by more than half. Shibin glanced around for a moment, then smiled. This hatchling, just born, has already reached level 38. 3 more levels and it will enter the 4 great, on par with human Earth Knights. Truly amazing. If I mass-produce these, I'll immediately have an invincible army, and the most valuable aspect is their physical damage combined with terrifying toxins. He hurriedly walked over, patted its head, and gently whispered, "Listen to what I say." "Okay, understood." "Excellent. Now, carry me for a scenic flight. 1 to, my dear friend." Understanding, it flapped its wings vigorously, lifting its master off the ground. Its outstanding advantages are its wind-splitting speed and terrifying carrying capacity. It serves as both a mount and an excellent warrior. The soldiers summoned by the system don't need much thought. Once recruited, they obey orders implicitly. However, there is still a small noteworthy inconvenience. Since a wyvern's back is smooth without any fur, knights would get their skin scraped immediately without protective aura, so Senza needs to order custom saddles for both himself and the soldiers when forming this army. While hovering in the sky, he happened to look down and caught the maid secretly doing something suspicious in the dead of night. He thought to himself that since she was the saintess of the demi-human race, she must have some secret task to perform. Wait, she vanished in the blink of an eye. Oh well, poison wyvern, take me back then. Observing that he had left, Rui hurriedly went to meet a mysterious figure. Everything is done, he has already left. As for Shibin, he quickly jumped off the dragon's back. Upon seeing him, Lori smiled. "Has master arrived? Is that your new mount?" Immediately after, she swiftly brought out the prepared treats to invite him to enjoy. Shibin tasted a piece and felt satisfied with this wonderful flavor. Hearing his praise, Lori excitedly recounted that back when they had to flee everywhere, the demi-human race favored this fruit because it was both mildly sweet and filling for a hungry stomach. Now, thanks to master's protection, we have finally been able to settle down in peace and prosperity. She nimbly pulled him over to sit on a nearby sofa. While giving him a relaxing massage, she asked if master was about to ascend the throne as king. Shibin calmly replied, "This empire has fallen. For the sake of humans and demi-humans, I will take on this responsibility." Lori was stunned and exclaimed that she had heard a king is not allowed to have demi-human servants. Noticing her inner anxiety, he burst into laughter. "I thought you were worrying about something huge. Rest assured, the king is the one who determines the rules. I will establish my own royal maid squad. Let's see who dares to utter a complaint." Having finished speaking, he reached out and held the small maid tightly in his arms. "I want to ask, if I become king, would you be willing to be my queen?" Hearing that, she hesitated. "Master, this is really..." Lori was only afraid that she wasn't suitable enough to take on the heavy responsibility of being the mother of the nation. Compared to bearing the weight of all subjects, Lori only cares about master. "Just being the little girl by your side makes me completely satisfied." Understanding her thoughts, Shibin smiled. "It turns out Lori has thought it through. All right, it's fine not to be queen. Just like this is enough, I only need you by my side and don't need any queen at all." But right at that moment, a strange energy suddenly surged through his body. Lori saw him standing dazed and asked, "Master, what's wrong?" He staggered and replied that he suddenly felt dizzy and very sleepy. Unsure of what was happening, he felt his whole body go limp and his strength completely drained. Hearing up to this point, he glanced at the empty plate and shouted, "Lori, you intentionally didn't filter out all the toxins in that fruit, did you?" Upon hearing his reproach, her body glowed brightly again. After all, whatever master ate, Lori naturally had to finish off completely. Therefore, her intentionally leaving behind a bit of toxin was completely deliberate. Seeing her current appearance, his nose started gushing blood uncontrollably. Lori didn't bother paying attention to that and immediately threw herself into his arms. "Master, do you know that when you found me, in demi-human age I was only 16, then after awakening once I turned 17, and today is my 18th birthday. So today I want to ask for a gift, even though I know you wouldn't have the heart to hurt me." Lori isn't afraid at all. "Now that I have truly grown up, I will take the initiative to get this gift myself." While it was unclear how passionate things were outside, Rue was harboring a heavy heart full of worries. In her hand, she was holding a strange locket, unsure of what purpose it served. The next morning, Chris looked at him reproachfully. "Lord, you really went too far. She is still young. Even if she took the initiative, you should have shown some restraint. Either way, You shouldn't have worn her out so much that she can't even get up for breakfast. Youth is truly impulsive. Being scolded severely, he embarrassedly changed the subject right away. Ah, by the way, have you seen little Rue anywhere, Auntie? Chris shook her head and said she hadn't bumped into her since yesterday, which surprised him beyond words. Recalling Rue's mysterious expression last night, he felt anxious and uneasy. Could it be that since he met her on the way back, she still hasn't bothered to return home? While deep in thought, he suddenly looked up at Chris with a look of complete astonishment. Then he spoke up and asked, Aunt Chris, the bracelet on your wrist looks so unique. Hearing that, she smiled and replied, Thank you for the praise, young master. This is a token my 21st husband gave me on our wedding day. Even though many years have passed, the pattern is still as sharp as ever. Hearing this, Saibin felt a bit uneasy inside, praying only that he would soon become one of her exes. Seeing him dazed, Mrs. Chris reminded him, Oh right, young master, in a little while I'll have Laurie come over to measure your body dimensions again. Lately, the artisans have been working overtime non-stop to make the attire and crown in preparation for the coronation. It probably won't be long before we have to address you as your majesty. Just thinking about it is so exciting. Once he was left alone in the room, he opened the system panel to look for a way to revive Sanakin. Immediately, a glowing window popped up, providing him with all the essential, important data. Although Sanakin had lost his life, his soul still existed, and this was the key ingredient for the revival process. While he was deeply pondering his plans, Claremont had returned without him realizing. As soon as he saw him, he immediately assigned him the task of gathering the urgently needed materials. The first thing you need to do is send spies to neighboring kingdoms to scout for information on the pure attribute relic and report immediately upon finding any trace. The second thing is that I need to find a dwarf. Hearing this request, he gasped in shock. My lord, dwarves have been extinct in the north for centuries. All right then, just send people to search for their whereabouts first to see which corner they are hiding in. In addition, remember to purchase a batch of soul enhancement materials for me. Since there's nothing urgent right now, I'll just call Alan over. As expected, he was called over immediately. As soon as he saw the other person appear, Sibin forced a smile to express his gratitude for the previous cross-dressing act to approach Hitler. Otherwise, our brother would have used the Pope's name to purge him a few more times. Hearing this, Alan blushed with embarrassment and explained not to mention it again, because now his habit of posing to flirt has been completely exposed, and he is even involved in some strange rumors. He just wanted to quickly get away, while Sibin gave an awkward, forced smile and said, All right, just go for a walk, and while you're at it, help me run an errand. I'd like to ask you to deliver this letter to the address written above. The journey is a bit far, but I hope you can return in time for my coronation ceremony. Accepting the entrusted, he immediately beat his chest and guaranteed to complete the mission excellently. Just then, another young woman entered and asked if the Lord was free. Ms. Grip just sent me here to take your measurements for your attire. Catching the charming gaze of the newly arrived woman, both young men were stunned in surprise, seeing them standing silently without saying anything. She had to ask the Lord if there was a problem, as it was almost time for measurements, yet he was still engrossed in work. Realizing his presence here seemed inappropriate, Alan quickly made his escape. Immediately after he disappeared from sight, a cunning smile appeared on the woman's lips. Sibin's eyes scanned her from head to toe, then he quietly asked, Are you a new maid? How come I haven't seen you before? She immediately nodded, confirming her name was Vivienne and she had started working about 10 days ago. The master is about to ascend to the throne, so having more attendants to take care of things is completely understandable. Let me help you with the measuring process, preparing for the future. Inhaling the faint scent emanating from the woman, Sibin completely lost his guard. But the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was off. Why is this scent making my mind so hazy? Noticing that the opponent had started to succumb, Vivienne then smirked cunning. Immediately after that, she swiftly moved close to the opponent, then used a dangerous move to throw him to the floor. Next, she fully utilized her body weight to press him down, making him fall onto the table, and continuously performed provocative actions towards Viv. Along with that was a mischievous tongue coiling around his body, leaving him numb, accompanied by extremely skillful crawling, making it difficult for the opponent to resist. Seeing his body start to go limp, her eyes suddenly became unusually sharp, just as Sibin was about to enjoy that tempting gift from heaven. Whether by accident or on purpose, Laurie appeared at just the right moment and asked if the master was thirsty. I've brought water for you, sir. As soon as she finished speaking, her face froze slightly. Then she showed great disappointment and turned to leave. Sibin then snapped back to reality and hastily pushed Vivienne away. What kind of trick is this? You said you were taking body measurements, but why did it turn into this? The young man hurriedly left the girl behind to frantically chase after the figure of his beloved. Looking in that direction, Vivian was both angry and terrified that his opponent remained conscious despite being affected by the bewitching poison. Feeling looked down upon, he swore never to let this happen again. Bin was completely unaware of it, solely focusing on taking long strides to run after Laurie. As soon as he caught up with her, he was eager to clear the air and set everything straight. However, Laurie seemed to be sulking. She turned her back and replied that whomever the master wanted to be intimate with was his right, and she had no right to interfere. Tea and pastries have been prepared, so master, please help yourself. As for me, I shall take my leave. Seeing her acting distant, he sighed helplessly. Indeed, his maid became harder to please the more she sulked, and he didn't know how to explain things properly. Thinking back, who on earth was the woman who kept clinging to him? Anyway, while lost in thought, he suddenly realized that many young maids had just gathered around him. The young girls surrounded him, causing a commotion all around. Seeing this, he gave in and said, "All right, this food is for you girls. Remember to drink in moderation so you don't get a stomachache. Don't fight over it among yourselves, but share it equally." Seeing Nana being pampered, the other children burst into tears, demanding to have their heads patted like that too. Having no choice, he used both hands to alternate patting each of their heads. Looking at the lively children playing, he unconsciously smiled because they reminded him of Laurie on her first day. Right at that moment, Nina appeared from behind and shouted loudly, ordering the kids to quickly get back to work and stop standing here hindering the Lord. After shooing the children away, Nina stepped forward and apologized profusely to him because the kids had been a bit mischievous lately. It wasn't worth bothering about, so he shifted the topic, asking if Nina had felt any strange phenomenon after her previous enlightenment. Hearing this question, she looked extremely embarrassed and hurriedly apologized. Overcome with shame, she shouted loudly that she felt useless because she still hadn't been able to awaken her power. Jinghai had only served twice before successfully awakening and going into battle with the Lord, whereas she was still making no progress, which made her feel deeply ashamed. Seeing her lacking confidence, he smiled reassuringly that awakening requires the right opportunity, and whether it happens early or late doesn't matter, so stay calm and don't feel too pressured. Upon receiving his advice, she shouted with joy and excitement, "I will definitely not let you down, my lord." He immediately took out the source of the wilderness and told her to concentrate in preparation for this third awakening attempt. Curious to see how that power would transform, he gently placed his hand on top of her head. A powerful, brilliant golden light began to spread and envelop Nina's entire body. A mysterious aura emanated from the girl's entire body, causing the surrounding space to tremble. At the same time, strange ancient characters continuously appeared in her mind. The system panel flashed continuously, displaying all of her stats and abilities in full. Even a connoisseur like Bin was wide-eyed with amazement at the parameters the system had just displayed. It truly was a rare item. If the concept of a miracle existed, this was surely it. Unfortunately, the system is under maintenance, making it impossible to scrutinize Nina's skills, but even a cursory glance reveals she is incredibly overpowered. Just as the predetermined script planned, she finally woke up after her arduous third realization. Bin spared no praise for Nina's excellence. He excitedly asked if she had sensed her new abilities yet and what their specific functions were. Upon being asked, she immediately focused her spirit to check her own power and replied, "Lord, I have awakened 6 skills in total. The list includes mineral search, mineral enchant, mineral fusion, body petrification, and magic stone summoning. Mineral search is used to detect raw ore, and mineral enchantment helps increase output significantly. But since she has only tried the blessing once, the efficiency growth is not yet clear. Fusion is the ability to burn energy to combine 2 types of materials into a new compound. On the surface, it sounds like it might not be very useful. Petrification makes the skin as tough as a boulder. While it can bless other objects, its durability is not equal to battle armor, and magic stone summoning truly cannot compare to those hero spirit." Nina bowed her head to admit her faults for being useless, as besides a single combat skill, the rest only revolved around breaking rocks. Contrary to her self-deprecating thoughts, Bin appeared extremely thrilled because, to him, these were all superior skills. He thought to himself that if Nina went to the Dwarven Kingdom, she would certainly be worshipped as a queen, so he hurriedly spoke to reassure her. "Don't misunderstand. These skills are incredibly effective and are great assets for us. I am a lord who was once a prestigious knight, so I never lie. Since you haven't fully understood your potential yet, I believe we both need to perform some practical tests." Without hesitation, they both quickly headed straight toward the shipyard together. As soon as they saw their master appear, the crowd working there burst into lively greetings. Bin looked ahead and signaled to everyone that there was no work today. He had come only to meet one person. Upon hearing this, the others began to whisper and speculate wildly. The person who was named heard this and looked blankly toward the master who was walking toward him. "Lord, what are you looking for me for?" Bin looked at the young man and smiled, asking if he was indeed not working. The young man with the peculiar name was stunned for a moment before nodding to confirm it was indeed him. The highly unique alias he used in this world caused the atmosphere to suddenly become unusually awkward. Saibin quickly broke the silence to get down to business. I've heard rumors that you invented a material called cement that can build and reinforce city walls to be extremely sturdy. Is that true? Not Working was astonished and asked how the Lord knew this secret information. Saibin could only smile to himself, for how could he explain that he already knew all about cement? He sighed and explained that cement was indeed powerful, but the project was stalling. The core of manufacturing it lay in a 3-stage firing process, and key raw materials were currently scarce. Hearing this, he realized that his reason for bringing Nina along was entirely correct, and he immediately introduced the maid from Winter Castle to him. She possesses miraculous mineral transformation. Maybe she can solve this difficult problem for you. After hearing the explanation, the man was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. Wasn't this the skill to change the nature of the world by altering the physico-chemical structure of matter? He immediately excitedly produced 2 rock samples from his collection and stated that they were the primary ingredients for creating lime. The stone on the left is limestone commonly found on cliffs. I've named the stone on the right Mac. If you can use your power to transform limestone into Mac, the concerns about cement will completely disappear. Then she placed the 2 blocks of stone on the ground and displayed her ability. A brilliant yellow ray of light suddenly flared up, covering both of them. Finally, a true miracle was revealed before everyone's eyes, as it was perfectly completed. Although the volume shrank by half, it didn't matter because quantity could completely make up for quality. Glancing at the 2 of them, she smiled and said it was done, telling them to take a look. He almost rushed over to hug her out of sheer astonishment. His sudden action startled Nina, causing her to quickly step back. Realizing he was being a bit overexcited, he restrained his emotions and said, "Lord, if Nina can transform a large amount of ore, the cement project will definitely succeed." Hearing this, Saibin pressed her, asking how many more times she could transform materials, and according to her estimate, her daily limit was 10,000 times. That astronomical figure caused both of them to freeze on the spot. He silently calculated that each time she refined 20 tons of stone, it consumed about 40 tons of ash surface stone. Such productivity was truly terrible. Saibin fell into another daydream, wondering what if such a huge output of raw cement materials were converted into gold instead. Acting on his thought, he immediately urged her to try turning stone into gold to see how it went. Immediately, she applied her ability once again. The stone rapidly and visibly shrank in size. However, gradually, it sized completely. Saibin exclaimed in surprise, "It's as small as a grain of rice. Is the loss rate really that high?" Even so, it was still insanely overpowered because the continent did not lack stone. If such mountains of rock were converted into gold, the amount would be immense. Nina turned to remind him, "Lord, I feel a bit tired. It seems that because the material difference between these 2 minerals is too great, it consumes an extreme amount of energy. That last attempt consumed 1/5 of my strength. If my energy is completely depleted, it will take a full day to recover." Knowing this, he had to give up his dream of getting rich from stones, deciding it was better to let Nina focus on refining stone into ore for cement production. But right now, he still needed to test her other abilities, so he had to put this matter off until later. The group quickened their pace toward another market. The old shopkeeper looked at the girl standing in front of him and said, "Did the Lord really say this dwarf girl can fuse 2 incompatible metals without using a furnace? I've spent my whole life in alchemy, and this is the first time I've heard of such a ridiculous thing." Saibin immediately put his reputation on the line to vouch for it. Hearing that, the old man yielded and said, "If the Lord is so confident, then I won't stand on ceremony. Take a look at this piece of black magic iron, a gift given by my master, a dwarf master blacksmith. This is a treasure, but unfortunately my talent is limited. Working my entire life, I could at best craft master-tier equipment. Lord, could you ask her to try fusing the magic iron into black magic steel for me?" As soon as he finished speaking, she immediately cast her fusion ability on the 2 blocks in front of her. A miraculous transformation took place right before the eyes of the old blacksmith. Holding the stone in his hands, he was stunned, unable to understand how someone could create such an exquisite and harmonious item with just their bare hands. Seeing this, Saibin spoke up to remind him, "Don't scare the girl, the Demi-Human Guild is still wary of humans." He immediately regained his composure and bowed to apologize to the Lord. "This matter has astounded me. I doubt any dwarven blacksmith could forge a black magic diamond as perfect as this." Upon hearing this, Saibin looked extremely smug and satisfied. Next, he asked about the level of depleted energy. She thought for a moment and then replied that it seemed she could do it about a dozen more times. After carefully examining the basic stats, he allowed her to return to her room to rest. He had just walked a few steps when he happened to run into Voe in the middle of the crowd. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed over and firmly grabbed the other person's shoulders. He immediately asked in a demanding voice where they had hidden last night, returning only just now in the morning. Hearing this, The other person spun around with a look of adoration and called him Great Eagle Lord. It turns out the person who has been working hard to find me was actually waiting for you as well. Seeing the other party cling to him like a leech, he startled and backed away, explaining that he had mistaken them for someone else. But the woman stubbornly followed him. How could you be mistaken? Last night I was willing to stay by your side all night, and tonight will be the same. Unexpectedly, because of that disastrous case of mistaken identity, the crowd of demi-humans around him swarmed and surrounded him. Nina, standing near, was also amazed at the sight. Clearly, our Lord is very popular with the people. Meanwhile, the target he was laboring to find was busy preparing for some strange ritual. Another man suddenly appeared behind her. Your Highness, Saintess, please do not worry. I am Ivan, the Pope of the Temple of Time. This is merely a mandatory procedure before the awakening. Hearing that, she couldn't help but startle in shock, while the two men wore eerie smiles as if trying to remind her of the memories of that night. She confidently asserted that she was determined not to leave this place. To her, this was home, and the so-called Temple of Time meant absolutely nothing. Upon hearing this, the man took on a threatening tone and created a magical sphere. If you don't leave, this entire place will be completely wiped out. Suddenly, a strange clock appeared before her eyes, making her feel as though she were seeing through the future. The scene of all her close ones having their lives taken one by one appeared in her mind with vivid realism. Even her respected lord was tied up and prepared for execution. Witnessing that scene, she immediately fell into a state of extreme panic. Because of that, she now had to grit her teeth and come here to serve as their saintess to be commanded. Realizing there was no way back, she could only let out a deep, helpless sigh. If the divinity is left to awaken, what terrible things will happen next? The man quickly replied, naturally, you will gain boundless power and save many more living beings. Ivan stepped forward and whispered sweet words into her ear. You have long been aware of that tragic ending. If you do not revive the will of the goddess of time within your body, your fellow demi-humans and beloved comrades will vanish from the timeline forever. Do you truly want them to suffer such sacrifice? Then, she shook her head resolutely. There is no way I will let such a terrible thing happen. I promise to stand up and protect everyone, regardless of whether they are commoners or lowly demi-humans. Ivan looked extremely pleased to witness that his position was indeed desirable, causing the power of the goddess of time to surge even further. For the happiness of the one you love, please accept this cruel fate, O Saintess. Little did she know that Sai Bin had already set foot on the threshold of the time sanctuary. The young man found the angel statue strangely familiar, and immediately the guards fixed their gaze on him. Not even bothering to care about those people, he reached out and roughly grabbed them by their collars. He stared coldly at them and demanded to know if they belonged to this sanctuary. Once the guards confirmed, he unleashed a wave of freezing air that sent them fleeing in terror, before dashing toward the majestic sanctuary. Powerful sword strike was unleashed, tearing apart the space right in front of him. The powerful shockwave shook the entire building, startling everyone inside with terror. Hearing the commotion outside, Rui knew immediately that his lord had officially arrived. Ivan angrily demanded to know the cause of the incident at such a critical moment, and his subordinates, trembling with fear, replied that the Cathedral of Light next door had just been collapsed by someone. Hearing the news, he did not care much and continued to perform the unfinished rituals. Back to Sai Bin, he was stunned to realize that he had attacked the wrong target. The high priest of the Holy Light Church appeared and loudly scolded whoever was brave enough to attack the cathedral without fearing divine punishment. However, as soon as he recognized his identity, he immediately bowed respect. Lord, I am Bishop Vincent of the Second Cathedral. It is an honor to welcome you. Were you also drawn here by the explosion just now, coming in person to check on the situation? As you can see, I have no idea which bastard was bold enough to launch such a devastating attack on our Cathedral of Light. Fortunately, no one was killed, but the ceiling has completely collapsed, and the repair costs will swallow a massive amount of gold. Knowing he had caused the trouble, he quickly turned the situation around and firmly asserted that it was definitely a plot by the cursed heretics. The surrounding crowd began to whisper and gossip about the incident that had just occurred. Vincent immediately suspected that this demonic-looking magma power indicated they had begun to interfere. My lord, did you happen to see who unleashed the strike on our cathedral? Sai Bin shamelessly shook his head in denial. Attack? How could I? I didn't see anyone. I only saw a red flash carrying molten heat streak past. With that, he turned to glare at the guards, ordering them to keep their mouths shut and not reveal a single thing. Completely oblivious to the truth, Vincent sighed and thanked him for the information, while promising to investigate thoroughly to ensure no demon could run rampant in the kingdom. Sai Bin smiled awkwardly and praised him. Very well. I trust you have what it takes to clean out those brutal demons. But for now, I need to know the exact direction in which the time sanctuary is located. Without any suspicion, the bishop pointed toward the area directly opposite them. The Cathedral of Light and the time sanctuary have always had a friendly relationship, since both worship benevolent deity. They are both located in this square. Hearing this, Saibin was utterly speechless upon realizing he had targeted the wrong place, even though the two were just a stone's throw away from each other. Who would have thought I'd run into a priest from the Kronos temple here? What a mess. These churches are built right next to each other. I'm not taking the blame for this. The mix-up has nothing to do with me who told them to build these buildings side by side anyway. He inquired whether the two places being so close meant this one was affected. But clearly, someone was there. The archbishop nodded. Although the Kronos goddess is a powerful deity, she has never appeared in the physical world, so the progress of gathering faith is extremely low. This resulted in a lack of funding. With no money to renovate the holy temple, the entire structure had to be built with the support of the Church of Light. Saibin smiled once he confirmed his target and thanked Lord Vincent for his detailed explanation. If demons have infiltrated this place, the surrounding people are easily lulled into saying nonsense. It's best not to trust anyone. Hearing this, the man became angry. Demons are masters of psychological manipulation, so I must go and check for myself. Saibin looked over, satisfied. Very well, please go ahead and check, Archbishop. I will look into the situation of the Kronos goddess myself. With that, he quickly stepped to the side. But he was immediately blocked by a group of priests. This is the Kronos temple. If you want to go to the Church of Light, you're in the wrong place. That building is right across the way. Saibin shook his head at them. I am here specifically for the Kronos temple, and you all know that perfectly well. Hearing him say that, they began to waver, thinking he must be an esteemed guest of the Archbishop. But they added that the Archbishop was currently performing a ritual and could not receive visitors. Saibin, knowing he would be blocked regardless, just gave a smug smile. It's fine. I am used to this. Just then, the ritual inside reached its final stage. Saibin kicked down the dilapidated door to storm in. This is a gift in return for blocking me. Saibin marched straight inside, where the scene in the temple was quite chaotic. Seeing him enter, Roy called out, "My lords." The nun beside her also exclaimed in shock, "Why are you here?" Saibin waved for her to run toward him. "Roy, why are you just standing there in a daze? Come over here to me." She replied, "Yes," but as she went to move, the nun stopped her. "Stay there. The ritual isn't over, so you aren't allowed to leave." The nun continued, "The lord of the territory, Roy, has volunteered to become the Kronos goddess and will return in 10 days. He laughed out loud. "Volunteered? Are you joking?" The nun asked blankly, "What do you mean?" He continued, "Didn't Roy tell you? She is my maid, and this is the price for me saving the entire demi-human race. My maid is my person. Did you ask for my permission before taking her away?" The nun stood there, frozen in shock. How impolite to treat the Kronos goddess this way. He brushed it off, daring to take my maid away in my own territory. Saibin drew his sword, the blade covered in glowing golden light. Then, he swung his sword, delivering a powerful strike to the statue. "Who dares call me impolite?" The statue, struck by the power of the sword, shattered. "Archbishop, run. The temple is collapsing." By this time, Saibin had already successfully rescued Roy. The temple collapsed. He carried her to safety. "Do you have no self-awareness that you belong to me?" She replied, blushing. "Ah." The nun screamed in anger, "Do you have any idea what you've just done, daring to destroy the ritual and ruin the Kronos temple?" He replied calmly, "I have a few things I want to say to you." He growled in anger, "Roy is Roy, not some holy maiden, and definitely not a vessel for the will of the so-called Kronos goddess. If you people dare to come near the Eagle territory to force her to accept this again, I guarantee the fate of everyone involved will be exactly the same as this temple." The nun began to tremble in fear at these threats. This is her destiny. The awakening of the Kronos goddess is for the sake of the entire continent, to counter terrifying extensive. He asked coldly, before spouting such high-minded words, "How exactly have you managed to change the goddess's destiny?" Horrifying memories flashed through his mind, having been hung on a pillar, seeing Yehao pierced through the chest. He could even change the fate of the players. The protagonist Yehao was dead, so why should I believe in destiny? If this is fate, then I will hack it to pieces. Rai was stunned to see Saibin gripping her hand tightly. The monk still spoke up resentfully, saying, "You are indeed very powerful, but such selfishness will only invite disaster, for you do not truly understand the might of the ancients." He turned to reply that before talking about salvation, one should consider what would happen to those forced to sacrifice, because if a world needs the demise of an unhappy little girl to be saved, then sooner or later, it will collapse anyway. He walked away nonchalantly, ignoring the gazes of those from the holy temple, and added before disappearing that, as for the ancients, he would face them himself because he had his own convictions. Rai turned to see him sighing and asked, "Sir, is it really okay for us to just leave like this?" He replied, "It's more than okay. The Radiant Church is filthy rich with a 10 gold coin entrance fee, and as for those at the holy temple, it makes little difference whether they are there or not." He gently squeezed her cat-like hand and teased her. Are you still planning to return to being a person of the Chrono Holy Temple? Don't you find that absurd? She could only mutter in response, that's not true at all. She turned to ask further, by the way, how did you know I was at the Chrono Holy Temple? Hearing Rai's question, he paused for a few seconds and thought to himself that because the loli was sulking and ignoring him, he only heard she had gone missing when Lady Creed came to ask for help, so he had no choice but to go and find her. After thinking for a moment, he calmly said, because you wouldn't return to the city and didn't leave any message, I had to stop by your room to check. I found your diary and the pocket watch necklace on the bed, which recorded that you were being followed by a mysterious person. Based on those tokens, I figured out the conspiracy of the Chrono Holy Temple. She was shocked to hear that he had read her diary. Raya's face turned beet red, and she stammered in a hurry, wait, do you mean you've read my entire diary? Her face grew even redder as he began to recite fluently, after the wedding, I will lift your skirt. She grabbed his collar in embarrassment and said, wouldn't that expose everything? He continued calmly, when I arrived at Lightfall Town, the impression there was still quite strong. Little fox, you won't be able to escape. Did I really say such cheesy lines? Dante dream of running away, you are mine. When did this happen? He felt incredibly embarrassed while reading the diary. What kind of diary is this? It should be called a romance novel instead. Knowing he had peeked at the diary, he pressed his chin against her face as if to kiss her, making her extremely flushed. Don't worry, this is just a preview of the content. She was so shy that she ran away, leaving him without time to react. She quickly hid in the bushes and pleaded, please, just go back yourself, tell them I am dead, and remember to burn my diary completely. He grabbed her tail, causing her to cry out in pain, and said, come out here and return with me obediently. He slung her over his shoulder and threatened, if you ever dare to run away from home again, I will have this printed and published nationwide. She cried and pleaded, Dante. Scene change. Gabriel was praying devoutly when her expression suddenly became extremely annoyed. Then she smashed a white object into the ground, startling the crowd, thinking, that hateful man, he dared to spank me and even hang me on the wall. Everyone around asked in a panic, Lady Gabriel, are you all right? She replied coldly, keep praying, I am just specially returning to bathe in the holy light that cleans the sins in my heart and the dust on my body. She was so furious that her face was flushed, but deep down she remained extremely anxious and couldn't calm herself at all. A servant spoke up timidly, my lady, Pope Morgando knows you have returned and wishes to see you. She replied, the Pope wants to see me. She smoothed her blue hair and told the people around her, I understand, you may leave. The servant replied, yes, my lady. She walked away under the watchful eyes of the servants, thinking that after bathing in the holy light, her body and spirit had become much purer. She could not show any impropriety in front of His Holiness the Pope. She bowed her head and said, may the light protect you, Your Holiness. The Pope was actually just an old man now. He turned his head, smiled, and welcomed Gabriel's return. Pope of Light Morgando asked about the investigation into the undead spirits of the Kalang Empire, and Gabriel replied that someone had set up a soul-gathering magic array. She tilted her head, thinking about a demon who had once terrified thousands of people. Next, Gabriel recounted the mutiny in the Kalang Empire, where the Pope usurped the throne and the eldest prince had long been turned into a vampire prince, plotting to use a soul-gathering array to turn countless fallen soldiers into a sea of undead in order to break our necropolis desert defensive line from the inside. Gabriel indifferently replied that everything had now been resolved smoothly, though she was not the one who took action. Hearing this, Pope of Light Morgando asked delightedly and repeatedly which prince of the Kalang Empire could resolve such a major trouble. Gabriel blushed embarrassedly and replied that it was not a prince, but a lord. Recalling the handsome youth with angel wings, she continued that he had received recognition from the archangel, and when she arrived, he was in a descended state. Furthermore, the archangel confirmed that he was Lee Wister. The Pope exclaimed the name Lee Wister in surprise and remarked that this was indeed a strange thing, as the thorny angel of the Temple of Light had found a suitable person. Pope of Light Morgando pondered for a moment and then deduced that, in that case, he had probably become the new king of the Kalang Empire. Gabriel also agreed and confirmed that it should probably be called the Winter Empire now, for although he had not been crowned yet, the ceremony would be held in 3 days. Hearing this, he laughed heartily and instructed her that since they were allies of the light, she should write a letter in his name announcing that a legendary class Holy Son of the Holy Court of Light was handling the undead encroachment in the Kalang Empire and governing the country with royal authority so that the people would not panic. Gabriel immediately. The Pope suddenly frowned and muttered to himself that this letter of his was only a warning, since, after all, he was not yet a true legendary class. Then, he turned to instruct Gabriel that the heroic spirits of the Forgotten Land had not chosen a successor for 1,000 years, so their choice of him was certainly destiny. For safety's sake, She should go support him and not let him fall in battle. Though unwilling, she still reluctantly nodded her farewell and withdrew. Just as she stepped out the door, Gabriel bumped into a little maid who was busily clutching a box. The girl raised her head and joyfully called out that Her Highness the Saintess had returned, mentioning she had just received orders to help pack her things. Having no mood to bicker with the maid, her heart was currently surging with boundless rage. She never expected that His Holiness the Pope would force her to act as a bodyguard for that bastard. Then, she angrily struck the mirror with a powerful punch, making the little maid scream in terror. Gabriel quickly suppressed her anger and told her to just mind her own business. The girl tremblingly obeyed without daring to object. Her hands clenched so tightly that they shook, and the more she thought about it, the more bitter she felt, telling herself that she would just take her time riding her horse slowly so that she could lay eyes on that detestable face a little later. Suddenly remembering something, she exclaimed, "That's right, I must bring that thing along too." Gabriel then rushed to the cabinet, pulled out a coil of rope, and mumbled gleefully to herself, "As long as I have this in my hands." Then, she excitedly wrapped the rope around her waist and smiled smugly, looking forward to their upcoming meeting. Suddenly remembering Pope Morganerson's, she clicked her tongue and muttered to herself that she still had to deliver the news to the neighboring kings about the coronation of the new king of the Winter Empire, and although she was not very enthusiastic, she had no choice. She raised her hand to summon a magic circle, then spoke to transmit the message of the Holy Court of Light, stating that the Holy Sun had descended to take over the Winter Empire and hoping that all countries would live in peace. Once everything was done, Gabriel dispatched the signalet, thinking to herself that the translated meaning was simply that the new king of the Winter Empire was the Holy Son of the Holy Court of Light, so the kings should not be foolish enough to bring trouble upon themselves. Surely such a warning was clear enough, wasn't it? The message carrying Holy Sword tore through the wind, pierced through the roof, and plunged into the ground, causing the surrounding soldiers to scream in panic and ask what had happened to the throne. They frantically asked each other if it was an enemy attack, but looking closer, it turned out to be the message carrying Holy Sword sent from the Holy Court of Light. Naga, who was threatening the king, suddenly froze at the incident and asked aloud what on earth this was and what was going on. Her subordinates immediately bowed and reported, "Your Majesty the Queen, those humans are spreading rumors that this is a message carrying Holy Sword from the Holy Court of Light." Upon hearing this, she frowned slightly, wondering about that name. Naga shuddered slightly at the thought of that terrifying power, thinking to herself that it seemed she could no longer stay in this land for too long. Immediately, she used her long hair to tightly wrap around the king, making him scream in pain. The fierce Naga queen angrily ordered the immediate surrender of the sea god's trident, otherwise the entire country would be submerged in water. The king begged in fear, "Your Majesty, your servant dares not hide it, but your servant truly does not possess that sacred treasure." Then she turned to the painter, who had a sword pointed at his neck, and added, "There is no one in my land who looks exactly like this drawing. Killing you now is also useless." The Naga didn't care about the king's fear and only let out an evil, inner laugh. "I knew you wouldn't be able to hand it out. The reason I beat you is because I, the queen, cannot stay on land for too long and can only rely on you to help me find the trident. How can I feel at ease in trusting this to someone else?" Ah! Suddenly recalling the past, she frowned in annoyance. "If it weren't for that matter, I wouldn't have wanted to set foot on this lowly land." It turns out the mighty sea god of the past flew into a rage and roared upon losing his treasure. Who would dare to terrify other creatures like that? He loudly interrogated, "Who took my tribe's sacred object, the legendary trident?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting the Naga's train of thought, "Your Majesty the Queen, please calm your anger." A subordinate stepped forward to report, "Koran has recalled the scene at that moment. Inside the crystal of memories." "Ah," I immediately commanded, "bring it up." The man then raised a crystal with both hands. The Naga glanced at it and gave a long sneer, "Your fingernails are too long." The subordinate blurted out in panic, "What?" I became even angrier, clutching her hair and injuring the king. The Naga looked inside the crystal, and an unfamiliar face appeared. "It's a human." I angrily scolded. "Good, very good. In recent years, my Naga tribe has had to struggle hard fighting demons and withstanding storms in the seas, and then we still had to resist the invasion of our former slaves. Yet we allowed the likes of you humans to take advantage of our vulnerability." The Naga then smashed the crystal shard and made a decision. "Since it has come to this, it is time to conquer the land once again." I immediately issued an order to my subordinates, "Quickly gather the troops, counterattack the land, and find me the one with the golden hair and armor, carrying a great sword on his back, the one who stole our tribe's treasure. I want to skin him alive and grind his bones to dust." Afterwards, the Naga violently threw the portrait into the king's face and threatened, "If you don't have the trident, you go find it. If you can find it, I will turn your country into the ocean." Turning around, I reminded him, I am only giving you half a year. Do not doubt my capability. Remember well, the deep sea is watching you. He trembled and replied, yes. After the Naga left, the king picked up the smudged portrait to look at it. He was so angry his face turned red, and tearing the thing in his hands to pieces, he roared, damn it, a drawing like a bandit? How am I supposed to find him? Those Nagas are gone. They are just looking for an excuse to start a war. The subordinates behind him quickly tried to dissuade him. Your Majesty the King, please calm down. He threw the portrait to the person beside him and ordered, send a letter to the King of Kilai to see if he agrees to form an alliance. And also the newly established Winter Empire, and the Beastman King's Peak as well, go to all of them. Suddenly, someone stopped him. Your Majesty the King, please wait, he said. We are still at war with the human beasts on our side. The king interrupted him with dissatisfaction. Going to war is just about securing food for the winter. Seemingly overwhelmed, he snapped, those beastmen can have as much as I give them, as long as they agree to fight the Naga with me. I want to make that queen pay a heavy price. The subordinate still tried to persuade him, but, Your Majesty, our food is only enough. Finally realizing that talking any further was useless, he gave up, subordinate. The king suddenly picked up the portrait again and ordered, wait, find this person for me as well. Search within our country, search in other countries, and release the snake spies. If you find him, bring him back to the royal palace. I want to grind him to ashes. A knock on the door echoed in the quiet night. Knock, knock, knock. Sibin was sitting in the study working and replied, come in. Goodbye saw this, pushed the door open just a crack, and whispered, Lord Leader, I'm disturbing you. Finished speaking, he peered around to see if there were any beauties about. Seeing his probing expression, Sibin irritably, enough, come in quickly. Then Goodbye walked into the room, carrying a stack of documents as high as his face, and replied, yes, Lord Leader, these are all the documents you requested. Seeing this, he was startled and asked, why are there so many? Goodbye explained, some of these are archive records from Winter City, and there are also texts related to the divine realm, elves, demihumans, and a letter from the Pope shipped here from Dragonfire City. He then added, this is only a small part of it, another part hasn't been shipped over yet. Hearing these words along with the pile of papers he placed on the desk made him shudder. He had originally only wanted to clarify the relationship between gods and demihumans, never expecting it to be such a huge story. Sibin felt a headache coming on from this pile. He reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead and ordered, go notify the kitchen to prepare a portion of coffee for me. I might be working late into the night tonight. Goodbye respectfully placed his hand over his chest and bowed his head in response, I will strictly obey your command. As he stepped outside, it was time for him to sort the pile of paper into various stacks. While working, he muttered to himself, no other choice. If you want to be a king, you have to understand these things. Holding the yellow-covered book in his hands, Xaibin intently flipped through the pages, eager to lift the veil of mystery surrounding the doom of the gods, hoping to find some clue about the origin of the demi-humans during the twilight of the gods. Immediately after, the pages opened one by one, leading the reader into a mysterious story starting with the image of a majestic black dragon. Legend has it that the continent of Kan in the primordial era consisted only of wilderness and monsters until the creation goddess Anonan set foot there, fell in love with the land, and decided to create a perfect replica of herself along with the lightning titans to adorn the world. Finding such a presence too tedious, the goddess proceeded to give birth to the world tree, the god of death, and the god of light, entrusting them with the responsibility of raising tribes to sustain life before falling into an eternal slumber on the continent of Kan. The plot was so captivating that Sebin became completely immersed in that colorful imaginary world. The book page revealed a scene of two fairies playing on the branches, where the noble world tree, having inherited half of the divine power, gave birth to extremely beautiful tree spirits and elf spirits. Conversely, the god of death, carrying the breath of destruction and fierce flames, created brutal demons and terrifying undead legions. Meanwhile, the supreme god of light, with his profound wisdom and preference for balance, bestowed and generated humans with infinite potential, ferocious beasts, and courageous. Thanks to the ingenious guidance of this god, the three races coexisted harmoniously and flourished together brilliantly. The intermingling of cultures birthed a glorious era with countless deities reigning over the starry skies of Kan. Until one day, bizarre evil forces invaded the world. Just their demonic whispers were enough to drive the weak gods mad, and they called themselves the Great Old Ones with hideous shapes like yellow-eyed octopuses. Do not be too alarmed when the familiar image of Vincent appears with an inviting smile. Quickly join the Church of Light to become a follower of the light, for every danger can be overcome, and the secret boils down to just 10 gold coins to buy the scriptures. Reading this, Sebin slumped his head onto the desk in frustration and let out a weary sigh upon realizing that this was merely a promotional gimmick by the Church of Light. He pressed his hand against his forehead in confusion, telling himself that marketing nowadays really knows how to follow trends. Feeling helpless, He could only half believe the legends about the god of light. Sibin closed the book, placed it on the desk, and leaned back in deep thought. Based on his meager knowledge of the continent of Kan, this content was not entirely accurate, but at least 7 parts of it were correct, quite matching what was taught at the Night Academy except for the omission of demi-humans. Watching the book fall, he helplessly wondered why materials about them were so difficult to find. Just as Sibin was about to analyze further why neither East Season City nor Fire Dragon City had any information, a flashing object on the desk abruptly cut off his train of thought. Reaching out to pick up the book with a skeptical expression, he wondered if this work titled Spiritual Pseudo-History was actually serious. Despite the somewhat suggestive cover, Sibin still decided to open it, telling himself that knowledge is infinite and only a tainted soul sees darkness everywhere, and that he needed to maintain an eager spirit for learning. The first pages that struck his eyes were the sultry images of 4 elf maidens, causing his mind to drift and utter an astonished exclamation. After the twilight of the gods, when there was no longer the constraint of the supreme beings, wars among the intelligent land-dwelling races became increasingly lawless and fierce. Despite possessing fragile bodies and short, humanity possessed an exceptionally powerful capacity for learning, causing their strength to expand to an unprecedented degree in just half a millennium. For long-lived races, 500 years passed as quickly as the blink of an eye until they startled awake and realized that human armies had surrounded their lores long ago. A human emperor proudly declared that they did not deserve to possess these fertile lands, and swore to launch a bloody crusade to reclaim the royal authority. Reading this, Sibin suddenly sat up in serious reflection, wondering why the content inside was so serious and vastly different from the illustration outside, and whether the author was using tricks to bait readers. According to the records in the book, the first step was that humanity forced the Beastman tribe to flee to the barren wasteland at the far west. Next, they attacked the Elven Kingdom and pushed these creatures deep into the gloomy Jade Forest. Because the living space in the Jade Forest was too cramped, a fraction of the elves were forced to migrate to the open sea to live. Over time, they gradually evolved into the present-day Naga sea folk. Those bellicose ones in the Storm Sea area and the demons close to the deep abyss always regarded each other as thorns in their eyes, and conflicts broke out continuous. A group of weak spirits considered a burden were expelled from the Jade Forest, leaving them with no choice but to build a small kingdom on the border of humanity and the Beastmen, taking advantage of the treacherous mountainous terrain as a refuge. Reading this line, the young man couldn't help but admire and reflect, realizing that the Elf Kingdom actually lay right between the lands of humanity and the Beastman race. Wasn't this precisely the nation of the demi-humans? That bountiful land immediately appeared in his mind, and Subendran deduced that the essence of demi-humans was actually these very spirits. The World Tree had created 2 branches of spirits. Apart from the mutated Naga race currently residing in the Elf Kingdom, it was clear that the rest were tree spirits, which meant that demi-humans were originally elegant spirits. Just as he thought of this, he closed the book he was reading and hurriedly searched for a summary of the history of the elf race, vaguely remembering that this information had appeared somewhere before. The World Tree had inherited half of its divine power from the Dragon of Creation with infinite abilities and had bestowed those characteristics upon the elegant spirits. However, to maintain balance and prevent the excessive abuse of divine power, the tree suppressed the development of their bloodlines, allowing only a few strong ones to awaken their divinity. Based on what he had read, Sebin gradually understood the reason why the demi-humans' awakened abilities were so diverse. Moreover, they bore similarities to divine artifacts. Although he was still a bit vague about the spirit vessel, he wondered if it was due to their matching divinity. Sibin sank into deep thought because while matching divinities were common, why was it that only demi-humans could create a spirit vessel? Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted his train of thought. Sibin hurriedly snapped out of his concentration and told the person outside to come in. Lori gently pushed the door open, carrying a tray of hot coffee in her hands, and gently invited her master to have some coffee to wake up. She slowly approached and saw the messy pile of papers on the desk, curiously asking why her master still hadn't rested this late at night. Lazily stretching, Sibin replied that he was almost done. Lori placed the coffee tray on the desk and continued to ask, with the war having just temporarily subsided, what on earth could be keeping him busy until this hour? Without hesitation, Sibin grabbed her hand and pulled her into his lap, making Lori jump in surprise. He explained that he was researching the origin of the demi-humans, asking, "Did you know that since ancient times, you guys were actually a branch of the primordial spirits, also known as the elegant spirits?" Lori looked thoroughly excited upon hearing the name elegant spirits. Seeing this, Sibin was quite surprised and asked her in return when she had first heard that name. In Lori's mind, the image of an elf girl with vibrant pink hair suddenly appeared. In the past, she had heard it directly from a female slave named Acelia, who called her an elegant spirit and spoke words that sounded really hard to understand. Sibin sighed in sympathy. No wonder she could see the vision of the elegant spirits being driven out of the Jade Forest. That was truly a terrifying memory hard to erase. He asked further if she had mentioned anything about a spirit vessel. Lori innocently shook her head, hugged him, and honestly replied that she didn't know what a spirit vessel was. Acelia had only said that the Elven Queen could no longer hold on, so she hoped Lori and the awakened demi-humans would come to the rescue. Sibin burst into laughter, thinking she was being delusional, while his own plans formed in his mind. Although getting rid of the burden was the right move in a harsh living environment, you reap what you sow. Expecting the once abandoned elegant spirits to turn back and help at a time like this was nothing short of daydreaming. While gently coaxing Lori and stroking her head to tell her not to worry, because the Elven Queen wouldn't collapse that easily, deep down he knew very well that the crux of the matter lay in the fact that there were only 10 true elegant spirits, not all demi-humans. He affectionately hugged Lori tight and continued, "The Jade Forest border was originally where the coalition of empires was stationed. Now that the main Imperial army has retreated, leaving only the alliance of 2 empires blocked there, the pressure on the Elven Queen has also eased a lot." Pouting, Lori snuggled into his chest, insisting that she was just a little maid and not some elegant spirit. Helplessly, Sibin coaxed her, saying that his little maid was indeed very obedient. Sibin suddenly thought of Ruai and secretly scolded her for needing to learn some common sense from Lori, always threatening to run away from home at the slightest thing. The male lead hugged Lori tightly, making her feel embarrassed and say that Master was on duty. He put on a pitiful expression, looking at her as he complained that he was being criticized. Unable to resist his charm, Lori blurted out, "That's just too much." With that, she jumped off Sebin's lap with a reproachful tone, saying work time must be serious. Meanwhile, he was infatuated with her recent action and found her as cute as a squirrel. Suddenly remembering an important matter, Sebin sternly, "Right, go call Acelia here, I have something to ask her." Lori briefly misunderstood and stammered as she asked back, "Is it because I said it's work time and you can tea, so Master wants to change and have someone else serve you?" Hearing this, Sebin froze and said, "I just want to ask her about the elegant spirits, you can stay and listen too." Lori's words made him doubt his own articulation ability. Was he really that hard to believe? With her face as red as a tomato, Lori hurried off, saying, "Yes, I know, I'll go call her right away." A moment later, Lori opened the door and respectfully reported to her master that she had brought the person. "Happily," Sebin replied, "let her in." As soon as Acelia stepped into the room, his gaze immediately glued to her attractive, hot figure. She politely bowed in greeting and asked, "Lord Leader, I heard you have something to ask me." Faced with Sebin Sletcher's stare, Lori immediately turned and gave him a warning glare. Startled, Sebin hurriedly explained that he was observing her spirit signals. He adjusted his demeanor and got straight to the point. "That's right, this matter is directly related to your elf tribe. Does your elf tribe have any connection to Jeff regarding vessels, especially in relation to the refined spirits?" Acelia hesitated. "I'm not sure about vessels related to refined spirits, but I do have some knowledge regarding divine vessels. I am willing to share with you, but in return, you must agree to one condition." He laughed loudly after hearing this and said, "You can keep quiet if you want, but I'll throw you off the rooftop to the ground." She exclaimed in shock, "How could you do that?" Sebin challenged her by asking, "Well, do you want to experience it and find out?" Through this, he silently concluded, "I previously thought the spirit was ungrateful, but based on the documents I just found, the World Tree Spirit Tribe perhaps deeply hates humanity. This is similar to the conflict between me and the first prince. If treating her well doesn't yield results, I don't want to waste my effort." At this point, Acelia was forced to concede. She sighed, "Fine, I understand," and then began to recount, "I once saw some lines similar to this in an ancient text. Before the world tree fell into a state of dormancy, it split its divine power and will into countless fragments and transmitted them into ancient, sentient trees. They act as vessels for the rebirth of the world tree." Sebin interrupted, asking if they had successfully resurrected the world tree. Celia shook her head sadly. "If the world tree had been resurrected, we wouldn't be stuck in the Jade Forest." She continued to explain that after his fall, many things were lost. They only collected a few relevant divine items, like tree branches or the lost staff of life, hoping to accelerate his recovery. After hearing the whole story, Sebin rested his chin on his hand and thought, "So that's it. No wonder the human coalition is so determined to besiege the Elven court in the Jade Forest. The rebirth of the world tree is a blessing for them, but a catastrophe for the human empire." Finished with the matter, he waved his hand to signal Acelia to withdraw. "All right, you may step back. I will call you if I need anything." Acelia responded with a hint of regret, "Yes," and left. Sebin sank deep into his calculations again. The second stage of demi-human awakeners requires finding divine artifacts, but after awakening, they become even more susceptible to becoming vessels for deities. If they don't awaken, the dormant gods' wills will still find ways to approach them. This is a deadly cycle. There must be a way to break it. He sighed dejectedly and thought further, the dormant gods are inherently very weak. Can the will and power of an awakened demi-human be strong enough to confront them? Searching for divine artifacts to accelerate awakening and preparing to deal with the gods is likely the wisest move. Lori anxiously knelt at his feet and looked up, asking, "Master, are you troubled by something?" Sebin replied, "Not exactly troubled. Just that there's a possibility your master is about to turn this entire continent upside down." Watching the adorable cat girl nestled in his arms, he felt secretly happy. It was all just to ensure they could have a peaceful life. Returning to his room, Sebin quickly accessed the system interface and called out, "Hello, system." The only response was a dry, mechanical voice reporting that the system was updating and to please search manually if any requests were needed. He sighed in frustration. Still not done. This update is taking so long. Oh well, I should go check on the preparations for the coronation ceremony instead. In the grand hall, while the maids were busy working, a girl in a purple outfit suddenly noticed Sebin. "Oh, who is that?" Lord. Hearing the call, the other maids rushed over. "Oh, the Lord has arrived." "Good morning, Lord." Seeing this warm reception, Sebin smiled broadly and, "Good morning." He asked the maid beside him, "Mrs. Chris, who are these people?" She covered her mouth and laughed. "The coronation ceremony is taking place in 2 days. There wasn't enough manpower at the winter castle, so we recruited some new maids. I am taking the opportunity to teach them the proper etiquette." The new maids kept looking at him, making him blush with embarrassment. "I see, that's hard work for you." Mrs. Creed smiled. "It is our honor to serve you." Sebin sat on the throne with beautiful maids surrounding and attending to him. He exclaimed happily, "So this is what it feels like to enjoy the life of an emperor." Although he didn't just get this joy by sitting around, the maid beside him saw his rapidly changing attitude and asked in confusion, "Lord, what is wrong?" "Tesk," he said, "is everything ready?" "Claremont." The butler bowed respectfully and replied, "It is all prepared, my lord." The great nobles and lords of the empire had all arrived at the conference room and were waiting. Sebin's face became serious. "Very well, let's head over there." In the conference room, the officials were whispering and discussing fervently. "I heard the new king has abolished the Bada church. I wonder which church will replace it." Another replied, "He summoned us before even being crowned. He surely wants to win over factions, doesn't he? It's fine. As long as the new king shows his sincerity, I will follow." Sebin walked in slowly with Claremont following behind. He loudly announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe everyone understands the reason for this gathering, so I will get straight to the point. Please read carefully through the draft being handed out." As soon as he finished speaking, Claremont began distributing the documents to each person at the table. After reading the draft, everyone buzzed with animated discussion. This was clearly a winter management document, not a discussion about the enthronement or the church. Sebin calmly sat down in his chair to explain further. "Currently, every region in the kingdom lacks administrative staff and riots have broken out, so this is a code of laws I drafted to revive the situation. Although there are many detailed clauses, it basically boils down to 3 main points: all unreasonable taxes, eradicating slavery in favor of free employment contracts, and ending hereditary titles so that descendants of nobles must pass the royal court's examination." Suddenly, an official in purple robes stood up furiously and slammed the table to object to this new regulation, deeming it completely absurd. "This action is no different than strangling the foundation of the country's power with your own hands. Doing so will only cause the empire to decay, and no one will obey you anymore." Without bothering to argue at length, Sebin cold-bloodedly ordered the protester to be dragged outside and hanged immediately. The guards immediately rushed in and dragged him away to everyone's astonishment. Only then did the terrified official stammer for mercy. "Please stop, Your Highness. I realize my mistake and am willing to obey all your orders." Sebin leaned back in his chair, smiled, and declared, "Does anyone else have any objections? If not, this code of laws will officially take effect starting today." In the middle of the meeting room, a hand was raised, capturing the full attention of the young king. A blonde lord smirked, stood up, and spoke. "We are very willing to cooperate to enforce this code of laws, but as you know, reform requires enormous resources in both money and manpower. I wonder how far your majesty can support us." Hearing this, Sebin narrowed his eyes with a polite smile, but inwardly he cursed, "If it weren't for the fact that I am desperate for talented people to carry out reforms step by step right now, I would have cleared out these tumors long ago. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Since the kingdom is facing many difficulties, to help everyone disseminate the laws more easily, I will send a talented knight to assist you." Ignoring the indescribable look from his loyal butler, Sebin maintained his radiant smile to deal with the crowd. Announcing that the banquet was ready, everyone could go over to enjoy themselves, and regarding the allocation of Tarot, they could speak directly with Claremont. After instructing Claremont to entertain the nobles hospitably, he turned and strode away amid his subordinates' reply, "Yes, sir." Just as Sebin disappeared from the meeting room, Good Boy rushed over from afar in extreme panic, shouting, "This is bad, Lord." Seeing the familiar messenger, Sebin could not hide his exasperation and sighed. "Why do you start every conversation with that line?" Hearing this, Good Boy's eyes welled up with tears, almost crying because he felt it was so true. Not wanting to waste time, Sebin reassured him, All right, What on earth happened to make you freak out like this? He then quickly recounted the situation. Receiving shocking news beyond all, the Lord couldn't help but gasp.
What?
Walking rapidly, Saibin turned and pressed him with questions in quick succession. You mean someone broke into the royal bedchamber, which was strictly guarded, and just took the crown without making a single sound? Looking at the empty crown box right in front of him, Good Boy almost collapsed to his knees, crying, My lord, we posted extremely tight, but we truly didn't see anyone lurking around. With the coronation ceremony fast approaching, everyone was as tense as a guitar string, not daring to be careless for a moment. Hearing this, Saibin picked up the piece of paper left with a trace of miasma inside the glass display and calmly replied, I understand. A moment later, the thin stream of miasma from the piece of paper quickly clung tightly to his hand. Realizing something was wrong, his deep blue eyes blinked in utter shock upon seeing the object hidden under the cloth. Good Boy, standing beside him, immediately drew his sword, rushed forward, and shouted, Protect the Lord. At the same time, Saint Voy and Lori also sensed the danger and shouted a warning, Master, be careful. With those words, Lori pounced forward and kicked straight at the cloth, giving Saibin momentum to step back to safety. Seeing Saibin injured, the little girl anxiously stared at his arm and asked in concern, Are you okay? Saibin frowned to reassure her, Calm down, it's just a bit of miasma clinging to the object. Smiling and waving his hand nonchalantly, Lori grabbed his arm with tearful eyes out of pity, Master, it must hurt so much. Saint Voy beside them also yelled in frustration, How can you say you're okay? You really are stubborn. Facing the overwhelming concern, Saibin shrugged. With Lori here, what does a minor thing like this matter? Understanding her master's intent, little Lori hurriedly chanted a spell to cast healing magic on his arm, while Saibin thoughtfully observed the remaining miasma on the pile of belongings, reflecting in deep thought, Clearly, all the treasures here have been poisoned. It seems someone is trying everything to sabotage my coronation. Breaking out of his train of thought, he gave a cold order, Good Boy, seal off the scene immediately. No one is allowed to touch anything here. Yes, sir. As for the person who likes to stand out and refuses to do things the easy way, let them taste a bitter defeat. In the banquet room at this moment, the crowd of nobles was seated, busily raising their glasses and chatting in a lively atmosphere. The atmosphere became extremely. The man who had just spoken in front of Saibin leisurely poured some red wine, thinking that establishing laws mattered little, but having them come from his own mouth was the ultimate authority. The soldiers seemed to have caught wind of the commotion. This statement implied that the count had a treacherous move prepared to deal with the new king. Edward smirked, confident that before long, the other man would be crawling at his feet begging for mercy. Just as he was being escorted by the soldiers, the blond man saw Count Cremont step forward to intervene. He sternly requested that the man come along because the master had sent an invitation, causing the blond man to panic and repeatedly insist that there must be some mistake. He had no choice but to obey the orders of this king. Pitiably, Edward was ruthlessly pushed out. He screamed in resentment, not understanding what on earth these people were doing. Suddenly, Edward bumped into someone, and when he looked up, he was stunned to recognize who it was. Vivienne? Saibin smiled. Just as expected, she was the pawn sent to seduce him. Edward stammered word. Saibin immediately replied that such cheap tricks could not sway a righteous knight like himself, while simultaneously questioning whether the loss of the crown involved him. Edward hurriedly protested it, asserting that he had not stolen the crown and challenging the other to produce evidence. Saibin sneered, assuming he was using a honey trap, then retorted that asking for evidence was ridiculous, making Laurie think to herself that it was no wonder the master had once been so infatuated with her. The blond man turned pale and asked tremulously how he knew the whole plan, unless he had been having them followed the entire time. Saibin gave a faint smile and explained that since discovering a stranger tailing him in the city, he had planted subordinates everywhere under the guise of delivering letters. Well then, Edward, do you have any last words? Edward fell to his knees, begging for his life and promising to obey the law, but Saibin only softly asked if he knew why he was able to sit on the throne. He stammered, asking why, and Saibin replied that as a villain, he never had the habit of giving his enemies a second chance. Saibin ordered the soldiers to drag him away to be fed to the dragons, while Edward screamed a challenge, claiming that no one would follow his laws without his help. Saibin sneered in contempt, while Laurie wondered if the crown had actually been stolen by him. Saibin asserted that the loss of the crown could not hinder his coronation, viewing it as a mere farce, but Laurie worried about what to do for tomorrow's ceremony. Saibin told her to just have a blacksmith make a new one, then called Nina to go to the forge with him, while Laurie remained behind to help the priest purify the miasma in the treasure chamber. Upon reaching the forge, the shopkeeper asked in astonishment if the Lord was joking about requesting a crown to be made in just one day. Saibin chuckled, admitting he was half joking, then asked if it was feasible, but the shopkeeper explained that a crown required rare and hard-to-find precious metals. Under these circumstances, it would be very difficult to complete unless they found a dwarven master skilled in weapon crafting, which left Sai-bin stunned as he asked about dwarves. The blacksmith waved his hand, saying that the Lord well knew human craftsmanship was far from matching that of dwarves, and furthermore, his shop had no precious materials. Sai-bin told himself it made sense. If human craftsmen had reached the level of dwarves, reviving Saracen would not have been so difficult. Suddenly, Nina's eyes lit up, and she said she could sense the location of a rare metal vein. Laurie asked for clarification, while Sai-bin eagerly asked where it was. Nina replied that they only needed to travel about 8 kilometers in that direction. The craftsman mentioned that the Winter Freeze Lake is 8 kilometers away, and Shibin immediately suggested that they drop by for a visit, wondering if the local blacksmith has horses available for rent. The blacksmith replied that there are only 2 left here, and Shibin chuckled, saying it is no big deal and just a minor matter. As the 2 of them were walking briskly through the dense forest, Nina suddenly spoke up, saying that once they get through this patch of woods, they will have arrived. Suddenly, Nina screamed in alarm, "My lord, that is the exact direction. Oh my goodness." Laurie smiled and explained that, in reality, Winter Freeze Lake did not always bear this name. Back when the Aren Kingdom still existed, this place used to be called the Angel Sai. Pretty, isn't it? Hearing this, Shibin nodded in agreement, admitting that it is indeed wonderful. Laurie continued, "Do you understand why this place bears the name Angel Sai?" Shibin then asked out of curiosity, "Why is that?" Laurie recounted that, according to ancient rumors, this region originally had no lakes at all, and then suddenly one day, a shooting star trailing a faint fiery tail plummeted straight down here, taking centuries to gradually accumulate into a lake like this. The previous female lord of the city once told her that what fell was not any ordinary meteorite, but the eye of an angel. Shibin blankly blurted out, "An angel sigh? What on earth is that? I wonder if that former lord was just spouting nonsense or feeling overly poetic," he muttered to himself. In this world, the supreme power that exists is the heart of creation, so how could there be any deities? The so-called angel's eye seems to be nothing more than a falling space rock, probably just a tiny bit oversized. But if it truly is a fallen meteorite, then there is a high probability 80 or 90% that the rare mineral deposit here is real. Just at that moment, a piercing explosion echoed from afar. Nina looked around in a daze, and Shibin said, "Why did that place explode? Let's go over and take a look." Nina replied, "All right, but that place is full of jagged gravel, so why don't we get off and lead the horses across?" As soon as they got close, they ran into a dark-faced, red-eyed dwarf who was muttering and cursing. The dwarf stomped his feet furiously and shouted, "I swear I'll skin that insolent little brat alive for daring to tamper with my explosives. Thank goodness I ran fast, or this old life of mine would have been done for." Shibin thought happily to himself, so it turns out to be a dwarf, and he's even at level 60, the search won't take any effort at all. Right at that moment, the dwarf whirled around and bellowed, "Who's sneaking around hiding over there?" Laurie cried out in panic, "Watch out." The dwarf suddenly delivered a powerful punch to a boulder, causing all 3 of them to jump backward and startle to dodge it. Shibin hurriedly, "Wait a minute, mister. I want to recruit this dwarf master, so please don't resort to force." Nina hesitated and replied, "Oh, but his attitude towards us looks extremely hostile." Shibin chuckled, "I know that all too well. Just his attitude of hating humans is troublesome enough, but the reason is still unclear. Could his tribe have been attacked by humans?" As soon as his feet touched the ground, Shibin stepped forward and said, "Given this situation, we can only try to talk things out." The dwarf glanced at them and harshly uttered, "Just a bunch of humans and demi-humans." With an expression of intense hatred, the dwarf stomped hard on the ground and yelled, "Get lost right now, all of you humans. Leave this place immediately, or don't blame me for turning you into minced meat. I am so annoyed. We just traveled all the way from the southern continent to the north thinking we could have a few days of peace. But who would have expected a bunch of bastards from some empire to suddenly show up and loot all dozen of my hard-earned defensive great ballistas? You damned, hateful people." Shibin stepped forward with a warm smile and greeted, "Respected dwarf, it is a great honor to meet you. We accidentally heard the noise over here and curiously came by to take a look. Please forgive us if we have caused any offense." In his mind, Shibin calculated that based on his knowledge of this race, aside from their stubborn nature and passion for forging, they had 2 major hobbies, a fondness for chugging alcohol and a liking for flattery. He had to give it a try and see how it went. Only then did the dwarf master glare fixedly at the 3 people standing before him. He grumbled irritably, "You humans sure know how to talk sweetly. I am busy scanning for mineral veins, so don't pester and bother me. I'll just pretend you 2 never set foot here, all right?" Shibin feigned surprise and blurted out, "Searching for mineral veins, but this is the territory of 2 lords, you know." Hearing this, the master's face darkened and he snapped, "Territory, you say?" Shibin offered an awkward smile and said, "That's right, but you don't have to worry. He continued with a smile. Anyway, for a renowned dwarf master to go out of his way to visit my territory to look for a mineral deposit is a great honor for me. Master, although I am the current lord of this region, I've also been snooping around looking for ore deposits lately. Who knows, I might actually be able to be of some help to you. The master stared at him blankly and shook his head dismissively, then glanced at the two young women accompanying the youth. He sighed inwardly, thinking that with one man and two women, they were obviously out for a picnic rather than looking for anything. Then he spoke up. The mineral deposit is nowhere to be found yet, but your attitude can be considered eager to learn. Out of respect for you being the lord of this area, I will allow you to assist me, but I am telling you in advance that once it's found, if there's the type of ore I need, you must hand it all over to me unconditionally. Shibin smiled in a friendly manner and replied, Respected dwarf, the maid accompanying me here has a special talent for detecting mineral resources with extreme accuracy. Who knows, I might actually be able to give you a hand. The master widened his eyes in shock and roared, A maid, are you deliberately humiliating me? Shibin, please don't be angry. Master, I absolutely have no intention of mocking you. The master was furious, brilliant green auras bursting around his body, and yelled, For a worthless maid to dare claim she can go find mineral deposits, how is that not humiliating me? Do you think prospecting for ore is some cheap joke? Sebin's face clearly showed his amusement at the dwarf's reaction. The old man had indeed taken the bait. He continued, saying that although it might sound crazy, it was true, and now they should decide how they would place their bet. If you find the ore before my maid, I will yield this entire mineral vein to you, but if she wins, you must come work for me, though you will still have the right to freely exploit resources. What do you think? He pondered for a moment, then replied, Human lord, this is clearly your scheme, but I cannot serve humans. Whether your maid finds the ore or not is irrelevant to me. Nevertheless, I will play this game to the end for the pride of the dwarf race. If you lose, get out of my sight, but if you win, I will personally forge a hero-tier weapon for you, free of charge, using my own materials. Sibin turned to Nina and confirmed, This deal is sealed. Nina, everything depends on you. She bowed her head and replied, Yes, my lord. She placed her delicate hands on the ground, and instantly, brilliant golden, intermingled with shades of red and orange, began to spread around her. After she finished, the Grandmaster looked smug and said, Little girl, I didn't mean to make things difficult, but if you want to blame someone, blame your master. As soon as he finished speaking, Nina excitedly, Lord, I've seen it. Sibin gave her a thumbs up, praising her for doing a great job. Hearing this, the Grandmaster's eyes widened in surprise. How can it be that fast? Kid, you're not tricking me, are you? Nina calmly Not at all. I've really found it. There are two locations. One is underwater and the other is by the lake, precisely right below that rock wall. All eyes immediately turned towards the cliff face. He sneered sarcastically. Your foxtail is showing, kid. I've thoroughly searched that area. See that black mark? That's the aftermath of my explosion, so there's definitely no mineral vein here. She tapped her own head lightly as she explained, No, it's just that you didn't search deep enough. At this moment, golden light streams began to appear again, just like when she was tracking the ore. This mineral vein is not exposed on the surface or near the ground, but hidden 16 meters deep underground. The Grandmaster stamped his foot on the rock and retorted, 16 meters is After blowing up the surface, I thoroughly studied the geological structure here. All the rock layers are tightly linked and of the same type, with absolutely no signs of cracks or patchwork. This proves they formed during the same period, so digging deeper would only reveal useless rock layers. Sibin secretly guessed whether this rock formation wasn't naturally created, but rather a meteorite that Roy had once mentioned. After all, the dwarves originally migrated from the southern Death Desert, so it would be difficult for them to know the legends of the Luong Dong Lake region. He reassured the dwarf, Grandmaster, Don't rush. We'll know the truth of the matter as soon as we dig down 16 meters. Check. All you need to do is this, Sibin said, striking his weapon forcefully against the ground, creating streaks of light that enveloped him. From this, shards of rock were sent flying outwards. The power of this human was truly terrifying. The Grandmaster was now speechless, unable to believe his eyes. Impossible. What is this light? Indeed, it was the rare thunderbolt ore. The Grandmaster was stunned to see the mineral vein appear before his eyes. I can't believe there's actually a mineral vein here. How did you manage that? Sibin kept his bright smile as he replied to the Grandmaster. Well, we weren't lying to you, were we? The Grandmaster stamped. This is truly a miracle from the heavens. This is simply too absurd. Nothing is impossible, Sibin replied. You've also admitted that we won, so please keep your promise and forge a hero-tier equipment for me. The Grandmaster stroked his beard awkwardly. Of course, dwarves are true to their word. It is just that my forge isn't located here. If you don't mind, I'll have someone move it over immediately. Sibin replied. Or perhaps you could consider moving to my territory. Not to mention, you can use anything there as you please. Besides her ability to find ore, my maid also possesses many other special skills. For example, she can transform various types of ore or perfectly fuse them. Saying this, Sibin handed him something that looked like a stone, with shimmering golden outlines against a reddish-purple background. The Grand Master trembled as he held the item in his hand. Transforming. These are two opposing types of materials, yet they are perfectly combined without a flaw. All properties are far surpassing the original. I've lived for over 300 years, and this is the first time I've seen something like this dark demon steel. This is truly a miracle. He said to Sibin, "Human, you possess a priceless treasure. It's not just an asset, but also a formidable military power." Sibin maintained a modest expression and replied, "Thank you for your excessive praise." His eyes lit up. "No, you don't understand. Precious resources on this continent are extremely scarce, making high-tier equipment incredibly difficult to craft, but your maid can completely change the situation. You might laugh if I tell you, but the entire Warhammer tribe only possesses a mere 20 King of the Hill siege cannons. This is entirely because we lack standard-grade materials to craft the crucial components." The Grandmaster sighed, full of dejection. And now, not many of those are even left. Everything had been looted by bad people. At that time, I was still gasping for breath from my injuries, and the clanspeople had no strength left to resist. Everyone around looked at him inquisitively. Sibin turned to whisper to Raya about that siege engine, asking if it was that specific one. She replied that it belonged to the first prince. He suddenly remembered that the first prince used to buy weapons from the dwarves. Didn't he expect they were actually stolen? Truly, the dwarves' fate was too wretched. Invaded in the south, and when they fled to the north, they encountered bandits. The Grandmaster brandished the pair of hammers in his hands and confirmed, "Exactly, it was that bastard first Prince Cullen who asked for it." "You bastard, do you know him? Do you know where he is hiding? If we meet, I swear I'll use this eternal hammer to pierce his vitals and show him what it's like to provoke a dwarf." "It's a long story. So that's how it is, that damn guy." At this moment, a burning aura like fire surrounded the Grandmaster. He roared that it was a pity he couldn't personally deal with that guy. Sibin stood staring, thinking to himself that the man's tastes were truly strange. The Grandmaster continued, "So, are you currently the king of this kingdom?" He immediately corrected him, saying that he hadn't officially ascended the throne yet, so he was just a lord. The Grandmaster pondered for a moment, then pointed at him. "In any case, I won't work for you, but I can visit your territory. I will forge hero-tier weapons for you, and might even stay there, but occasionally I need your maid to help me process minerals. Of course, I will pay her fairly with money or items I create." Sibin said to himself that this was no different from working for him, so he decided to let Nina act as the intermediary. "So, it's a deal then," the Grandmaster said, shaking his hand and commenting, "You humans are quite sensible. Secretly calculated. Wait until we get back to my territory. I'll have 100 schemes to make you stay forever voluntarily. No time to lose then. Wait here for a while. I'll go back to the tribe to settle my personal affairs. I guarantee I'll be back with my tools before noon." The Grandmaster swore by the god Moradin and the great rock that he would be on time. "Dwarves value promises more than gold," she whispered to him, asking if he would really return. He replied, looking at the dwarf's passion for forging, "He will definitely come back, especially since Nina is here." When he looked around, he saw Nina had disappeared. Suddenly, she shouted for the Lord. Turning around, he saw her bringing two others. "Oh well, shouldn't she be calling me Your Majesty?" The two greeted him in unison. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Sibin exclaimed in surprise, "Marodo, Bayat, why have you two come all the way here?" Sibin patted the two children's heads and reminded them that traveling so far was dangerous. The brown cat girl happily replied that it was fine, and the white cat girl added, "Please don't worry, Your Majesty. My brother is also with the fat chef to buy fish for you." Sibin briefly thought that Bayat's brother must be Oda the werewolf. With him along, there was nothing to worry about. The white cat girl struck a cute pose and said, "Oh right, Your Majesty, I have this gift for you. This is the most beautiful stone we found." Sibin smiled as he took the stone from the girl. Suddenly, the stone let out a clear ding sound. A pair of eyes appeared in the middle of the stone, along with text, "Congratulations on receiving a divine artifact named the Dark Knight Cat's Eye Stone." Sibin stood frozen, utterly astonished and confused by what had just occurred. After giving the gift, the two girls said goodbye. "Your Majesty, we have to go back now. We've been away for 10 minutes already. If we don't return, our brother will worry," he responded casually. After they disappeared, he thought to himself, "Is this a joke? I went out for a stroll and picked up a divine artifact as easily as picking vegetables." Sibin narcissistically thought that the title Child of Destiny must belong to him, and that the devouring horde army was truly weak. The girl standing nearby looked at him with a look of sheer bewilderment. Suddenly, there was a call for Sibin from afar. "Hey, Your Majesty. Hearing someone call him, he turned back to reply. The newcomer was the Grandmaster, announcing his return as he walked over. Have you been waiting long? Let's depart for the territory now. Saibin agreed immediately. Seeing the Grandmaster carrying a load heavier than his own body, Saibin understood instantly why dwarves could transport siege cannons across the desert by disassembling the parts. With the dwarves' abnormal strength, carrying machinery was like child's play. Saibin suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "Oh right, there's something I need your help with right away." The Grandmaster immediately asked, "What is it?" Returning to the kingdom, the Grandmaster was forging an item for Saibin, advising him as he worked, "Mortal, be careful." To Groin, a master alchemist of the dwarf clan. Having finished the item, he held up a crown set with a sparkling red gem and said, "Making this is as simple as playing with children." Xibin, standing near, saw the exquisite crown and offered endless praise. To show his appreciation, Xibin brought out wine to treat the Grandmaster. Although this task was a minor matter for a dwarf master, for a future king like him, this was an extremely important item. After opening the wine jar, Xibin expressed his gratitude and presented the Grandmaster with a precious gift. As soon as the bottle cap was popped, a seductive scent filled the space, making the Grandmaster unable to help salivating as he thirstily asked what it was. Xibin thoughtfully explained that this was a premium wine from the Winter Empire, where only locals could enjoy it and it was extremely rare to export. Knowing that dwarves are naturally passionate about fine spirits, he brought a bottle to invite him to try it. Upon smelling that intense aroma, the Grandmaster had to exclaim that although humanity is famously clumsy at forging, they have a truly remarkable talent for brewing wine, swearing that no dwarf could resist the attraction of this gift. Hearing those praises, Xibin felt secretly satisfied that the plan had been a total success. If a dwarf could refuse this wine, he probably wouldn't have spent so much effort smuggling it out of the national treasury. He skillfully suggested cooperation between humans and dwarves for mutual benefit, saying that as long as the master agreed to bring his tribe to Winter City to work, he would serve such a bottle of fine wine every day. Furthermore, as the king, he committed to paying generous wages and providing freedom of movement for everyone. Hearing those enticing pricks, the master was deeply shocked and remarked that this was truly a temptation from a demon. How could dwarves be tamed by humans? While sipping the wine, the master calculated that his tribe truly needed a safe place to settle. This place not only possessed rare mineral veins but also talented subhuman girls capable of finding and perfectly merging ores. Moreover, this king showed great goodwill and guaranteed both income and an excellent source of wine. After a moment of careful consideration, the Grandmaster decided to shake hands with Xibin to finalize the agreement, secretly blaming himself for losing self-control over the allure of such bargain deals brought by the human king. Seeing that the other party had relented, Xibin happily proposed opening 10 more bottles to celebrate the friendship between the two races. Hearing this, the master excitedly danced with him and replied that he was indeed too generous, saying, "From now on consider me your brother Rowan Sanderson. Wait a moment, I will forge a divine artifact for you to destroy gods. Do you need that eternal hammer? I'll give it to you right away." Hearing this, Xibin could only force a laugh and advise him that he should keep it instead. Returning to his room, Xibin breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the drinking capacity of dwarves was truly bottomless, but anyway, he had finally managed to convince him. While walking, a hand suddenly pulled him into a dark room, making Xibin startle and let out a soft gasp. It turned out that Rui was already waiting inside. She pulled him in and softly said, "Heavy, I have a special gift I want to give to you." Xibin looked as if he had been struck by a love spell, his eyes shining with tenderness and hidden passion. He looked at her affectionately and stammered, asking if it was an offering. She seductively looked up at him and whispered a soft, inviting mem. Having waited for so long, Xibin placed his hands on Rui's shoulders, his expression both excited and longing to the point of almost salivating. He nervously glanced around and mumbled that doing this outside the bedroom was inconvenient, but then clicked his tongue and ignored it because even inside the room, there was no guarantee no one would barge in. A finger of hers placed on his forehead calmed him down. His eyes now became sparkling and bashful as he said that if so, he would accept it. Suddenly Rui asked why he still had the mind for this when the grand coronation ceremony was tomorrow morning. Then she left his embrace and stepped forward, saying that the offering she mentioned was this thing right here. Before his eyes, Rui stood next to a brilliant, noble red royal robe. She introduced that this garment was sewn by her own hands, hoping it would help him shine in tomorrow's ceremony. The scene shifted to the vast sky filled with vibrant streamers. The sound of trumpets resonated everywhere, creating an incredibly festive and bustling atmosphere. The host began to introduce the majestic landscape stretching from the Sorondo mountain range in the south to the frozen Northland in the north, bordering the Endor Empire and the Medern Principality. This fertile land was where they stood. Subjects gathered on both sides of the road chatting noisily. Then everyone simultaneously looked toward the center path and shouted, "Your Majesty." The announcement rang out that today this country would welcome its new master. At the same time, a group appeared from above. Seated on a carriage pulled by 3 flying beasts was the king, followed closely by a powerful team of bodyguards. Witnessing the magnificent sight, The people cheered in unison to joyfully welcome the new monarch. Shouts resounded introducing our sole leader as His Majesty Heavy Kim Su. Zibin stepped down amidst the hazy mist to the echoing cheers of all subjects as they shouted his name together. As soon as he stepped off the vehicle, Gryman drew his sword and ordered the entire Crusader Legion to stand at attention. 2 rows of soldiers solemnly drew their swords toward the sky and shouted in unison, "Greetings to the king," followed by warm welcomes from the cavalry and the city guards, all showing the highest respect for His Highness. The collective shouts paused as Sibin stepped onto the stage and solemnly declared, "I am Heavy Kim Su, and I swear before all the people in the kingdom." Sibin spread his arms majestically and said firmly that he would create an unprecedentedly powerful empire. Everyone would see this country rise and be proud to be a citizen here. Together we will protect and develop it to plant the kingdom's flag across the continent. From now on, he named the nation the Winter Empire and proclaimed himself the Winter King. The people below burst into joy, raising their hands and shouting in unison, "Long live the Winter King! Long live, long live." At the same time, the bell rang signaling a promising new beginning. As the bell echoed far, Rue along with Lori and the children stepped forward. The 2 leading girls carried the crown and the royal robe, followed by children holding wine glasses with radiant smiles on their faces. They stepped onto the platform and together praised, "Long live your Majesty the King. Please receive these blessings." Seeing this, Sibin knelt and placed his hand on his chest with deep solemnity. Rai draped a vibrant, regal red cloak over his shoulders, while behind him, the crowd cheered incessantly, hailing the king with cries of "Long live the king." Lori stepped forward with a radiant smile to present the golden crown, respectfully wishing His Majesty a long life. But in the midst of that joyful atmosphere, a strange sound suddenly rang out. The strange sound made Bin freeze while holding the crown. The system notified him that the update process was complete, the host's death had been erased, and the appearance of a new child of destiny left Bin extremely bewildered. The ruthless villain along with the main cast are all out to take my life, and the story temporarily closes here.